All right, good morning, everyone. What's going on? It's Kyle Henderson. He's Ty Hayes, Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. 12 hours of streaming starts now. Continuing coverage of Coach Saban's retirement. And we look to who will be the next head football coach at the University of Alabama. I want you guys to get inside the comment box. I want you guys to get comfortable today, how this show is going to work throughout the day. It'll be live streaming for the next 12 hours. We are hopefully anticipating some sort of, update from Greg Byrne today about the coaching situation for the University of Alabama. I'm going to have Ty on from Around the Table Sports. Follow his YouTube channel. I got the coaches coming on. We got a long list of lineups, and we're going to be rotating. Of course, I'm going to take your calls today as well. But we open up. What's up, Jarek? I see you inside the comment box. Roll Tide Era, I see you as well. Chance, what's up? Good morning to you. And yeah, we kind of have the latest for you guys. So, Ty, we're just going to jump right into it. I mean, I think one of the areas to start out with is the top three right here. So there have been reports that Kalen DeBoer looks to be the front runner. Okay. You also have Mike Norvell as a serious candidate. And then it looks like Tommy Rees could get an interview on Saturday. So if we don't get an update today, don't freak out. I think that this is a decision that cannot be rushed. The players have to be able to feel comfortable with the next guy. Ty, I'm going to ask you my first question. And just like Who's Your Mama inside the comment box says, Tommy Rees, if he gets an interview, what does it mean? I mean, what's kind of the thought process here with giving someone who's 31 years old, who's the OC, an interview on Saturday?
So I think it's only right he gets an interview. If I'm not mistaken, he turned down a potential head coaching job to continue on, or at least he turned down interviewing with some potential institutions to continue at the University of Alabama. But I don't think he's going to be the guy for a lot of what you just talked about. I think Tommy Rees is going to be just a fine offensive coordinator, but it's very evident from watching him throughout the year that he is still learning in his capacity as an offensive coordinator. I think he's a bright dude. I think he is going to be a dude to watch in the industry. He's still green, wet behind the ears. I don't see them handing the keys to not even a Ferrari. I mean, we're talking about a Pagani Zonda over here, like a one of Ferraris are far too common.
Yeah.
Alabama is not common. You don't hand the 31-year-old, who I think is a great coach. I do. I have been a Tommy Rees defender. I have broken down some things and said, hey, I think there are times where when he gets creative, the offense flourishes. Then he kind of goes, it's the lack of consistency, Kyle. And I think that's his age showing. He is still maturing on the job, but you don't hand the keys to the Pagani Zonda, of which there are only 5 in the world. You don't hand the keys to the inexperienced driver who flat out tells you to your face, I'm going to floor it. I'm going to take this thing as fast as it can go. You're not doing that. So I would be really surprised if it was Tommy Rees, but I understand giving him an interview because if I'm not mistaken, he turned down some opportunities to stay at Alabama and be the offensive coordinator. So in that vein, I do think it's only right you interview him.
Yeah, we're talking about the top three to lead off today's 12 hours of programming. So get comfortable, put your comfies on, sit back and relax and be safe. These storms, if you're in the state of Alabama today, specifically on the western side, it's going to get dicey. So hopefully we can keep the internet on. The kids are home from school. That's how they do it in the South. I never even heard of that before I even moved to Alabama. But that's the thing. Like if the weather is that significant, like the next day, they cancel school. So the kids they're posted up here. They're asleep. They're just chilling. So definitely want to make sure everybody is safe, most importantly.
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the top three. And we started out with Tommy Rees. And he could get an interview on Saturday. Okay, and just like I saw someone inside the comment box said, Josh Pate, the king of college football, I referred to him as that. I think he's earned that title.
Yeah.
Is saying that we could know as early as today, and he's dialed in, to all the programs, but specifically Alabama as well. So that would be great if we do get an answer today. I would love to get an answer today. I think that would be great for Alabama fans and most importantly players. That shows stability, and we move forward with whoever they hire. But I did see, I think it was Bama Online that's reporting that Tommy Rees could get an interview on Saturday. It says could, but I also want to reiterate this, that if it is not from Greg Burns, don't believe it. Like, that's what he tweeted out. He said, if it's not from me, don't believe it. So, this is just kind of, going off some, some reporters who are very dialed in, are very good at their craft, who have really good scoop. But let's continue with Tommy Rees, because I have a couple questions that I wanted to ask Ty, and then maybe we switch hats here. Then you could ask me some questions.
Love it.
But my question was this, and I continue to think about this. And I'm not saying it's an overall negative in any shape or form, but with Coach Saban physically having an office now at the football stadium, and his comment saying that I could still get after the players, from, just as easy as I could in the past. What I'm trying to, what does that mean? Does that mean that, the coach that comes in and he's still hiring, he's still going over assistant coaches? Does that mean that he's still going to, kind of be in a support role with these coaches? And that could make sense to have Tommy Rees, who's a young guy who has the energy to coach and to kind of go through the grueling season with Coach Saban mentoring him. Or I don't want to say it's a bad thing, but I could see if you're a coach with the ego coming in. I don't know if you want a coach that has the GOAT has a, office in the stadium. He's going to be watching. Is he going to be watching every practice, every game? I mean, what are your kind of thoughts about Coach Saban having an office at the stadium, like the pros and cons of it?
So I'm like you, man. I've given this a lot of thought, and there's something that keeps eating at the back of my mind, and it's something that we didn't address yesterday. And I think it needs to be unpacked, and this is the perfect time to do so. Kyle, we talk about Saban and what he is amazing at all the time, whether it's his adaptability, whether it's his consistency, whether it's his process orientation. But Nick Saban is unquestionably the master psychologist in college football. Now, the more I think about that comment, I can still get after you. I'll be right there.
Mm-hmm.
He said that, if I'm not mistaken, to two players specifically. The two players he said it was the hardest to break the news to, Malachi Moore and Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
I have to wonder if that wasn't Nick Saban almost using psychology, letting them know, reinforcing the idea of don't make any decisions thus far. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I will be here. I will still be here. I'll be in the building. I'm wondering if that was a spur of the moment comment that has now been kind of like, because I was in Spaces last night and, Washington fans were talking about that very same thing. Would you want to be the guy that takes over for Nick Saban as he's watching over your shoulder, or as you're practicing, he's above Mal Moore watching, right? But I don't think that's going to be it at all. I don't think that that's what Saban is going to do, because if that's the case, why retire at all? I think Saban kind of keyed us into what he wants to do. He either A, wants to move into a capacity to make sweeping changes to college football as a whole, or B, he wants to get into broadcast. Now, I bring that up because, Kyle, we talked about this yesterday. Bama is faced with a very harsh reality right now, and that's their NIL collective. It has got to come up to modern times. Yeah. There's no ifs, there's no ands, there's no buts. They were able to skate by because they had Nick Saban, and Nick Saban solves a lot of problems. So a player may have been getting an NIL offer that was far less, but they got to be coached by Nick Saban. Enticing. He's not there. I wonder whether or not he is going to be a liaison between the university and NIL collectives to maximize the capabilities. That is where I just keep having this thought in my head. And if that is the case, that could be brilliant for Alabama. Truly, he's the guy that could mobilize these collectives. This is the man that gave that impassioned speech to the boosters. I keep thinking about that. I could be wrong, but that's where my mind goes, Kyle.
I think that's a really great point. You make me feel so much better about that, because of the business mind that Coach Saban has, right? We always look to him as a football coach and a life coach, as someone said yesterday. And thanks so much, Toast, with the super chat. Appreciate you guys. If we don't get this done soon, our roster will get eaten up by sharks. That's a lose-lose for the new coach. And that's absolutely. That's why I think it has to happen today, or as soon as possible. But Ty, I think you bring up a really great point, and we're still talking on Tommy Rees. We're not going to rush anything. We're going to talk about these guys. We're going to take our time today. Get your comfy pants on. Get your coffee. Get your workout in. I already got my workout in. It was great. I have to work out in the morning. That's where I get it from. Man,
I admire that. See, I'm more of a man of the people.
Yeah.
Where we are inspired by individuals like you for working out, and I'll sit there with my morning Topo Chico mineral water, and I toast to you, good sir.
No, I just, I don't know. It's not like I get up and I'm like, dude, like I'm super excited. No, I'm like, man, I got up this morning. It was like 4:40. But I got going, and I feel good for it. I love the idea about Saban, the business mind, being up at the stadium because of I'm kind of worried about it, as I was talking about yesterday. But you walked me off the ledge because of the NIL and the business mind that Coach Saban has, and kind of where college football is going, and the fact that he already has done some amazing things in his career business-wise that we haven't really highlighted. And if anybody could help these players navigate this name, image, and likeness. I mean, Alabama literally just built kind of a new media setup and a podcasting area, a new video area for the players at the stadium as well. So maybe they're kind of making like the stadium, they're adding like these different elements to it. And I love the fact that Saban can be a mentor, can help these guys in business, can help these guys continue. Because you know what he said yesterday? He said the NFL stands for not for long. And what are you going to do after? So wouldn't it be such a play by Coach Saban? His next part of his career is, maybe it's broadcasting. He could do that from wherever. He could do that from, his office up at Bryant-Denny Stadium. But he could also continue to mentor these guys, not only with football, but on business decisions in NIL. Imagine if he is the guy, you're like, okay, after practice, remember you guys have from 6 to 8, you guys have, NIL with Coach Saban in business learning. Like, oh my, he could have his master's class at the University of Alabama, and I'm signing up for it. Oh, thank you, Todd. That really walked me off the ledge. And I think that, not to feel that like if Coach Saban's here, he's always going to have some impact on the program, on the university. But with Tommy Rees, if he was to be the guy, I don't think he's going to be the guy. I think they're interviewing him. He's the OC. I think Indiana wanted him as well.
Yes, that's what
he's got a long way to go. If he's able to be the OC here again under whoever these guys, if they bring in the next guy, great. I'm kind of curious if they bring in DeBoer, if they bring in Norvell, or someone else, what would happen to the coaches that are on staff? But okay, good starting points on Tommy Rees. And I think everybody inside the comment box would agree he's probably not the right guy, but for right now. But he would be good to retain, I think. Okay, let's talk about a front runner that everybody has been talking about, and that's Kalen DeBoer, Washington's coach. It looks like there's a lot of steam picking up here, and it seems like the people that I've spoken with, and the message boards that I read, and kind of social media, it seems like people are they're 60% happy with this, if this would be the pick. I think someone even tweeted out yesterday that On3 has already released a story about DeBoer being the next Alabama coach. So how that works, because I used to work in publishing, you in the back end of the admin, you write a story for all scenarios. So like for every single story, they have a story for all of these guys. And sometimes in the publishing areas, you could see like a story is published, but really it's just in the back end. So these guys, when they publish the story, like the editors, they can just hit publish and the story's already done. And it's just kind of a bare bones story that gets out quick for SEO. So it's not that's exactly what happened with that.
I do the same thing with some recruiting videos. For those of you that don't know, I cover 100%. College football in general. And on a lot of these recruiting videos for these 5 stars, they might be between Alabama, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Texas.
Yeah.
If I think that it's between Alabama, Oklahoma, and Texas, and I think, I'm going to make 3 videos.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to publish whatever one. The second I see that Hayes Fawcett
Yeah.
tweet go out, boom, I'm hitting publish so that it is instantly out. So no, that's a great point, Kyle. I really love
Yeah,
that you dive into that.
and sometimes and that would happen to if you published a video as unlisted or something like that, it would still show up to some of the people and someone could screenshot and be like, look, they posted it. No. They have a story ready for every single thing. A company, the same thing with ESPN. Everybody has these stories that are hidden behind the walls, I promise you. But it seems like people are kind of moderately excited or would be, okay with DeBoer being the coach. He's had a lot of success in the past, won some championships. Where do we start from here when we're talking about Kalen DeBoer?
So, I sent this to Coach Smook last night, Kyle. I was sitting there watching Ted Lasso with my wife. I said this yesterday. My wife's a school teacher, so we're newlyweds. We've been together for 10 years, though, but we every time she gets home from school, it's kind of like the end of my day, and we're very close. But neither here nor there. We're watching Ted Lasso last night, and a thought pops into my mind. Because you're right, Kyle. I see a lot of pushback with Kalen DeBoer, and I understand part of it. If your pushback is, hey, he's never been in the SEC landscape, this is a totally different environment, he's never recruited down here, he's never had a top 10 class, I would push you towards understanding that Washington as a whole doesn't have the recruiting resources. Like even Chris Peterson wasn't getting amazing classes year in, year out. And even Chris Peterson.
Ty, check this out real quick. This is a huge update. This is just out on social media. Why don't you go ahead and read it out? It looks like this is a radio station. So start up top and then kind of read it through.
This is huge, ladies and gentlemen. This is a tweet from 93.3 KJR. Kyle, a little bit of history. This, if I'm not mistaken, is the radio station that Steve Sarkisian did an interview on when he said, I'm not leaving Washington, and then promptly left Washington for USC.
You're so damn good, dude.
So this is like history repeating itself, and the nerd in me is so excited. I start. Hashtag Husky fans, we know you were looking forward to a visit with Coach DeBoer this morning. Please understand that Coach DeBoer and UW Athletics are continuing to work towards a future we can all be excited about. At this time, Coach will not be joining us this morning, but we will reschedule our interviews soon. This is big, ladies and gentlemen, because it's one of those things where a lot of people in the Washington space thought he was coming on this interview to claim, I'm not leaving. Now that's canceled. So kind of picking up where I left off, because I see PBC Fisher saying DeBoer can't recruit. Is it DeBoer can't recruit, PBC, or has he only been at institutions that inherently and historically have not been able to recruit even close to the clip of some of these SEC schools? I mean, we're talking about a guy that was winning NAIA national championships, then moves to Washington. He's got 104-12 overall record, a 25-3 record at Washington. But this is what I was talking about when I said I was watching Ted Lasso, and Ted Lasso said something, and something popped off in my head. Kyle, we talked about yesterday that we would be excited with Dan Lanning. Chat, I think a lot of you would be excited with Dan Lanning, or you would be excited with Steve Sarkisian. No, reasonable to assume. Both of those names, I think, moved the needle for Crimson Tide fans. Kyle, Steve Sarkisian and Dan Lanning are 0-5 against Kalen DeBoer. And Steve Sarkisian and Dan Lanning walked the more talented teams in against Washington all 5 times. And they got their butts whooped all 5 times. So it's wild to me that the guy that so many people are like, I don't want him, I'd rather have Sark, I'd rather have Lanning. Those guys couldn't beat him with a more talented roster and arguably a better coaching staff top to bottom. This guy can flat out coach. Like, if there's nothing else we know, he can coach. Now, the recruiting, I don't know the answers to that. I'm going to be candid there. I have my theories, I have my caveats, and I will give them to you. Those theories and caveats being, I don't know that Washington recruits at the clip that does in Alabama or an LSU or a Texas or an OU. I just don't think they've been that way. Chris Peterson was there mentoring Kalen DeBoer, and Chris Peterson wasn't taking top 5 classes. If he's able to be surrounded by the right pieces at Alabama, I think this could be a really intriguing hire, personally.
Love it. Love it. Love the points. And see, I mean, this is a huge update. I mean, this was just, they literally just broke this on Twitter right now. So I think
Huge.
clearly this is a really big indicator that Kalen DeBoer is in play for Alabama. A lot of times where there's smoke, there's fire. It looks like this is a lot of smoke. So
I like this, Kyle.
yeah.
I really like this perspective hire. I
But,
really do.
but the thing is, I'm starting to feel a little bit better about if it would be Kalen. Um,
I
I
have
don't know
had
what, like,
so many fans from other teams
yeah.
message me and say, for our sake, we don't want you to get Kalen DeBoer. For
Um,
our sake. Because I've had a Texas fan who I think is brilliant message me and be like, if y'all get DeBoer, there are going to be people who push back, but that is going to be an insane hire for y'all.
yeah.
I like it.
And so, okay, so let's also say that I just want to also post this because this is important. So I want you to read this out too. You become like our you're the real life audible for us, Ty. So okay, so this is one of the most important tweets that has been put out there. So while there is all this speculation and while we're trying to put all this puzzle piece together, we don't even know what the puzzle looks like. You ever put together puzzles, right? You have the best way to put together a puzzle is to put the actual picture up and then you figure out the puzzle. We're trying to do that with like just puzzle pieces. We don't even know what the picture is.
We got blank puzzle pieces.
Right? And we're trying to put this together. It's all the same color. Ty, read this out. This is from Greg Byrne, the athletic director from the University of Alabama, who posted this on Wednesday.
Mike says, dang, Ty, I called you Matt. My apologies, man. Hey, at least I've been called far worse than Matt. If you just mix up my name, it's all love, brother. It's all good. No worries about it at all. I've been called far worse. And I begin, start quote, as with any coaching search, our goal is to be thorough but expedient. Our ideal candidate will be strong in recruiting and relationship building, player development, excel in X's and O's, and have the overall ability to lead this historic program. There will be plenty of rumors out there during this process. The next time I talk publicly will be to announce our new coach. And if you don't hear it from me, don't believe it. Roll Tide. Strong message.
Right. So if you're pissed off about some of these candidates that we have on board, screenshot this and then just reread that last part, and then you feel a little bit better because we are not Greg Byrne. We are, we're on YouTube. So that can make you feel better.
I have, and this is the thing, I've said this, I don't want to be an insider. I don't want to have the inside scoop. Now, I'm curious. I'd like to know what's going on. So by that vein, sure, but I would rather be an opinion piece for all of you. So if you guys hear me say something, understand this. Always operate under the assumption that this is my opinion. If I have inside information, I will tell you, but I am an opinion piece. I read tea leaves and I give you my opinion. So anything, if you want to throw tomatoes, throw them right here. It's all good.
Definitely a safer route to be in for sure. And look, and when you cover a program like Alabama, you're never ever going to be able to have the ultimate scoop because guess what? Chris Lowe just calls up Coach Saban himself, and Coach Saban only talks to Chris Lowe, right? Like
or
that's
Pate.
Or Pate. Like those are the people. Like he has a small group that he trusts, and that's it. So I mean, and you're going up against ESPN, AL.com, people who pay for interviews, people who pay for, inside information. So, but with that said, there's some amazing people that cover Alabama football.
Yes,
like you look at the staff that Bama Online has. You look at oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
First and foremost, you built a platform from the ground up. And ladies and gentlemen, if I may, just a quick caveat here. I said this yesterday. Far too often we wait until after to give our flowers. And that was a message to college football fans about giving their flowers to Nick Saban. I've run a YouTube channel for 2 years now. I'm just passing 20,000 subscribers. I know how difficult it is to see a YouTube channel dedicated to one team put out not only the amount of content, this is one of the interesting places on this platform, not on sport YouTube, on YouTube as a whole, the second largest search engine in the world, where quality and quantity intersect. And
Yeah.
that's exactly where you find Bama football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson. So
Yeah, I
you're
appreciate
right.
that, man.
There are
Yeah,
great people covering the sport, but
sure.
we got to start with one of the most influential spaces on the platform, and that is Bama football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson, which is why it's
Yeah.
such a treat to be here.
No doubt, man. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I think kind of the vision and the thought process behind it is hard work and dedication and consistency and performance. Same thing that Coach Saban had, right? I sent that to you guys this morning when I sent out a message about consistency and performance. And the thing is like I'm not backed by a company, and I like that. I like being independent because I'm built for that, and I have a driving force behind me to get up and outwork people because I'm not salary. I'm not. I like that because it keeps me from being lazy. All right. I'm telling you, like, I like to work for every single thing that I have. So I'm good to go on that, and appreciate it. And I think it shows within the channel. So and people, and the thing about YouTube and the thing about people is they can see through bullshit. They know it's real. They know it's not, and
Exactly.
they can feel it 100%. All right.
Authenticity is king.
100%. All right. Okay. So Mike Norvell. Seems like we're getting a lot of mixed opinions about him. I've already said mine on him, and um, it's gonna be awkward if he's the coach that comes in and you'd be like, "Yo, Kyle, good to meet you. Why you talk so much shit about me?" Um, I would say I never talk shit about you as a person, but the way that the back end of the season happened, I didn't think it was handled correctly, in my opinion. Right? I can't even imagine how he felt when he was 13-0 and didn't make the playoffs. Um, a lot of people have opinions about kind of Florida State and kind of everything that's gone, continue to go forward with that It seems like they're every single day they're in the headlines, like national headlines. So where do we start with Mike Norvell? Do we like it? Can you walk me off the ledge like you did with Coach Saban having an office up in Bryant Denny Stadium? You made me feel better about that. How about Mike Norvell? What do you guys think about inside the comment box about Mike Norvell? Go
Yeah,
ahead,
so
Ty.
listen, this is the interesting thing about my history is I've been trained in objectivity. I told you I did moot court. I would have to argue something was a constitutional violation in front of federal judges for like an hour, and then I'd have to walk out of that room and argue that that same constitutional question wasn't a violation. So I'm trained in playing devil's advocate. I'll play devil's advocate here for you right now. We always talk about Mike Norvell and how he reacted afterwards. But, ladies and gentlemen, my question to you is this. And this is in the interest of fairness and objectivity. Once again, I'm not asking for you to agree with this notion. I'm asking for you to understand the notion I'm about to put forth. Was he whining or was he advocating for his team? And understand those two things can be pretty much the same. But where was the cause? And for me, when I look at Mike Norvell, even though Kyle, I do agree, it wouldn't be my first, second, or third choice. Mike Norvell, I don't hold against him being upset for being left out of the college football playoffs. Two things can simultaneously be true at the same time. That it is absolutely tragic that those young men and those coaches went undefeated in the regular season and got left out. But it's also simultaneously true that the committee made the right decision. Two things can simultaneously exist, and we can acknowledge both of them to be true. I love peanut butter. I love chocolate, right? Like I can love two things at once and understand how they can coexist. So I do think that we also need to have a nuanced look at what Mike Norvell was saying when he was saying it, because he was advocating for his team, which, ladies and gentlemen, we don't like it because we're Alabama fans. That's what he was hired to do. He was hired to advocate for his team. So whether you like it, I like it, anybody likes it, that's what they were signing his checks to do. And he
Mhm.
did it. Now, that being said, my biggest questions with Mike Norvell aren't necessarily about, the bowl game or whatever. My biggest question with Mike Norvell is the usage of the transfer portal relative to recruiting. One of the beautiful things about Nick Saban is someone who looked at the transfer portal. Well, this is the thing, Caleb. I'm about to get into why play the game. Because he has a team full of transfer players. And when you have a team full of transfer players, I think they're far less inclined to opt into a bowl game like that. Right. I just think that's the reality of the situation. I
See,
think that's the negative.
but I think, like, I've said this before, Ty. I felt that if he would have had a different message other than why play the game, about like, okay, what we can control is playing Georgia. I think a lot of those guys wouldn't hit the portal. I think they did hit the portal because of his message. And I think because he made it basically like the season is over, the players hit the portal and then they got their teeth kicked in by Georgia. I think if he would have had a different message, they might have beat Georgia, or at least, I don't know, that Georgia team is really good. Um, I think that's what really, like, people are talking about.
I
Is
don't
like,
know that the message is removed from the negatives of the transfer portal, though. Like, I think when we talk about the transfer portal, it's been referred to as, for lack of a better word, almost mercenaries, right? Like, you're getting people who are only going to be there for 1 year, 2 year. Are they incentivized? Like, did they come to your program for the love of FSU, or did they come to
mhm,
your program for the thought of what you could do for them? And at the point where
mhm,
that thought is no longer going to come to fruition, now
mhm,
there's no basis there. I think that might be more systematic of the transfer portal than anything else. And whenever you take guys at such a high clip, they're not going to be inherently inclined to view the program as the same way as a kid that was recruited there. And that's my biggest problem with Mike Norvell
mhm,
is the usage of the transfer portal. And listen, I'm not saying that I agree with the attitude. I'm saying I'm trying to understand his position and where he was. There's a
mhm,
reason why Mike Norvell would be like number of that list you have.
mhm,
Mike Norvell would be under a lot of these names, like pretty much, well, all of them. But
mhm.
I do think that there is a principled reason why he took the stance he did, in terms of like trying to advocate for his team. But at the same time, I don't think it was the right move.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, because a lot of people, when you talk about Mike Norvell, they, they have difference of opinion. It seems like kind of the people feel more comfortable with Kalen DeBoer,
Yes.
less comfortable with Mike Norvell. I feel like they're not even considering Tommy Rees a real candidate. Seems like they could just interview him on Saturday, and I say could. That might even not even go down if we hear today. I mean, didn't you say Josh Pate said today that we should know the answer? But if they know the answer, that means that we might not know the answer, right? They could have a, like, okay, we have our coach, and we're gonna have a press conference about it on Monday. I don't know, and they tell, it kind of leaks out that way. I have no idea how Greg Byrne handles this.
Like I
Um,
said, he would be at the bottom of this list for me. But if you're asking, like, for me to try and understand where he was coming from, I think it was a lot out of frustration. Now, I didn't like how he handled it. I picked them to get their teeth kicked in the Bleacher Report stream, and I maintained that I didn't like that approach. But yeah, I just think that I'm just trying to find any sort of objectivity in Mike Norvell's thought process, and even then, I would not be happy with the hire.
All right. So we also look at this board, and we go to kind of the wish list. Haven't really heard anything about Lane Kiffin. Steve Sarkisian just tweeted out, "It's good to be a Longhorn." I don't know if that meant that was his message of I'm staying in Texas. I just don't think that, right now Steve Sarkisian's the hottest coach in college football, right? I mean, beating Alabama, what that did for the Texas program and having their first 10 plus win season since 2009, like, they could give him this gigantic contract that is just incredible that we haven't even thought of before, like a Jimbo Fisher type contract when he went to Texas A&M. Um, Lane Kiffin, I actually wanted to bring up a tweet that he had. God, he's so good at tweeting. And I think these are all just organic tweets from him. I think he's just like, uh,
He's the
what?
master troll.
He's the master troll. So 15 hours ago, he tweeted this. Let's kind of look at this before we talk about Lane Kiffin.
Are you talking about the
Um,
R?
no, he tweeted. So he tweeted. Do you want to talk about the freeze warning, or should I bring up uh,
I didn't
well, he
see the
tweeted
freeze
like,
warning one.
okay, did you guys see the freeze warning one? All right, I'm gonna bring it up. Let's get everyone's thoughts on this. Yeah, he's the master. I mean, he knows exactly, and I don't think like nobody else is doing, like, this is straight up him. Okay, so this is what he tweeted out yesterday. Freeze warning. Everybody got this. So what are we missing here? You also had Cadillac Williams, you know, uh said that he's stepping away from Auburn. Chat, what are we looking at here from Lane Kiffin? Right?
I have no idea.
So he tweeted out this, and then he tweeted out a picture of that he was flying out, right? Of the airport. Other than that, he's been pretty quiet. I think he did tweet out something about, something towards Coach Saban. Not like that like the GOAT or something like that. Why? Like, I think it was Greg McElroy that said yesterday he's burnt too many bridges with the University of Alabama. Do we believe that? Where do you think things stand with Lane Kiffin? I mean, he just loaded up in the transfer portal. I mean, completely cleaned up. He only lost 2 games this past season, losing to Georgia and to Alabama. It seems like he's ripe for the picking. I mean, it seemed like he would be I don't know if the successor is the right word, but the next guy in line. He loves Saban. It seems like he loves Alabama. I mean, what's going on here?
Yeah, listen, I think there's a lot of things with Lane. Whenever we talked about earlier, like Lane is a great coach. He's an offensive, just a brilliant mind. But Nick Saban was a beacon of consistency. That's what Alabama was. When I think of Lane Kiffin, that's not exactly a synonym I'd use to describe Lane Kiffin, right? Like consistent isn't one of them. He trolls a lot, really funny. His Twitter is unbelievable. Years ago, he got fined by the SEC and said he was going to pay them in pennies, but he wasn't particularly good at math. And so he was like, "Oh, I got fined $10,000 by the SEC or by call. I'm going to pay them in 10,000 pennies." And he had to keep quote tweeting it, adding a 0 until he finally like got it there. And it was the funniest thing I've seen. But listen, I would take, if you're asking me my personal list, DeBoer and Kiffin would be at the top, right? And then I know Sark had that tweet, but if we're just giving it out there, it'd be probably Sark after that. And the only reason Sark's below them is because I don't know how realistic it is.
Oh.
And then we get into like, God, if we could get D'Amico Ryans, I would be ecstatic. Mike Loxley, and then I get into like Mike Norvell, right? Like down at the very bottom. But I would be perfectly fine with Lane Kiffin.
I'm on the Lane train. It's just, I mean, it hasn't even seemed like nobody has brought him up. Really, like any of these highly reputable sources, like a big time reporter, hasn't said anything about Lane. It seems like he would come in with that offense that we talked about yesterday. I mean, we showed this. Can you imagine Lane working with this offense right here? Imagine Lane Kiffin. Okay, Lane Kiffin is the next coach of the University of Alabama. That is going to have incredible headlines. Lane comes in with this offense coming back. We talked about this yesterday. You read it out. These are snap counts in parentheses of all the guys coming back. Not to mention, the recruits that they have coming in, other guys, who didn't play that much, risers. That's an incredible roster to work with if you're Lane Kiffin.
Then you have to ask what would end up following him with the rules now in the court cases challenging the one-time transfer rule. And as far as I understand it, the NCAA didn't say they were going to issue any sort of challenges against that. They could transfer again. Like this is something people aren't talking about, that there's an active court case that is dictating and saying like, hey, you can transfer as many times as you like. And there was a 14-day window, but if I'm not mistaken, they're pushing to extend. Like it is wildness in the transfer portal in terms of like legal cases and all of that.
Yeah. So okay. So think about what Ty just said here. And thanks. We appreciate the super chat. We'll read that out in just a second. Think about this. If Lane was to come to Alabama, you have 30 days and that window opens. What about Ty, what are we explain this? These guys who have transferred to Ole Miss, their coach leaves. They transfer again. They basically
they're free.
Decommit. Yeah, they're free again. And theoretically, they could come follow Lane Kiffin to Alabama, and he loaded up with an incredible roster. Who are some notable guys that he added?
Walter Nolan.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
His
transfer portal halt. Listen, I have made a meme taking off the Tiger King's face and putting Lane Kiffin's face on it, and then taking it to the Portal King and using that as like a thumbnail. Lane Kiffin is unbelievable in the transfer portal. He has gotten a lot of big wins there.
All right, let's go ahead and read this super chat out, Ty.
Hawk Rider with the $10. Thank you, Hawk Rider. He says FSU players opting out of the bowl game, then FSU getting smashed by UGA speaks volumes from Norvell's leadership abilities. He has none. Hard pass on Norvell. Listen, I tend to agree with you, Hawk Rider. Like I said, the only question I have is how much of that has to do with pure leadership abilities and how much of that has to do with this notion that the transfer portal is basically like you're getting someone on a 1 year, like in European League soccer, like on a 1 year lease. Like, are they loyal to the program or are they loyal to what they think that the program can do for them? And at the point where they don't think the program has anything left to offer, they move away. Now, that being said, I still think we arrive at the issue that it wasn't the same culture that was at Georgia or Alabama. Like, there's no doubt about that, right? So you're not wrong at all. You are 1,000% right. And that's why ultimately, like, look, as much as I try and understand where Mike Norvell was coming from, I don't agree with him. And I don't particularly want that to be the hire.
Check this out. This is an interesting tweet that just came out. It is by Pete Nakos of On3. I'm going to screenshot this out. He posted this like 50 minutes ago. This is really interesting. And we just were talking about this. I want to get your take on this, Ty, because this kind of comes from like the legal framework of all this stuff that's going on. Okay. So the tweet reads, and again, this is from Pete Nakos of On3. You can follow him. This dude breaks all sorts of stuff. This guy is like, he's been killing it. With Nick Saban's retirement, the 30-day transfer window has opened for Alabama players. It won't be that simple, though. Classes started in Tuscaloosa on Wednesday. Enrolling at other schools in time for spring ball could be the hurdle. Ty?
That's why it has to be done this weekend. It has to be. Because if not, the players, as much as Nick Saban said, hey, wait and we'll see, they have to try and make a educated decision on what's best for them, right? And you have to give them some sort of certainty.
Someone inside the comment box said Saban made sure he retired after classes started the same day, cold-blooded.
Yeah, no, the timing of this is really good for Nick Saban. And I know some people would take offense to that, but it is, right? Like, he waited until after the national championship, did it like this, and hopefully they can get the new hire in right in time for spring ball practice. Like, you hit the ground kind of running. I don't know. It's interesting to think about.
Yeah, man, Coach Saban. All right, a lot of people asking. I guess some people are joining a lot late, and we appreciate you guys hitting the thumbs up, running the thumbs up on this video. But this was earlier this morning, like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago, a radio station that has a regular segment with Kalen DeBoer says that they're basically not going to have it this morning, but we will reschedule the interview soon. And that is something that's kind of the hotline of social media right now. Ty?
Yeah, I think this is big. I think this is big. In Snell's world with the 5, he says, I feel like the media is trying to tell us who we shouldn't have as the next head coach versus who we would like to have as the next head coach. Well, Snell's very interested in hearing from you, my man. Who would you like to see as the next head coach? And that goes for everybody in here. We've talked about some names. Hop down to the comments. Let us know the names that stand out to you. I've said it. My top 2 as we sit here have got to be DeBoer and Kiffin. Sark would be my number 1. But it's not just a tweet he put out, Kyle. His wife tweeted as well. And hers was a bit more poignant. To basically saying, we're here in Texas, horns up. Like, yeah, she tweeted as well. And hers made it appear much more like, concrete.
I mean, I've seen her on social media a couple times, and actually, I'm trying to think. I think I saw her at Texas, and she had her outfit was fire. Like,
she's super into fashion.
And
she's very into fashion.
Yep.
And Austin has got all of that you would want. And let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, as much as I'd love to have Sark, Texas can pay him an awful lot of money, right? Like, I don't think that there's a dollar amount that Alabama would offer that if Texas wasn't willing, they would then match.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is what it is. I'd love to have Sark.
Yeah, she's a stylist. She really is. Like the times I saw her, I was like, my goodness, like she has it going on. She from head to toe, 1,000,000%. And I actually also saw Matthew McConaughey. Everybody did, but when he was here, he rented out Saban's hotel, like the entire top floor, the Alamite. If you've ever been here, check out the Alamite. It's a really nice hotel. If you're doing like a vacation within the state of Alabama, if you're coming in to Tuscaloosa for like a parents weekend, also check out Westgate. We need to get some sponsors, some of those big hotels. But the Alamite is super nice. Why have we never mentioned Cliff Kingsbury up in here for any of these things? There's some other names that we just really haven't talked about that just really haven't circulated.
Yeah, DMDP, he says DeBoer is a better coach than Sark. He proved it on the field. That was my take earlier, DMDP. I don't know if you just came in here, but we were talking about how Alabama fans you see so many people saying not DeBoer. They'd rather have Dan Lanning or Sark. Well, DeBoer is 5-0 against Dan Lanning and Sark, and no point did he have the more talented team. So I completely agree with that, 100%.
Yeah. All right, our wish list. We talked about Steve Sarkisian. I mean, someone this morning when I was working out, they were like, "Man, I would love to have D'Amico Ryans as a coach." It's just the NFL guys coming to college. It's I don't know if it's a step back, but it's completely different. The recruiting, they don't like it. They're used to dealing with grown men. Now they're coming in with like NIL, and these guys are young, and the game is different. I think we'd all love to see it. I would love to see it. I mean, with D'Amico, I think D'Amico Ryans is like, I mean, I can't even imagine where he's going to go in the future. But it just doesn't make sense, right, Ty?
Listen, the biggest thing with D'Amico Ryan, it's ironic. We just talked about that Pete Nako's tweet saying that there's a 30-day window. And on the heels of that, we were saying how this decision has got to come sooner rather than later. D'Amico Ryan's poised to be in the playoffs right now, which means that decision would come later as opposed to sooner.
Yeah, that's easy.
If the timing was right, oh my God, I would sprint to Tuscaloosa from Dallas, Texas right now. But it's unfortunate. I don't think the timing is right. I would love D'Amico Ryans, though. That guy's such a good coach.
Yeah, and I like he's defensive minded from Alabama. I mean, there's just like so many things about him. Okay, so everybody, I'm about to hurt your eyeballs. Okay, Dabo Swinney, what happened here? I was trying to. And I still don't know, like, why people went completely south on Dabo Swinney. Was it some of the stuff? Man, that's hurting my balls. What happened? Why did Alabama fans kind of go away from him? Because 4 or 5 years ago, they would have taken him. Like if Saban would have had to exit out for whatever reason, people would have just welcomed him with open arms. And I mean, he's won 170 games at Clemson. National title. What happened?
I think change happened, man. And we talk about Nick Saban has adapted. Nick Saban was winning in the AP. He was winning in the college football playoff. He was winning in NIL. He was winning with the transfer portal. Nick Saban has adapted. He turned goofy. You're not wrong. Nick Saban has adapted to every change college football has thrown at him. He's just 72 years old.
Yes.
Like he said, 14-hour days at 72 aren't as easy as they were at 62. Dabo is a great head coach. If we're talking X's and O's, he has won a lot of big games. I ask you this, though, people who are here in the chat. Dabo Swinney had the ACC exactly where he wanted them, was running the ACC, dictated the ACC. After his 2 generational quarterbacks left, Deshaun Watson and then Trevor Lawrence, it hasn't been the same. Now, he's still winning, but the offense hasn't looked good for years for multiple offensive coordinators. So it's not just like we can pin it on one person. The offense has looked bad for a while now, like bad. So bad that former players are talking about it, how bad it looks. On top of that, you see Florida State embracing the transfer portal. And now they won the ACC over Dabo, who says, I'm not going to use the transfer portal at all. It's one thing to not like change. It's another thing, Kyle, to sit on your hands in front of the train and say, I'm not moving. Well, that train doesn't have brakes. Life's change doesn't stop for anybody. And the same is true in football. It's not going to stop for Dabo. And that's to me the holdup on Dabo is if he comes to Bama, he has got to show the ability to adapt.
Do you think that phone call with Tyler or the guy who called him out, it didn't seem like that didn't go over well, clearly?
No. And maybe that was enough to light a fire in him. But I guess then my question is, and people said like, well, what if Clemson doesn't have like the biggest NIL capabilities? And that I agree with.
That's what I said. I brought up that. It's like, was he not trying to
that's fair.
because he doesn't have the backing, right?
That's fair.
I mean, Clemson just doesn't have that.
Very fair. What I will say is they still have access to the transfer portal. And I'm inclined to believe even if he had NIL, if he's not willing to use what he has access to, I'm not inclined to believe that if he had access to NIL, he would use it. Because he didn't like NIL before it got here. He didn't like the theory of the transfer portal. He's not using the transfer portal off of the theory that he doesn't like where college football is headed. Well, we're here. Whether you like it or not, this is where we are. And we need a coach that's going to, quite frankly, say, hey, even if I don't like the current stasis of college football, I got to push through instead of trying to resist.
Yeah. All right. I had to get that graphic off. It was hurting that orange. I don't know.
It's abrasive.
It's early for that orange. It's just, it feels like it was like right up in my eyes. Okay. There was a point in time where people were calling for Coach Prime. Matt's like, thank you. Yeah, it was hurting my eyes too. Sorry. It's too early. It's too early for that orange. Okay. Let's see. There were some other ones, like some other names at the bottom that could interview. Now these were from Football Scoop. I don't know. I used to follow Football Scoop a lot. I don't know. Do they still ever break stuff? I haven't even really been following them that much.
They still will put out great articles.
Do they? Okay.
In terms of breaking, I don't know if they're like the first anymore, but I always find
remember when Football Scoop was like, they were crushing it.
Aces.
They were. So I don't know if they're like the ace anymore, but they're still doing they're still reporting some decent stuff. So they had a report out that said that Mike Locksley could interview, Eli Drinkwitz from Missouri. Let's start with Locks. I personally really like Coach Locksley. I don't know if he'd be the coach here at Alabama. I've talked about Coach Locksley before, and when he was at Alabama as an analyst and a wide receiver coach, and like you talk about, coaching, but also recruiting. Players love to play for Coach Locksley, probably more for anybody on this entire list. Coach Locksley could out-recruit any of these guys on the list easily. And it's not just because of recruiter, like the way he has like this presence about him. He has a way to connect with parents, with players. What do you think about Coach Locksley? I mean, it's a far out, but I mean, here we go with Coach Locksley.
Listen, I tend to agree with you in terms of I really like Coach Locksley. I have rooted for Maryland ever since he got there with Tualia there. Locksley, I've really wanted them to do good. And there have been times where the Maryland offense just looks insane. That being said, right? Like, I think there was some left to be desired in terms of on-field results. But I also don't think he had the talent at his disposal. And once again, everybody, we talk about on-field results. Recruiting is part of college football. And yeah, Mike Locksley can recruit his tail off. No doubt about it. He's pulling some. Didn't he pull a 5-star from LSU? Like flip him, Raheem Jarrett.
He's always been able to pull 5 stars. Yeah,
that's what he does. Recruiting to Maryland is not as easy as recruiting to Alabama or Ohio State or Michigan, right? Like it's just not. So I think you give Locksley the resources of an Alabama, he'd put together a high-powered offense. We know that for sure. He'd be able to recruit. So it's interesting to think about. I would have I wouldn't mind Loxley, but that being said, I do think like DeBoer or Lane Kiffin are a bit more intriguing because Lane has been able to get 10 wins in the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
So even though like I question how consistent are you, how serious are you, you got 10 wins in the SEC. And
Yeah.
that's compelling.
Here's Lane's resume just to bring it up again. I have Coach Lox's, but this one's a little bit easier on the eyes.
It
See
is
if
easy on the eyes.
yeah, right. It's easy. You forget kind of the different places that Lane has been over his young career. I mean, he's not 50 years old yet. You look to what he's been able to do at Ole Miss. I feel that he's outgrown Ole Miss. That's why I'm continue to be on the Lane train. I know we've talked about that before. I just think with the offensive components that you have coming back, he would be a great fit. Would like to see it. I'd be really, really excited if he was the next guy in line. Clinton is saying free Jeremy Pruitt. That would make Alabama fans so happy.
All of us would be ecstatic, but Jeremy Pruitt currently. Now, this would have been fascinating, Kyle. If Alabama would have hired him last year,
mm-hmm.
he would have had a 6-year show clause, and Alabama would have had to prove why they were hiring him with this show clause.
Mm-hmm.
But if they would have done so, he would have been already done with his 1-year suspension, like coming into this season, which means he could have been an on-field coach this season at Alabama. But now whoever hires Jeremy Pruitt, he has got to sit out a full year from the moment he signs that paper. And then you're paying someone not to be there. And that's always a tough cookie to swallow.
Yeah. And that is, I think when we've looked at kind of these resumes, I mean, this is the best resume that we have, I guess, presented, right? Let me throw up Kalen DeBoer's real quick. I think we have that one too.
Yeah, it's either Kiffin's or DeBoer's. DeBoer's just doesn't have the extensive history. But ladies and gentlemen, this man has won national championships at a lower level, then gone up to Washington. Mm-hmm. Washington was not great when he got there. Mm-hmm. And within 2 years, he went 25-3. And the Pac wasn't terrible this year. The Pac was better this year. Ironically, the Pac was the best I've seen it in a long time on their deathbed, which is not lost on me, right? Like that's kind of hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Greg McElroy said yesterday, it'll be announced this weekend. Go watch yesterday's Always College Football, where he's interviewing Bryce Young. That's where I heard him say it. In the weekend. So Josh Pate is saying we should know. I guess he was saying we should know today. Or I guess they would know today. And McElroy is saying that it will be announced this weekend. Whatever the case is, it has to be someone. We've been talking back and forth about that. He's Ty Hayes of Around the Table Sports. Definitely go follow him on his YouTube channel. Does a really good job. How you feeling, Ty, this morning, man? You feeling in good spirits, man?
I am.
Good? Okay.
I don't know how to describe it, but I feel like something is coming. Pate said it would be announced today. I certainly hope. The sooner it happens, the better. And the fact that Kalen DeBoer, and this is another interesting part, Kyle. I don't think I've gotten to tell you this. Okay. People, if you're asking why leave Washington, one, because Washington, all due respect to the Huskies, I actually almost applied to your law school before COVID completely derailed law school plans. All respect to the Huskies, you're not Alabama.
Yeah.
Like the ceiling at Washington and the ceiling at Alabama, not the same, right? Yeah. They're not. But his AD that hired him to Washington is no longer there. That AD is at USC, and he changed agents from the agent that previously represented him to Jimmy Sexton. So the writing seems like it's on the wall that he could be looking for a move, and he canceled the interview.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading tea leaves, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying it's interesting.
Yeah. A lot to dive into. I appreciate you guys being here. You guys take a minute and hit the thumbs up. I'd appreciate you guys supporting the content. We appreciate the super chats as well. If you want to become a fan funder of this YouTube channel, go up to the top and hit the join button. Or if you're on your phone, you can roll up and just hit the there's a hyperlink, and basically you can become a fan funder of this YouTube channel. We appreciate you guys being here. We're going to be here all day long, so get comfy, get your comfy pants on. And as we talked about today, I mean, it looks like the weather could be pretty bad within this region of Alabama. I'm in Tuscaloosa, so in western Alabama, I think the weather could get really bad today. So hopefully we can stay online I know we have, guys in different parts of the country, so we'll be able to continue to stream. It's just like if you guys are out there, thoughts and prayers to you. The kids are home, no school today in this part of the state. So thoughts and prayers to everybody. Noah, appreciate the super chat for sure, 100%. I had a question come in up top. I think I missed it. A lot of comments rolling in. What's up, DN? DP? Kyle, could you compare the situations and results of DeBoer's first 2 years at Washington to Saban's first 2 years at Alabama? That's tough. I think that where would you start with that, Ty? Such a long time ago. Like the thing I remember most about when Saban first came in, what was he, like early 50s? Just like the fire and the passion that he had and kind of the hunger. And that's why I think like Alabama fans have a right to have their standards set so high because they've been coached, they've had a coach of such greatness. Coach Saban was like, remember that first press conference? I watched it yesterday. He was like, he was pissed off for greatness. He really was. And he wasn't going to stop until he got it absolutely perfected. And it came quick. You look to what DeBoer has been able to do specifically at Washington. I mean, no one's ever going to be Saban. It is impressive, within the last, since 2021, it's 25-3. That is a nice early record at Washington. I just want you guys to understand this, okay? The Pac-12 is not the SEC. Greg Sankey said one thing is not like the other. That is why the SEC, I'm telling you, the Texas fans out there and the Oklahoma fans out there that are really excited to come into the SEC, get ready. It's a gauntlet. It's a grind. Nick Saban said in his interview yesterday with Reese Davis, I recommend you go watch it. Grueling. So I like the record, 25-3, but you also can't get it twisted because it's in the Pac-12.
Well, he beat Sark, who had a far more talented team with a bunch of 5 stars and has Bo Davis, and that's more of an SEC style team. He's beat him twice. Beat Dan Lanning with a bunch of 5 stars, and the Pac this year
Those are good points.
Not bad. Here's what I will say. When he took over Washington, the year before, Washington had 2 coaches. Jimmy Lake went 4-5. Bob Gregory went 0-3, giving them a record of 4-8. They had the 108th offense in the nation in 2021. In walks Kalen DeBoer, 2022. They go 11-2. 4-8 to 11-2. The 108th offense in the nation to the 7th offense in the nation. 2023, they go 14-1. A top 15 offense. So listen, no doubt you're 100% right. The SEC is exponentially more difficult than the Pac-12. But this guy inherited a bad team and instantly took an offense that was outside the top 100 to a top 10 unit in 1 year. That's insane. From 4-8 to 11-2, and then 4, that's just wild to me.
Two of the things that are concerning is Bama inside the comment box asking, can he even recruit the South? That's something that we talked about yesterday a lot.
Yeah, that's the question.
Imagine being Kalen DeBoer and, having ties, you see, Southern Illinois, Eastern Michigan, Fresno State, Indiana, nothing to do with the Southeast. Imagine showing up in, Georgia. Imagine showing up in Alabama. Imagine showing up in Florida. Coach Saban imagine showing up in the Houston area. That area,
it's different.
It's different. The amount of talent down there is prime. Imagine going into Louisiana. Those coaches have built up relationships. Yeah. Imagine him in the Delta. You're right. Imagine him going into these areas that he's never been in before and recruiting. He doesn't have the relationships with the high school coaches. I think recruiting at the high school level has certainly changed, but it hasn't gone away. It's not ever going to vanish. So
here's a caveat I would say. Neither did Brian Kelly, and he has a top 10 class. And if we look at 2025, LSU currently has the number 2 class in the nation, 3 5-stars already committed, and they are owning the state of Louisiana. In fact, if you look at 2024, there's been a total change in the dichotomy in which LSU recruits to where they are really locking up the state of Louisiana. You look, it is a total difference from all these other coaches rating the state. So this is a real concern. But Brian Kelly just walked into Louisiana, faked a Southern accent, and pulled a top 10 class. So it can happen, right? That being said, like Brian Kelly also, I think, has a bit more recruiting cachet to him. I don't think Brian Kelly does have more recruiting cachet to him than does Kalen DeBoer because he's more experienced and that inherently gives him a leg up. So if you're looking for arguments against it to what I just put out, that would be one of them, right? That Brian Kelly has more experience, therefore he's going to be able to recruit better. But I think it's more important to how you surround Kalen DeBoer. If you get Kalen DeBoer and he brings in Ryan Grubb, Jamarcus Shepard, the two, because you need a wide receiver coach. Ryan Grubb is the offensive coordinator who's Alabama wanted him anyways.
Yeah.
Now you have Kalen DeBoer, Ryan Grubb, Jamarcus Shepard, but then you look, what if you keep Robert Gillespie, who understands recruiting in the SEC? What if you keep Freddie Roach, and you keep T-Rob? Now all of a sudden, I think those concerns are greatly diminished. But this is a real concern. If you are concerned about the recruiting, it is a real concern. I'm just offering caveats, right? Like nuggets of trying to, like you said earlier, talk you off the ledge.
Yeah, no, I think that's one of my key questions. And do you think we keep some of the staff, depending on who comes in? Yeah, I mean, I think you have to. I think you have to look at, the key recruiters from your staff and make sure that Travaris Robinson, if he wants to stay at Alabama, you make sure that he is, elevated in some capacity. If he stays as a secondary coach, you label him an assistant head coach or something like that, because the players really feel comfortable around him. He's a really good recruiter. And he did a really good job. I think now that I look at it, it seems like there was a three-headed monster coaching the defense. Probably Saban. Right? I mean, Saban said yesterday on the interview, you watched that interview, right, Ty?
Yeah.
Saban said that he had more responsibilities coaching the defense. So I think he was coaching the defense. I think T-Rob was coaching the defense, and I guess Kevin Steele was too. And even Lane Kiffin said that way back at the early part of the season. And you're right, Beth James inside the comment box. Players love T-Rob. Yeah, so he would be a guy to retain that and add validity when you are recruiting, specifically an area that you're not familiar with. So I think that is certainly important that, from the recruiting standpoint. My biggest thing, too, and we don't have these statistics up, Zach, so yesterday – I don't know if you're asking me, but for those of you who missed it, Coach Saban sat down with Reese Davis. I'm sure everyone saw that interview, and they went one-on-one. It was great. The other thing is, Ty, from a development, and we don't have these stats, okay? We haven't looked these up yet, but maybe we can look these up throughout the day. The developmental process from Caleb DeBoer getting guys from the NFL, from college to the NFL. What does that look like? Has he been able to do that? Look at the places he's been. No disrespect to those places. Everybody has Division I players or whatever, but Coach Saban, what he was always known for is getting you to the national title or the playoffs or whatever, but also getting guys to the NFL. We can't lose sight on that. And that has to be like Alabama is known for sending guys to the league, not in the third round, not in the first round. Development guys to the ultimate highest level. How do we feel about that? I guess that's just kind of unknown. You look at some of the guys from Ty. Do we know how many guys from Washington are going to the first round?
I would say Rome Odunze, Michael Penix, and if Jabbar Muhammad is able to come out, Jabbar Muhammad was absolutely shutting down. When they go back and watch Texas, they put him on Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy, I think, had one catch. A.D. Mitchell starts going off, and Washington just says, go get him.
Yeah.
And Jabbar Muhammad went and got A.D. Mitchell and shut him down, too. That cat played high-quality football, man. He was a lot of fun. But that is a very fair point. They do have the Joe Moore winning. What did they win the Joe Moore? Or were they runner-up?
I think, man, they didn't. They struggled against Michigan's defense.
Yeah, but they'd only given up like 11 sacks all year. 12 sacks all year. Like they were, really good in that aspect. So they were able to develop, but that's a great question, Kyle. Like I don't know the answer to that. If off the top of my head, I would say Michael Penix, Rome Odunze, and I don't know the classification of Jabbar Muhammad, but that guy, man, did he play really good quality football.
Yeah. And I mean, so that's important to me is making
That's
sure
fair.
that not only you could win on the field, but there's components to it, right? There's recruiting, there's winning on the field, there's X's and O's, there's maintaining a high level of defense. It's maintaining the NIL. it's getting guys to the NFL. And what type of contacts does this guy have? That's why I think now I feel more confident about Saban sticking around because he has that huge Rolodex where he can help these guys still, facilitate NIL deals or get into the league, right? Um, I mean that Ty walked me off the ledge because I was just wondering about that, so I appreciate that, man. Um, Ty, you want to stick around? You want to take a break? I know, you're kind of in and out today. How you feeling, man? You just let me
Yeah,
know.
I'll hop out here in a bit. I will say this though. I just looked up. I don't know. Jabbar Muhammad in this first round mock isn't
Like,
mocked as a first rounder. But
mhm.
here's what I will say: Jabbar Muhammad isn't in here, and Washington is currently mocked to have 4 first round NFL draft picks. That's Washington.
Mhm.
4 first round NFL draft picks at Washington, and he's only been there 2 years. This was his second year. That I think is kind of impressive.
Mhm.
You have Braylon Trice, the edge, mocked right now at 24. You have Penix, obviously. You have Roma Dunzier. You have Troy. I'm going to butcher that last name. An offensive lineman. Another one. But yeah, I'm interested in Jabbar Muhammad. What's his classification?
Yeah.
Because that dude was such a beast.
Yeah.
He's a junior, so he could. I don't know that is he declared.
Mhm. Yeah,
I don't see anything about it.
everybody's going crazy about this radio appearance being canceled. And I guess it was because so if you're just joining us, hit the thumbs up, take a quick pause, hit the thumbs up, like and subscribe. We appreciate you guys being here. It's free to watch, not free to produce. So we appreciate you guys sticking with us. A thumbs up honestly goes a long way. We appreciate you guys super chatting as well and becoming a fan funder of this YouTube channel. And of course, go support Ty back at Around the Table Sports. But people are freaking out about this, Ty. This is kind of like the headlines of the morning. When we go to timelines of the morning, this is exactly uh, where we start is with this radio, him missing the radio show. And I guess it's because he was meeting with the Washington athletic director.
Yeah, he's probably trying to talk him from, you know, jumping ship.
So where is Washington going next year?
Big Ten.
You got Washington going to the Big Ten. You got USC going to Big Ten, right?
Mm-hmm.
UCLA.
Washington, UCLA, Oregon, and
Yeah. Yeah.
USC.
I like that. Oh, it's just not the SEC, man. I think it looks like him missing this radio uh, interview. There's a lot to it. But like Greg Burns said, if you didn't hear from him, it's not true. I wish that the decision would be made sooner than later. I don't like the waiting.
Yeah, me
I
too.
want it. I want to know. And remind me, fam. And Ty, you just let me know when you need to bounce out, man. I got you, man. You
For
want to take
sure.
a break?
Yeah, I'll hop out of here right now.
Okay.
I hear my
Let's take a
dog at
break,
the
man.
door, and she's telling me she needs to go outside. So
All right, you take it. Ty's gonna be back.
I will be back at the. Let me see. I'll give the people the schedule. I will be back at the 11 o'clock hour. So
Yeah.
just over an hour, you will see me right back here. I'll probably hop back in here a little bit early. Y'all call in though. This is a therapy session.
Hey
Call
Ty,
in, talk to
Ty,
God.
give him a final thought while I hook up the call line real quick for
Yeah,
your morning final thought.
morning final thoughts, guys. Listen, this is going to be an intriguing process. And one thing I will say is if it's Kalen DeBoer, I know that there are genuine concerns about the recruiting, about development. And I have caveats, but I will be the first to admit, I think every single one of them are realistic concerns. But if Nick Saban is still involved in the program, and if you can keep pieces such as Robert Gillespie, Freddie Roach, T. Rob, I think in a really good situation to hit the ground running. I think T-Rob is as an ace recruiter as there is in the SEC. And I just think that with Kalen DeBoer, it's not that we know that he can't recruit. He just hasn't been at a facility in an institution like Alabama. And he doesn't have, I mean, he's only been at Washington 2 years. Listen, Lane Kiffin would be a great hire as well. Understanding Alabama, understanding the SEC, utilizing the transfer portal, understanding the world we live in right now as it pertains to college football, which is compelling. Make no mistake about that. I say this all the time. If you are fighting change, you are losing that fight 10 times out of 10. All good options, ladies and gentlemen. The ones that I think I would be the most surprised to see and be the most off-put is a strong word, Kyle, but off-put by would probably either be Dabo, recognizing he's a great coach, but he has got to adapt, and Mike Norvell. Listen, I tried to play devil's advocate for y'all for Mike Norvell. I gave it the best attempt I had, and I'm trained in this, and it wasn't very good. So that kind of tells the story, right? Like if I'm trained in playing devil's advocate from my time in law and I can't do it effectively, it kind of tells the story. So it is what it is. As always, man, super thankful to be here. Super thankful to get to enjoy this beautiful Friday morning with all of you wonderful people in chat. Y'all are truly the best. I always say this, chat, you're free to disagree with me. I welcome disagreement. My only purpose in doing YouTube and in doing this is not to be agreed with, it's to be understood. Because if you walk away from this understanding someone else's point, doesn't matter if you agree, you have gained something. So have fun. We will be back. Can't wait to see you. Can't wait to see you as I return on the 11 o'clock hour.
All right, man. Sounds good, Ty. Take it easy, man.
All right, y'all. Later.
Yeah. What's up, Charles? I see you inside the comment box. 12 hours. Y'all don't play. No. We don't play. We work. I've never been afraid to work. Got in a really good workout this morning. What's up, fam? I appreciate you guys. Thanks for joining us today. Kyle Anderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up. Run the thumbs up on these videos. I appreciate you guys being here. He's Ty Hayes. Does a fantastic job. We got a great crew in. Let me switch. I'm going to take you guys' calls. You already have 4 calls in the call queue. 205-850-1994. Good morning. I appreciate you guys being here, and I'm really thankful for you guys following us, the coverage of Coach Saban's retirement. You know, I think, you know, when we look to this retirement, I wish we had more time to just talk about Coach Saban rather than just kind of the next guy. Right. It's like I wish there was like kind of like a 3-day period where all the media and everybody shook hands and we just were like, OK, for these next 3 days, we're going to just talk about Coach Saban, our favorite moments, our biggest things that we remember. And then we move on. And then we start talking about the next guy. Right. Because like this is too big. This is like, remember when you guys seen Troy, right? And, you know, when Achilles slices up some people like of big magnitude, they took like a timeout, like a 14-day window to kind of let things sit in. It's too fast. Coach Saban is like, I know it's not a funeral, but it's just, you know, I don't think we're doing it right. I think we're just moving too fast. Robert wants a full court press on DeBoer. All right, let's take some calls. I appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to take your calls to about the 10 a.m. Central Time hour, and then I got the coaches, some of the coaches rotating in. So we got a full court press, 12 hours of programming today. I appreciate you guys being here. Run the thumbs up on these videos, and let's get it started. Call in line 334. Let's get it started right now. Yeah, I appreciate you calling in. You're on line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on line with, and where are you calling in from?
Kyle, what's up, bro? It's Wes from Tallahassee again, man.
What's up, Wes? I appreciate you joining in, man. Good morning to you. Hope you are having the best week that you can, despite, you know, Coach Saban exiting out. But we have to move forward. This isn't a funeral. So, you know, like he's here. He's gonna have an office at the football stadium. So, you know, he's there. But as we turn the page. Welcome on in, Wes. I appreciate you being here, man. Take it away. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, man. Thank you. So you know, you talked about having to, you know, go back into the past. You know, yesterday the University of Alabama came out with that video, the tribute video. Dude, that was amazing.
Yeah.
Tom Rinaldi is of that,
yeah.
And like just hearing his voice in that situation, and knowing the reality of knowing that Saban is not going to be roaming the sidelines, dude. It's so me and my wife, my wife she was a Northerner. So when we first met, the very first game we watched was Alabama versus Tennessee back in, I don't know, 08 or something like that, 07. And she turned this off and said, "I'm not watching this." I'm like, whoa, now. You need to learn something. This is going to work or this is not going to work. So from there on in, she's a huge Bama fan, dude. She cried last night.
Yeah.
She was crying, and it's just it's tough. So anyways, you talk about moving on. This DeBoer guy. If that looks like that's who we're going to hire, I've been in your comment box. I'm more worried about keeping some of the recruiting guys that we have in there. I know that's their focus is recruiting, and he'll bring his own people to understand that. But my concern is losing leaders on this team like Caleb Downs, like I know Rowe's not going anywhere, like Isaiah Bond and some of your defensive guys. And I know the transfer portal can help us out, but for me, I almost think that Lane Kiffin would be the better option for holding our roster together for this next season, maybe to come. Maybe DeBoer's the better hire for 3 years from now. But I'm kind of worried. You know how we are, man. We have a losing. The guy comes in and has a 3-loss season. And, fan base is tired. So,
that'd be hot. What was that, Wes?
I was just saying, what's your thoughts on that? Do you like DeBoer or do you like Lane Kiffin? Because I'm kind of leaning toward Lane Kiffin being the safer choice.
I'm on the Lane Kiffin train, 1,000,000%. I like 1,000,000%. I think he comes in and, the headlines are going to go crazy and people, it's going to be bananas here. But I think overall, despite like the tweets and the trolls and stuff like that, I think he can implement an offense right away that is just unbelievable. We talked about the offensive weapons that he has coming back. I mean, if he can do what he did with Jackson Dart, imagine what he can do with Jalen Milroe, right? I think that offense would just be electric. He already knows how to drive this elite sports car that Alabama has as an offense. Like, scoot over Tommy Reese. Like, we get it. You're working on your craft and you're probably going to get there. But Lane knows how to drive this vehicle right now, and where it needs to go. I think he's shown that he can also deal with name, image, and likeness. I think he's shown that he can deal with the transfer portal. And those are key elements that you want with the next coach, right? How are you going to be able to deal with the changing ways of college football? Diz, what's up? I see you in the comment box. He's saying 24/7 is reporting Sark is close to a contract extension and raise at Texas. Not surprised to hear that at all. And credit to everything that Sark has done from a personal standpoint, and what he's gone through as a man. Like, a really good sign of a man is somebody who has gone through darkness, and from darkness comes light. And to see how he has transformed his career, he could have fallen off at USC. Every single thing that happened to him, people are going to pick up on all that stuff. Rebuilt himself slowly, came back, went to the Atlanta Falcons, came back to the University of Alabama, went to the Saban clinic, got his opportunity, won a national title. Look what he's doing at Texas. That win over Alabama, they're going to pay him whatever he wants. You're going to see a gigantic contract. That's why I never thought it was realistic for Alabama to ever bring back Sark. He would be, honest, I feel he would be an even better pick than Lane Kiffin, but I know it's just unrealistic. That's why I'm not even talking about Steve Sarkisian. I just think it's way too out of this world that Texas would never let him go. But I'm with you on the Lane Kiffin train. I don't, we haven't heard a lot about Lane. He's had a couple tweets recently that really, he plays it so well on Twitter. I love it. And then I'm starting to feel better about this Kalen DeBoer, I guess. Is it a blah hire? I don't think so. I mean, he's won. The guy's a winner. The only questions that he's going to be grilled about, and rightfully so, and if I'm Greg Byrne, I'm really on him about this, is kind of his plan to recruit the Southeast. Because when you come into this part of the country, it's different. And I get it. You have a really good record of 25-3 since you've been at Washington, but the Pac-12 is not the SEC. You could very well lose 2 games this coming year, if not 3, like you said, with the schedule that Alabama has. Imagine Kalen DeBoer having back-to-back games against Auburn and against Oklahoma. Oh, by the way, Georgia comes to town. Kirby Smart. So this is a hell of a schedule that Alabama. All these scheduled in the SEC. Have you guys seen Florida's schedule? Check out Florida's schedule. Somebody doesn't like the Gators, and Texas' schedule's tough. Everybody's schedule's hard.
Yeah, absolutely. It's brutal. You know, I just got a text message from a buddy that said that the Washington coach is going to meet with the AD this morning. I don't know what truth that has to it, which I'm sure he does. He's in the building. So
yeah,
I'm sure there's people outside of the airports looking at planes trying to fly in too.
Yeah, I love it. And there's people smarter than me that are tracking airplanes. Actually, I should get my son. My teenager is obsessed with aviation. I'm sure he could get it solved. But this was the breaking news this morning. This is kind of one of the main bullet points that everybody is talking about this morning. So let me kind of set the stage. If you're just joining me, take a minute and hit the thumbs up on this video. I appreciate you guys being here. Husky fans, this is from 93.3 KJR. Husky fans, we know you were looking forward to visit with Coach DeBoer this morning. Please understand that Coach DeBoer and Washington Athletics are continuing to work towards a future we could all be excited about. At this time, Coach will not be joining us this morning, but we will reschedule the interview soon. And that is something that really blew up. I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. So everybody's talking about this right now. And then on the back end, it looks like Kalen DeBoer is going to meet with the Washington athletic director instead of that interview. So there's something going on 1,000,000% around DeBoer and, what's happening with his career at Washington and where he could go in the future. So what else you got, Wes?
No, I listened to BAM's radio and podcast, and they were saying that the AD met with them as soon as it went down, and I guess he buddy who has a son who's on that team who's a walk-on, and he said that he said he just asked the leaders to please let us pick our guy. You know the reports. They said they were going to pick it within 72 hours. I look at players that I just hope players don't get recruited. I know they're getting recruited. Now, my question to you is can they contact schools? Because I've seen reports where Caleb Downs is actually following Ohio State players. Man, that's just a player I don't want to lose. I guess my question to you is are they able to promote themselves and to do that while this is going on, or how does that work?
So the transfer portal opens up now for these players. So, but also school started on Wednesday. So it's going to be really tricky for these players to kind of navigate school and this 30-day transfer window. I mean, it's Instagram, it's social media. You can follow whoever you want. There's no rules against that. These players can message each other. I don't think that really goes into tampering. I think you have a right, if you're Caleb Downs, if you're Malachi Moore, to be pissed off or upset about Coach leaving, specifically if you've sat down with Coach after the season and talked about, coming back, where you're going to go. And that was something that Saban said it was hard for him yesterday in the interview with ESPN. He said it was harder and harder for him to continue to tell people that he was going to be around and have that same energy level for the next 3 to 5 years or whatever it is, right? So a lot of he said it was difficult to talk to those players specifically. I don't know if Caleb. I know there's a lot of smoke with Caleb Downs or rumors Caleb Downs going out to Ohio State. Haven't heard anything. He's not in the transfer portal. In fact, I think it's a good sign that we're here more than 24 hours, 36 hours after Saban has announced his retirement, and there hasn't been one player that hasn't hit the transfer portal since that news has come out. Think about that. The only thing that has happened was Ryan Williams decommitted like right away. But it seems like every single thing has been about Ryan Williams during that recruiting process. Mm-hmm. So besides that, I mean, nobody else has hit the portal, which means these players feel good about the fact that Coach Saban isn't going to be too far. And I think, he could still provide that mentorship, that leadership from a business perspective. And I think the players respect that. And I think they like that. And it's not like Coach Saban doesn't have a plan after the plan. Somebody that even leaves their job, you just don't abruptly leave. You have a plan in place. So Coach Saban has packed up his office. Everything is closed out from his office at Mount Moore. And he goes forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I appreciate you taking
All
my
right,
call,
man. Take it easy, Wes. We'll catch up with you next time, man. Take it easy, buddy. All right, Wes calling in from Tallahassee. When you first called in, I thought it was Tallahassee. You know, there was a Tallahassee. No, I'm not trying to jinx anybody, man. You never do that about field goal kickers. You never been like, he hasn't missed a field goal since this. Nah. Hacker Music saying it was always a coin toss to Brian Williams. 100%. I abruptly leave. All right. Call line, if you're looking, the call line right on the screen, 205-850-9994. But we have 5 callers lined up. We got a 256. We'll take it right now. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Welcome to the show. Appreciate it. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Yeah, I'm from Athens, Alabama. This is Miles.
What's up, Miles? I appreciate you being here, man. Welcome to the show, man. Feel at home. Take it away.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to Coach Saban. He came to little old Athens, Alabama, and scooped up my cousin, Alfred McCullough, who won 2 national championships there.
That's what's up.
So I want to salute Coach Saban for that. And I was also a student there, and I got to witness 2 national championships as an undergrad for those too. So, just thank you to Coach Saban. But moving forward, I mean, I know it's looking like it's going to be DeBoer. I mean, I really want Lane. I'm on the Lane train as well. But peeping back off in the corner, I just want you to hear me out on this.
Okay.
Nick Saban has this relationship with this man. They do commercials together. I know it seems like a long shot. The man can recruit. he recruit. He had to what transpired out there in the Midwest is a different story than what it would be here in Tuscaloosa.
Mm-hmm.
So what you feel about prime time? I mean, Nick Saban still is going to be there in this corner. So I mean, we got that, that Godfather figure in the shadows of the, I mean, it's a long shot, but hey, we can't get the name. I think he's got to be the guy.
Miles. So I think it was it Josh Pate that said that people are there's 2 coaches that haven't been that are in the mix that people haven't been talking about. Clearly, Miles is talking about Coach Prime. Look, there was a time. Hold on, everybody. There was a time that people wanted Coach Prime back when Colorado had beat Colorado State. I have told you many times, I used to own a company in Boulder that covered the Buffs. I know how difficult it is to win there. 2 things we know. 1, it's really hard to win at Colorado. And 2, players love to play for Coach Prime. Like, they absolutely love it. I mean, the guy is a transfer portal wizard. And Coach, by the way, Steve Sarkisian has just posted a video saying just getting started, basically saying he is staying at Texas. And as you guys saw inside the comment box, he's about to sign a monster contract, with the Texas Longhorns, and rightfully so. It doesn't seem like it's going to be like Coach Prime is in this conversation for the next coach in line at Alabama. I know that players want to play for him. I want to see what Coach Prime can continue to do. I personally didn't like him going to Colorado because I knew how challenging it was going to be able for him to win, more than 6-7 games consecutively. It's just a tough place to win. There's other things to do in Colorado, but he's done a great job in the transfer portal. So I don't think it's going to be Coach Prime. I think he does a great job from the transfer portal and rebuilding programs. Look, if he came in the press conferences would be absolutely fire. 1,000,000%. I just don't think Coach Prime for right now, Miles. What else you got, man, when you're thinking about other coaches or, anything else college football related while you're on the show?
I mean, I really want Lane, but it's just that Coach Prime back there in the shadows, man. It seems like all these coaches are, wanting to stick with what, they're starting in Alabama. It's going to be a tall task for whoever's next. And I really think Coach Prime is the only one who won't be scared to take on that challenge.
And I think, you know what? I mean, because Coach Prime, if he was to come in, I mean, number one, he doesn't care what anybody else thinks. He has kind of that laser focus. He can clearly recruit at the highest level. He can, I would assume he could develop play. He just hasn't coached a long time at the college level, right?
Right.
And I just haven't heard anything about Coach Prime. And I guarantee you, if it was Coach Prime, he would break the internet. Like that news would break the internet. Like it would just everything would shut down. That would be crazy. And Coach Saban did say before, besides all the other stuff, I think he does have a great appreciation for Coach Prime because they have worked together with the commercials and stuff like that, and they've done a really good job with their professional relationships. And Coach Saban said that he said a long time ago that he would be a really good coach going forward. So who knows what the future has in store for Coach Prime? I just haven't seen him as a list. Again, what news have I broken? So who knows? I mean, that would definitely break the internet. Anything else, Miles, while I got you on the line?
No, that's it. I just wanted to throw that out there. You know, with Saban sticking around, I don't see a bad thing with it. I mean, he's inheriting his roster, you know, compared to what he had at Colorado. So, I mean, I think it could work, but you know, I know it's a long shot. But
yeah, for sure.
That's all I wanted to share.
All right, cool, man. Appreciate it, Miles, and I appreciate you calling in, man. Feel free to call back anytime. Really appreciate the dialogue, man. I'll catch up with you next time.
I appreciate it. Yep.
All right, cool. Miles calling in from great state of Alabama. So everybody is now reporting that Steve Sarkisian is staying at Bama. See, I never thought it was even realistic for Sark to be coming over to Alabama. If anything, it just provided more leverage for Sark to be like, see, Alabama wants me. As soon as Alabama lost to Texas, he could do whatever he wanted. And then he made the playoffs, came back to win the Big 12. But, past success doesn't equal future success. And that's going to be difficult for anybody when you come from a different conference into the SEC. This past season, the Alabama play was a gauntlet. Same with the past years. It's going to be tough. Texas' schedule is very, very challenging, 100%. They got Quinn coming back, a really loaded team. Texas is going to be right there, but, the SEC is completely different. All right, we go back to the phone lines with this is a first-time caller, 850. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Anderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, man? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Oh, man, this is Hunter Johnson from Tallahassee, Florida.
What's up, Hunter? I appreciate you calling in from Tallahassee, man. What's the water cooler talk around Mike Norvell?
Oh, man, I don't know much about Mike Norvell. I don't know if I want him at Alabama.
All right, fair enough. I appreciate you calling in, though, man. What's on your mind? And welcome on into the show.
Man, I just I've been watching the show all morning. I'm actually on duty right now. I'm in law enforcement and ain't really got a whole lot going on, so I decided to tune in. Yeah. But man, I was kind of wanting to ask you some questions about the lack of enthusiasm around Dabo.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not hearing a lot of fans being really excited about Dabo, and he doesn't really seem to express much interest either. And I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit.
That's kind of the one thing. I mean, I could pretty much talk about, whatever you want to talk about. But I cannot put my finger on it. Why, like something happened and I'm not sure what exactly it was, but and I asked people inside the comment box and they're like, Dabo turned goofy. And that he couldn't adapt to the game. But because I'm telling you, when I first moved here, that's back in 2016, if Saban would have jetted out, man, Dabo would have been the first call. But now, as you see in the comment box, people are like, no Dabo, no Dabo. They don't even like when I put his resume on the screen. I think part of it is because the orange hurts everybody's eyes, but also they just do not want that to happen. I was reading a tweet from Chris Lowe. Sarkisian clearly staying. He's out. Yeah, so I think with Dabo, there was a time, but I think, he hasn't evolved. And I think some of the other items that have, kind of transformed, like the call with Tyler, like some of the PR stuff that has happened around him, it just hasn't been a good look overall for like his brand. So I don't think he is going to be, the next coach at Alabama. And I was kind of curious myself to other people, like what happened. But if you ask people inside the comment box, they're like, he went goofy. He didn't change with the times. And, but he is still a young guy. And I was looking on his resume. I didn't realize that he had won 170 games already. That's pretty impressive. The ACC is different, but still it is notable. I mean, shoot, that's a ton of games. But just see Blake, look what Blake just said. He was like, no to Dabo. College gave their players steroids and pretended like they didn't know roids. Yeah. So the one thing I will say about Dabo, I went out, and this was before, NIL, and I went out to Santa Clara, and that team led by Trevor Lawrence, and it was Tua versus Trevor out at Santa Clara. Went out, and I'll never forget it because I got food poisoning. I'm a 49er fan, so it was like a dream to go out to Santa Clara to like the 49er stadium. And by the way, it's not even close to San Francisco. That was completely rip-off. It's so far. Santa Clara and San Francisco, they're not even close. So I go out there, got food poisoning, watched the national championship game, and Clemson beat the brakes off Alabama. They did. They really did. Like, we all saw that, right? I mean, they had the football the entire fourth quarter. But then after that, like, I don't know, Clemson kind of fell off, and then people didn't, they don't want Dabo. And I think that with replacing Coach Saban, like, this happens. I'm sure that Greg Byrne has done a great job hiring a firm to check the pulse about how they feel about different candidates. I'm serious. They do that. And I bet you, and not to say that he's listening to this show or whatever, but a lot of people do listen to the show. They get an idea. They're like, nope, the fans do not want him. And I think the fans are starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with Kalen DeBoer. So that's why I'm kind of feeling comfortable with that name. It seems like people are kind of, on the fence about Mike Norvell, kind of leaning more towards no than yes. But Kalen DeBoer seems like they're feeling a little bit more comfortable. But yeah, that's what I got on Dabo.
Okay. I mean, I wrote down several questions. I mean, I know the conflict with Coach Prime also. I doubt that he would come. I mean, I know the guy before me said that he's kind of in the shadows or whatever, but just think about the conflict between Milroe and Shador. Because I think Milroe's going to beat him out 100%, but if it turns into something like daddy ball, I'm afraid that Shador is going to go.
Yeah. I mean, that never works out. I think if, he was to come in some world where Prime is the coach and Shador comes in, then, you see quarterbacks bounce out. That's just how it would be. But I don't think that, he would be, I mean, I haven't even heard Coach Prime's name in the mix at all. Then again, like, the king of college football, Josh Pate said that there's two names out there that we haven't even been talking about. I don't know who those names are. It could be somebody else. Somebody said that it could be Ryan Day. I think that would make Alabama fans mad. But that's kind of where things are at. What else you got, man?
DeBoer, has he done enough to really woo you over?
I mean, he made it to the national championship.
That's true.
I'm going to say no. I feel comfortable with the hire because there has to be somebody has to be hired and somebody has to be the guy after the guy. Right. Nobody wants to be that guy. I promise you. You don't want to be the guy. You want to be the next guy after that guy gets fired, to be honest. I don't know if he's done enough. Seriously, like, no way. I'm like, oh, no. Like, after that guy leaves, then I'm applying for that job. Because Alabama's gonna pay whatever it is to get somebody to like bring them back. If things fall off the rails, I don't know. They're not going to. But see, this is my biggest question: can he recruit? That's my concern as well. How is he going to fit into the Southeast culture? You come into here, you go to Louisiana, a place you've never been, go into the Delta, go into Florida, the Speed State, go down to Miami. Try to recruit when you don't have ties to that. Try to maintain the pipeline to the IMG. That's why it would be imperative if DeBoer is the coach that you keep on Travaris Robinson, that you keep on Robert Gillespie, guys that can recruit at a very high level, guys who players are already comfortable with. And I get it.
That's why I think Norvell That's why I think Norvell would be so good. I feel like he's a good recruiter, but I mean, he did very well with Florida State in his second season. I just imagine him with Alabama resources. I feel like he could take that and run with it. Yeah. But I don't know if I trust him either.
The thing about Norvell that is commendable, I'm starting to look at the weather. Hey, if you guys are in Western Alabama, be safe. Seriously. I know the kids are home from school today, but the storms look bad. I'm starting to look, I could hear it. Storms are no joke. I don't mess around with the storms. The thing that's commendable about Mike Norvell is the fact that he came into a program he literally had to rebuild, like from the bottom. Mm-hmm. And he did that. Like recently, he's added more transfer portal pieces, so we know he could do that. He has been able to recruit. In fact, he's done a really good job recruiting. What does he have? A top 10 class.
Mm-hmm.
They won 13 games. It's hard to win 13 games any conference. I think the biggest thing that people have with Mike Norvell is just this last season when he did have success. Sometimes people want to see how you handle success. And they also want to see, most importantly, how you handle adversity. And he's a younger coach, and I don't think he handled the adversity that they were faced with correctly. But you can learn from that, right? All you have to come out and say is, hey, I didn't say the right words. I was pissed off. I felt bad for my players. In hindsight, I should have told the players we play to win the game. Not why do we play the game? Because that sounded whiny. And people from the state of Alabama, like they work. They do not like whiners. Like this is not California. Mm-mm. Like people don't put up with whiny bullshit here. So, and that's what Coach Saban doesn't whine. He's straightforward. He's an alpha. So that's what they're accustomed to. And that's what people respect. Kind of that. And that's why I think it's vibes so well with Coach Saban being West Virginia. You kind of have that same working mentality when you come over here. That's what people like. And that's what people respect for sure. So I think that that's kind of the process that they have with Mike Norvell. Now, if you come over here and you can, address those issues, and if you can show that you could be an alpha, the leader of an organization, people are going to follow you. Players are going to follow you. So it was kind of towards that back end where I think a lot of people, didn't like how it was handled. But other than that, Mike Norvell, what he's done at Florida State overall is actually really impressive. And you know what is, like, you kind of look to the past guys that Greg Byrne has hired. Like I look to the basketball side of things. Like, man, Nate Oates. What is Nate Oates? If you guys follow basketball, what does he refer to as, and what do people love? The blue collar mentality, right? Like he brought that. He was at Buffalo. He was a high school teacher. Worked his way up. I think that's kind of part of it. So Lee Corso has accepted the head coaching position at Alabama. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate you. All right. Anything else that you got for me? I got to move to my next call in just a few.
No, man, I really appreciate it. It's just been a roller coaster of emotions seeing Coach Saban leave. But anyway, man, I sure appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Take it easy. All right. Kyle Anderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being inside the comment box. Hit the thumbs up. Run the thumbs up on these videos. I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. How the show is going to work today. 12 hours of non-streaming content. I'm feeling pretty good. I might go 13 hours. So what we're going to do is we're going to break up the show with different guests. So I have the coaches coming on at 10 a.m. and then I'm going to come back at I think my next time is at like 12 or something like that. And when I'm on, I'm going to take the calls. I'm going to have the call-in show. So if I don't get to you guys, get inside the comment box and then call back. I'll try to get to as many as you guys as I can. I'm also going to have the coaches come on to provide some context, and then I will be on as major news breaks. So if there's some major news, you guys just come back and we'll address that. And I have updated the board over here on the screen with some scratch. I thought I scratched out. Oh, you can't see it. I scratched out Sarkisian and Lanning. Okay. So we're going to scratch this down, and then we're going to draw a big circle around the coach who's hired. And if it's somebody not on the board, remember what Greg Burns said. If you didn't hear from him officially, it's not true. So if you're pissed off about the list that we have on the board, just wait till Greg Burns makes his official announcement. I'll take a couple more calls before I get to the coaches, and I will get to this 256. Let's do it. Hey, thanks for calling. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, this is Jeff from Pell City.
What's up, Jeff? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show, man.
Hey,
Feel at home, and welcome to the show. Welcome on in.
I sent you them emails this morning to let you know how the show is. I see there's over 1,000 watching. There need to be 1,000 likes.
Yeah.
Because you bring the fire.
Yeah, absolutely,
I'm telling
man.
you.
Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it, man. And I appreciate the email this morning, too. I'm going to put my email in kind of like my social handles inside the comment box. My Twitter is kind of the Bama YouTube. My Instagram is mostly like my workouts. And if you need some inspirational stuff, I'm an A-type, so I really like to get after it. And I might post like a picture of my kids or something like that. And then I'll post my email inside the comment box as well. But Jeff, man, welcome to the show. What you got for me, man?
The way I see it is, if Norvell gets hired, it's going to be a complete dumpster fire in Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Players are going to leave left and right. Period.
And why do you feel that way, Jeff?
I just look. Yeah, he was able to bring in the people and portal. Okay, but at the same time, the way he handled his situation in Florida State, it's just like he quit.
Yeah. See,
if he wanted to prove a point, he would have never told. He would have never let that happen. Because Saban sure would never let that happen. They wouldn't have quit. They didn't get in last year, but look what happened. They went in and beat the Braves off Kansas State.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and on top of that, think about this. We didn't talk about this enough.
You had Bryce play last year. You had Will Anderson play last year.
Thank you.
All of them played in that bowl game that they didn't have to, knowing they was going in the first round.
Thank you.
And they still played.
100%. I was just about to say that. And guess what? Coach Saban missed the playoffs. Come on. They should have made it over TCU. They lost by 2 games by 4 points. And what did Coach Saban do? Did he whine about it? Did he complain? Did he sue anybody? I'm sure he was pissed off. I'm sure he was mad. But that didn't derail him from the next season or from the Sugar Bowl. And in fact, they played their best game of the season in that Sugar Bowl.
The way I see it, I know everybody wants Lane, and don't get me wrong, I want Lane too. I'm thinking it's going to be DeBoer, but the thing is Josh Pate, like you said, I watched the show too.
Yeah.
He will not release them 2 names, and he said he wasn't going to, but he knows who they are.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering why he will not tell anybody who them 2 names are.
Probably because he's really good at his craft and he wants to keep people kind of like tuned in. But too, I don't know, the dude has sources. So maybe he has a high level source. Maybe it's like, we're going to tell you so you can, kind of inform the masses, but we're not going to, but you can't release it. I don't know. But no, he's 100%.
I'm telling you, my source is right here on Bama. And this is my source right here. This channel right here.
Yeah.
All day, every day. My wife was like, "What are you doing still watching that?" 'Cause she's an Auburn fan.
Yeah.
Okay. And she's like, "Man, what you talking about? I'm sitting there watching you on the TV. I'm sitting there watching the whole thing." She's like, "Is this what you've been doing?" And then I go to work in the afternoon, and I'm like, she's like, "I'll let you know if something happens." I'm like, "No, I got my phone right here. I'll know if something happens." So, I'm going to be here regardless. I send the super chats to try to help you out, man. It's just whatever I can do to try to keep this channel going. Everybody in the comment box, give a thumbs up for this channel, man, because this man right here brings the fire every day.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks, Jeff. Call in anytime, man. Appreciate you being here.
All right, you have a good one, buddy.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All
right. Yeah,
bye.
Jeff. Jeff emailed me this morning, and I appreciate it, man. I love always catching up with the different callers and the different people that I've seen with, and the more people I get to meet, throughout Alabama or when I'm in different states is crazy. One time I was in Sarasota, someone came up to me and they're like, "Yo, Kyle Henderson, Bama football." I was like, "What's up?" No, it's cool. I like it. And this is me. Like this is me. Like this is me at home. This is how I am. This isn't just like the front on YouTube. Like this is me with my friends, with my family, with my kids. I got two, and I'm just, just like you, got 2 dogs, got bills to pay. Same stuff. Tough friend with a super chat. Mike Norvell makes the most sense to me. I don't think people outside of FSU realize just how bad that program was when he took over a dumpster fire. And that program, that's the one thing. It was really bad. Like I thought that they were just going to get processed to like Division I AA. Nobody was talking about them. It was just it was one bad thing after another. And then he brought them back. I would have never thought that they would be in consideration for the playoffs. Never. I thought they were like processed out. I missed on that. My goodness. Yeah, but I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much for being here. And I agree with your point because that was a dumpster fire. Absolutely. 100%. All right. We go back to the phone lines and let's do a 973. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Kyle. Chris from New Jersey.
Hey, what's up, Chris? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show and good morning to you.
Good morning to you. I think, let's go back to how you wanted to start. I think let's talk Saban. You and I, we've mentioned this in the season. We mentioned it a little bit a couple of days ago when this was announced. Remember we said, oh God, what was he saying? That was cryptic. And then thanking the fans. But, I watched, as you did, and you had some great commentary. I watched that interview on ESPN and I look at Saban, this is like a 50-year coaching career that's just come to an end. Yeah. And boy, he was calm and collected and he got him with some touching where you would have some emotion. I mean, and people can't say that Saban's not emotional. Remember how emotional he got at the end of when we lost the national championship when he called back. He called out Bryce and he called out
Will Anderson.
Will Anderson, and these guys are great people, great leaders. Yep. And he was very emotional. So to me, this is starting to unfold for me, and I'm wondering if it's doing the same for you. Is this was planned all season? And I mean, look how calm and collected he was in that interview. So, and where I'm going with this now is the only buddy that could have, maybe been behind the scenes with a lead up to this or a setup to come into the program would be Lane Kiffin. And I'll tell you why. One is, Lane Kiffin's got baggage. We all know that, I mean, God, he's all over social media with his new 20-year-old girlfriend, who's very attractive, by the way. Good for him. But, how many coaches would come into a program like Alabama where the legendary, former head coach who has a statue out in front of the building is still going to have an office in the building? And I think the only buddy on this list here, there's one person, and it's Lane Kiffin. And also, doesn't that knock off a bunch of Lane Kiffin's baggage, just knowing that Saban is in the building? So, I think if we're reading between the lines with the announcement, the cryptic, things that he was saying during the season that we did catch, we just didn't think it was going to lead to this. Mm-hmm. This is where I'm going with this. And I've been watching it. I love these callers, Kyle, because we all have to go to work. But I was on your show all day yesterday. I'm doing it today. I mean, come on, man. Can you get us a head coach? I mean, and the guy said this. My wife was like, "Are you still watching Kyle Henderson?" I was like, "Yeah, he's on for 13 hours."
Yeah,
I still got on some conference calls. Don't worry, I'm still maintaining my occupation here. But yeah, I mean, so I think that's what we have to, kind of read between the lines. So what are your thoughts with what I just said?
Someone inside the comment box saying Lou Holtz is way too old for the job. Remember who was Lou Holtz fighting with? He was fighting with somebody this year.
Ryan Day.
Oh yeah,
he went after Ryan Day about his team being soft.
Yes, thank you. And Ryan Day was being soft, and then he because Ryan Day went after like Corso and Lou Holtz, right? Like, why are you chasing after those? That's what happened, right? It was Lou Holtz that fired back. I like that. He still got a little fire in the belly.
Yeah, one guy's in his 80s, one's in his 90s. Great. Yeah, you're a real tough guy, Ryan.
I think. Look, I'm on the Lane train. I've said that. I think the only other coach that could deal with like somebody kind of helping in transition with Coach Saban being there is Tommy Rees. He's younger, still trying to learn in his craft. Would absolutely love that Saban's still there. Saban could help him build up his staff, help him build with recruiting. Tommy Rees would be like, okay, look, I still have access to Coach Saban. You still have access to Coach Saban. Some of these other coaches don't really make sense. Like D'Amico Ryans doesn't make sense. Dabo Sweeney, low interest. But some of these other guys might have an ego, be like, I want to do it my way. And that's, and I think Lane would be cool with, he would have a perfect way to, him and Saban would have a perfect plan to go about that. I'm still pulling for Lane. But it looks like kind of everything is kind of shifting to Kalen DeBoer. But there was one time, not a couple of days ago, that it was going to be Dan Lanning. So, things completely changed, and then everyone's going to be like, oh, you wouldn't believe these things fell through at the last second. There was something. So until we hear it officially, these are the names that we have on board. And, Kalen looks like the guy. Mike Norvell seems like he's a possibility as well. And from what I saw, it could be an interview for Tommy Rees on Saturday. So if we don't know today, looks like there could be an interview for Tommy Rees on Saturday. So we'll keep you posted as kind of the news comes in. But if you're just joining us, excuse me, we're going to be streaming all day, 12 hours. I'll probably go 13 hours, to be honest. We have the coaches coming on to talk about different things, throughout the day, different aspects, different angles. And I will catch, if I don't get your call like now, then I will come back and catch up with you on the next time that I'm here. So, and then of course, when there's breaking news, we will have, bells and whistles and kazoos when a new head football coach is hired. But anyways, Chris, I appreciate you calling in, man. I'll catch up with you next time.
All right. Thank you, man. Thank you, brother. Roll Tide.
All right. Roll Tide to you, man. Take it easy. All right. All right. Let's see. Coach Sean, give me a thumbs up, man. You ready? All right, Coach. What's up, man?
What's up, Kyle? Good morning, bro. How you doing?
Good, man.
It's a little echo.
Yeah, I got you. Is that better, Coach?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. How you guys doing, man?
All right, Coach Sean's in the house. What's up? Give us a thumbs up for Coach Sean. Does an incredible job for us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here on Friday, January 12th. And I hope that if you're in the western part of the state or anywhere else that, could go through severe weather today, take it serious and be safe out there. I know the kids are at home and, rightfully so. I mean, looks like the weather is starting to turn. Is weather okay up there in Huntsville, Coach?
No, it's storming a little bit. It's raining right now, a little thunder and lightning a little bit. You know what I mean? What's up, Adam? How you doing, brother? It's a little bad outside, man. The kids had to stay at home today. So it's doing what it do, if you know what I mean. Everybody stay prayed up and stay safe out there, man. We'll be good to go.
Coach, so as we kind of, turn the page and start to look at a new day of hunting for the next nugget, looking for the next morsel of information. I mean, we did learn today that Kalen DeBoer, the Washington football coach, canceled his radio interview because he's going to meet with the Washington athletic director. What was I'm sure you saw that. What's your take on that?
All signs point to at minimum, he's in talks with Alabama, right? I don't know how deep the talks is. We said last night that it's probably pointing to Kalen. It wouldn't be shocking to me if it is. It's right in line with what we thought, right? It's true what you was just saying. I think it's really, really, really fact what you were just saying. It seems to be moving away from Lane. Everybody know I'm a Lane guy. But I do feel that it's pointing in Coach DeBoer's direction, right? And I'm not mad at that, right? I'm a lane guy. At this point, though, I don't want to hit in the desperation mode. Tommy Reese, he's an in-house guy, right? I just want to get somebody in there that's a great coach, man, and ensure that these kids stay on roster. Let them know that, we have their best interest at heart, but it does seem to be pointing in Coach DeBoer's direction. That's a fact.
Hey, is Coach's audio okay? Give me a thumbs up, Coach. They might want you to turn up your mic if you can. Hey, can give a thumbs up if you want. If you coach, does Coach need to turn up his audio? Give me a thumbs up if you guys agree. Yeah, and Schooley's right. Jimmy Sexton is literally everybody's agent. Right. Everybody. All right. Lisa's saying she can hear he's fine. He's a little muted. I might be coming in a little bit hot. Sounds fine. Okay. Anyways, we go forward. He's good. Tony's saying he's good. Coach, when we look to kind of the recruiting aspect, I mean, this is so a couple key points that we've been talking about the front runners. And what we mean by the front runners, the two guys up top, and it looks like Tommy could get an interview on Saturday. That's what we've heard. I mean, is there I don't think there's any way that it's going to be Tommy. They might be giving him an interview to, kind of put that under his belt, right? Like, hey, look, you're going to be here and we're also going to have you interview for the job. That could, I mean, he can now say that he interviewed for the head coaching job at Alabama.
Right, exactly.
Right?
That's my point.
And that's experience in itself, like going into a real interview with Greg Byrne and really like getting that experience. Can you imagine that? I mean, that's an experience in itself. So with him kind of out, looks like Norvell. Have you had more time to think about Norvell from Florida State? We talked about it this morning in the rebuilding. I love the back end of the season. I don't like. Overall, he did come into a train wreck. He went through some. Florida State is always in the national headlines for something. Today, something will happen to where they'll be in the front page of ESPN. Always happens there. So he's used to major national headlines because that's what you're going to get when you come to Alabama. Coach, go ahead and give your thoughts on Mike Norvell now that you've had a little bit more time to think about him as a major candidate for the Alabama head coaching job.
The thing with me, it's a little different. I like Coach Norvell, great coach, obviously a transfer portal guy. But with me, man, when you go to these camps and you're invited to these camps, you meet people, you establish relationships with guys who coach in other places, things of that nature. You run into guys you played against, played with, right? And we all talk to one another, right? Everybody talks to one another. May not be every day, but we all text one another once in a while. And you seem to have somebody somewhere all the time, right? The stuff that they have going on off the field is in Tallahassee is a little crazy, right? And it's on his watch, right? I'm just not a Mike Norvell fan. I'm sure he's a great coach as far as what he likes to do, right? But I'd rather go in another direction, me personally, right? Very successful transfer portal guy. Schematically, he came into a horrible situation that Jimbo left him. But some of the leeway he gives his players is just a bit much for me, right? And I hope we go in another direction other than Mike Norvell. But whoever we hire, man, I'll support. Like some of the past players were saying, give them a chance. But I definitely, personally, just my humble opinion, would like us to go in another direction other than Mike Norvell.
All right, I'm looking this up right now because I think they're saying that Peter Burns just tweeted something out. Trying to see something about, is it Ryan Day?
Ryan Day.
No, I'm trying to see what he's saying in here. I don't know. I don't know. I think that I don't know if I find that tweet. I don't know where it was from. Because Vegas is saying it's DeBoer right now, -200. My goodness, those are the highest odds that we've had.
Of course.
the things that I do feel more comfortable with if it was going to be Mike Norvell is I think he can recruit, and I think that he's been able to manage the transfer portal quite well. And it seems like there's some infractions with NIL. But what are the infractions with NIL now? This thing is like the Wild West, right? Like nobody, like the rules and all this stuff that's going on with NIL. So I know that they were kind of headlining yesterday about some infractions. Not really too worried about that, just because it's like this whole space is crazy. It doesn't make sense for anybody. And the NCAA has been kind of, been doing these witch hunts, and they haven't been doing anything other than, the 3-game suspension against Harbaugh, which was really nothing. So I do like the fact that he could recruit this area, I think, better than DeBoer could, because I think that's what I'm freaked out about with DeBoer is I think he comes over here and he's completely over his head with recruiting. And look, I know he's done a good job with wins and losses and won some championships at some different levels, but the SEC is a monster. Like it's different. It's a week to week grind. If you're not on your highest level, you're not going to win from the jump. And when you have Georgia on your schedule in week 4, it's a lot different than preparing for Cal. A lot different than preparing for Arizona State, Arizona, the teams in the Colorados. No. Like all these teams can beat you. Sam Pittman, that Arkansas, despite what happened, I know they had to clean house. That's a difficult team to prep for.
Extremely. For me, when we talked about it last night, that was my thing. Great coach, right, Kyle? Great coach. Look at the man's record. It speaks for itself, right? Taking nothing from this man as far as the X's and O's situation, right? But everybody that I know of, man, this conference is totally different when it comes to what is the SEC? What is the SEC, right? It's recruiting, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know classes that's been ranked overall number 12, and you're like, okay, that's pretty good, number 12. Well, you're number 7 in the SEC. Of the top 12, 6 of those might be SEC teams. So you got to be on your grind in this conference. You got to be more than just an X's and O's guy. It's a lot of great X's and O's guys in this league right now. Josh Heupel is a great X's and O's guy. The Browse young man is a great X's and O's guy. Charlie Weiss Jr. is a great X's and O's guy at Ole Miss and Arkansas and all these places, right? You have a lot of great X's and O's guys. But the difference in, say, Ole Miss and Alabama is recruiting, right? Some teams have to go to the transfer portal because they don't have a choice. Alabama has young kids on their roster. They have a bunch of freshmen, a bunch of sophomores, a bunch of redshirt freshmen that they recruited. So the lifeblood extends itself a long way, right? You don't want to be that program that has to go in the transfer portal for more than 1 or 2 positions. You don't want to be that, right? So can this young man come into this league and bump and rub elbows with Kirby Smart? Rub elbows with Brian Kelly now. Brian Kelly said it himself. They asked him what was the biggest difference. He's like, the recruiting. The recruiting in this league is unforgivable. I said last night that here in the SEC, they'll recruit your mother, your own mother. They'll try to get her to go somewhere else, right? And it's dirty. What I mean by dirty is, I gave an analogy last night, is this is an example of what goes on in this league. They'll see Kalen DeBoer just at a liquor store just to go in and get an old beer or two. Nothing that none of us have always done. And somebody will take that and run with it. Well, he's an alcoholic. They'll tell his the parents. And that's how they do in this league, man. It is negative recruiting. It is mano y mano, no holds barred. I'm gonna get this player no matter what. Taking pictures of depth charts, trying to soil and hate on another program. That's what they do in this league. Trust me. That's what they do in this league. I've had several recruiters sit on my players' couches. That's what they do in this league. And so can he come in here and rub elbows with the big dogs? And Sark is coming. Venables is coming. Can you rub elbows with these guys? Because no matter how good X's and O's guy you are, if you don't get the Jimmys and Joes down the line, it's not going to matter.
Why don't you read out the super chat, Coach? Go ahead.
Tom G, $20 super chat, says, with Sark and Lanning out and the tweets going around that DeBoer is out, is Bama getting nervous? Is there an A option left? Well, I tell you, Tom, if it was me, I don't know that. I'm only person that I know for sure is out is Lanning. I don't know if Sark was ever on the radar. Those of us that are real with ourselves know that, Sark was never on the radar. Sark has a great job as it is, so that never was a question, I don't believe. Maybe they test the waters and kick the tires on it, but I don't think anyone with half a brain expected him to leave Texas to come to Alabama, right? I said last night there's 4 or 5 ultimate jobs. You don't leave one to go to the next. That's laterally, it doesn't make sense. But I'm not sure DeBoer is out, right? I don't know that. But if that's the case, yeah, I would be getting nervous. Of course. Yeah. I mean, at that point, I would want to stay in house. Go with Tommy Rees, go with Lane Kiffin. Just get somebody so these kids won't transfer. If you let your roster leave, you're in trouble from jump. So yeah, I would agree with you, Tom, if that's the case.
I don't know. I mean, for the super chat, first of all, thank you so much, Cham G. Hit us up yesterday and back today. So we appreciate it. Bama fans getting nervous. I don't know if they're getting nervous, kind of more excited because the A option left is Lane Kiffin. And I mean, that's an A++ option. And if Alabama gets Lane Kiffin, guess what that does to everybody else around the world of college football? They're like, oh shit. This is it. This is like that's what they needed. He's the guy that can be the next guy in line after Saban. It's going to be a tough act for anybody. I haven't seen the reports that it's not going to be DeBoer just yet. I haven't seen like one of the main guys tweet that out. So I don't know, Tom G, where you seen that. And I'm a coach. Like, I don't think that Sark was ever going to be a guy. Right. I think that was like a wish list guy, but that was, I mean, he would have been the perfect guy, a couple years ago. Like if Coach Saban, this is when it would have been the perfect time for Sark, is when Coach Saban had COVID, remember? And he stepped out, and Coach Sarkisian is the only coach in the last, since 2006, the only guy other than Coach Saban to coach at Bryant-Denny Stadium or lead a team, right? Yeah. Because Coach Saban, remember? And that was a crazy story. So Coach Saban gets COVID, has to sit out that game. Steve Sarkisian sits in. It's the Iron Bowl. And Coach Sarkisian walked around the field, did his lab with the Sheriffs. Mm-hmm. They won that game.
They did.
I just watched that press conference. I don't know why. I was watching like different press conferences from Coach, and Coach is like, well, we didn't do anything that special in that game. He was like, but he thanks Coach Sark. And I know he had a really great respect for Coach Sark. But it was funny. The press conference was done from his house. And the funny thing was on that day, kind of a funny story, is that the day of the Iron Bowl, Coach Saban's internet went out. And the reason I know that is because my internet went out too. And there was an AT&T guy, and he's like, there's 2 guys getting their internet worked on right now. He's like, you're one of them, and Coach Saban's the other. And I was like, geez. I was like, why are you even here at my pad? So that was the time to get Sark. But now he's gone on, and lateral move, whatever. I don't know. It's just you can't pay what Texas can pay. Texas A&M could pay you whatever else. Texas, and I don't know who else is out there that can pay up there. I mean, Alabama certainly has money, but not Texas money. It's just you just have to swallow that and deal with it. I mean, those are just facts.
Kyle, I see several people asking about these pro coaches. If you don't mind, can I answer them real quickly?
Yeah,
like Lisa Tedford, Christopher. Yeah. Guys, with these pro coaches like Belichick and things of this nature, for 2 things, you don't want to bring in a pro coach to come down to the college level, because trust me when I tell you, most of these pro coaches do not, like me and Kyle was talking a couple of days ago, they don't like to recruit, guys. The pro coaches are used to a game where it's grown men. You don't have to ask them 2 or 3 times to do something because their livelihood depends on it. It's a completely different game than coming to the college ranks and having to essentially beg an 18-year-old to play for you, right? In college football, the players have the power. In pro football, the coaches and the administrations have the power. So no, a Bill Belichick, or somebody like that will never forget how to coach, right? But sitting on a 16, 17-year-old, 18-year-old's couch, trying to vibe with him, somebody at Bill Belichick's age that's never coached college football before, would be an absolute failure, right? We would lose every recruit in the history of recruiting. Nobody wants to play for nothing like that. Trust me when I tell you this. These guys don't like to recruit. They want to coach football and sit in the office. That's what they do at the pro level, right? So college, no, I don't think any pro football guy outside of Coach Saban years ago, Coach Harbaugh, and Coach Carroll, right? There hadn't been a lot of NFL head coaches to step down and be a head coach in the college ranks. Hadn't been a lot of them. And here lately, hadn't been any. So to answer your question, no, ma'am. The pro guys won't be coming down to college and deal with this stuff that we deal with here.
Snail's World is asking, and I would assume this is about DeBoer. Could he be meeting with the athletic director for a pay raise and an extension to stay there? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Whatever Washington can do. Yeah. I mean, hey, Snail's World. DeBoer goes into the office. Hey, how's it going? Clearly Alabama is after you. How you feeling about that? Super excited. I'm not excited to, follow Saban, but yeah, it's Alabama. Look at all the prospects. Well, we understand that you made the national championship. We see that, you've won 25 games in the past 2 seasons where this is the contract that we can offer you here. And this is kind of your NIL, budget, whatever. I don't know. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, you use these types of things for leverage. That's what these guys are going to do. So I don't know what's going to be the outcome. And I still haven't seen out there. And hey, if you're on the call line, hang up. We'll get to you guys probably around, I think I'm on again at like 12 or something like that. I'm gonna have the coaches come in. Ty, if you want to pop in, that'd be cool. I appreciate you popping in to hop with Coach. So I could I need to go check on my kids. Well, my kids are older. They're fine. You know what? So I got my workout in, and on the way back, I picked up some McDonald's because I knew that they would sleep in. So they're good. Like in that. So my kids are. I have a 15-year-old. A coach, I saw your daughter is 11, right? 12.
12. Yeah.
My daughter is 10. Be 11 this year. So yeah, parents. So I mean, out of those 3, I mean, I'm starting to I don't know. I got kind of like this wave of excitement about Lane. I don't know why. It feels good. And we already talked about Dabo Swinney, and we kind of went round and round. Yeah. I think we should actually kind of just scratch him out. Yeah. But until I don't know if we even saw him as like a legitimate candidate. I never did. And Cooper is asking, what reasons would Kiffin not be our best choice? Somebody, I think. And I didn't hear this out of Greg McElroy's mouth, but I saw a tweet that said that he burned bridges at Bama. And then someone inside the comment box said that there was something that happened with the booster or whatever. I don't know. I mean, it seems like he would be the best choice. I mean, a lot of that stuff happened a long time ago. I mean, we have to move forward, right? Like, I mean,
Lane is our best choice. And I'll give you 2 or 3 reasons really quickly why. Lane is a product. He's very good with coaching. Again, guys, coaches that follow the Saban tree and follow these types of mannerisms of Coach Saban, Coach Saban is the last of a dying breed. Let me just put it that way, right? There's not a lot of coaches that handle their business the way Coach Saban does, and is successful in this day and age, this grand scheme of college football. Lane is thoroughly entrenched in social media, which is what the kids like. He's a product of what the kids want. They like him, right? And on top of that, he's in the SEC West. He knows all the strengths and weaknesses of every team we're going to play on our schedule. The guy can straight up, flat out coach. He's still a young man. He's not afraid to recruit against Kirby. I think our opponents would shake in their boots if we got Lane Kiffin today. You give Alabama's talent, structure, resources to Lane. Look out, man. Look out. Ole Miss is a great university, right? It's beautiful. They have beautiful people, beautiful landscaping, but they have money there, right? But Ole Miss does not devote the amount of money to football, especially in the past, that Alabama does right now. Resources, football resources, culture. Alabama's a completely different beast. You put Lane Kiffin surrounded in that structure with today's type mindset of a young kid. Look out, man. Give me Lane. I'm just a Lane Kiffin guy, right? And I know for a fact on the camp circuit, the kids like Lane too.
Justin Ryan Williams to take an official visit to Texas A&M.
Yeah. Again, 2024 landscape. I said last night, and I used this. I had a kid tell me back in a Nike camp in Atlanta that, Coach, we don't give a you know what about no championships. That's what he said. We trying to get to those 3 big letters, NFL. These kids today are social media crazy. Think about it. If you're 16, 17 years old, you've never had a day without social media. They don't even know what it's like to live a life without social media, right? From the time they came out the womb, it's been this on the phones. So they don't know nothing else. They don't know. They don't have a clue about stuff that we know about, right? So
yeah, so it used to be NFL. Now it's NIL.
Exactly. Exactly. Now it's legal, right? So you have to remember what generation we're living in, guys, right? I seen someone saying that Coach Belichick would be a good hire. If Coach Belichick come to Alabama, we're gonna lose every recruit on that roster. Trust me, right? You're combining the NFL with college football. College football is one word: relationships. That's what it is. If anybody tell you anything different, they don't know what they're talking about. College football is relationships, man. Trust me, right? Kids don't have to love playing for you nowadays, though, because of those 3 letters. So, look out.
Jay is asking, who would I like to see? I told you, I'm all in on Lane Kiffin. I want to train here. I want to see it come back. I want to see. He's talked about it for a long time. I think with the offensive components coming back, my dream setup is this: Coach Saban up in the stadium, providing mentorship, helping with the transition, helping with the NIL process. Everything kind of being handed off correctly. It takes a long time, like the process, right, of getting to the next coach, specifically at this high of a level. What's up, Ty? I think Lane Kiffin as head coach, Travaris Robinson as the defensive coordinator. I think you put Freddie Roach to outside linebackers, or you keep him there, and then somehow you have Charlie Strong elevated or whatever to on the field. That's kind of my dream setup. I'll catch up with you guys here in just a few. You guys good, Coach Sean and Ty?
Yeah, I'm good.
Right, let's do it.
Coach, Ty, what's going on, brother?
Man, nothing much. You know what? I'm good. I've been a little bit better. A little personal gripe.
Yeah.
You guys get to be the audience of my rant. There's so many darn subscriptions to everything now, right?
Everything.
Like you have, and there's so many different passwords, because then you might have the computer that you know what I mean?
Yep.
I forgot one of those passwords to the subscription sites, and now I'm trying to figure it out. And I just blame technology at large for my ineptitude. Yeah. But as far as the coaching search, Coach, I feel good. I have a good feeling. You and I talked last night offline. We sat down and really had a conversation about this.
Exactly.
My top 2, as it sits, are still on the board, and that's why I'm trying to see what I can hear about Kalen DeBoer. My top 2 are Lane Kiffin and Kalen DeBoer, and I would have Lane ever so slightly above Kalen DeBoer, and the reason is the understanding of the SEC landscape, how to recruit in the SEC, the relationship with coaches.
Facts.
But DeBoer, Coach, we talk about it. I said this to you last night. I said this morning. Bama fans really were interested in the prospect of Dan Lanning because he's able to do in his upside, and Steve Sarkisian. Well, Kalen DeBoer is 5-0 against those 2 coaches with a far inferior roster. Now, I do completely agree with the fact that he doesn't know the SEC landscape. But, Coach, I want to hear from you. Am I crazy in thinking about it like this? There are 2 coaches that come to mind here very recently that I don't think had the greatest understanding of the SEC landscape, or at least the cultures they were walking into.
Yeah.
One of them, Nate Oates, came from Wisconsin and up north to Alabama, and he's recruiting his tail off. The second is Brian Kelly, and he's doing just fine on the trail. Am I crazy in thinking that could also happen if Kalen DeBoer comes here, or am I just being an optimistic Bama fan who thinks, oh, a good coach with the Bama brand and a staff that understands the landscape, Bama's going to be fine? Am I being overly optimistic?
No, I don't think you are. I think if you give him the Bama resources, Adam Lamparello, I appreciate you, brother. I think if you give him the correct resources, right? And really, he's a head coach, right? So he understands head coaching. I think if you give this guy the resources he needs, the structure he needs, really, really, really embed him and dip him in the soil of keeping it real and telling him what he's about to be facing, I think he can, at least then, how do you fix a problem? If you present me with the problem and give me the answer to the problem, then I probably can ace the problem, right? So if you let him know the answers, this is how you handle Kirby, this is how you handle SEC recruiting, I think he'll be fine, right? My only concern with him would be just that, though. Are you willing to do what it takes in this league? Are you willing to soil some relationships? Are you willing to turn some people off? Are you willing to lose some coaching support, some new friends that you probably never will make being a new guy, being as cutthroat as you need to be in this league to be successful? But I think if you give him those tools and let him know what he's facing, I do believe he can pick those tools up and run with them. I mean, his record speaks for itself, right? This guy can coach. This guy can coach flat out at many different places and divisions, levels of football. So I think if we surround him with realness and being that Coach Saban's still there, yeah, I think he can definitely be successful. That my one concern could easily be fixed with Coach Saban still being at Alabama to give him all the swords and shields he needs to fight off people like Kirby and Sark and Brian Kelly and as such. Same with Nate Oates.
Yeah, I keep thinking that, and I was sitting there as I'm cooking some eggs, and I was like, am I being like overly biased to Bama here? Am I just thinking that like, oh, well, the guy can coach, we're going to recruit just fine? I'm not saying we're going to recruit like Nick Saban.
Yeah.
What he did, that run was incredible. But top 10 classes? Oh, yeah. You got to in the SEC. Yeah. You have to, because, Coach, you made a brilliant point that I want to go back and revisit. And it is why I as much as I like DeBoer, I do get the uneasiness from the fans. You made a phenomenal point. We need to revisit and unpack. You could be 12th in the nation in recruiting, and your fan base is sitting there saying, we did a great job, top 15 class. We hit all the needs. And then you're like, oh, well, where do we stack up in our conference? You're number 7.
Facts. Yeah.
And the 7 before you, well, they were 7 ahead of you, previously. So like,
Facts. That
is a really good point. And that's why I do think Lane is interesting. But enough from me, Coach. Who is your top 2?
Same as yours, Lane and Kalen DeBoer. And H3, what is it right here? Makes a great point. I like Glenn Schumann. Glenn Schumann has been in this league long enough. He understands the in and outs of Alabama and Georgia, right? Coach Saban and him know each other well. I've seen him on a picture of them on the golf course together. He's never been a head coach now. Let me say that I don't think, if to my knowledge, unless it's in another conference, another division of football, I don't know if Glenn has ever been a head coach. I know he's never been a head coach in the SEC, but he does understand the landscape. He was the bulldog for Kirby, right? This was the knife for Kirby. He was the guy that got most of those dominating players on the defensive side of the ball, and he can coach, right? He's a young enough guy to still relate to the young kids. He's been at Georgia. He understands Alabama. If you can understand the inner workings of 3 things, the SEC, the way Alabama do things, the way Georgia do things, you'll be fine in this conference, right? That's a fact. You don't need to worry about anybody else. If you understand the way Georgia do things, the way Alabama do things, and the conference as a whole, you have all the tools you need to go to war with anybody in this conference. So I'm not mad at Glenn Schumann. I wish he was a viable candidate, right? But I'm just not sure I'm not sure how strong of a candidate he is with the people that matter.
Yeah, if there was any way to promote T-Rob, defensive coordinator, and then Glenn Schumann agree to be co-DC, which I don't necessarily know why he would, because he already has that title at Georgia. The only thing Alabama holds is that Alabama's his alma mater, right? So like there is that, but to your point last night, which you reinforced today, and you're 100% right, there's about 5 schools in the nation that you're probably not switching between unless one of them is your alma mater, because they're more or less lateral. And Georgia looks primed as anybody to compete for national championships right now. Coach, why have we not heard more about Lane Kiffin?
Man, I think it's just that old adage of Alabama. You know, we love the university, we love the team, but to be completely honest, you have some what word can I use? You have some older people in power that make decisions at Alabama. And the older people don't like letting things go. Right? They don't like what happened at Alabama with Lane. They don't like how it ended, right? And I understand that to an effect, but if I could ever talk to them, I would say, what's more important? Your ego of what this guy done when he was young, or getting the best head coach for the University of Alabama so Georgia don't swallow you up, right? You need to forget the past, whatever the case may be. Look at the guy's results. Oh, it's hard to win at Ole Miss. It's hard to win at Ole Miss. This guy's turned Ole Miss into a contender every year. To win 11 games at Ole Miss and only lose to Alabama and Georgia, I mean, that alone, right? That alone. So I think it's a portion of people at Alabama that don't want him for things that happened in the past, and I think it's a new age section of people, younger guy people, 40 and down, 45 and down, I would say, that does want Lane Kiffin, right? And I'm one of those guys. I would love to have Coach Kiffin, but I won't be upset with Coach DeBoer. I won't be upset with him, right?
No,
To me, you can't lose. You can't lose with either one of those guys.
You know, it's funny. I had someone who I love their content. They do stuff for Texas though, and they sent me a text message last night, and they were like, personally, I think DeBoer for Bama would be really interesting. Just because of like he's super into the X's and O's. A lot of Bama fans here have probably watched Texas Homer. He puts out the breakdowns for every Texas opponent, and he puts a lot of time into studying each opponent. And so he's done probably 40 hours of just film study on DeBoer at this point. He's a big fan of DeBoer and Grubb. But Coach, I'm like you. If I had to give a one, it's got to be Kiffin. And I am of the younger crowd. I do think that some of his antics would need to be reined in a little bit.
Yeah.
But I also think maybe this is me being a crazy optimistic Bama fan. I think Bama's different than Ole Miss. I think at Ole Miss, Lane feels like, oh, I can get away with a little bit more here because it's Ole Miss. Let's have fun. At Bama, he's going to want to have fun. He'll make it fun, but he knows that Bama is much more suit and tie than is Ole Miss. And I'm not saying he's going to come in with the suit and tie, but maybe instead he comes in with the new age, kind of the turtleneck sweater and the sport blazer, if you get the reference I'm trying to make here, right? Like he might be more buttoned up at a job like Bama. And that's something I think is interesting. What do you think about that?
I think you're 100% correct, Ty. I think and that's another thing that's a plus in his department. Lane understands Alabama. He knows the alumni. He knows the administration. He knows at Alabama it's a little more serious, right? So I definitely think you're 100% correct. I even thought about that. I said, I bet if this guy came to Alabama, some of the things you see him doing would be, curtailed or whatever the case may be. Now, Lane's going to be Lane, of course, but I don't think he'll just be wilding out like he do on Twitter the way he does, right? I do think he understands the landscape of this university, and I do think he would pull back on some of his actions. I do think that. I think you're spot on with that. But let me ask you something, Ty. I hear a lot of people talking about Jeremy Pruitt, but Jeremy Pruitt has a 6-year show call. So he's not going to be at Alabama, at least for the next 3 or 4 years, right? It's not going to happen. If we don't get DeBoer, if we don't get Kiffin, what then?
That gets really interesting. And I hate to answer a question with a question, Coach, so I'll answer a question with an open dialogue here. We hear Reese being a possibility at being interviewed. He has no head coaching experience. What about T-Rob? Like, if we're going to interview Tommy Reese, why not interview T-Rob? He's got far more coaching experience than does Tommy Reese, right? I don't know if that's where we are interviewing Tommy Reese. All due respect, Tommy Reese. Why not interview T-Rob?
Yes, I agree.
I don't know. Now, if it's not them, you're going to have the conversation about Dabo. Now,
facts.
I have said this. Yeah, I have said this about Dabo.
Yeah.
That the first thing about T-Rob, that was kind of me just a little bit of a frustration, right? Like I hear so much about Tommy Rees, and this isn't a shot at Tommy Rees, but dang it, guys, T-Rob is a hell of a coach.
Yes, he is.
He's a great coach, a really solid recruiter. He's done it at multiple institutions. I really want Bama to keep him in some capacity. I think that's been known. Let's move to Dabo. He can coach his tail off. I don't think there's anybody out there that denies that. But there are a few things that are a holdup to me, Coach. He was reluctant to change in NIL. He was preaching about it before it happened. He was reluctant to the transfer portal. Now, he has utilized neither. Nick Saban, one of the greatest things about him was his adaptability. All great people in whatever they do can adapt. And Nick Saban showed that. Whatever you threw at him, he adapted.
Right.
Dabo is someone who is incredibly successful and tried to ride that success through change and not adapt to change by saying, no, I'm going to do it my way. Forget the landscape, forget the change. My way will work. Well, it hasn't worked. At least not in the same capacity that it did. He's still winning more games than a lot of college football coaches because he can coach his tail off.
Yeah.
That worries me, Coach. And then outside of having two, generational is a strong word that gets thrown around a lot.
Of course.
How do we quantify Watson and Lawrence? Unbelievable. Let's say that. Two unbelievable college football quarterbacks. He hasn't ever found that same success, and the offense hasn't ever looked the same.
That's a
it
whole
hasn't
fact.
looked good.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I don't know. What's your take on Dabo?
For me, just like I said, I know several parents of these kids. I behind the scenes, I actually said the guy's name last night. A lot of the parents that I know personally, they don't support Dabo anymore for a multitude of reasons. I just don't know how it'll go over. Now he's a son of Alabama. He's from the state and all that, and I'm pretty sure Dabo's a great guy, right? But there are things that I know parents have a concern about. This is what I know personally, right? I know two kids who played on my 7-on-7 team. Both of these kids are being recruited by Alabama right now. Last night I was telling you about these guys. Their parents had flat out told me if Dabo comes to Alabama, they're not even going to consider Alabama, out of the question. And when I asked them why, they told me their reasons why. I won't voice that on air, but it was legitimate. And I was like, so if Dabo comes to Alabama, he would have to adapt to that, like you just said. I think you hit the nail on the head, Ty. He would have to adapt to NIL, transfer portal, and that the younger kids nowadays are just different. They're a different breed of kid. I could tell any fan out there, as a man that's around these kids, just in 3 years, if you just go back 3 years, let's just go to 2021. The kid that was a freshman in high school is so different than a kid who's freshman in high school in 2024. You would not, it's like night and day, right? It's like night and day. And you have to understand the landscape of the world we're living in. What's being promoted? Social media. What's being promoted? Money. What's being promoted? Fame, power. All these things that take away from the love of football as a whole, right? So the kid is growing up in that. And then we say, well, the kid is selfish. Okay, well, is USC selfish? Because last time I checked, USC is in Los Angeles, California, right? Well, guess what? They're in the Big Ten now, 3,000 miles that way, right? Guess why, though? Money, TV contracts. Last time I checked, Stanford, Palo Alto, California, they're in the ACC now. Guess why? Money, TV contracts. So if everybody is being selfish about money, for God's sakes, guys, USC is going to be playing Ohio State in November, Penn State in November, right? Everybody's got their hand out. More money, moving conferences. College football is completely different than we know it. How do you expect the kid not to be? Right? So we've set a great example for failure for these kids, right? And you're seeing it. You're seeing it right now. Transfer portal, I'm going to go where the money is. Transfer portal, you can't give me $100K, I'm out. They'll give me $100K. And it's Coach Saban was right. It's killing the sport, bro. So if Dabo comes to Alabama, he would definitely have to change his philosophy, I guess it is, and adapt to the culture of 2021, or we'll be ran by. We'll be left in the race. Let me get the super chat real quick.
100%.
Camille Steele, aka the Money Pit Farm, 1999 super chat. I personally do not want Norvell. He is a whiny beta male. I feel like Bama already has it now. Has it a new coach? And as much as I want it to be Lane, it will be Tommy Rees. Well, Camille, you hit the nail on the head, right? I'm sure Mike Norvell's a great guy. I don't know the guy personally. I'm sure he's a great coach. You can't coach in this league unless you're a great coach. It's just some of the things that I know personally off the field that go on at that university that's allowed. And he hadn't said anything or stopped it. I don't know if I want him at my university, at University of Alabama. That's just me personally. I could be dead wrong. It's JMHO, just my humble opinion. I'd rather go in another direction than Mike Norvell.
Yeah, when I think Norvell, he did a lot of good things at Florida State. But listen, earlier Kyle asked me about this, and I had managed to talk Kyle kind of closer to Kalen DeBoer, and he issued me a challenge because I used to do debate. He said, talk me closer to Mike Norvell. So I had to tell Chad, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to have to play some devil's advocate here to.
Right.
And even at the end of it, like, it still wasn't a good argument. So Mike Norvell, good coach. I don't like how they finished the season. We've talked about that. Two things can be true, that it's tragic that your team had to go through that your team did that, because for the players that didn't get injured, you did nothing wrong. But the committee also got it right? Yeah. Like, two things can simultaneously be true. And what better way to stick it? Because, Coach, I said this yesterday. In life, people are always going to tell you, you can't.
Yes.
You can't. You're not good enough. What are you going to do? Are you going to stop, or are you going to push through? The correct answer is you got to push through. And that's not what happened there. And they got lambasted by Georgia. That leaves a bad taste in the mouth of many. The second thing is he has relied on the transfer portal a lot. And, Coach, I theorize that while they would have had a bunch of people sitting out anyways because of the approach he took, I think that they had the situation exacerbated because they didn't have a bunch of people that they recruited out of high school. They had a bunch of people they got out the transfer portal whose loyalty to was, what can you do for me in my pursuit of something outside of this, whether that's NFL, whatever. And after that had been satisfied and the college football playoff wasn't on the table anymore, they no longer have an incentive, because a lot of them that come to the transfer portal, they don't come to FSU for FSU. Those are the kids you recruited out of high school.
Yeah.
So the use of the transfer portal, right? Like, Nick Saban has used it as a Band-Aid, where he sees a guy like a Jahmyr Gibbs, you're an incredible player over there. You would be an absolute game breaker over here. I would hope to continue in that path. So Norvell, good coach, but all that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I just don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Again, maybe he comes to Alabama and gets it buttoned up, and maybe it changes, right?
Yes,
I don't know.
He can't coach.
He can't coach. All facts. So, I don't know, man. I'm just anxious to see who they have. This young man right here made a good question, good statement. He said, saw Lane with Blake Sims, imagine Lane and Milroe. I'll tell the chat this, in my humble opinion. Coach Sark is one of the best offensive coordinators offensive geniuses, coaches on offense I've ever seen. I even watched his camp tape. I challenge everyone to go to YouTube and type Coach Sark's offensive camp and listen to him in the classroom speak principles and his RPO system and his option route system and the different structures of how he runs his offense. It's amazing, right? But you have to remember, I'll give Lane the credit in this. Coach Sark had first round Mac Jones, first round Devontae Smith, first round Najee Harris, first round Jalen Waddle, right? Lane had running back, converted quarterback Blake Sims, TJ Yeldon. He had Amari Cooper. Now, I will give him that. He used Amari Cooper in the best way possible. And I think it was OJ Howard, if I remember, who we never threw the ball to for some reason. That was a young OJ at that time. And look what Lane did. You know, the second most points ever scored by Alabama outside of the Sark years. So if you give Lane Mac Jones, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Najee Harris, Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, I mean, just to see what Lane done with less talent was amazing to me. Really was the forefront runner of the guy that changed our offensive philosophy. Before Lane got here, we was 3 yards in a cloud of dust. I backfield, power I. We may throw the ball 8, 9 times a game, 10 to 12 tops, right? AJ McCarron was saying the same thing. Lane came here and completely switched up everything, and our offense became the catalyst of the team. The offense became the best side of the football for years, right? So I don't know, man. You know, it's difficult. From what it looks like, it won't be Lane. I hadn't heard them even talking to Lane. So maybe the powers that be have put their foot down and said, we're not going to give Lane an opportunity, which I think is detrimental. But hey, Coach Saban's there. I'm sure he'll help them make the right decision. And, I'll just trust whatever these guys do, even if it's Norvell.
Oh, for sure. Right. You got to get behind whoever the coach is, allow them to have their time, because this is a massive transition. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Avery says Lane would be the best pick. Adam agrees, saying Lane is the most logical pick, and it makes a lot of sense because of the relationship.
Yeah.
DW says, contrary to the majority of Bama fans, I'd rather have Dabo. He's an Alabama alum. He's gotten great talent to come to Clemson and won a natty. He might be the one. He's probably been prepping for this. Listen, no lies told right there. He has been a fantastic recruiter. He has won national championships. Even during the years where he's not winning national championships, as I said earlier, he's winning a lot of games. There's no question he can coach his tail off. I just look at the ever-changing landscape of college football that every year looks like it's changing quicker. And I think you need somebody who's embracing changes, not resisting them. But that's just me, right? Like, he is a really good coach. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, DW, interesting take, especially because Coach Kyle asked this earlier, and he's been kind of on a quest to find it. So I'm going to ask you, and maybe he already has. Why is Alabama Nation so averse to Dabo when just a few years ago it was so polar opposite?
For me, I think, and this is just my humble opinion, for me, I think it's Dabo had great success, right? As soon as Dabo's coordinators left, the program we knew as Clemson has been, I won't say they're struggling, but they're not the same Clemson by far. 8-4, 9-3, whatever you want to call their record. That is a complete 180-degree change from what Clemson was when he had both of those coordinators. Now, both of those guys have went on to be coaches and do great things. I think one at Virginia and one somewhere else. But at Alabama, you're going to lose coordinators all the time, but you still have to try to keep the standard, right? I've watched Coach Saban go through coordinators almost every other year, and we're still here. Clemson lose their coordinators, and they're nowhere to be found. They're losing to Tennessee in bowl games in 1 year, and they won this year, but stuff like that. And so I think that has a lot to do with it. And like I say, it's a lot of unfortunate things he said in the past that turned a lot of fans off, a lot of fans I know of off, a lot of parents, not necessarily the kid, but the parents. I'm not saying Dabo's a bad guy. I mean, I think Dabo's a great guy, actually, right? But when you say things, the kid may not be mature enough to understand it or even care about it. But these parents do. They don't forget, right? And I can tell you personally, and I won't speak for nobody else. Like I said, I know 2 young men coming out of high school in the next year that are being recruited by Alabama heavily. And they have told me personally, I go to church with one of them. If he comes to Alabama, they won't be there based off things he said in the past. You know, he it's okay to have a political view. That's fine. I think I welcome that. I actually appreciate it because I can learn from you how you feel. I can learn. I'm a big listener. I like to listen to people. I think that's the problem with the world now. Nobody wants to listen to nobody. I like to listen, right? And I'm gonna shake your hand afterwards. You may teach me something, right, that I didn't know. But when you put sauce on things and go hard with you don't like, you need to leave. You know, people don't forget that, man. People don't forget that at all. You have a lot of people that's worked extremely hard to get their kids in these positions. And for somebody to take such a negative approach, people are not going to trust you with their kid. You know, some still will, obviously. Some who's been fans of your university, they're going to come to the university, not even for the coach, for the university, right? Clemson fans love Clemson. They'll go to Clemson because they love Clemson. Some Bama fans love Bama so much. They grew up Bama fans. They're going to go to Alabama, no matter who the coach is, right? But you do have some kids out there who have parents whose kids have 40 plus scholarships already, and they're in 11th grade. They're going to be extremely picky about where they let their child go. And unfortunately, Dabo has said some things in the past and stood on them even afterwards that turned some people off, man. And you couple that with losing the coordinators. You know, are you an overseer or are you a football coach? You know, and I think unfortunately that has followed him a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of layers to it. We got a $9.99 super chat from Egan. Egan says Lane Kiffin's actions worry me. I'm not sure he's done with the NFL if he has success. How would he handle the heat of Bama fan base if they struggle? I say go with DeBoer. He's already won with less. Well, yeah, you know that it's hard to argue DeBoer's results. We talk about how it's impressive that Mike Norvell led a turnaround at FSU. DeBoer inherited coach. I don't know if you were here. I was reading out the actual details of what DeBoer inherited. They were 4-8 when he got there with the number 108 offense in terms of scoring offense in the nation. The next year they went 11-2 and had a top 15 offense. The next year they were in the national championship, only lost 1 game to Michigan and had a top 15 offense. In 2 years, he took 4-8 and a outside the top 100 offense to 25-3 and a universal top 15 offense. That's a wild turnaround. That's actually insane.
Yeah.
Norvell led the turnaround as well, but Lane Kiffin, he can coach, man. Now, this is interesting. Do you think he's done with the NFL, Coach?
Yes, I do. I don't think any NFL team would give him a shot at all, ever. Right? He did such a crazy job at the Raiders. It would be very few and far between that an NFL franchise give Lane Kiffin a chance again. But I tell people all the time, the guy was 35, 36 years old. He was extremely young. He got the job because he was a good coach and because of his father, Monty Kiffin, was a legend in the NFL, right? And if you really look at Lane Kiffin, he's progressed everywhere he's been, right? He went from a coordinator here to a head coach at FAU.
All right,
there for years,
fellas. Quickly, I was downstairs. I was heating up some chicken noodle soup I made, by the way, and then I saw this tweet come up. This is the Florida State athletic director just tweeted out this. Will somebody just get the balls and like just say what's happening? Right? Like, there's no need to tweet. Like, what does this mean? It's a chimney with smoke coming out. Like, if you're the athletic, like, see, this is what I don't like about Florida State. Come out and be like, we signed Norvell. We got the money to do it, and we got it done, period. Like, what does this mean? I guess it means that I don't know. What do you think it means? I mean, it's literally an emoji of or a GIF of smoke coming out. I don't know what this means.
So
I also saw. Hold on. Looks like another is off the. Yep, Norvell staying. So this is just in. Chrislo just tweeted this. Norvell is staying at Florida State. So, but why not just come out and say that?
So the only reason I know this
also before this, Ty, Roydell Williams also visited with Mike Norvell. Just saw that on War Chant. Roydell Williams, the running back.
Florida State just wow.
Yeah, they're taking all the Bama transfers.
So they hate on Bama, but they want everybody that's transferring from Alabama.
Yeah, basically.
Wow.
Good luck to them. Hopefully they go ball out. But the only reason I know what this is because I went to Catholic school from kindergarten to 8th grade, and it has to do with the selection of the Pope. Typically, white smoke indicates that there has been a new selection. Black smoke indicates otherwise, and I just don't think that they got like.
Oh, got you. Okay.
Like, I don't think that they did it right, because if he's staying, I don't know why they did. Oh, I guess they could be referring to Alabama, right? Like that the selection continues instead of referring to Florida State. I guess that they're saying that it's not that there's a selection at Florida State. It's a selection continuing at Alabama.
Yeah, because I don't want it to become a mockery. You know, sometimes when you keep having all these different head coaching names, right? All you're doing is getting them a raise at their schools, right? And then you give the chance, because I didn't like what Dan Lanning did. I think he's a great coach, but if you watch that video, it said the words when it first came on was, "If you're scared your coach is leaving, come play for us." And then had him in the Oregon Ducks. It's like, I don't want Alabama to become a place where a coach know he's not gonna come, but I'll use this to get me a nice raise. Right.
Well, you want to know what's interesting about that? Let me see if I can find it. I liked something about that today about Alabama and how much money they have made other coaches through this coaching search. And you look, Lanning, now Norvell, Sark. DeBoer is getting a counter offer from Washington, and hopefully if Alabama, we'll see what they do, if they choose to match, exceed, whatever that may be. So yeah, that's what's happening right now.
Yes.
Coaches are getting massive contracts based on the Alabama open job.
I don't think Dan Lanning was ever coming to Alabama. I'll say it now. I don't think he was ever coming at all. I think Dan Lanning is entrenched at Oregon. I think he has a good situation at Oregon. Phil Knight's, I mean, you got Phil Knight dollars behind you. I don't think he was coming to Alabama. I think he let that narrative go on, right? And Jimmy Sexton, being Jimmy Sexton, did what great agents do, right? Come up with the counter offer, to their university, a couple more million to stay. Hey, it's a good day. Smoke me a cigar and make a video.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he did. So this is interesting, gentlemen.
Lane Kiffin.
Hey, Coach. Sorry, whatever I posted. Hey, we got Jarrett coming on. Coach Sean, are you good to go for a little bit more with we got Jarrett on, and Ty and I will take a pause out. You cool with that?
Yeah, man, I'm here, brother. Just
cool.
Let me know.
Ty, let's bounce out, and then we'll welcome on Jarrett and Sean. And I'll leave him in. Ty, thanks, man. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ty's subbing out. Hey, Jarek, man, welcome to the show. So real quick, to kind of set the stage, Mike Norvell is staying at Florida State.
Yep, we know. Yep.
Okay. And then Kalen DeBoer missed a radio interview today that was scheduled this morning. You caught up on that. Someone just said Dabo Sweeney is announced he is not leaving Clemson. I never saw that, but I think we know that.
DeBoer he's supposed to have a meeting with the players. I think at 5 o'clock Pacific. Cool. 5 o'clock Pacific. I could get that checked, but he's supposed to have a players meeting with the really soon. So we'll see what kind of happens with that. But yeah, he was able to. He missed that radio show, that 93.3.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So you got the stage set. All right. I'm gonna exit just for a minute. You guys follow the ship, and then I'll pop on. If I pop on, there's probably something significant like breaking news or something like that. But I'll be back.
Mhm.
I like the blue. You guys are rocking the blue today. I like it.
I just came from Walmart. Man. Quick story, man. Shout out to Cheyenne, by the way. Cheyenne actually kind of watches. She actually watches that this channel. Just met her today. She's a Bama fan. We had a 30-minute debate at Walmart about Kalen DeBoer. So I bet the Bama reach is real, man. The Bama reach is real.
Crazy.
It's insane.
What's up,
man.
Coach Jay? How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling all right, man. Like I said, we had to get some supplies. We got to get ready for tomorrow because anyone that's from the upstate or northeast type area is about to be like a wild snowstorm tomorrow. Wow. So we're getting 7-8 inches of snow, at least in my part. You know, everywhere else, like outside the city, they're gonna get it way worse than us. So, you know, like I said, we're just trying to get prepared. I had to get some more salt so we can try to salt down the stairs.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And I had to get some gasoline so I can put it right to the snow plower. So now we're getting ready, Sean. We're getting ready.
I can imagine, bro. If you're from here in Huntsville or anywhere in the state of Alabama, you know what I'm about to say is true. If we see a damn flake, everything's closing. Everything's closing. It's like a ghost town, bro. You know what I'm saying? Here you go, Coach. Let me pitch you this ball right here. There you go. What do you think about that guy? James Franklin.
Absolutely not. I do not want James Franklin. Here's the crazy part about this. If James Franklin was at Vanderbilt and he was coaching, you know, and still averaging around like 8-9 wins, I would have said, you know what, that dude is an immediate contender because that dude changed the Vanderbilt program. I mean, he single-handedly changed their program. He was the reason why they were able to kind of update a lot of their athletic facilities. He brought in a lot of revenue into the sports program. Because, you know, Vanderbilt it's if we're talking about athletics of what they're investing a lot of that money into, it's to their baseball program. Like they have a top tier baseball program. But everywhere else, they don't really care that much about. So the fact that James Franklin, as soon as he got there, inherited a mess. And his first season after inheriting a mess was winning 9 wins. And then the next year you win 8 wins. You put so much into the athletic facilities. The weight room gets increased, the medical facilities get increased, all that stuff get increased, and you're winning with nothing in the SEC. Oh, absolutely. James Franklin is getting a job, and he got a job at Penn State. He was able to go ahead and turn the Penn State program all around. Yeah. But, you know, over the last 7 years, the biggest issue with James, over the last 7 or 8 years, the biggest issue with James Franklin is that he just can't get over the hump, right? The same argument that we can sit up here and say about Jim Harbaugh, right? Jim Harbaugh couldn't get over the hump, couldn't beat Ohio State. Well, Jim Harbaugh finally was able to accomplish that. And I think a lot of people kind of forget Jim Harbaugh had a huge contract extension, which Michigan they took back. They took back that contract extension. They actually restructured his contract, which Jim Harbaugh did not like. It's bad enough you got to battle the NCAA, but now you got to battle your own school. So James Franklin, again, he's the best coach they've had since Joe Paterno. And so it's going to be hard for him to kind of say, you know, and let it go. But there's a lot of pressure from the fan base. There's a lot of pressure from the athletic administration that, dude, we got to get past Ohio State. We got to get past Michigan. Yeah. We got to find a get away over the hump because we're recruiting extremely well. Matter of fact, maybe not more talent than Ohio State, but definitely more talent than Michigan. You look at the amount of NFL draft prospects that they produce every single year. And he simply just can't win it. And a lot of it is simply in coaching game adjustments. It's game management decisions that has caused Penn State and the philosophical issues that has kind of cost Penn State potentially playoff berths. Like they can't even reach the playoffs, yet alone win their division. So to me, no. Again, he can be a very, very good recruiter. He understands the landscape of the region, but this is a better version of Mario Cristobal, where Mario Cristobal can recruit his tail off, but ultimately can't get over the hump when it matters most. And I just don't think for Alabama, you want a guy like James Franklin that's like that.
I was looking at just reading some of the chats. Bricky, I hope you're right. Bricky said, I think we have a coach in place. I hope you're right, Bricky. I hope you're right at this point with everybody saying no and supposedly saying no and staying at their respective universities. I hope you're 100% correct. This young man says Nick Saban is retiring because he knows he isn't going to be able to turn the tide, which is absolutely ridiculous. But hey, Christopher Foote, let me explain why I don't understand what you're saying. What tide are you saying that he didn't turn? Right? Alabama won the SEC again. Alabama went to the CFP again. The only two teams to beat Alabama were college football playoff teams, Texas and Michigan. Alabama was still tops in recruiting, number 2, if I'm not mistaken, again. So I don't quite understand what you mean, what tide he's turning. Other than Bama and Georgia, who's won the national championship of late? So I don't quite understand that. But, hey, shout out to you. Go ahead and get that super chat, Coach Jay, if you don't mind.
Shout out to Toast. Matter of fact, I'm actually about to get some toast in a minute, but shout out to Toast with the $9.99 super chat. He said, I see that we're at the point we're talking about Franklin. There's a problem. I'll take Dabo and Kiffin or Kalen. This needs to get done before that first player leaves because way then the domino will fall. No, I absolutely agree. I mean, I don't want James Franklin as the dude. I that's just me personally. Again, he's a good coach. And I think the most important part, he knows how to build a program, right? If Alabama was a program that, let's say, is winning 5-6 games per year, James Franklin is one of the first dudes you call because he's a guy that can build a program. But me being a Bills fan, James Franklin is the Sean McDermott of college football. He is right. Mario Cristobal, James Franklin, Sean McDermott, they all fall under the same domino. Guys that can build up franchises, guys that can build up programs. They're going to excel at recruiting. They're going to form solid coaching staffs. They're going to have great relationships with the athletic administration for the first 3 years. But then after year number 3, that's when it gets crazy. It gets crazy when we get to year 4 and year 5, and you're wondering, well, wait a minute, why aren't we in the playoffs? Why aren't we in contention for the national championship? What is going on? We're getting the talent. We're being excellent recruiting. What is happening? So then all of a sudden you're going to start questioning his coaching decisions. You're going to start questioning his staffs. It's a lot of stuff, guys, that trust me, that we have seen down the road. Like it's the Tom Thibodeau effect. It's the Mark Jackson effect from Golden State, where it's like he can build up a franchise, but can't win a championship. So you got to go after Steve Kerr. That's James Franklin. And that's honestly Mark Richt. That's what Mark Richt was for almost 20 years at the University of Georgia. So I understand people's frustration right here. Benjamin Tinker with the 199 super chat. He says, what do you think about Glenn Schumann?
I spoke on that a little earlier, Coach Jay. I told him that if you want a young man who knows the SEC, I mean, the guy is the Bama guy, right? Graduated. He knows the inner workings of Bama. He knows the inner workings of Georgia, and he knows the inner workings of recruiting in the SEC. He has all those tools in his shed to use, right? Mm-hmm. He's just never been a head coach, to my knowledge. I don't know if he have. I might be wrong about that. I know
he's young, right? Very, very young dude.
Very, very young dude. I mean, I like Glenn Schumann. I think that's a great. I would give him an interview. Facts. I mean, the guys went to battles in the SEC against Coach Saban. Mm-hmm. The guy knows the structure of Alabama. The guy knows the structure of Georgia. What more do you need, really, to be successful? I'm with you right there, Benjamin. I'm high on Glenn Schumann. What about you, Coach Jay?
Glenn Schumann's a tricky one because Glenn Schumann, first of all, he's an excellent recruiter. And I feel like that's the one thing that I think a lot of Bama, this is what I did debate with Cheyenne about too, is, well, she can't recruit the South. And I'm like, you know what? I can't argue with that. Like, this is what a lot of Bama fans want. They want to keep the number 1, number 2, number 3 recruiting classes, because for a long time, with the exception of this national championship and Clemson's couple of national titles, everybody that's won a national title has been in the top 5 in recruiting, every single one, since at least 2007. So, again, Michigan is the anomaly, but in order for Michigan to win a national championship, Michigan had a experienced roster full of 4th year, 5th year, and 6th year guys. They got guys from the portal that were already developed. Like, they were really good players that were already developed. And now you include them to the lineup, like a Drake Nugent or a Josiah Stewart or a Josh Wallace. Michigan, of course, got a lot of young guys, right? They got a lot of young guys coming back for next year, but they were more rotational guys, right? A lot of those guys were more rotational guys. They played a lot heavily, but it was a good mixture of experience, great coaching and schematics, very good player personnel, guys from the mixture of guys from the transfer portal, and then you sprinkle in the young guys on top of it, right? And that's an anomaly. Like that's an anomaly that just doesn't really happen in today's game of college football with the transfer portal and NIL goes around. So I get it. Like Glenn Schumann is a terrific recruiter. A lot of the kids that are at Alabama, Glenn Schumann has definitely has been one of those people that has recruited before. So it's not like these players are not going to understand exactly what Glenn Schumann's going to bring to the table. He's young, he's a Bama alum, and he's a great defensive mind. I think the question is with Glenn Schumann, can he put together a coaching staff? Right? What's going to happen with the coaching staff that's here? What's going to happen with with some of the guys that he's going to bring? Because we can expect that as soon as Glenn Schumann leaves, he's going to bring people from that Georgia tree. He's going to bring people from the Georgia tree. And the question is what about T-Rob? What about Ty Maurice? What about some of the guys that's already kind of been here, that's had great relationships with some of these kids here? So that's kind of my question is, can he build the coaching staff together? And again, your first-year guy at the University of Alabama, yes, he was a Bama guy. But it's one of those things where do you want stability or do you want to try to experiment with a guy that's never been that type of person at this next level? So that's kind of my biggest question with any assistant coach. Hence, I think that's why I think the head coaches are going to be at least the first level of guys that will definitely get that first shot, definitely get that first crack with interviews. And then the assistant coaches will probably be level B.
I agree. 1,000% you hit the nail clean on the head, man. What do you think about the people that saying D'Amico's not leaving the Texans, but I'll entertain it. What do you think about this right there, Jared?
Yeah, D'Amico Ryans is D'Amico Ryans would be first again, if he comes to University of Alabama, the excitement would be for real because the dude's a fan favorite. Even before Coach Saban, the dude was an All-American caliber linebacker, right? I fell in love with D'Amico Ryans watching him growing up. So we understand that D'Amico Ryans is practically a hero if he comes in and he coaches the University of Alabama. A lot of people would have faith in him. A lot of people would believe in him. But it's also one of these cases, guys, where D'Amico Ryans, he's just like Glenn Schumann as far as he would be just as raw in recruiting. He would be just as raw, maybe not understanding the landscape because he's from here. So he understands the region, but does he understand the nuances of recruiting, right? Does he understand how to get dirty when it comes to recruiting? Like Coach Sean, has mentioned a lot, how you're going to have to be dirty. You're going to have to go in there. You're going to have to do things that you're not used to. And again, coaching grown, are you used to at this point, he's been more in the pro leagues compared to when he's been in the South, compared to when he's been,
that's a fact.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he's been like 20 plus years in the pros, close to 20 years compared to how he is at the collegiate level. Like he's already almost back to that type of level. So it's kind of like with D'Amico Ryans, he's to a point, guys, where he's comfortable coaching grown men, right? This is not a Jim Harbaugh situation where Jim Harbaugh started off at the collegiate level, right? He started off at the collegiate level.
Stanford,
right with Stanford, right with San Diego State. Right. That's what he knew until he took that next approach and went to the NFL, was there for about, I think, 4 or 5 years. And then he went right back down to the University of Michigan. So he's gotten that feel of how to coach, collegiately, and then also how to coach the pros. D'Amico Ryans has never done the collegiate level before. It's been all professional leagues, right? It started off as a linebackers coach. It started off as a defensive coordinator. And then eventually he proceeded to now be a head coach. So his journey for D'Amico Ryans has been a little bit easier compared to some of the coaches that are at the collegiate level. So, and not to mention too, guys, the man just got a franchise quarterback. He just got a franchise quarterback. He just got an extension, right?
And doing
extremely well. In his first year at the Houston Texans, they may give him another extension moving forward towards the future. So I just don't see him coming to the University of Alabama, especially when you just got everything in place. I would be happy, but it's even if he was hired here, I would have a lot more questions with D'Amico Ryans than I would with Kalen DeBoer or what I would with Mike Norvell, or I would even say Glenn Schumann.
Man, I would be ecstatic, man. But again, guys, just because one coaches in the pros, right, does not mean the success will translate to college because of all the outside things in college football, right? The pros is very structured. That's a job. This is what you got to do. You come to work. It's more business-like. College football is anything but that, right? It's maybe ran like a business with Coach Saban, but booster speeches. You got to shake people down for money. You have to kowtow to the people that donate, right? It's so many things you have to do in college football that the average fan don't know. You know, Coach Jay, right? You got to have a way with these high school coaches. If you piss one of them off, they'll salt your name and you won't be able to recruit. And it is totally different, guys. Your whole lifeblood in the NFL is winning and losing, right? Structuring contracts to hire and keep the people that you have that aid to your roster. College football, you have to beg 17-year-olds to come play for you, and I mean beg. I could tell you some recruiting stories, bro, of what these coaches do. You wouldn't believe it. You got to go to people's houses and eat food 3 or 4 times a night. You know, Coach Jay, you leave one recruit and they probably cooks for you. You're not hungry, but you got to act like you are. It is so much that go in the recruiting guys that I couldn't even tell you, right? So it's a totally different thing to coach in college. And can you picture Bill Belichick sitting on a 16-year-old couch just like, hey, come play for me? Like, it just doesn't work, guys. College football is about youth. It's about kids. It's about relationships, right? It's not just about coaching, right? And remember this, man. Coach Saban spoke on all of this, right? Coach Saban is on record saying this is going to ruin college football. When he says ruin, he doesn't mean college football is gonna stop or anytime soon. Or what he's saying is you're gonna have kids making decisions based off the wrong reasons, right? You're gonna have kids making life-changing decisions based off monetary circumstances. And what happens when that usually happens? A year passes by. Maybe this promise didn't get kept. Maybe that promise didn't get kept. Next thing you know, the kid's transferring again. He's transferred twice already. So it's Coach Saban spoke on all this. If you don't put any kind of parameters on this thing, it's going to get out of hand. And it has. It has. It's causing I know coaches that rather coach in the NFL now than coach in college. You know, it used to be the NFL is easy. NFL was harder. You know, nobody wants to coach in the NFL. It's long days. Well, now it's reversed. Coaches rather coach in the NFL than coach in college. Look at Matt Luke. The recruiting calendar is crazy right now. Begging these kids. I want the fans to understand you have to call these kids 4 or 5 times a day. You know, the ones that you really, 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 really want. You have to kowtow to them. You have to, and that can become taxing when it can. When this is your job in the off season, every single day through the season, every single day, recruiting visits. You know, it is a whole job, guys. I promise you. So, you know, we have to think about that when you're talking about coaches coming down to the college level. What do you think, Coach Jay?
No, I absolutely agree, man. And like I said, this is not just D1. This is I saw this personally at D3, at the D3 level when I was at Buffalo State. And one of my first assignments was trying to cover one of the coaches and just kind of seeing how they would kind of interact with a lot of the players. I was shocked even at D3 to see what these dudes were doing when it comes to recruiting, because it's not like I said, not athletes will play, right? If you don't get D1 offers, if you're getting D3 or D2 offers, or even JUCO offers, they'll take it in a heartbeat just so they can get an opportunity. And to see what these coaches had to do when it comes to getting players that weren't even, they weren't rated or nothing. They were talented kids. But my goodness gracious, like it's literally a 24/7 job. Like when you have like a Coach Saban or anybody else that would tell you that, it's no joke. It literally is 24/7. And that's just for one person. Can you imagine 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds that you got to try to get? Because it's not just getting one class. It's focusing on, you got to think ahead 4 or 5 years down the line. And then every single year as that pass by, you got to continue to think about those classes 4 or 5 years. Like that is stressful. That is draining. You got to host camps. You got to go to camps just to scout what particular prospects that you want to try to put on your recruiting board 3 or 4 years on the line. Like it is nuts, guys. So, a Mike Vrabel, a D'Amico, even a Bama alum like D'Amico Ryans, who was a recruit himself. Mike Vrabel was a recruit himself, but have they ever been on the opposite end? Have they seen it from a coach's perspective of how recruiting goes? Ask Herm Edwards what recruiting is like.
Facts.
Ask Brian Dable what recruiting is like. Like they will tell you this is one of the most taxing and the most annoying things they've ever had to experience.
It is. Enter Coach Smook. What's up, Coach?
What's going on, Coach Smook?
What's up, fellas? Can y'all hear me good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I agree. We're speaking right now, Coach Smook, on the differences in what these coaches have to go through when they come down to the college level. The recruiting of the kid, the kowtowing to the kid, the everyday, hey, how you doing? Just called to check on you. And as soon as you get the kid, right, now you got, as soon as you complete it, now you got to look forward to the next class. So it doesn't stop. It's just a constant spinning wheel of doom. Go ahead, Coach.
And the thing is, like you all were just alluding to, man, a lot of the fan base, and this is why I think we're finding the comedy relief in it, watching fans throw names out there, because you're throwing names out there of guys you don't even know their character. Like if you do a history lesson on them or go research their history as far as coaching in the college football ranks, a lot of these guys don't like to do the things that Coach Saban enjoy doing. See, the fact that it's not that Coach Saban can't continue to host those camps, host those meetings, make the travel. You're 72 years old. You've been doing it for the long 20 plus years now, and the thing is, Coach Saban has been coaching for more than half of his life, for like 3/4 of his life. He started coaching when he was 25, 26 as a grad assistant. I want to say 23, 24, something like that as a grad assistant. And 72, he's retiring as the greatest college football coach of all time, if not the greatest coach of all time. So it's definitely a lot of things you all got to consider. And if you look at the list, man, you talking about putting guys' names out there. Who's going to be able to show up for those? Who's at that stage in their career where that can be added to their arsenal, that could be added to their persona as a coach, somebody that can still continue to build their resume. We know Lane Kiffin don't mind recruiting. We know Lane Kiffin don't mind camping. Like that's not a question. We know we don't know what D'Amico Ryans is capable of if he was to consider the job. We know what Dabo Swinney is not going to do based off of what he was doing at Clemson. But at the same time, you got to keep your hopes up. People do change. People do evolve. It's only a certain level of stubbornness you can maintain when everything around you is changing. You won't have a job very long anywhere. If Sweeney's outlook and his thought process is what it is to be. Shout out to George Johnson. Good morning, man. Roll Tide in the chat. Everybody else, yeah. What's up, y'all? Everybody pulling up. But yeah, and like I said, a lot of these names, man, the closer it gets to this announcement being made, which I do believe we're gonna have an announcement either by the end of the day or first thing Monday. I'm telling you, I think we've come closer to who the next guy is. And I'm telling you, a key factor in determining this is going to be who's able to be mentored with Coach Saban hovering around. Who's going to take that mentorship, not as a sign of they don't trust me, but as a sign of, all right, they really want me to get this, so let me take advantage of this. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but if I had an opportunity to be mentored by Coach Saban on any, aspect, coaching, how to, get my mentality, my mental on the steadiness to be consistent, I take it, man. And I think a coach of DeBoer's value would be the front runner, the guy that can be accepting to that. His demeanor, his the way he conducts himself amongst his players, the way he handles business. I had to get off yesterday and just go watch clips of what this dude has done in his career, or peek on us to take a peek and look at the type of people he's been involved with, man. And he has a good lineage, man, as far as coaching surroundings where he's been, and he's a winner. At the end of the day, he's a winner. And one thing we know is it's not about winning at Alabama. It's about affecting those young men that you're getting commit to the program on and off the field. So, like I said, the board just seems like the best option and the most logical option right now when you talking about personality traits, understanding and then he could be taught the recruiting game. I'm telling y'all, that part of the thing that's why I said T-Rob, Coach G, Coach Roach, even Bala. while getting active in recruiting. I think those are key guys you got to keep on that staff to maintain some type of supremacy or some type of relevancy when you come over in the recruiting stages.
Check this out, guys. I'm gonna drop down for a minute. I've been on for a minute. I'm gonna drop down and I'll tap back in a little later, about 12:30, something like that. Cool.
Sure.
Yeah, that's cool with y'all.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, I'm gonna get with y'all here in about 45 minutes.
For sure, brother.
I bet.
Wow. So the list of names are dropping, ladies and gentlemen. So Mike Norvell made an announcement around 15 minutes ago that he dropped his video. Yeah, I shouldn't say his announcement, made his video. And what is going on? What is up with coaches now just dropping announcement videos that they're just staying at they're staying? They're not even really saying anything. They're just saying that they're staying. It's like when you are a candidate for the University of Alabama, and again, when you know, Steve Sarkisian, dropped his video today. We've been to Steve Sarkisian said no. That was the first two that I guess was Bama was trying to talk to. He said no right off the gate. And so all of a sudden we focused 2-3 days later, and then all of a sudden Steve Sarkisian dropped the video today. Mike Norvell dropped a video today as well. So it's kind of like, well, did you probably were offered and you said no, but at the same time, it's like the more and more like these videos keeps dropping from these coaches, in a way, it's like it's making the University of Alabama look bad in a way, because it's kind of like that these coaches, simply just want to, they don't want to kind of, of course, come to the program. And I don't know, it's just I have a weird taste in my mouth about it, that these coaches will have to drop videos for them to sit uply and just confirm that, that they're already here when you already confirmed it a long time ago. Coach, like, how do you feel about that? Because that's just, I've never seen anything like this before, where coaches have to drop videos. I can understand one because of rumor, but all three dudes drop videos. I don't know. That seems weird to me. I've never really seen anything like that.
Well, I have. Go look at last season. This social media takeover for universities and their programs has been a thing for probably the past 3 years. I think it's only it's on a bigger picture, is in the forefront because Coach Saban is out there. You know what I'm saying? Is somebody names are being thrown out because Coach Saban retired. It's the Saban effect. He's had this effect on college football for the past 17 years, man. So at all stages, at all evolutions and phases of what this game has become on and off the field, he's had an effect on it. So it's not surprising to me. To me, it kind of, you have to do it in this day and age, because that's how commits are announcing their commitment. They're not calling the schools first and saying, hey, I'm gonna commit to you. A majority of them are doing it through social media, creating the videos. So it's all about that. What we were talking about a little bit yesterday. Well, we talked a lot about it yesterday, about conforming with the times, changing with the times, keeping up with the times. I think that's all it is, man, because you saw the same thing from Dan Lanning last year after they fell short of what their quote unquote goals were. And they come in the off season, and I think it was more towards closer to springtime when you've seen a lot of these hype videos and coaches being committed and saying things. But it's been happening, man, for probably the past, heavy for the past 3 years. Even when Coach Prime was coming over to the college football ranks from when he made his decision to leave Jackson State, that social media rise, that's really, I believe he had an influence on that. When people were talking about where he was considering going and all of these things. So, and like I said, that's just the day and age of it. I don't get caught up in it. I honestly like it. If that's what it takes for you to be scared, or as a coach, seeing other coaches turn it down, if that's what it takes for you to be scared or not want to, jump into the driver's seat, that's fine by me. That's fine by me. I like the fact that I hear a lot of these coaches are turning down because they know Coach Saban is going to be around. That's fine. If you don't want to continue to be on a foundational success path, a success path where the foundation is success, is consistency, is having the psychological aspects, is being able to connect with these players and develop them on and off the field. If you can't be mentored with that basis in the forefront, then I don't think you're a good fit for what this Alabama program needs, turning the page from Coach Saban. Most programs that fail go through culture shocks. when they have a coaching change. Most of them, they fail because of the culture shock, meaning somebody comes in and just totally flips what the program is used to. Let me rephrase that. Most winning programs, they start to fail when they have culture shocks. When the coach comes in and tries to totally flip what's been established. In a case like Alabama, you don't want to do that. I saw a comment, somebody commented on my status on one of my tweets, and they were saying, you know, whoever comes in, don't mess with the staff. I think if it's a guy, it's a situational thing. It's a DeBoer. If he comes in, let him bring his offensive guys there because we need the offensive position, the offensive side to be filled as far as coaching staff. We know we need to brush up on some schematics. So I think Grubbs coming in would probably slide Reese to the side or push him out the door. If Grubbs came in with DeBoer, and then or it probably would push him down to being a quarterback coach, something that I think he could be a lot more efficient in at this stage of his career. Tommy Reese, he's young, man. He's an offensive coordinator at Alabama. That's a lot to process and deal with, even in the postseason. You know, he still needs to learn how to recruit. We haven't seen Tommy Reese name on any major prospects, primary recruiter, you know, list or whatever. So it could be a good thing with these guys. But my key to this coaching change is being success, and I'm gonna keep echoing it. You have to promote T-Rob as your DC, whoever you bring in. Bring T-Rob up as your DC and keep Freddie Roach, Coach G, Robert Balla, even Charlie Strong needs to stay on that staff, man. Charlie Strong, he gets out and he talks to these players, or he's part of that crew that travels and evaluates these players. And I like the evaluations that you know, him and that staff have made in the past 3 or 4 years, with him being a intricate part of that team. So it's about maintaining enough to whoever comes in, they don't have to make so many abrupt changes, man. That would cause a major fall. But the videos and stuff, man, it's not. I don't think it's intentional either. I think it's just the simple fact that in this day and age, you need social media is the way you show your loyalty. You know, if you say it on Twitter, or if you post it on Facebook, then it's real. You know, so you have to have the approval of the fan base. You have to have the backing of the board, the alumni, the boosters. Like it's a lot that plays into how social media affects this thing. So that's where I'm at with it. I don't feel like it make Bama look bad. I think it just lets you know that there's always going to be a standard. You know what I'm saying? Coach Saban is left, and there's such a high standard. Some people aren't built for that, man. Some people aren't trying to go into that, especially guys like Dan Lanning and Lane Kiffin and Sarkisian. Their first thought is not to go into that pressure moment when you're producing success where you currently are. It's hard to pull somebody like Dan Lanning away from Oregon and everything that he's getting right now at Oregon. The type of publicity that Oregon is, I mean, they were already up there when it came to the numbers, but now because Dan Lanning is actually over there doing something, Cinderella story seasons back to back. Washington was the same. I think the difference between Oregon and Washington, you just don't have the same exposure at Washington. You know, that's why I feel like Kalen DeBoer, I'm just telling you, man, that name just keeps coming up. And the more we look at it, the more I talk about it, the more I hear other people talk about, you know, why not or why it can't be him. That makes it make more sense when people say why it can't be him. You know, recruiting. Come on, guys. What head coach is? I mean, other than Kirby Smart, you don't see many other head coaches labeled as great recruiters outside of Smart and Coach Saban. They're the ones literally doing it. But you look at the people that's around them; those are the guys' names you hear. T-Rob is important to Bama. I think T-Rob it was probably the second most important coach with Coach Saban's staff when it came to that staff and keeping it together this year. So I think he's definitely priority number one is maintaining him, and then whoever you bring in, don't mess with that defensive side. Let T-Rob handle that.
Right.
Yeah.
Kalen. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Okay, I was about to make the quick announcement for those who just joined in. So for those who just joined in, Kalen DeBoer was supposed to have normally his local radio show meeting with, I think, a radio station 93.3. Couldn't really do it for the Monday morning. Instead, had an emergency meeting with their athletic director. Of course, this is the same athletic director. For the most part, this is kind of more of a newish hire for them. Their original athletic director that hired Kalen DeBoer is now at USC. So they're going to have a meeting, and I think there's a couple things that could happen. Could it be potentially Kalen DeBoer announcing that he kind of wants to, that he wants to leave? Is there potentially options of a buyout? Or is it an extension, right? I think that's another thing, is that, Kalen DeBoer is one of the most valuable coaches. He just took a team to the national championship for the first time since 1991. So could an extension happen with Kalen DeBoer? Also, another thing, Kalen DeBoer is also, he's supposed to have a meeting with a players meeting at 5 o'clock Pacific. For those who do not know, that is 8 o'clock Eastern Standard, and that is 7 o'clock. That is 7 o'clock Central Time. So we'll see what happens with Kalen DeBoer. Of course, more and more stuff is really, really happening. Again, he was supposed to have kind of more of a weekly scheduled show with the Washington radio station. Decided not to really do it today. Decided to do a meeting with their AD. So we'll see what happens. We will definitely kind of see what happens with Kalen DeBoer.
Facts, man. And like you said, I like to speculate, especially in the offseason, man. This is the perfect time. If we're going to speculate away right now in the offseason. I like to speculate and look at the fact that DeBoer is your least likely accepted across the fan base. He's probably, I think Mike Norvell takes the cake when you talking about who we don't want. and I saw his tweet and I retweeted it. Thank you, Jesus. I appreciate you, Mike, for staying at Florida State, for real. I think Bama fan base as a whole appreciates you. After you couldn't convince your players to come out on the field and play and prove that they were worth all that crying and stuff you did for them, you couldn't convince them to say, hey, it's not even about an NFL dollar at this point. We need college football to respect what we've established here at Florida State. You couldn't convince your players to do that because Kirby Smart did it the first time he tried to do it. He had DeAndre Baker and those other guys sit out against Texas in that bowl game early in that tenure at Georgia, early in his tenure at Georgia. You could see that the players they weren't kicking it with Baker on the sideline. He wasn't out there celebrating with them when they were in that tight game when they lost to Texas. He was off to the side where the players who have opted out, they're allowed to sit on the field. Kirby Smart had those guys separated. You're not here no more. Wish you well. We don't need your distraction. You get a coach that's solid on his foundational beliefs and really committed to development of players. It's hard to go wrong with that. And I think that's why I think a guy like Mike Locksley, if that ends up being a number that we have to call and pick up, I think he will be open to all the same things I said Kalen DeBoer is open to as far as that mentorship and that guidance from Coach Saban. If anything, if we take a slow look at the list or take a good look at the list ahead of us, it's four names I could cross off right now that I feel like are definitely not the best fits. And I'm gonna start with Dabo, D'Amico, Tommy Rees, and I hate to tell y'all this, but Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin, as far as
they don't
want to hear that, but it's the truth, man. You talking about Kiffin literally has flipped the transfer portal upside down this offseason. Recruiting is taking they're in the top 10 for recruiting this offseason, I believe, with that class. It would be hard to pull him away from Ole Miss, and knowing that he was literally guided by Saban to go out and do what he had to do. People think Kiffin got fired. Kiffin got pushed out the door because Coach Saban saw what would be best for him. That's the type of coach Saban is. I can manage everything over here. If you're struggling with handling your duties for the University of Alabama and showing Ole Miss that you're really in it for them and you trying to do the best to turn that program around, I would rather you go over there and start off fresh so you don't have to deal with the extra, like you dealt with coming over here. This is what I want to do for you. Lane will testify that any coach that's came through Alabama in the rehabilitation program, coaching program that we have, they'll tell you that Coach Saban has never been a selfish guy. I think the only negative termination, and I think a lot of people could look on the sideline and agree. I think the only negative one was when Pete Golden, with Pete Golden and how, he just made it an abrupt. He had been having talks probably like 3 weeks before the season was over, about where he could possibly land and when that Coach Saban was going to be restructuring some things on the defensive side. It was very vocal. He was very vocal about restructuring his defensive staff. And it wasn't even he had to go deep to do it. You just needed a new defensive coordinator, and that was proven. That was an obvious thing. So, I mean, for me, Dabo, D'Amico, Lane, and Tommy Rees, those are the ones that's furthest away from being in that driver's seat for Alabama. But a guy like Kalen DeBoer, Mike Locksley, similar demeanors, man. You look at how they conduct themselves on the sideline, how they handle business. Similar, very similar. Both very, very admiring of Coach Saban. I expect the fan base to kind of get off of the hype train when it comes to a lot of these names and really look at what Alabama previous athletic directors did when they hired Coach Saban. When Mal Moore hired Coach Saban, you got to look at the things behind the flash. It's more than a flash when it comes to Alabama football right now. It's literally developing guys to be grown men. I love it. I love the process that's being taken. I'm actually happy with some of the names that's being crossed out. I didn't want Steve Sarkisian back, honestly. It would have been great offensively, but it's just, even in Texas, he's having his things right now. And that's
we're gonna see his challenge this year, because all of a sudden the staff that he put together is now leaving. Bo Davis left LSU. We'll see what happens with Pete Kwiatkowski. This is the first time where we're going to see what type of coach Steve Sarkisian is, because now his staff is starting to fall apart. Look what happened with Dabo Swinney. Dabo Swinney helped with Tony Elliott, their defensive line coach. I keep forgetting the last name, but Coach Todd. You look at their running backs coach, left him. You look at Brent Venables. All his mainstay coaches that he's had for close to a decade left, and Dabo Swinney hasn't been the same. You're talking about since they left, he's recruited a lot better. He's gone more on the offensive of getting the more 5 stars, but he hasn't produced a lot of wins. Lately. And this is before NIL and transporter became extremely popular. So why is that the case? Why? Because maybe these coaches aren't really good on a yearly basis. Maybe these guys, when it comes to their coaching staffs, aren't as good as we thought they were. They can put together a coaching staff, but can they continue to do it as consistently when coaches are leaving in and out? Nick Saban, we've seen Kirby Smart start to do that. We've seen for a long time Bob Stoops at Oklahoma. Like even Lincoln Riley when he was at Oklahoma, right? When he had a bunch of dudes leave left and right, he still was able to produce a bunch of winning records. Bama fans were trying to find the next elite coach, and this is why we don't want defensive coordinators that are unproven. This is exactly why we don't want names like Steve Sarkisian or Steve Sarkisian, who still is new. Like Steve Sarkisian still is new to the coaching circuit. He still is new as far as being a head coach and not really going through that ever. Like he's gone through the adversity as far as losing, but we've never really seen him bounce back from a losing season and transform it into a winning football program. We've never seen it before. And maybe at Texas, I think that's the closest. He was 8-5. And then he was able to kind of bounce back, and he had a much better record, but he still had that staff intact. Ever since then, we've seen Sarkisian with losing records, and then immediately leave off and go to the NFL. We've seen with the NFL how with the Atlanta Falcons was there for a 1-2 year slate and then was fired. Like it still is green for a lot of these guys, and I think for a Glenn Schumann, for a like Mike Vrabel or a D'Amico Ryans, or I even saw some of the chat that we want Mike Locksley, because they know the standard. Well, if that's the case, since we want coaches that know the standard, should we hire Pete Golding? Pete Golding was a Frank Broyles Award assistant candidate 2 years in a row. Pete Golding won a national championship, something that Mike Locksley's never done before. Pete Golding's an excellent recruiter. That's right. That's the standard that everybody wants. People want great recruiters. Pete Golding's an excellent recruiter. I don't think anybody can deny that. Pete Golding's put has put linebackers into the NFL and developed some linebackers and put them into the NFL. So why isn't Pete Golding a candidate? You see what I'm saying? Like this, This is kind of one of the things that we got to put together, guys. We got to think. We really have to think about it, guys. Who can develop? Which coach can come in here, develop, go through, face adversity, right through the smack dab of it. Like, forget recruiting regions. Forget recruiting regions. Let's just think about this. Who is the best coach? Who's the guy that can get on the football field and not just be an X's and O's guys, but can be a general? Who can be that general? Who can be a guy that can simply control it, that can simply control the area and then get to the X's and O's? They can develop anybody, whether it's a 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star player, and reach them and have those players reach their ceiling. And then all of a sudden, when you really start to think about it, you start to cross off a lot of names except for one person on that list. That's Kalen DeBoer. So again, Bama fans, I had a debate. I don't know if you were here, Smooth, to see this. I had a debate with somebody earlier at Walmart about Kalen DeBoer for 30 minutes. Someone from Buffalo that watches this channel, and we had a debate about it because they wanted Lane Kiffin, and I had to kind of tell him I get it, I like it. If Lane came here, that's good, but I honestly can't believe how many fans would even be upset with the possibility that Kalen DeBoer would be the coach. This dude just coached in the national championship.
Bro,
what are we doing here?
It's mind blowing to me because I think, like I said, in this day and age, it's all about hype and flash for some people, and that's what it is about a lot of these Saban era Bama fans. And I'm my boy Caden in the back. What's up, Caden? You jumping on the show with us? All right. Dang, man, Caden, I thought you was gonna make your debut today, brother. That's Kyle's son in the back office. I just seen him. Yeah, man. I actually follow him on Instagram. I forgot that there was. I was like, yay, this Kyle's son. Okay, but yeah, man, cool young man. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, he might be the next Mr. Bama footballer. I'm telling you, he be doing some stuff over there. But yeah, so I just don't understand. I don't understand how fans can still be on this hype train. For one, Saban has never been flashy. You know, this man has been driving that what is it? Is it a Camaro? What's his? We got the red. Is it the red Camaro?
Who's Saban?
He's
got a Ferrari.
His red Ferrari. You know, Saban's been driving a Ferrari, and it took media having to sneak in, catch him leaving work one day to know that was his car. Yeah. You know, he doesn't brag about any
flashy Ferrari.
That's what I'm saying. It's the basic one.
Italian Spider.
The one you get off the showroom floor, and you don't even send it to the. Yep. You don't get it customized.
You don't even got a V8 engine. That thing come custom made with a V6, man. You
a
V8 or a V6.
Coach Saban is not trying to be out there speeding and nothing. He liked the car. That was one of his childhood cars, and that's what he went and did with it. He didn't make it about him. He didn't make it a flash thing. And you look at how he's even allowed his players to handle NIL. He still held a standard. You know, you look at how those guys show up to game day dressed. It's like he's an infectious coach. Kalen DeBoer has that same effect on Washington. Go look at how Washington traveled for the playoffs. Go look at what they did as a team for the playoffs. Go look at how they conducted themselves while they were out. People were laughing at how Michigan was looking tacky. You know, they won. They did what they did. But it's a certain mentality. You can kind of see similarities of what DeBoer has as far as his basis. And I would love, like anybody else, I would love Kiffin. I think everybody in this chat would agree, majority wise, if you had to weigh out the pros and the cons, you want Kiffin, and you take all the 6 extra cons that he has more than Kalen DeBoer because it's Lane Kiffin. But when you get down to the grid of it, like you were saying, man, get down to the meat of the source of what we need at this program in order to remain a winning program, somebody like Kiffin, who's known as can be a firecracker, can be inconsistent. The first sign of adversity on this level, what happens? Does he fold? You know, does he crumble? Does he let, the attitude of players determine how he treats them? And there's nothing, I can't say nothing negative about Kiffin. It's literally just truths that we're kind of speaking. Kiffin has never been shy about expressing his dislike for players when they don't perform to a certain level. He's never been shy about it. Whether it's been public or in front of the locker room, whatever, he's never been shy. He's a straightforward guy. He wants to win. He likes flashy wins. He likes to be in the hot seats. He likes to be in those moments. It's hard to get a roster full of players like that nowadays. You have to have a coach that has that balance. That's why you see turnover at Ole Miss like you do. That's why does Quinshon Judkins leaving? You get what I'm saying? Like there's you're
because he has to change the offense. Yeah, he has to change. What name one player from Coach Saban that would walk up to him and say, "Hey, I want you to change your defensive scheme," or "Hey, I want you to change this about the off or change about this about your defense because I don't really like the way that you're doing it," and then have arguments with your offensive line. You can't name one for Coach Saban.
No. But that happens with Kiffin. You get what I'm saying? He's in that stage of his career where he's learning to navigate those things. I think, like I keep saying, y'all, Mike Locksley or Kalen DeBoer would be more receptive to having that guy. I think Mike Locksley mentally, now that we starting to talk, dive into it a little bit more, I think mentally Mike Locksley would be the perfect candidate. You know, I feel like he's been a steady force at Maryland for the time that he's been there, working with the resources he has. He's connected in that community now. It'll be hard to pull him away from Maryland. You know, he's from Maryland. His family.
He will have if he does coach here, the DMV area would be locked down.
Yeah.
No one's getting the DMV area if he comes.
You know, I'm right here in Maryland. Coach Loxley is in Richmond a lot, man. Richmond area. It's a school down here called Thomas Dale, right outside, probably like 30 minutes from where I live. Thomas Dale is like a athlete factory as far as a high school. It's like Virginia's IMG Academy, you know.
Yep.
And
St. Francis Academy in Baltimore.
Baltimore.
You know how it is over there with St. Francis Academy.
Man, St. Francis go to Florida every year to try and beat up on top Florida teams. That's like a thing
IMG.
That
they play IMG every year. Every year they play IMG. They played Bryce Young a few years ago. They played
at Modern Day.
Blake Corum, Derek Moore on those teams.
I'm telling you guys, it's like you guys got to understand when it comes to this coaching search right here. This isn't your Auburn. You know, this isn't your Tennessee. This isn't your Arkansas a few years back. This is literally a coach that's been in a seat for 17 years. Do you know like who's the I'm gonna try to find it right now. Who's the second longest tenure coach right now at a current, not just in the SEC, but at a university?
At a university.
Right. At any school right now in Division I, longest coaching tenures, longest active coaching teams.
It might be Dabo. I think Dabo actually might take that title.
He came and he's since Coach Saban.
Kirk Ferentz. I forgot about Kirk Ferentz.
Where they say?
Iowa.
Oh dang! I be forgetting about them folks up there. I ain't even gonna lie.
You see, yeah.
You get what I'm saying? I be forgetting about because they don't.
Forever.
It's not flashy. It's not flashy. You get what I'm saying? This is the name Alabama brings its own weight, and then you gotta look at the fact that one guy was able to sit in that seat for 17 years, but not just sit in the seat, but be dominant at the top of the polls, at the top of the game for 16 out of those 17 years. You get what I'm saying? There has not been a year that Alabama hasn't been considered for a national championship going into week 10 of the season.
Right.
That there has not been a year other than his first year there. There has not been a year going into week 10. It's just crazy to me. It's just crazy to me. Who's that? Adam Lepore said, I like to see IMG play Modern Day. They played when Bryce was there. And
yeah, they did. It was Trey Sanders, Evan Neal was on that team, Nolan Smith, and they played against Brew McCoy, Bryce Young, Eli Ricks was Eli Ricks was literally known as a prodigy before everything goes. But yeah, they played. They actually did play in Modern Day 1, 28-24. I was at that game. I was at Santa Ana. My cousin was didn't start. I'm not gonna say bragging that he was a starter. He was a third string type guy. Pretty much his entire. Well, I ain't gonna dog about him because he'll probably just cuss me out. But no, he played for Modern Day, so we went. That gave me the perfect excuse. Me and my mom and some of my other family members, we flew over there. That was a great game. NFL prospects all over the board, dudes that are in the NFL, a crap ton of NFL dudes that played.
Facts.
Yeah, they played before.
So yeah, so right now you got Gundy been at Oklahoma State for let me see, Dabo Swinney right now, currently 15 years at Clemson. And this was updated article today. Wait, what's today? The 12th. So this was 2 days ago. So this is up to date. I'm gonna read this list off, man. This is a pretty solid list. You got Fritz over at Iowa. You got Gundy, Oklahoma State, been there 19 years. Whittingham at Utah. You get what I'm saying? Like these are names that you know you just
it's a dying breed though, man. It is
because
breed.
You don't have, and a lot of these coaches that's been there, they're pre social media era. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these coaches, like Dabo being there in 2009, that's literally like 2008, 2009 was the social media boom to me. My freshman year of college, that's when Facebook's updated platform 2008 came out, and then 2009 they launched it to where you could start. It became a social media site, and nobody was using MySpace and those things for college football recruiting and uploading videos and none of that. You get what I'm saying? So
no, you just created your page. It was alert page.
That's it. That's it. And so now we're at a stage now in this day and age of football where you have to be in tune. You look at these programs that have these long tenures of coaches. They're not at the top of the totem pole right now as far as winning games, championships, conference titles, any of that. They're kind of keeping it together, piecing together with old school values, maintaining with old school values. And that's a dying thing in college football now. And I believe Coach Saban foresaw this. He forecasted this. And that's why he's stepping away the way he is and trying to find somebody that he can guide into the and mentor as they bring in the nuances of what college football is becoming. I think Kalen DeBoer did a good job of that at Washington. We talk about his record, the 2 years that he's been there. He took a 4-8 team, a team that went 4-8 the previous year. He secured a Michael Penix out of the portal. He went and got some solid guys in his specialty areas, his specialty groups, wide receivers, running backs, the secondary. I believe Washington's always had solid guys come out their secondary. So recruiting guys to come to Washington and play in their secondary wasn't going to be a tough task, wasn't going to be a tall task. But schematically on the defensive side, he found guys that fit the scheme and they were very efficient. You saw improvement both years. Offensively, didn't have the biggest offensive line, but this is an offensive line that had a quarterback, top 3 passers, he was in the top 3 as far as passing statistics in college football. Heisman runner-up, Heisman contender. Like he's been a part of that process as far as development. Just want to say thank you to all you guys for staying live this long. I can say it has made the last couple of days easier riding with y'all through uncharted waters. Fans have a job to show up in the coming years. Keep the edge. Facts. Don John 117. That's one of the super chats that's probably been one of the more truer super chats statements I've seen in out of the fan base in a minute, man. It's appreciate that for real, man. That's one statement lets me know that we still have like logical minds out there that's not panicking, and it's reason to panic. This is Coach Saban leaving, but some of the stuff that's being thrown out there about other coaches and who's not ready or who would be the worst hire. Like, guys, come on, man. Man, who is this Jesus Christmas guy?
Jesus Christmas. What's up, man? Jesus Christmas. What's up, Jesus Christmas? I like Jesus and I like Christmas. And it's all good, man. We got love for you too. What's going on, everyone? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Brandon Bounds, what's up, man? I appreciate the super chat as well, man. Thank you very much for supporting the coaches right here on Bama Football. He's Coach Jarek and he's Coach Smook. My name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Right now, you are rolling with Bama Football on YouTube, close to 100,000 subscribers. It's not me. It's about the collective community right here. And all these guys have some really good takes, and I'm glad that you guys have been hanging out today on Bama Football on YouTube. What we have learned throughout the last, 8 hours is there's been some other coaches that continue to get paid. And I think a lot of it is because of the leverage factor. Anytime that, you're going to get approached by Greg Burnett, every single time that a coach gets a pay raise, that means that they were contacted, in my opinion, by the University of Alabama, because that is leverage. You think these coaches automatically got a pay bump? You think that maybe Norvell, the job that he did at Florida State, I don't know about the ending, but there was a lot of talk about him having talks with Greg Byrne. It's kind of funny how when something doesn't happen, then they're like, oh, it was never going to be in play, right? That's always the case. Or he wasn't going to be good anyways. I didn't want it to be Mike Norvell for a lot of different reasons. Point blank, because he was soft. Wow. Okay, you guys aren't going to like this. News. This is from Nick Kelly. I'm gonna get this up here. I'll just screenshot it. It's about Isaiah Bond.
Yes, got it.
He looks like he's bouncing out.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Wow. So last night, about 9:30, 10 o'clock last night, there was a leak, and I didn't see it because I was, laying down. I got off yesterday. I felt like I worked a full day. But there was a conversation, a group text leaked about it's like 8 Bama players in there, and his name, his nickname in the chat was highlighted and showing that he was saying, it ain't looking good for me. I think this process ain't for me right now. I got to go get where I got to get, and to see Isaiah Bonds, and I don't know how real it was, the picture was, but to see this news come out today, it would be crazy to see that go through, man. Isaiah Bonds of all the receivers, come on, man.
That's arguably that's your best one. It's your best returning one. Now he's gone. Well, potentially gone. We'll see. We'll see what happens with him. Because like I said, he can pull his name out the portal. Sometimes it just takes like a conversation. If we do get that new coach hired in order to get somebody back. But if he does decide to leave and he goes to university, I don't think anybody's going to blame any of these players for leaving. I mean, they got a gut. They got punched right in the gut of seeing Coach Saban retire. And because they have plans, and now to see some of these guys in the portal I can't blame these players for doing what's best for them.
Yeah, I'm all for it, man. And then you see the way it's worded, explore his options. That's what these coaches are doing right now. That's what and this is what Coach Saban was alluding to as far as getting parameters. And
can you guys Smoot, can you screenshot this and put this up, because I need to step away. I need to cut a video on this, and then I'll be back in 10 minutes, and then I'll fly the plane. Is that cool with you guys?
Yeah, let me pull it up real quick.
All right, cool. Jarek, how you doing, man? You need a break, or you need a blow or anything?
No, I'm good. Keep going.
All right, cool.
Let me see.
How about you? You doing good, man?
I'm good. I just got here, man. I was going to stay on for my hour, and then I got to go handle some paperwork, man. Your boy about to be.
Yeah, and then I'll come back over here, man. I'm feeling really good, man. So I'm thinking about going 13, 14 hours today.
What?
The thing is I got the kids here. You know what I'm saying? So I made the kids some food. I got them breakfast and I made some food, and then these storms just blew by. So my daughter was like, she's like, I'm bored. Good riddance.
Get her on the show. Gotta get her going, man. Get her a part of the program.
I thought Kaden was about to jump on here.
Christmas is so mad. Inside the comment box, someone gave him a hug.
He needs I've been trying to give him a hug since he showed up. I got a question for the chat though.
All right, Smook, you got that? I'm gonna dip out for a minute.
I'm about to screenshot it now.
All right, cool.
But I got a question for the chat for real. At what day and age, at what phase have we come to that we start trying to criticize, not necessarily the players, but why aren't we criticizing the system that's set up for these players, man? You get what I'm saying? Why aren't we? And this is why I value Coach Saban so much throughout this whole process, man. It's been one of those things where you always put the players first. And I feel like if he had made a decision to announce that he was going to be retiring at the end of the season, earlier, I think you have a lot of players already losing focus and looking at their possible next opportunity, jumping the broom or jumping the gun too fast. I said jumping the broom, but jumping the gun too fast, trying to find their next destination when really, it might not be cause for that. It might not be a need for that. And so I appreciate the boldness of some of these players to do what they're doing at the time that they're doing it. We were just congratulating these players yesterday about not going into the portal and sticking it out. Well, it's Friday, and there was an announcement made 2 days ago that we would have a coach in 72 hours. There was a lot of rumors. It's Friday. We're coming up on that 72-hour look. So if we not making decisions by now, if we ain't made a decision yet, I don't blame these players, man. It's kind of hard to kind of go away from what's best for you in this day and age. That's just the society that we've allowed to be structured around us, man. It's a hard concept to adapt to, but that's literally what's kept Coach Saban at the top of the game, being able to adapt. If we don't find a coach that's adapting to this new change, it's going to be like somebody in the chat said, more will follow. Somebody other than Mr. Christmas there. But it's a thing. It's a thing to be admired when grown people, adults, can look at these young men making their decisions and say that they're selfish or anything when the system has been doing it to them since the beginning. Since the beginning of the time. So it's sad to see some of the takes that people have on it. Somebody keep asking where they said where you coach at, Coach J. why they call you Coach J? Listen, chat, Coach Smoot. I coach in real life. I don't think Coach J is actively coaching. But I haven't
coached in 3 years.
Yeah, so you have some coaches on this panel. The validity of what we do is not my concern to prove anything to anybody. But I know for a fact when former players, and I'm a name drop right now because he's one of my favorite to dialogue when it comes to Alabama football. George T. When George T. can give me the time of day and agree with some of the concepts and things that I see as far as schematics on the offensive side, defensive design, pass coordinating, scheming, those type of aspects, what I know I'm good at and I speak on a lot. When somebody like George T give you the time of day and wants to dialogue with you, I put some weight on that, man. I take pride in that. So don't come for my brother, man. Don't come for my brothers. We know what we're talking about here. We don't know everything, but we know what we're talking about. You get what I'm saying? And that's a hard statement to ride with. You don't know everything, but you know what you're talking about. It's a big difference in being that type of person. But for those that appreciate the takes, man, we appreciate y'all, man. We didn't come on here trying to act like we know everything. We talking football just like y'all are doing. We speculating like y'all are doing. We just enjoy doing it. We not necessarily enjoy it, but we just so happen to be doing it in front of the camera. And y'all already know we keep it real, man. So tread carefully when you coming for my people, man. Because I'm the one I clap back. They know how to maintain the professionalism. I'll clap back. I'm learning to be a better podcaster, YouTuber, whatever you want to call it. But I don't take kindly to disrespect. So you talk your trash. We all good. Talk your trash, but keep it respectful in the chat. Please. That's all we ask. I appreciate that. But let me get this. I'm trying to get this graphic up of Isaiah Bonds. I really don't want to look at it, man. That's disturbing, man. That's disturbing, honestly. But you cannot blame the kid. You can't blame him. Can't say that he's selfish for anything. I hate when people do that to these boys. These boys have lives too, man. People can make decisions that benefit them around them, but they can't make the decisions to. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, I don't blame Isaiah Bond for doing what was best for him, and I think that's what we just got to keep in perspective. Is that right now, it's kind of like if you had someone that was in a leadership role or leadership position. I don't like to kind of compare, like events or like or stuff like that. But there's been like a lot of cases and a lot of situations where when you have that one person that's been a leader, the one person that's been guiding you for such a long time, the one person that's motivated you to do something like this, and like that motivates you to do something. That maybe you really wouldn't do if that coach wasn't particularly there and now he's gone. It's kind of like, well, it's because a lot of people have to understand, a lot of people didn't come to Bama for Bama. A lot of people came to Bama for Nick Saban. And I can't blame players for that because this is not the 90s. This is not the 80s or the 90s or even the early 2000s where players grew up in this environment. They grew up wanting to go to Tuscaloosa all their lives. Like USC, everybody wanted to go to USC. Right. USC was hated, but USC was loved by a lot of people. Everybody wanted to go to USC. It became a national brand. Miami became a national brand. But this is not the case anymore, right? Players want to go to these universities because that's the best place that's going to get them to the league, not because they love the culture, not because they love not because they love the university and everything that presents to them, not because they love, let's be honest, the academic side of it. Like some players do, but that's not the majority, right? Not a majority of players play college football not just to get a scholarship. A lot of majority of players play because they want to get to the NFL. The football is one of the most dangerous sports on planet Earth. It is a sport that could literally, really end your career, end your life. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of people and this is, I got to give credit to anybody that's played football. They're willing to make these sacrifices, willing to sacrifice their bodies
for a game,
right? For a game. They're willing to sacrifice their life. Like, this is not just soccer or slash what they call it, football, right? I don't want to get our European audience all pissed off at us for calling it. But yeah, so you got soccer or slash football, but this is not like one of those games where you can have a torn ACL or you can have a torn kneecap for the most part. Like football is a very dangerous game, and a lot of people want to play it because they know that's what could get them to financial freedom. They know that's what's going to get them to financial freedom. And so players got to make the best. They got to make the best decisions for themselves. And so, in a situation like this, I can't blame Isaiah Bond for going to the transfer portal. And in a way, this is why I think that it's kind of sending away a message to Greg Burns and to this athletic administration that, hey, we take your time, but at the same time, you got to be a little bit more urgent, right? You got to be more urgent because Bond's the first big name to leave. This is the first big name to leave. A guy that was supposed to be your returning starter, your best receiver, is now in that portal. And this is not I like this receiving depth room that we have here. But if your best player is willing to go, what about Kendrick Law?
Kobe Prentice.
What about Amari Niblack? Right?
Exactly.
What about the players that just returned? They just returned for this, to make a run to another national championship. Now they're completely unsure because they don't know who the coach is going to be.
Yeah,
these guys are lost for the loop. They're like us. They don't know what's going on. So who can blame these players for getting into the portal?
Right. And guys, like we've been talking about it. This is what college football has come to. You guys are only tripping because it's Alabama, but it's happening everywhere. People are losing top. Like we were just talking about earlier, Quinshon Judkins at Ole Miss, your leading back. He was the freshman back of the year, his first year as the running back under Lane Kiffin, and now he's gone. I mean, guys just leave for whatever now. That's what this day and age has come to. And because it's Alabama now, everybody's in a panic. No, it's been happening for the past 3 years, guys. Don't be those fans that go and start blowing up these young men's Twitters and calling, making threats. Like that's not where we want to go. These kids have to really play. Like, just think about this. If you were trying to make sure that your business, that you as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, if you were trying to make sure that it had the best opportunity to be successful and maintain sales, you got a restaurant, you trying to make sure that you always had the right food, you're not going to hesitate to take opportunities that's going to get you to that next level if your current path or your current means of getting that type of business is not producing based off of your goals. So if Isaiah Burns feels like that Coach Saban gave him the best opportunity to get to the NFL, being a player under Coach Saban, not necessarily Alabama, being a player under Coach Saban was his best opportunity to get to the NFL, you can't fault him for looking at the next phase of what's the next phase for me to get to the NFL. Because Bonds he only needs one more year of solid, a solid gameplay on the field, before he's draft eligible. He's draft eligible coming up this season. So him, Kendrick Law, and Kobe Prentice, all are draft eligible coming up this season. So it's kind of a business decision. Do I want to possibly risk trying to get implemented into a new offensive scheme if we have a Kalen DeBoer hire with Ryan Grubbs coming over and the wide receiver coach coming in? Do I want to try to fit into a new scheme? You get what I'm saying? That's the type of business. So do you go into my question is, what is your mindset going into the portal? Is it, let me go get the money, or let me see what scheme I could fit in? Who needs me, and does the scheme fit to my liking for me to continue to create value for myself? Like Coach Saban has always made a priority, creating value for these young guys. So sad news to know that. And to me, I think the fact that he's in the transfer portal doesn't say much other than what this says. He's looking at his options. Everybody around us is exploring his options. The coaches above him, I guarantee you, there's rumbles in the facility that you have staffers, meeting with agents, meeting with their personal agents, and doing these things to figure out what the next step might possibly be. This is what happens when you have greatness. Just you're turning the page. You're trying to find the next phase. It's just a part of the process, man. And I'm here for the ride, man. I've been in this predicament with this university before, as a young man and as a young kid, didn't understand the process as well as I do now. And even in my understanding of it now, it's changed so much in the past, 19 20 years that I've been actually understanding and paying attention to football at the college level past the field. You know, I've literally been past what I see on the football field. I've literally had taken a liking to finding out what goes on in that background, and it's a lot that goes on. So prayers up for, you know, hopefully Bonds doesn't transfer, right. But definitely go and do what's best for you, young man. Go and do what's best for you. People hate it. You see Marlon Humphrey's tweet when they said where he said the moment Coach Saban would have announced his retirement, I would have announced I was going to the transfer portal. You know, basically that's what he was saying.
Remember there were rumors after his freshman year that he was potentially going to leave the program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There were rumors about a lot of guys. This is what people don't understand. If this was 10, 15, or even 20 years ago, if the transfer portal and NIL was there back then, I mean, the same thing would have happened.
Think about
the exact same situation would have happened. Maybe even worse compared to how it is now.
Think about how long we held Ben Davis on that roster, because if he had transferred, he knew he had to sit for a year.
6 years. We held the 5-star for 6 years.
6 years. And he's never got to do anything because of the rules set in place. He created all this value for himself in high school to be able to make the decision to which school he want to go to. But then he gets penalized for having an injury, you know, the year he's supposed to start. He gets penalized for having an injury, and then he can never just rebound in that system. The system kept changing. He had 2 defensive coordinators during his tenure there, 2 different defensive coordinators. Like, it's a lot that the players haven't been privy to in the past. Now that they're privy to it, it's just about finding that happy medium. That happy medium with getting things, you know, level, having some decency about the process, the integrity behind how guys are able to transfer, the integrity about NIL, who can actually pour money into these players' pockets, and what you don't want them, who you don't want them accepting money from, as far as when you talk about career progression, understanding how to manage these things. Like, it's getting to the point now, college kids, high school kids have agents, bro.
Right.
You know, Kobe Bryant didn't have an agent until like 3 months before he was about to go to the NFL. I mean, the NBA.
NBA, yeah. Kevin Garnett, Dwight Howard.
They weren't talking to agents until like 3 months. Like
Smith.
Even LeBron's his agent was not his agent. This is somebody that had been mentoring him his whole life, you know, that was helping him. So it wasn't necessarily, it's like a business manager at that level. But a agent, you got high school kids with actual licensed people that are saying, you know, that claim to be agents. That's the day and age of football we've come to. So definitely can't fault Isaiah Bonds for doing what he had to do, man, and taking his career serious. And like you said, like the little clip says, exploring his options, man. That's what this game has come to. Options.
Yep.
Isaiah Bond planning on transferring. Yep. Marcus McCants. Appreciate you for pulling up, Marcus. How you doing today, man? Y'all folks be.
I gotta relax, man.
For real, man. No, I look at how people respond to people. Like, man, what? Maybe I'm just getting old, Jay. I guess I'm starting to turn over that old man mindset to where, like, a lot of stuff that people really be out here ready to go and fight about, like, it's out of my control. I can just react to it, and then that don't mean I gotta treat you like a dirtbag because we don't agree. You get what I'm saying? Like, what does this world come to? But we appreciate y'all, man. Be honest, Greg Burns already crapped his pants on this one. Just like he's in a bad situation. I don't think he's in a bad situation. I think to y'all it might be a bad situation, but I think they're handling it like they want to handle it. You know, the fact that Coach Saban is still around, being a part of this process is I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing for not just the players or the university, but for Coach Saban, Burns, everybody. You know, college football. The fact that Coach Saban is sticking around, this is going to be monumental. Whoever the hire is, it's going to be a big news. It's going to be front page, whatever it is. And I guarantee you, no matter if it is Kiffin, if it was doggone what's the Pat's what's his name? Rest in peace. I mean, great coaches. Ah, dang, man. Come on, chat. Y'all know I don't be remembering names. I'm young.
You know, university.
Nah, Pat, the greatest coach of all time. Forget that statement. But if it's Kiffin, if it's anybody that's trending high right now,
I'm sorry, for Grambling.
Yeah, the coach at Grambling. You know who I'm talking about?
I know you're talking about.
Yeah, but
glasses.
Yeah. And you can look at what he's done and look at how great of a coach he is. It doesn't matter. He's following up Nick Saban. Whoever the next coach is following up Nick Saban. You're going to have the pressure. It's about understanding the things that happen behind that. Being able to manage the things outside of that.
Eddie Robinson
come to Alabama, man. Folks, what? Come on, man. They're going to trip. But you bring Pete Carroll, folks going to trip. And these are people with proven success, man. Like at that levels, at what they do. Anybody bring in is going to be under pressure. They're going to have to deal with transfer portal. They're going to have to deal with NIL. I think this staff is doing exactly what they need to do to get a guy in. Get the right guy in, not a guy in, but the right guy in.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I'll go back to the other statement just real quick. I always kind of ask people like this: if high school players were offered to go to the NFL, do you think they're going to skip that chance? Do you think a lot of players will skip that chance to go to the NFL, knowing how talented these kids are, or do you think they'll go to college? Because a lot of these dudes they're going to the league. They're making, especially in some of the environments they grew up in. They're not just going to go to college. They're going to the NFL. They're going to make sure that they're going to try to secure the bag as much as possible.
Yep.
And so this is why I'm saying, guys, that sometimes we have to really take a look at this. It's a business. In a way, I think the NCAA has damaged the minds of college football fans because now we expect loyalty. Now we expect tradition and we expect culture. And that's just not the reality of the situation for a lot of times, right? How many times have we heard players that grew up as Alabama fans and ultimately it wasn't the right decision for them? They went somewhere else. They didn't go with the school that they grew up watching since they were 5-6 years old. Why? Because they understood that college football is a business. So, guys, again, it's a tough news that Isaiah Bond entered the portal. He's going to be considered a Bama legend, right? We got 4th and 31. That's always going to live in our hearts. But at the end of the day, guys, and it's not the end, right? If whoever we get, whether if it's a Glenn Schumann, whether if it's I'm just throwing hypotheticals out there, James Franklin, whether if it's a Kalen DeBoer, Isaiah Bond can take a look at it and say, you know what? I'm gonna give this guy an opportunity. I'm gonna give this coaching staff an opportunity because and this is why we say, guys, sometimes maybe getting an offensive mind helps because you don't think these players know who Kalen DeBoer or Lane Kiffin are, and knowing the receivers and knowing the skins. Because remember, players talk to each other, guys. Players all across the nation, they have group chats. They talk to each other, right? So you don't think that for the most part he's going to be asking some of these Washington players like, hey, Rome, or Jalen, what do you think about or Kalen DeBoer? How has he developed you as a receiver? So we'll see what happens with Isaiah Bond, but wherever he goes, like I said, best of luck to him. And like I said, hopefully he has a successful career. I hope he stays. I hope he does stay. But wherever he goes, I hope that he has a successful career and is able to translate his skill set that we know he can get, that we know he can reach, and go to the NFL and be successful. Oh, Coach, you're muted. I don't know if you're talking, but you're muted.
Oh, snap. My fault. I'm over here chewing gum. Y'all probably didn't know if I was talking or chewing gum, did it? But man, I honestly feel like this is the phase where if I had to have a concern, like a serious concern, and be falling, unraveling or spiraling or whatever, I think the hire needs to happen today. I think it needs to happen before the end of the day, and I'm talking like before
it's
6
got to be now.
It's got to be now. It's got to be like before 6 o'clock type move, because now you get into the weekend. Like there's no open close time frame. There's no office hours for the transfer portal, and when guys can talk to guys, when these players can talk to coaching staffs, or they're free to do it right now. Coach Saban is officially retired. the 30 days started. I want to say Tuesday. Their 30-day window for the portal opened up. So I mean, we're what, 3 days into it now. Isaiah Bond's the first name. AD, you gotta deliver. You said 72 hours. And honestly, this you're at a point now. I don't think it's been I don't think they're unraveling or just spiraling trying to find a guy. I think they have probably 2 or 3 primary guys seriously on the hook that they have been in extensive talks with, and I know for a fact one of them they've been in very extensive talks with. But I think it's more so of a fact that just like these players exploring their options, I think they're keeping the chatter, the line open for other options to possibly pop in there. You don't know what's happening with all these head coaches that are unemployed right now. You don't know what's happening. You don't know what's happening with these head coaches that were signed up and went into pressure situations and are doing on the up and up. I seen somebody make a joke about Billy Napier and what he's doing at Florida. Well, Florida has been a joke forever, historically. How they handle their alumni, the boosters, and everybody, how they handle that university has been a joke for years. It's always been in shambles. There's always been some type of controversy surrounding it.
Yeah.
A guy like Billy Napier, I don't think him being at Florida speaks on him as a coach. You get what I'm saying? I think it's a marquee job. It's a flashy job. It's a SEC top tier SEC job. If you look at the numbers and what you can make, the reach that the Gators have, the fan base is widespread. But if you all really think about how coaches have been selected in this league, man, I think this will be the one where this is the one you have to go and get it right now. Like you say, you have to go and get it right now. Everybody else, they didn't jump the gun and pull the trigger. They didn't have to. They weren't. They're literally coming off of rebuilds or down seasons. This is a season where we were in the playoffs. There's got to be the right pick. You can't just pick anybody. And as much as I wanted it to be Lane Kiffin or whoever 2 days ago, I know now, right now in this moment, we need to make some tough decisions. You got to make a move right now.
Yep, this is what we were afraid of, guys. This is what we were afraid of. We weren't. I wasn't afraid about the hire. I was afraid of players going in. And like I said, I expect players to enter the portal, whether regardless we have a hire or not. But at least we can try to salvage that by at least having somebody that's in the building and at least talking to some of these players. And who knows, maybe a coach can talk a player from getting out the portal, because they got to try to build a relationship. They got to try to build a relationship, right? This is why, again, I can understand why Lane Kiffin, because some of these guys knew who Lane is. I can understand a Glenn Schumann or some of the other guys. But if it's somebody like a Kalen DeBoer's got to try to establish a relationship, and he's gonna kind of do it a little quickly. Yeah. And he's got to try to sell. And I think what Kalen DeBoer can do is, again, look at my track record. Look at the guys I'm about to put into the National Football League.
Facts.
Right. It's something that, for the most part, guys, if you don't believe in my confidence and if you don't believe in my ability to put you in the best situation, talk to the players I'm about to put into the league. Like it's so we got to do this now. We have to do this really, really quickly, guys. We got to do this very, very quickly.
Facts.
I hope that we can. I hope that we can get this set down today. If not worse, this is the worst case scenario, tomorrow. Because if we let this go any longer, then it will be a mess. You will see a lot more players in the portal, because these players, they know just as much as we do. They know nothing. They don't know who their coaching staff is going to be. They don't know if the coaching staff that's currently in place is going to leave if bringing a new coach in. So all the guys that recruited you, that developed you, that were in place, that were in the trenches with you, that went through the same process you did, they may not be there any longer. Oh, well, what's the point of me being here? Because a lot of these guys they're not from Bama. They're from out of state, somewhere else. So so I can go to Texas now with NIL and all this stuff going on. I can go to Texas. I can go to Georgia. I can go to Michigan. I can go to Penn State. I can go to Notre Dame. I can go somewhere else. Right? The Big Ten landscape has changed. It's flipped a complete 180. It's no longer the Pac-12, it's the Pac-2. So all of a sudden, all these opportunities that coaches would try to sell on, saying, "Oh, the Pac-12 is not the best for you." Look at the amount of players that they put into the National Football League. That's no longer the case, because now it's the Pac-2. Now all of a sudden you got the Big Ten. It's the SEC. Or heck, you look at a Florida State that say, listen, we're the only mega school right now in the ACC conference. Why not come here and really build your draft stock up? Because look how many guys we're going to put into the National Football League. Like all of a sudden, it's like the wolves are starting to come in on you, and you don't got that much time. You got to find a way out, because otherwise, once the wolves smell blood, it's over. They got your scent. Now they're coming for you. So we got to make a move as quickly as possible.
I like the hunting analogy. I like that.
For somebody that actually does hunt, I can tell you.
What?
I can tell you, man, that hunt deer. I can tell you, dog. Anyone that tells you, man, once you get a hold of that scent, or you get a hold of that trail, that manure that left behind, oh, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
Now I got a hold.
Telling you, hog hunting was some of the funnest stuff I did, man. Back home in Alabama. If y'all from southeast Alabama, central Alabama, y'all know hogging is like a big thing. They tear those. They get by the water, the Chattahoochee River, and
those
all that.
Wild boars.
I'm talking about, bruh, 200-300 pound hogs, man, and getting out there gutting those guys, man. You know, we didn't use rifles. You know, you got your dogs, you got your holler, you got your catch dog, and we used to get out there, man. My first time experiencing that, man, it's a different feel. But the mentality is similar, man. When you talking about this day and age of college football and how it's transitioning, man, it's a dog eat dog world. It's gonna be a fun, not fun, but it's gonna be an interesting this weekend's gonna be very interesting if we don't make a hire right now. I can tell you right now, Bama Twitter is gonna be going crazy this weekend if we don't have a hire by 6. This and I say 6 o'clock Eastern my time, but that's 5 Central time. That's usually when you get a lot of those big announcements around that time. If it's not during lunch, it's going to be around 5 o'clock. Hopefully, we can have something by then, man. I'm not panicking. I just want this to be a process where it moves along and guys continue to develop, man.
What's up, fellas?
Chilling, bro.
What's going
on? Greg Byrne needs to make a hire today.
Yeah,
yes, he does.
He's got to do it. This player right here has a lot of power. This player right here is a very outspoken individual. You have never heard this guy right here is a SID's worst nightmare, because this young man will tell you the absolute truth about every single thing that's happening. That's why I love Isaiah Bond the most. He don't give two you-know-whats about anybody else's opinion. As soon as he goes and he gives an interview, he will tell you exactly what is happening at Alabama, why he left, and that could cause a gigantic fallout. I'm telling you. Isaiah Bond is about to tell and you know who, I mean, there's already reports Texas wants him. Texas wants him.
They've been at him. They've been vocal about it.
That's my prediction.
Is that what they is? Yeah, is that what they said already? Is Texas already? Because I saw it right away. Texas. I mean, just wait. That dude. I mean, man, that dude is he's a baller. And I'm telling you, so the guy that they have to have come in, Isaiah Bond's not happy about something. And he didn't enter the portal after the season. He entered the portal after Saban. So need to make a hire today. I mean, everybody is saying, I mean, I think it was Josh Payne himself that said, yeah, Caleb Downs would hurt bad. This it hurts right here.
If Caleb goes, he's going to Ohio State.
Yeah.
Texas right now, Brent McMurphy. He has him as going to potentially Texas, or at least being one of their hottest candidates. Caleb goes, he's going to Ohio State. He's gone. So I agree. I mean, Isaiah Bond is a loud spoken voice, man. Yeah, you got to make a move now. You have to make a move.
And Jesus Christ, a good point too is like you just lost Holman Wiggins as well, right? So you lose Holman Wiggins to Texas A&M, you know, who they clearly have to replace. You know, out of all the players, you know, this is the one that has a lot of magnitude right off the jump. The Ryan Williams stuff, you know, really wasn't worried about that because it didn't seem like that was always dramatic. This one, I don't like this one being the first one. I mean, because you're looking like notable transfers. This is like the biggest one, in my opinion. The only one bigger than this would be like Jalen Milroe, right? Caleb Downs would be next.
Caleb Downs is the biggest. I don't care who else. If anybody needs to stay, I'm telling you, Caleb, not just for the amount of snaps he played, just what he carries, the demeanor he carries, the respect he carries as a true freshman. He was a leader on that team as a true freshman. I think a lot of people buy into what, especially that class he came in with. I think they take a lot of value in what he says in that locker room. And you know, I would hate for him to go, because I think that means Justice Haynes might start looking. A Richard Young might start. You get what I'm saying? Like, all those guys were tight knit when they came in together. So,
Smook, where you at on timing? You good on timing?
I'm about to step off. I got to go handle a few things.
We just got Coach Sean up in here.
Yeah.
Jimmy, what about you, man? How you feeling? You need a blow?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
All right, let's bring on Smook. So we'll catch up with you here in a little while. Go take care of your stuff, and we'll pop in, Coach Sean. Coach Sean, what's up, man?
What's up, guys? What's up?
Appreciate you, man. Welcome on in. Your initial thoughts, Coach, to Isaiah Bond hitting the transfer portal.
Hey, it's gonna be more to follow. Read what these parents are saying. It's gonna be more to follow if we don't do nothing ASAP, right? You can't be mad at Isaiah. You know, you the star, your future's in limbo. You don't know who your coach gonna be, and if your coach is coming, it may be a coach that you may or may not vibe with. You may or may not have not even known the guy. These kids will judge you, right? Bama needs to make a move. They need to have Coach Saban try to reassure these guys, and they need to make a move ASAP. Otherwise, just like the parents said, it is more to follow. More to follow.
Let me tell you something, guys. If these real quick, Kyle, if these players leave, you better hope we get Kalen DeBoer, because this is what I said earlier, guys. Kalen, out of all the coaching staffs, right? Dan Lanning, as soon as he got there, he asked for a lot of resources, but he asked for more talent. Lane Kiffin got there, asked for the resources and asked for talent. Mike Norvell asked for resources and asked for talent. You look at the Kalen DeBoer interviews. Look at the players, the former players that went right under him. As soon as Kalen DeBoer got there, all he asked for, get me players that want to play for the University of Washington. I don't care about the 4- and 5-star guys. Give me guys that want to that wants to come here and play. I'll coach them up. Kalen DeBoer is confident. It doesn't matter who it is. It's a 0-star, 1-star, 2-star guy. He doesn't care who it is. All he wants to do is coach and develop. That's all he wants to do. And maybe that's a criticism of his, because then you look at the recruiting aspect, and that's something that Kalen DeBoer has yet to prove, is that he's a great recruiter. He is the best player developer, and he's the best coach as far as X's and O's, in my personal opinion, out of all the coaching staffs. Kalen DeBoer would probably be the only coach out of all the candidates that would not panic if a bunch of dudes enter the portal. He's probably the only dude that wouldn't panic, because he's confident in his ability to develop, and he's gotten that track record. He's not right. This is a guy that just doesn't say it; he proves it with his actions. So all of a sudden, guys, these coaching candidates are starting to cut the list short, and to me, the confidence is more leaning towards Kalen DeBoer. The more and more stuff starts to go on.
What happens if Kalen DeBoer decides to stay at Washington?
Oh, then we got to look for assistant coaches. Because like
Tommy Rees.
Tommy Rees, Glenn Schumann. Now we start to look at assistants, because Lane Kiffin, I'm sorry, he's not an option. I don't think Lane Kiffin, and it's not because I don't want, or what Coach Sean doesn't want as an option, or what Kyle doesn't want as an option. We believe that this athletic administration doesn't want him here. I don't think that they consider him an option based off his past. Now, I don't think it's fair for Lane, because people can grow and people can change, but this is just the way it is. People hold grudges. People, right? There are personal feelings that are behind it. So all of a sudden, guys, we got to start considering assistant coaches as potential candidates. And who knows, maybe you can pull off a guy like Glenn Schumann or Mike Loxley.
Tell us a little bit more about Schumann, Coach Jarek. Glenn.
Glenn Schumann, very, very young guy. Definitely would be the youngest candidate out of all the coaches. Was here at the University of Alabama. I think he actually was under Saban for a little bit. But yeah, very, very young, aspiring type guy, very similar to Dan Lanning. Matter of fact, it was the Dan Lanning replacement as soon as he came, and you can make an argument that he was a little bit better because he had a little bit less to work with compared to that 2021 team. But the dude is an excellent defensive mind. Their scheme is a little similar to ours, and he will have a lot of familiarity. He knows the recruiting region. He's an excellent recruiter, so he knows the region that he's recruiting in. But I think a lot of fans will like his youth. I think a lot of people will like his recruiting aspirations. But I think the biggest question with Glenn Schumann is, well, can you develop? Because a lot of those players that were there were under Dan Lanning's tutelage or under Kirby Smart or under Will Muschamp. There's a lot of defensive masterminds that are there at the University of Georgia before Glenn Schumann has his case or before Glenn Schumann has his rise up. So when it comes to player development, that's a question with him, right? It's player development. It's can you form your own coaching staff? And then it's youth that's going to be against him. He's very young, much younger than Dan Lanning. So that's going to be the real question. Do you really want to take on a case of a very young defensive coordinator that doesn't have that much experience overall wise, that doesn't have any previous head coaching experience? Do you want that man to take over the University of Alabama? Yeah, he's been here. Yeah, he's been under Saban. But do you want a guy that young, that's I think around the same age as Tommy Rees? Do you want that guy to be the coach of the University of Alabama?
I mean, signs just seem to absolutely be pointing to Kalen DeBoer being the guy, right? I mean, he missed the show today. Norvell gets a contract. Sarkisian was never in play. Seems like Dan Lanning was never here, but it seems like he was able to leverage that into, another raise for him. Sexton is just definitely dunking. He's slam dunking for all his coaches. What a chess move by him. We saw that maybe Tommy Rees could be interviewed on Saturday, but I think, it seems like an unrealistic fit, for right now in his career. So it seems like, kind of all signs are pointing to Kalen DeBoer. Coach Sean, why shouldn't people freak out if we don't get an answer today on who the next coach is? Or should we?
I think we should. I mean, I'm not on this positive, let's just have faith in the man. Damn all that. It's time to get a coach.
Yeah.
If you don't, you're going to lose players. Now, if you're okay with losing players, then you go be positive. Go be positive and relax and chill, and you got all the time in the world. In the meantime, Caleb Downs is this close to leaving to go to Ohio State, right? You're going to lose your core. You're going to lose great young talent. You're going to let these guys look around. You have to find a coach, man. You got to find a coach that fits what you're looking for. Have your criteria. Stick to it. Go hire the coach, man. Go hire the guy. Let's go. I don't understand. Now, if you okay though, let me repeat myself. If you okay with losing these young men, then by all means, you take as much time as as you like. But if you're not okay with losing these kids, stick to your standards. Get it done. Open wide. Hire the guy that you think we should have. Give him an offer that he can't refuse, right? Pull some Texas stuff right quick. Get him in here, and let's get this thing rolling. I'm a panic from the beginning. I'm a different kind of cat. As soon as Coach Saban said I retire, and the word retire come out of his mouth, I start panicking then. That's just me, though. You got to get a coach in place, Kyle. You got to get him in place. Parents, forget the kids for a minute. The parents, people have to be assured that my child is going to be somewhere. Remember, whoever they're going to get didn't recruit their kid to come to Alabama. It may be a crossover where your child was recruited by Lane or recruited by Kalen, right? But we need to get the parents to be sure that their children are going to be taken care of. They're going to have everything they need under this young man. The resources are still in place, right? With Coach Saban goes a lot of power. So we need to reassure everybody that the power is still here. Get it done.
So I think that and I absolutely think you have to get a coach in place, or at least make an announcement, that you have your man or something like that today, because remember when this recruiting class came in, something on social media that Alabama football did was they posted all of the comments from the parents. Remember those videos? If you guys are on Instagram, all the parents talked about the stability of the program, having Coach Saban there. And even though Coach Saban is still kind of going to be in the shadow of it, now where are those people from the recruiting perspective that just got here? If you're Julian Sain, you just got here. If you're Jalen Mbagwin, you just got here. You don't have stability, because who is even like the interim coach right now? Like, what is happening?
They haven't even named an interim coach, which is the crazy part.
Yeah. So like who maybe Cedric, has jumped up and he's the man. He's just like, look, do you see him? He was even he was still with coach. He was reporting to duty on Thursday morning too. Man, if he could write a book, right? That would be like a number one seller out the gates. All right, Greg Burns. So this is it, man. You're on the clock, and everybody is going to be, has a right to be hypercritical of you right now. This is Coach Saban's, the replacement for the Alabama football job. But it's crazy because it just happened Wednesday, and I think what it had to have caught Greg Burns by surprise, right? Like that's why I keep going. Like I believe in Saban that he decided. I think he knew that there was going to come a point in time, but it doesn't sound like there was some plan in place, and it seems like it caught just everybody off guard, right? And now you're trying to figure out which coaches you can go to, and these other programs have more money than you. Oregon has more money than Alabama. Texas has more money than Alabama. State of Florida has more money than Alabama. And that's where we are at right now. So I think Alabama can outbid Washington. And, kind of all signs are pointing towards that right now. Josh Pate said that there should be an answer today. People are saying that, they already have their man, but I don't know. I mean, truth be told, and, there's a lot of people that have been saying, they have sources and they know who are all the other names. Nobody else has said anything.
Right.
Yeah. All the people that thought that Dan Lanning was here, all of a sudden we found out that Dan Lanning was at home watching Jason Bourne movies with the family. He was in Eugene the entire time.
Said that they called a staff meeting at the university.
Man, I don't care nothing about no staff. No, not disrespecting my homeboy Smook, but I don't care nothing about none of that. Get it done, man. At this point, Kyle, we got to get it done. We got to get it done. Your meetings and your all these planes landing and listen. Let's open this wallet. Let's get on our Texas stuff. Here's about 30 million. Come to us, whoever the coach may be. Let's get this done, man.
And I'm telling you, the reason why I'm leaving this graphic up on the screen, you don't know how powerful Isaiah Bond is.
Facts.
This is right now, like if you were kind of just sitting back and you were still making some calls, like this is an emergency meeting with Isaiah Bond hitting the transfer portal. This is bigger than Kevin Steele retiring. This is bigger than Holman Wiggins leaving. Like this player is coming out, and this is a strong message that this is an emergency meeting.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you a threat. Not Georgia, not Texas. Texas is the biggest threat because they will open their pocketbooks for this NIL, and they will reel in every player that leaves Alabama that they deem necessary to fit their scheme.
Yep, and they will use it to continue to catapult on the fact that they will continue to flex that they have more money, and they will then also point to the scoreboard that they beat Alabama on the field. This is they're coming into the SEC, and they want to be able to bring down Alabama the best way that they can. A huge blow would not only be beating Alabama on the field, retaining Sarkisian, giving him a raise, and then also stealing your best player on the team.
All facts. Ohio, hey, Jarvis said it. Ohio State as well. Ohio State will look after the defense.
Oh yeah, Caleb. Yeah, Caleb's. Let me ask you a question. You think with Isaiah Bond leaving, you don't think they're gonna go after Jalen Hale?
Facts.
Who was another premier Texas target? You don't think they're gonna go after these other guys that were premier Texas targets?
Oh, facts. Yes. This is why I say I'm tired of the meetings. We've been meeting for 3 days. I get it. But if you have your eyes on the coach you want, if you say it's this guy, right, then go give him an offer that he cannot refuse, even if you have to overpay at this point, which is probably going to happen anyway. But at this point, you just got to do what you got to do, man. You got to do what you got to do. You got to get it done. Enough talk. Let's go.
So you have Terrence Ferguson. I'm updating this huge list that I have here of people going out. He's going to Florida State. And then we're going to add Isaiah Bond. I'm about to show you a graphic right now that's going to freak everyone out. Kind of, where everything stands transferring. I think the only guy, because he was expected, but now he's like in the portal. All right, I'm going to show you guys a graphic on the screen. Let me know if there's anyone else that I missed, and then I'll update the graphic. So just viewer discretion is advised, what you're about to see right now, because there's a lot of moving parts. Now, the transfer portal has always been something that happens, and a lot of these guys left after the Rose Bowl during the transfer portal Wednesday. But now I just updated it with Isaiah Bond. So give me that. I'm gonna give you that graphic in just 2.2 seconds. Okay, check this out. I'm gonna zoom in, and I'm gonna go full screen so you guys can see it. Take a second, everybody in chat, and let me know if there's anything else that I'm missing. If you guys can look at it too, I appreciate it. Go over it with the fine-tooth comb. I'll read it from left to right. So we got headed to the NFL, and if chat help me out too, and coaches too, if they're in Jarek, Sean, head to the NFL, Chris Braz, Turner, Darian Dalcourt, Jalen Key, Jason McQuillan, Latham, or JC Latham, Jermaine Burton, Ibogbe, Kool-Aid, Taron, Trez, Will, transferring, and Quinn Barnes, Earl Little, Eli Holston, Isaiah Hastings, Isaiah Bond, Jake Pope, Ja'Cory Brooks, Kendrick Blackshire, Christian Story, Malik Benson, Miles Ketzelman, Monkel Goodwine, Roydell Williams. I said earlier, I don't know if you guys missed it, but Roydell Williams was meeting with Florida State. He'd be the fourth guy to transfer from Alabama to Florida State. Seth McLaughlin to Ohio State. Chaz Preston, Terrence Ferguson, Tyler Buckner to Notre Dame to play lacrosse. Coaches on the move. Coach Saban, retirement. Kevin Steele, DC, retirement. Coleman Hutzler, outside linebacker coach, Mississippi State. Holman Wiggins, wide receiver coach to Texas A&M. And transfers in Damani Jackson, LT Overton, Naquil Bentrade, coaches in George Hilo, and then decommit most recently from Ryan Williams. Is there anyone else, chat, that I missed that you guys can think of?
Isn't Bala the defensive coordinator for Mississippi State?
Who's that?
Coach Bala?
That's Hutzler, I believe.
Oh, that's Hutzler. Hutzler,
yeah.
Mississippi State.
Yeah, Hutzler.
Okay.
Yeah. Coleman Hutzler.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It looks like we're good for right now, right? On that, I guess.
Yeah, I believe that covers it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool.
Wow.
All right.
Man.
Thanks.
Looking at that, that's wow. When you really look at it, that's a lot of people, man. I get it though, scholarship limits and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, Kyle's gonna have to create a second page if we can't get a hire in these next.
I'm trying to. I'm and you're right, because I'm messing with the text on it, and I'm running out. I'm trying to shrink down the size, but I'm running out of spots. Jared, go ahead and read this super chat out, man.
Okay, well, let's see what we got here. Let's see. Don John 17. Appreciate the 1999 super chat. It says, regardless of who we hire, we got to remember two things. Number one, there will be growing pains. Number two, whoever is hired has to be given time to operate and adapt. Nick was quick. Number two is success, but went 7-6 in his first year. Patience is the key, in my opinion.
Coach Sean?
We have a ready-made roster to win the championship now. Right now, you have a better roster than 90% of college football. There is no patience. Come to Alabama, we want to win now. I don't care about your patience. I don't care about your rebuild. You have a quarterback. You have starters on defense back. You have starters on offense back. You have a better roster than you will ever. This goes for Lane or Kalen. You have a better roster right now than you have ever had in your coaching career. Come in, hire your coach. Let's get it done right now. There is no patience. This is not the job to take for patience. It's just not. If you want patience, you probably shouldn't come to Alabama. Trust me. These fans are not going to have it. Even before Coach Saban, there was no patience here, But I get it. It's unfair, but the pressure to win at this university, outside of the pros, I don't know if it's another thing like it. Maybe Texas, maybe. But outside of Bama, Texas, maybe Ohio State, maybe. I don't think there's any jobs in college football that can prepare you for the University of Alabama. When you step in here, they want to win the day you step in here, especially with all the talent that's on this roster. That's why I'm praying that these guys, these administrators, get their guy in here, open your purses, your pocketbooks, wallets, whatever you want to call it, man bags, and let's get our coach in here and let's get this ball rolling. We do not need to lose any more players to uncertainty.
Now, these players do have the option until they are, committed or whatever you want to call it, to go somewhere else. during this 30-day window, like Isaiah Bond, for example, if they get a coach in here that he likes, he can hop back out of the portal. But this gives him an opportunity to fully talk to other people and hear NIL deals. So car conversations, chats are flying, is saying looks like an announcement is coming very soon. That's what, is that kind of the word out there? I mean, it's hard to see when we're on, live here, but it looks like that could be the word.
Coach Mook just texted us. He said there's going to be an announcement potentially around, I think, 3 Pacific.
Okay. All right. So we got a little bit. I don't know.
I'm sorry, 3 Central, not Pacific, Central.
Yeah. So I guess, they're saying like the board of trustees is called an emergency meeting. Yeah, this is an emergency.
I will say this. Yeah, I will say this. Probably if this is worst case scenario or panic mode, they're probably going to get, it's going to be an interim coach. That's worst case scenario. You probably upgrade maybe a T-Rob or maybe a Tommy Reese as an interim coach. And then you try to go out and see what they can do for that 1 year and try to look for another candidate. That's possibly the worst case scenario, because I think Isaiah Bond going into the portal is the domino effect. That's something that for the most part that's going to really hurt this program, especially if he does leave. Because I'm telling you, if he leaves, players are going to follow. If he goes to Texas, I'm telling you right now, do not be surprised if Jalen Hill or somebody else from this receiving number that goes. I think Worthy and Anai are off to the NFL, so they need replacements. They need more depth and more quality. They're not trying to have a drop off, especially going into the SEC. So, I'm telling you guys this right now. We have got to make a move, and maybe Greg Burns and this athletic administration, maybe they know that hey, we don't have the time for negotiations. Remember, Jimmy Sexton's still in Tuscaloosa, guys. Still is in there. So you know how Jimmy Sexton is. He is a guru. He is the Nick Saban of super agents. He is a guy that when it comes to leveraging deals or getting the most financial stability for his clients, he is going to get it. Whether if you like it or not, he's going to get it. He's going to play hardball with whoever it's going to, whatever program or whatever franchise is working with him. I think 20 out of the 50 coaches in college football, as far as highest paid, he has got as clients. So we'll see what happens. But worst case scenario, be prepared for potentially an interim coach.
Me personally, guys, I hope that and maybe they obviously we all don't know what's going on, right? But I'm hoping Coach Saban is using his power to talk to these guys. More importantly, talk to the parents, trying to trying to temper some anxiousness. Put your Coach Saban touch on it, like let them know it's gonna be all right. Calm down, and maybe Isaiah's just doing this to test the field and to see what's out there for him. I don't know. I'm just trying to be positive as far as not overthinking it, right? But the bad part is, like Kyle and I said just a minute ago, if he does stick his toe in the water with people like Texas, they're gonna make it very difficult for him to stay at Alabama during these times. So I'm really, really hoping that this meeting is important and it kind of gives us the answers we're looking for.
So far, for what we know, I just sent out a feeler. Is that if there's some sort of like emergency press conference or something? No, there's not. So we'll keep you posted and we'll bring that to you guys live if there is. Me's like, please remove Tommy Reese from the list. And people are starting to get frustrated, for sure. Like, and you can see it inside the comment box. Like, I wish some of these talking heads would just come out and say it. It's a shit show. For real. Like if you honestly know it, break that shit, man. Break it. Tell them. Like, if you got the scoop, like, this is your chance. This is the biggest. I'll tell you, if I knew, I would 1,000,000% tell it. I would break it.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Like, this is your chance to go like to the next ultimate level, with your reporting career. You got it. Break it. That's why and Greg Byrne, that's why I don't like everybody saying all these names and stuff like that. Nobody else has added new names to the list, man. But if you got it, tell it. You could save a lot of people anxiety. right?
And listen, I'm
And by
not
the
mad
way,
at the fans.
these storms were not. I don't know. These storms were nothing. The kids could have gone to school today.
Facts.
Man.
Rain.
Yeah, I'm gonna get locked in. I'm the one over here that's possibly gonna get locked in. Y'all got I'll say like I had to get a bunch of salt and I had to get gasoline for the snowblower. I might get trapped tonight, guys. Like it's you know what I'm saying. So it's let's weather the storm, Greg Burns. Let's get higher because you got you're going. You have no excuse. There's no storm going your way. There's a storm going my way.
Yeah,
I may not be able to get out.
And look, that's why I say I'm not even upset with the fans. I understand, right? I understand the fans anxious that you see somebody like Isaiah Bond in the transfer portal. Man, that's not good. It's like Kyle said, that young man is a very straight up individual, right? So you see him in the transfer portal, man, that's all bad. We understand it was probably going to happen, but for it to be that young man, wow.
All right, we just you're right. Good idea. Let's read out the super chats. Whoever we get, we should not expect him to fill Saban's shoes because no one ever will. I already know some fans will overreact. First game we lose. No, 100%. Remember when Coach Saban in Alabama lost to Texas? I mean, man, if we could have screenshotted a lot of those because that's when people were calling for Coach Prime. I'm not making it up. They are saying that Saban was done. All this stuff, 100%. Upgrade, $9.99 super chat. Hell, I can't blame Isaiah Bond. I think he was referring to, right? They're spending all this time BSing, getting their buddies new contracts. We could have had this 2 days ago. Now, I think, the decision is like, we want it instantaneously because I think now we're in a world of like such instant gratification. But I would think the dangerous thing is like the portal, like losing these players and Texas and these other players with these other programs with NIL money that are like, yo, you come over here, we get you a deal. You don't even know who your coach is going to be. Is this coach going to be as good as Steve Sarkisian? Is this coach going to be as good as some of these other guys we got out here? I don't know. What happened to Smook? Smook's okay, I think, right? I don't know where he went. Yeah, so we'll keep you guys updated. But this was just, I wanted to get kind of a chart like organized about everything on the board because I know there's a lot to kind of go over when you look to, transfers in and out. And look, Alabama, I think, had 17 transfers this last season. So this isn't like this huge fallout, but the ones to be concerned about clearly is like Isaiah Bond. I mean, and the guy said to the NFL, as you know, that's always something that happens here. Coaches on the move is the most concerning part to the top right, with Coach Saban most notably leaving. So I guess the question is too, if you do get a Kalen DeBoer to come in, what is the type of overhaul with the staff? Right? Who does he bring in? Those are some questions that you want to know because clearly Alabama, as you see, needs some coaches on each sides of the ball. Coach Derek, tell us about kind of his coaching staff, what we know about DeBoer's coaching staff.
Well, I think when we talk about his coaching staff, the first name that comes to mind is going to leave is Grubb. Grubb has been with him pretty much, I think, since Fresno State, brought him over to Washington. Those guys have a pretty knit and very, very close relationship. Of course, Michael Penix Jr., one of the biggest reasons why he came here was because of those duo. They came here because they believe that that's the best when it comes to overall development. You ask a lot of those Washington players as far as guys that were 1- and 2-star guys or 3-star guys, and the scheme that DeBoer and Grubb pretty much had this year was able to really take them to the next level. So there's no questioning that if there's anybody that's going to leave with him, it's Grubb. The problem is that Washington, if DeBoer does leave, they're going to offer Grubb. And is this going to be a Gary Patterson type situation? Where I remember when Franchione left, and Gary Patterson, very important guy. That was the one guy that was supposed to go with Franchione. Franchione took everybody and went off to Alabama. Gary Patterson stayed, and the rest was history. Is this going to be one of those type of situations, or is this going to be one of these cases where Grubb decide, you know what, I've been with DeBoer for a long time. I don't really like the situation that's going on right here so far. Our AD is not the same AD that hired us in the first place, so I'm going to go with DeBoer to Alabama. That's one of those these cases that we have to kind of figure out and see. But besides that, I mean, DeBoer, this is a entirely brand new coaching staff for DeBoer. DeBoer, like as far as the defensive coordinator, as far as some of the positional coaches, brand new. The only guy that I think that was there long term that's been with him everywhere has been Grubb. So that's the one guy to look out for if DeBoer is the head coach. That's the and quite frankly, I think DeBoer, I mean, pretty much everywhere he's gone to, even when he was at Sioux Falls, he's worked with coaching staffs. That's one thing that I'm confident is his ability to form a great coaching staff, and not just forming a coaching staff for this year, but just in case if somebody leaves. I think he does have that rare, unique ability where he can replace somebody, where he could replace somebody and still find ways to develop. He has a very as far as his ability to reach out and get those coaches. His reach is really, really good. It's unique. So that's kind of Nick Saban-ish, where you can replace coaches and still produce that same level. So we'll see what happens. But his ability to develop, his ability to know the X's and O's and to get players to pretty much get their highest potential, I think that's something that has to be noted. But Grubbs would be terrific, absolutely terrific. That's a slam dunk hire plus. If you can get Grubb and you can get DeBoer, because Grubb might be the highest paid offensive coordinator or assistant coach if he comes to the University of Alabama anyway, higher than some places if he was to become the head coach of some of these universities. So they'll take care of Grubbs. There's no question about it. DeBoer they'll definitely take care of as well. And we're just going to see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Coach Sean, man, what's on your mind, man, as we kind of turn the page of this 1 p.m. hour? You know what? As you look at the board, or I could put the coaches. Is there a graphic? I think I go back to the coaching board graphic, even though a lot of those coaches seem to be kind of exhausted now that we've had. It's not like we're making the names up. I mean, these are the names that you guys are seeing as well. What's your take, Coach, as we get to this 1 p.m. Central hour?
I just got my mind on the players. I'm so off of the coaches right now because that's clearly on some other stuff right now. I'm just got my mind on the players, that roster. That's all that's on my mind right now. Just hoping that the young men have faith just for a little while longer. The coach that I want is probably not going to get hired. So, I'm happy with whoever they get. Right now, my number one concern is keeping the players on the roster that we have. I'm so off of the coach at this moment. They can hire Tommy Rees for all I care, man. I don't care who they hire. I just want the roster to stay, right? I'm the coach that I wanted is probably not going to get hired, so I'm down for whoever they hire. I'm going to be a Bama fan regardless. My concern is the roster. Please, Justice, don't transfer. Please, Caleb, don't transfer. I want these young guys like that were the future of Alabama to stay put. That's my only concern right now. I'm so over the coach at this moment, just the roster. I want the roster to stay intact. That's what's on my mind, Kyle.
I'm going to be, until we see like some sort of official, one of these, I'm staying at Ole Miss or something like that. I'm still going to be optimistic that there's some hope for Lane until something, definitely does change in that regard. I think, who knows? I mean, all these other coaches have, said like officially, I'm not coming. Someone's like, I got 500 to Lane. Yeah, I mean, so that's kind of what I look to. And so when you kind of look to a lot of these names, I think I had another graphic with some of the names scratched out or whatever. But I mean, Coach Jarek, is there anyone else? I mean, I know we had a couple other names. Is it worth even adding another name to this board that we have here? Erasing some? What you think?
No, at this point, I mean, you may have to consider some other assistant coaches. Honestly, I would say a name to potentially add if we have to go over is Jeff Fish. I said it from day one, man, that Jeff Fish could potentially be an option. A lot of people don't like the fact how he went 1-11 his first year, but then all of a sudden the following year he went 10-4 with two different quarterbacks. I mean, you went 10-4 in the Pac-12, and they easily could have won 12 games that season with two different quarterbacks. So I look at a guy like Jeff Fish, who's been successful, has had another stint where he's pretty much been successful everywhere he's been. I think that from a recruiting standpoint, I think it's more impressive because it's the University of Arizona, and again, did solid in the transfer portal, but a guy that, again, his coaching staff that he's put together has been amazing when it comes to player development. They did lose. I do believe they lost their defensive coordinator. That's one guy that was pretty important. Their defense was pretty good late in the stretch. But overall wise, if there's probably one name to add, it would be a Jeff Fish from Arizona, a guy that's proven that even with adversity, came into a really terrible situation. All of a sudden, he just in less than a year, he's been able to flip that program 180, and now they're the favorites to win the Big 12 conference next year.
Yeah, I wanted to show everybody on the offensive side, kind of just the weapons. If you guys are just joining us or you missed this graphic earlier, this is a graphic that I posted on social media, or I think I had it on the show as well. These are the key returners. So hopefully Isaiah Bond doesn't, who knows, maybe he has a change of heart. So I'll just leave him before I scratch him out. And thank you so much, Jeff, for the super chat. RTR says, if we hire a good coach, some Bama players will jump out into the portal and we'll get some good players to transfer as well. I think so. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of movements throughout these next 30, 45 days. I mean, it's going to be there's going to be a lot to keep track of. Greg is saying Kiffin reposted the Bond announcement. Is that true? Did Lane really do that?
Of course he would do that. I wouldn't be shocked. He's such a troll, man.
Right? Yeah, that would be that would be pouring salt into it. Yeah, Coach Sean, did he?
Yeah, he did.
He retweeted that?
Yeah, he reposted an article from Matt Zentz. That's actually pretty funny.
That dude was a wizard.
I don't blame Lane. You're not gonna hire me. I'm sure post every one of them. Lane. I don't blame Lane.
Come over here and get a Ferrari.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, Coach Sean, when you look to this offensive setup right here, keep in mind Isaiah Bond just hit the portal. I mean, this is a really nice setup for somebody to come in on the offensive side to work with these guys.
Exactly. If you're half a coach, man, you could turn this into something big, right? I mean, look at the starting lineup. It's a lot of schools right now that don't have this, right? I mean, most schools don't have this. That's why I'm just eager. At this, like I said, I Primetime Dog just said it, Coach Son. I think Tommy Rees is your best option. You know what, Primetime? I don't even care if they hire Tommy. Hire him. I don't care. Just keep the roster. Get us a coach, keep the roster. No more people leave, right? Look at this setup. Jalen, Jam, Justice, Isaiah, Kobe, Kendrick, Jalen, especially Jalen Hill. For God's sakes, don't lose that young man, right? Because at the end of the day, if the roster crumbles, it may not matter what coach you bring in anyway, right? Care how good he is, Lane, Kalen, whoever. So my thing at this point, I'm not going to even worry about the coach anymore. Just keep the roster. Whoever's there, keep the roster, hire us a coach, and let's get it going.
Who's the guy who just tweeted something, Coach Jarek? I'm trying to pull it up. ESPN just announced what?
This is David Cohn. So David Cohn is he has media personality, from the Crane Company and stuff like that. So he said that it looks like it could be a done deal. Again, this is not the biggest source, but he is a part of the media. So we'll kind of see what happens with that.
I'm told. Yeah, here it is. I'm going to pull it up right here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it's. I mean, it seems like all signs are kind of pointing this way. So I'll post it up right here on inside the screenshots, just so we're gonna have receipts of all this stuff too. All right. So David Cohn, they actually have a really big YouTube channel as well.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying, I'm told it's a done deal. Lock in Kalen DeBoer. So that's what he's saying. Oh, did Chris Lowe also report? Let's see. If Chris Lowe says it, we're good. I don't know. I haven't seen anything from Chris Lowe just yet. But I don't know. I mean, this would be this is okay, right? I mean, ESPN is saying. I don't know. I'm gonna check out ESPN. You guys getting anything, Jay? Coach Sean on ESPN?
Yeah, I'm trying to check.
Yeah, I was trying to check that too. I don't see anything.
Okay, yeah. I mean, here it is on ESPN right here. Says breaking. I'll just screenshot it. If you guys want to see it on the front page of ESPN, go over to ESPN. But this is a screenshot from ESPN right here. Again, you can see it at ESPN. And this is what they have on the front. Coach Jarek, I'll start with you, man.
Yes, I mean, you know, everyone knows how I feel about Kalen DeBoer. I think the conversation's going to heat up. There's actually another source that just said it. It's starting to heat up, guys. Kalen DeBoer, it's looking like he could potentially be the next coach more and more. I know a lot of Bama fans aren't particularly happy about this. Again, not the best recruiter. He's not, you know, you look at his recruiting rankings, whether if you're in Rivals, whether if you're on 3, whether if you're ESPN or the 24/7 sports composite rankings, you're not going to be thrilled by his recruiting. But one thing that you have to respect, one thing you have to appreciate is this man's ability to develop. This dude could develop anything. Remember, guys, Dan Lanning, when he came in, asked for resources and he asked for to try to get better talent. Lane Kiffin asked for better resources, asked for better talent. Mike Norvell asked for better resources, asked for better talent. This dude did not ask for nothing. He got there and he said, "Give me players that want to play for the University of Washington." And I can, and trust me, you trust me with those players. I promise you, I'm going to make the most out of this opportunity. And he did. His first 2 years, guys, he's won an average of 11 games for the University of Washington. He took over a 4-8 program. He didn't go 7-6 or 8-5 with the particular program. He went 11-2 in his first year. First year, guys. And it's not like he got big time transfers. Michael Penix was the first kind of big time transfer. Every other guys that he's been able to get, he's been able to develop. The coaching staff he's been in place, he's been able to develop. So this guy, when it comes to, and I keep reiterating this a lot of times, guys, he is the best candidate as far as player development on this list, no question. When you look at this guy's extensive track record when it comes to player development, whether it's Sioux Falls, whether it was at Fresno State, whether he was the offensive coordinator at Indiana, compared to what he is now at Washington, he has been the man. And so there's no questioning his ability. This is a guy that's not afraid of the moment. Remember, Chris Peterson was an advisor. He was looking over his shoulder over Kalen DeBoer, and he's been helping him out in recruiting and helping out in other aspects of the game. So there's no question, guys, that this guy's not afraid of the moment. He's ready for it. He's gone through the adversity. He's won at every single level. He's won 100 games already, and he's only 49. He's only 49 years of age. He's still an extremely young coach. He's done something that Nick Saban hasn't done this last year, and that was beat Texas. And he beat Texas in a neutral field type of environment. This is a guy that, guys, listen, if this is Kalen DeBoer, guys, I know a lot of you guys probably aren't. You guys are not going to be excited about his ability to recruit the South. This guy, I am extremely ecstatic for, because one thing that no one's going to talk about, guys, that I will, this dude's going to develop Jalen Milroe. He's going to develop Jalen Milroe if Jalen Milroe stays, or Ty Simpson, or Julian Sand, or Dylan Lonergan.
Hey, fellas, I'm going to step away for just a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. So when you look at his overall extensive record, he's going to develop he's going to develop the quarterback. The offensive side of the ball, there is no questioning, is going to be elite. So I'm excited for Kalen DeBoer. Like I said, hopefully this deal is able to fall through, and I'm just glad overall wise this process is looking like it's going to be over with.
Yeah, that's me, man. I'm just ready for this to be over, bro.
Yeah,
I'm speculation out, bro. I'm ready to rock with whoever they hire. I don't care if it's even Tommy Reese. I don't care. Just get me a coach. Let him get in there today and talk to the roster. Caleb Downs, you my first player. Don't leave. You keep the roster there, I think he can have some success, right? He's like Coach Jay said. Coach Jay covered all bases. The guy is a hell of a coach, right? You know, I don't take anything from him. I'm behind him. Whoever they hire for Alabama, I'll get behind him as a fan, and I'm gonna rock out with him, right? I just want to reiterate just my only concern. And I'm sure, like Coach Jay said, he'll pick it right up, right? You know, Coach Smook said they can be taught to recruit. So I'm hoping that's the case, because this conference he's coming in now, every team care about football. It ain't the Pac-12 where you worry about one or two teams. This conference he's coming in now, they'll try to buy players that's on your roster presently, right behind your back, right up your nose, right? So I'm hoping he's ready. I'm hoping he's ready for what he's about to get into. And I mean today, once they signify that he is our coach, they'll start trying to negative recruit him. They'll dig up any bad thing they can find on him, and I promise you, they'll use it. So I'm hoping, bro. You know, I'm positive. I'm sure Bama did their due diligence. I'm hoping it's the guy. I'm hoping we get the guy. I'm hoping to finalize it. Let's put the media out there so we can let everybody know we got a coach, right? And let's get on with it, man. Let's get on with it. That's my thing. I don't care who you hire. Just get me a coach and let him keep that roster, man. Period.
Yep. Coach Mook. So the breaking news, of course, you guys can see Kalen DeBoer is in negotiations with Alabama. Saturday Down South actually confirmed that the deal is done. We're still looking for other type of resources. I know Coach Mook, I know you got your sources that are definitely telling a lot.
And they've been on point the past 48 hours. I will say that. And I don't know if y'all been paying attention to some stuff that I've been not leaking, but reporting that I'm hearing. But yeah, one of a close, I ain't gonna say a close friend, but somebody well respected amongst Bama Nation, played for the university, privileged to be in a group text with him, confirmed it's a done deal. They're breaking for lunch type deal, and we should have an announcement here. 3 o'clock is what the time that was being thrown out there. I couldn't confirm it was Eastern or Central Standard Time. But 3 o'clock, we should be hearing an announcement. DeBoer has been actively engaged with Alabama in these talks for the past 2 weeks. The past week and a half. It's been an ongoing conversation. He wasn't priority. I think that's where the fan base kind of gets taken back from. But other than that, man, I'm sorry, y'all. My birds, they hype right now. That's why I had to take a break. They got to do my training with I got 2 budgies, 2 parakeets, man. They funny. But yeah, man. I'm not gonna say I'm excited about it. I'm just happy it's over. But I do believe if this is true, if this is the final thing, if DeBoer is the head coach, bring Grubbs, bring your wide receiver coach. But first thing needs to happen is T-Rob got to get promoted, man. T-Rob got to be promoted to DC. And people keep talking about recruiting. I'm going to tell you all right now, Coach Sean, you probably agree with me. Coach Jay, same. T-Rob is the key to maintaining some type of power in the recruiting on the recruiting trail, especially in the Southeast.
Yep.
Especially in the Southeast. I think keeping Freddie Roach secures you and keeps you safe in Texas, Louisiana. I think you bring a feel for the West Coast over with DeBoer. He can get into California. He can get into those Northwest states and kind of find the gems and jewels that's out there, the 3 and 4 stars that's, can be developed. The fact that he was able to produce what he's been able to produce in the 2 years at Washington with an average of I think the average rating of those players coming out of high school was like a 82, 81.9 or something like that, 81.8. You look at what Alabama's average is coming out of high school as far as our recruiting classes, the average is always above 90. And you had a guy that had average 80 recruits, coming out of high school in the national championship this past year after taking over the job after a 4-8 year. There's something in the pudding there. We don't have the details because nobody saw. I didn't feel the need to go in and look at Kalen DeBoer during the year and see what his success was entailing throughout the year, because we didn't expect Saban to be leaving this year. But if this is the hire, man, I'm satisfied with it. I feel like that was probably the reason for a lot of the tweets, the cryptic tweets. Give the guy a chance. This next hire, Alabama Nation, y'all gonna have to give him a chance. Y'all been seeing it. Y'all been retweeting it with Marquise Mays.
I got no choice now. I mean, what I gonna do? Moan about Kalen DeBoer the entire time? No, y'all gotta give him a chance if he's the guy, guys.
Yeah,
I know some of you guys don't like this hire, but you got no choice.
Hey,
you got no choice.
I don't know, man, because I don't see why people don't think and we can keep talking about Lane Kiffin, but for turning a page, man, you want a breath of fresh air. You want something new. You want something different. Not necessarily getting away from what brought you to this stage, but if you're gonna do it and have some, like I said, I think the key criteria is having someone there who is going to respond to being mentored, as far as to get a clear vision of what the university expects. Why not have the most successful coach of all time, and also to be in the house with him? You get what I'm saying? Like, be in that same building with him. It won't be nothing to be able to be guided when it comes to political aspects, because the SEC is becoming very political we saw it at SEC Media Day this past off season, this past preseason. So to have somebody like Coach Saban there to mentor you and kind of have a hand on that and guide you through it, I think that's a good thing for DeBoer. If this is if this is true with the breaking news,
he's willing
satisfied.
to do it.
Yeah.
He's willing to have that help. Chris Peterson looking over his shoulder the entire time is an indicator. And Chris Peterson's a legend for those who don't know. That dude's a coaching legend. What he did with Boise State and how he was able to rejuvenate the Washington program. Like Washington Stadium, a lot of their facilities, a lot of that was Chris Peterson. A lot of that was his influence. So the fact that this guy was able to kind of come in knowing that Chris Peterson was going to be that advisor that was going to give him a lot of advice, that was going to look him over his shoulder, and he took that with a grain of salt, took all the advice, took everything that Chris Peterson looked at him as a mentor, and took it, rolled with it, and was able to do well at Washington. Like that right there should tell you the character that Kalen DeBoer has and how he's not afraid. He's not afraid for anything. He's not afraid to adapt. He's not afraid to make particular changes if he needs to make those changes. He's not stubborn in his ways. This is the guy that does whatever it takes to win. And if he needs to have Nick Saban looking over his shoulder, that's not going to break him. So overall wise, guys, the more and more as time passes by, like Coach Sean said, I'm just glad that this is hired, that it looks like it's finished. The question now is, who does he bring over from his coaching staff, right? We all know that Ryan Grubbs is particularly going to be a guy that's going to be his first priority to try to bring over. Now the question is, who is he going to bring over, right? Is he going to bring over potentially a Chuck Morrell, who was that co-defensive coordinator? Is he going to bring over a Jamarcus Shepard? Is he going to bring over a Bakerfield? Is he going to bring over a Julius Brown? Like, those are question marks that we're going to have to see. Who does he bring over from that Washington coaching staff that were big indicators for his success, coaching staff that he put together? Or is he going to go over and keep a T-Rob? Is he going to, Tommy Reese? What happens with Tommy Reese? Does he consider, so you know what? Let's ride with Tommy Reese and see what he can do. Does he potentially demote him from being an offensive coordinator to being something else? That's something that we're up to seeing. But yeah, it looks like from what we've seen, guys, it is official. DeBoer is the guy. So it looks like that is the official kind of breaking news, guys. He is now, I think, the official head coach. Is that right, Coach Mook?
It's flooding right now. It's flooding right now. Kyle, you in the background. I don't know what you're seeing. But I'm getting multiple confirmations right now that it's Kalen DeBoer. And I'm not sad by any means. Coach Sean, something to speculate on that. What before we get all the confirmation in. We kind of been talking about it, but like if it is Kalen DeBoer, let's accept that right now for the mode of this conversation, guys. Staffing wise, y'all already know my viewpoint. Most important piece to make what happen. Give your take on it, Coach Sean. I said T-Rob is the key. I named a few: Freddie Roach, Coach G over there on the offensive side with the running backs. Robert Balla, I feel like is a good up and coming recruiter right now. Been his name is being thrown in as far as being able to connect with players on the recruiting trail. And he has a reach with lower level players. You get what I'm saying? So not lower level, but lower tier programs that produce high level players. So what's your take on it, man? As far as staffing wise, what is the dream staff for Kalen DeBoer as far as this transition goes?
I think if he's a smart coach, which he clearly is, he would keep T-Rob. He better keep some guys that understand the South. I think he needs to keep guys that understands the landscape of Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Florida. Most of your best defensive linemen are plentiful in the South. As far as staff, I pray he keep the guys that understand the landscape of Southeastern Conference football. And that'll be a start, right?
Yeah.
I mean that's really the only thing I got. I just hope he keep some
T-Rob.
staff.
T-Rob is the key, man. Coach Jay, we talked about it a lot. T-Rob is the key, man. Like, and not from a fan base standpoint. This is like just schematic standpoint. Kevin Steele retired. It's already been speculation that T-Rob had his hand in play calling duties anyways. Coach Jay, your feels as far as the dream staff for DeBoer, like we already been highlighting the mentorship of Saban already being there, but the staff is definitely going to be key to and we talk about recruiting, but just production in general. You get what I'm saying? Like production in general. What's his dream staff right now?
Well, I think if we're taking a look at the overall coaching staff, I would not mind, bringing over Jamarcus Shepard. And Jamarcus Shepard, for those who don't know, that's their passing game coordinator. He's a wide receivers coach. He's also their associate head coach as well. So bringing in a Jamarcus Shepard, I would not mind it at all. I think he's a brilliant kind of young type of guy as well. So I definitely wouldn't kind of mind him over there. Obviously, a Ryan Grubb to kind of Ryan Grubb and Jamarcus Shepard as a pairing duo, especially with Kalen DeBoer. Like that's just coaching offensive gurus. Like you got 3 dudes right there. And if you want to keep a Tommy Rees and try to give him a small role just so that he can try to overall like absorb a lot of the information, and you want to try to prepare him for the future, I wouldn't mind that as well. But all of a sudden, there's no question about it. Kalen DeBoer is an offensive coach. Yeah, he is going to make sure that offense is right. This is why I keep saying, guys, if you take away the recruiting, take away the fact how he doesn't know that much about the South. One thing about Kalen DeBoer, I'm 100% confident, is he's taking Jalen Murrow to the next level.
Yeah.
He's taking Jalen Murrow to the next
level. Ty Simpson, I believe
he's taking Ty Simpson to the next level. Every quarterback that he's going to get, he is going to make sure that the quarterback, that there's one position that they're going to get right, it's quarterback.
I mean, and I think it's more important. Like we already said, Nick Saban retired, Kevin Steele retired. Tommy Rees right now is listed as the offensive coordinator / quarterbacks coach. Like you said, bro, you could slide Tommy Rees into a QB coach, a primary QB coach role. If Grubbs comes over with DeBoer, which I'm hearing is not one of the main things as far as the deal being worked out, is there's no group we come as a package deal type of signing happening right now. This is literally getting Kalen DeBoer over. That's one contract handled. Now he would have control as far as who his staff is. You would expect him to bring Ryan Grubbs over. They've been together forever. 1, 2.
Yeah.
You can't deny what that offense at Washington was able to do the past 2 seasons under his tutelage. You take a guy like Tommy Rees, force him to the quarterback room, not necessarily demote him, but allow him to just continue to create value for himself, developing what he did at one point in his life as a quarterback. He was a quarterback, developed quarterbacks. He wasn't a great quarterback, but he did take Notre Dame to where they got to. You get what I'm saying? So I'm excited. More so, I'm anxious to see what this staff is going to look like once DeBoer steps into that seat and has the control to kind of line that up. But I'm telling you guys, if y'all don't hear me campaigning anything else the rest of the week or the rest of the time we're figuring out this news with the coaching hire, T-Rob is the key to Alabama maintaining some type of success on the roster. Morale-wise, Kalen DeBoer is not a bad guy. He just wasn't the superstar hire that everybody wanted. So morale's going to is going to be in question for a little while. People are going to be side-eyeing and seeing if it's legit. You get what I'm saying? And I ain't talking about just fans. I'm talking about players, other coaches alike, other coaches who don't know him. I think he's a respected coach amongst college football, overall, based off of what he's been able to do. Not even just recent history, just over his span as a coach in general. So I'm excited to see what the next chapter is, guys.
Yeah, and I would
somebody said seeing Reese, they were analysts, bro. Come on, man.
I'll say this as well, man. Don't be surprised if Kalen DeBoer decides, you know what, maybe I can bring in a Julius Brown, who's their cornerbacks coach, promote T-Rob to be defensive coordinator, and then you can bring in a Julius Brown who really improved that secondary for Washington. That can be your cornerbacks coach. Don't be surprised if you bring in a Scott Huff, who, let's be honest here, we had questions with our own offensive line head coach. Offensive line coach for the last 2 to 3 years. Don't be surprised if they bring in Scott Huff, who's responsible for producing that offensive line that won the Joe Moore Award. So don't be surprised, man, if DeBoer brings more guys from that Washington tree way over. Now, I do expect T-Rob to stay, and hopefully he can be defensive coordinator, because that would be a tough loss as far as the recruiting region. Same thing goes with our defensive line coach. There are pieces like a Mark Gillespie. That would be huge if we can try to keep a Mark Gillespie to keep on the staff. Yeah. And Kalen DeBoer, and this is everywhere he's been. Yes, he brings in his guys, but he's not ignorant. This is a guy that understands the coordinators in the recruiting region. Like, he understands that, okay, there are coaches that we have to keep in order to keep that stability. I'm not trying to completely start everything over. So DeBoer's coming into a situation where he doesn't have to rebuild. And he's never been a guy that's asked for a lot anyway. He was at Washington, didn't ask for a lot. All he asked for, give me players that want to play for the University of Washington, and I can coach them up. I don't care about the 4 and 5 star guys. He doesn't really care about that. He took a team full of guys where their average rating was in the low 80s to late 70s, and took that team to a national title, beat Texas, something that we couldn't do at home with 5 stars. So Kalen DeBoer, guys, he's not going to ask for a lot. All he's going to ask for is give me guys that want to play for the University of Alabama. I can form a coaching staff right here. I can form a coaching staff and keep the guys here in place, because the talent, the roster, even with the guys that we got going to the portal now, can still get to a national championship.
Hey guys, Coach Sean, do you think Kalen DeBoer comes in with the mentality that says who wants to coach here? Not just who wants to play here, but who wants to coach here, and find out that way who wants it, who wants to be here, who wants to be a part of this next phase. Do you think he comes in with that type of energy?
I don't know, man. I don't know much about this man. I don't know much. Coach J really is the one who hit me to him. I don't know much about. I mean, seriously, I mean, Coach J.
Yeah.
I listen to Coach J.
Yeah.
And I trust what he says. And so I don't know much about this guy. I'm listening, and I hear y'all, right? So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I just know this. It's cool to develop 3 stars. That's good. But the week-to-week grind that he's about to see, the week-to-week grind from Texas to Georgia to Oklahoma to Wisconsin, you better have some dogs in there, bro. You better not let everybody around you get them, or your X's and O's ain't gonna matter much. So we'll see, bro. I'm on board, right? But we'll see. We'll know.
I think the most important part is, and Sean, you definitely will attest to this. How does these parents feel of these recruits?
Right.
How do they feel? That's very, very important, because a lot of these coaches, even some of these coaches that have been walking around in place, they knew some of these coaches. So you can have somebody from a South Carolina or a Georgia staff, and they can go somewhere else in the South. Their relationships will still be intact.
Yeah.
So the boys come from a different environment.
T-Rob's getting a promotion.
Defensive coordinator?
Yep. That's the talks right now.
So that's huge. That's huge.
See, it's all shaping up now. It's all shaping up. I'm just talking about what's happening, and that's why I keep looking at my phone, guys. I'm telling you, I'm in like 3 different Twitter groups, and they are on point, man. I don't say much in one of them. They kind of whine a lot, but the other 2, they have been on point for the past 48 hours. With the Norvell news, you remember yesterday we shut the Norvell stuff down before the video and all that. That's where I got my lead from, and they're solid, man. They're solid. So, if T-Rob gets that defensive coordinator job, I think you get Bonds out of the transfer portal. You get guys from the transfer portal who are still, contemplating where they're going to be at. There's some hot targets out there, and Kalen DeBoer is a player's coach. You look at those Washington players; he's a player's coach. He's relatable, something that we all said is going to be required in order to survive in this new age of college football when it comes to recruiting. That schedule, like you said, though, Coach Sean, is going to be, because this is the Southeast. You could hit 9 or 10 schools in the Southeast, between the 8 or 9 states down here. You could hit 8 or 9 schools in a day, on the recruiting trail when you have those full-time recruiting. You get to do the full schedule of recruiting. I think a younger guy like him, this first off season is going to be kind of like a walkthrough for him, because Coach Saban is there. That's the calming factor of this whole process. The fact that Coach Saban is still committed to assisting the program and maintaining what he's leaving behind. Y'all know Coach Saban preaches legacy all the time, so things are looking up right now. If T-Rob is for sure the defensive coordinator, this is a home run hit higher. This is the home run. Kalen DeBoer is the reason why T-Rob get the not Kalen DeBoer. Saban would be the reason why T-Rob got that DC job, and DeBoer being being in agreement with it. I think that's and my thing is, if you're going to overhaul a staff, I'm with you, Coach Jay. I'm looking more to my offensive side and kind of just not restructuring it, but getting some different eyes in there because our offensive line definitely could perform better. I like the growth that they had this year, but you can't take away what Washington's O-line did, and they don't have near the amount of talent that Alabama possesses as far as the stars and ratings and all of that. So it might be a home run hire, guys. We just gonna have to wait to see. Oh, we got a full squad on this one. But yeah, man, I'm excited. Dang, I think I'm more excited about the T-Rob.
Yeah, you have a lot more people that's kind of confirming that T-Rob is gonna get the defensive coordinator promotion. They're in talks. So that's big news, guys. That is really, really big news.
That's what I'm excited about.
retaining coaches that know the region. That's because if DeBoer had to get an entire brand new staff, and that could be trouble. That could be trouble as far as recruiting wise. But retaining coaches that know the recruiting trail, that know the region, that has good relationships already with the parents, that is big.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm typing in that group. This is probably the first message I done sent since yesterday. They
it's buzzing right now. I'm just getting constant. All you hear is boop.
Yep.
Boop.
Already
That's all you hear from that Discord.
And it's crazy.
Guys, oh no, go ahead.
Go ahead, because I was
about to say. By the way, guys, we are very, very close to 100,000 subscribers. So if you guys are new, because we've been constant with 1,000 people, at least close to 2,000 people in this live chat. Guys, if you're not subscribed to the Bama Insider YouTube channel, please subscribe to Bama Football with Kyle Henderson. We are extremely close. I think we're about 99.8K, unless I got to try to update that. But we are so close to 100K is the goal for Kyle Henderson.
We want that
He's been
plaque,
around for a long time. He's been independent. So yeah, Kyle's trying to get that plaque. That's going to be a huge accomplishment. And hopefully, like I said, that could be hung right behind his wall. That could be hung right behind that wall right there. Get that mounted. So make sure to hit the like button and share the video, subscribe, and yeah.
Shout out Monica. Shout out Monica.
Monica in the chat. Monica, what up, girl? But yeah, y'all, But yeah, y'all, it's the T-Rob. I think I'm more hired about the T-Rob. That's been my main concern. We can't let a Cincinnati or Charles Kelly situation happen with T-Rob. Though, when was it Cincinnati that got pulled from his on the field role, and they had him. Yeah,
I know Coach Sal. Yep.
You get what I'm saying? Like that hurt that defensive staff, and you saw how it affected our production on the field. Yeah, man. T-Rob is definitely, he was my key to this whole thing working anyway. So, man, I can't get past that. Please, T-Rob, please sign this thing, this DC spot, and have an extension with it. Don't just let it be a promotion for the rest of his contract. I need T-Rob here for at least 6-7 years, bro. At least 6-7 years.
I hope that's true, man. I hope that's real deal.
Me too.
And I'm sure Coach Saban got his hand all over that. They better keep T-Rob, man. They need to keep T-Rob. Like it's almost as big as the head coaching hire. Like they need to keep that man, bro. Seriously. And me personally, I know that's a defensive coordinator. I wouldn't mind seeing Will Muschamp come over from Georgia and give him a position. Will is a fiery guy, man, and he knows that ball. He's not a very good head coach, but if you're talking about a position coach, Will is a good coach, man. Very, very good coach. Very, very good coach. I had a chance to see him up close and personal in Atlanta, man. That guy is, yeah.
Do you think these with Kalen DeBoer coming, the community of Tuscaloosa, we've seen in the past how, accepting they were of Coach Saban, Kalen DeBoer, does he get that type of reception, or is this uncertainty from the community of Alabama football? Is it gonna be something that another obstacle that he's gonna have to deal with?
No, I think I think if he sticks to Coach Saban's hip, right, and I mean follow this dude like a puppy everywhere, I think everybody will embrace him. I really do. I don't think they'll be negative to him at all. Especially if he keeps the roster. If he keeps that roster and the Bama fans know that players like Caleb Downs, because everybody I talk to, that's what they worried about. losing the players.
Mm-hmm.
We've been hearing about this guy, so that was on everybody's mind. And I don't have no sources. I just know one dude on their staff that I can call, his wife, him. I was told Dan Lanning was never even in the running. That was something the media said. I was told Dan Lanning was they never ever even interviewed this guy. Like he
never left Oregon. Never all that
was
crazy
watching
stuff.
Jason Bourne movies.
My partner who down there, he was like, bro, I don't know where they don't come out and tell you, oh, that's wrong. They don't do that. They just let the media. Dan Lanning was never on their radar, right? So I think the Bama fans will gravitate to him if he sticks to coach. Don't separate yourself from Coach Saban. They will then, right? I think you need to stick to Coach Saban's hip. Your first couple of press conferences need to have Coach Saban right there shaking your hand or walking with you, or him and Miss Terry. I think that's how you set the tone. You ingratiate yourself in the culture that's already there. Then you can put your own spin on it. That's how I think it works.
Yeah, I seen somebody talking about defensive scheme too. No 3-3-5. Nah, that's the point of keeping T-Rob here. That's the point of keeping T-Rob here. That 4-2-5 mix, that 3-4 multiple look, like that look is T-Rob's specialty. I'm just excited to see the nuances of blitz scheme, the secondary being more implemented. As far as that's what I miss from Coach Saban, coach defenses. The Saban era defenses. Y'all remember how many secondary blitzes, DB blitzes we used to get in a game? What happened to that tenacious nature? We saw flashes of it this year, but man, T-Rob, I think T-Rob is the dude, man. Guys, and if they would have did an interim hire and allowed him at least half a season, I probably would have been fine with that too. It wouldn't have been the marquee thing, but I would have been fine with that. Giving him a Cadillac Williams opportunity, like Auburn gave Cadillac to finish that season that year. I would have been fine with that. We got a question. I think everybody wants to answer this, and I want y'all to go ahead and run it down. You think Grubbs come with him?
Yep.
Coach Jay, Coach Sean, whoever want to take it first.
I think he does. If he doesn't, he'll be the Washington head coach. Because they want to try to keep at least somebody from that DeBoer tree line. They don't want to completely start over because they just came off of a 4-8 season a couple seasons ago. But I think he does. I mean, he's been with them for a long time, guys. He's been a pretty crucial part to their success. Now, DeBoer, don't get it twisted. That dude can coach offense if he wants to. He's very similar to Saban or Kirby, where again he would like to have somebody to to take the play calling duties. Just so that for the most part he can focus on other things. But if DeBoer has to be an offensive coordinator, that dude's a brilliant offensive mind. That dude's up there with Lane Kiffin as far as schematics and play design and play design goes, and putting players in the right possible situations. And he can also has a track record of developing some really good coaches. Really good players at the quarterback position. So I think Ryan Grubb would be a guy. I think some other coaches to look out for. Like I said, watch out for Julius Brown, who's their cornerbacks coach. Again, because T-Rob could be the defensive coordinator, and you could potentially bring Julius Brown as that guy. Also look out for Jamarcus Shepard, who's their passing game coordinator or their wide receiver coach. Remember, we don't have a receivers coach. Holloman Wiggins left. So bringing in a guy like Jamarcus Shepard, who worked with Rome, who worked with Jalen Polk and worked with McMillan, and also worked with their tight ends, who was exceptional. Like you watch their tight ends, and a lot of those passing design plays that were drew up, that was all Jamarcus Shepard. So make sure to look out for some of those guys that Kalen DeBoer can bring over.
I mean, I don't know much about this dude, bro. I don't want him nowhere near my SEC defense with that Pac-12 stuff. I don't.
We're not bringing that.
I don't.
Talk about OC.
OC, DC.
Yeah,
I don't care, bro. He. Whatever he do, I'm with it. Just keep the roster, man.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I think I want to speculate that DeBoer comes in with the mentality to kind of allow T-Rob to, like you said, handle the defense, govern that defense like he needs to maintain the foundation of what this Alabama program has become. For secondary coach though, will T-Rob, I feel like, do y'all feel like he would have a major say so in who he wants to bring in for the secondary coach? Because T-Rob, if he go call it, and if he could pull like a what's the guy's name from Michigan State? Like Mel Tucker, you get Mel Tucker to come back and coach DBs. I'm fine with that. You can get.
Yeah,
we saw what Mel Tucker did his first stint at Alabama on the defensive side. You saw what he did at Georgia. A lot of these coaches, a lot of these names that we throw out, that are head coaches or have had subpar head coaching stints. I think they are great positional coaches. They may not be great head coaches, but they could be. I feel like Mel Tucker could be a great linebacker DB coach. That's my personal opinion.
DeBoer doesn't care. I mean, DeBoer just wants to win. He wants. I mean, for the most part, and this is why I'm saying, guys, he can if he wants to, he can coach the offense if he wants to. He's probably going to be involved, but if he really wanted to, he can call plays. But that's not what he wants to do. He wants to oversee this roster. He wants to try to look at the weak points of the roster and saying, how can we develop these players? That's what he cares about, is development and schematics. That's all he cares about. So I mean, like, for T-Rob to handle the defense and for him to call shots, he doesn't get. People don't understand, guys. At Washington, he as far as his staff that was put together, he didn't really have that much of a say. He didn't really care. He wants to focus. There's a lot of things he would rather focus on, than trying to put it together an entire staff. He wants to focus on winning. He wants to focus on getting right to the schematics and player development. That's why they won 11 games. Because some coaches, like, you're focused on building everything. You're trying to get the playbook installed. You're trying to look for different coaching staffs and different kind of player personnel roster. Like, there's so much stuff you're trying to focus on, and they don't really have the time to get to spring ball, to get to the rest of the X's and O's, and to focus on what they really want to try to do. DeBoer doesn't really care. He just wants to win. And so for T-Rob to simply be that guy, and for him to kind of call the shots of who he wants to be, I think he'll do that with no problem.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I'm just anxious for them to announce it. We can really.
Yeah.
I tend to hold my breath on any of this stuff, man. Even these guys that be posting these dudes talking about the source. I don't care about all that. I won't wait till they post it, because that other guy, they be pump faking, man. They earlier they were talking about Lanning, you know what I mean? So I don't listen to none of these people, man. I want them to say it and then I'll believe it, right? Yeah, Adam, I'm with you, bro. But we just gotta roll. We gotta roll with it, man, and hope everything works out, bro. We gotta have faith in what they do. Coach Saban's still there. In an off-field role, I'm hearing $2 from Ray Parham. You think Grubbs come with me? Yeah, we already addressed that. So yeah, man, I'm just anxious for them to make it official. I'm hoping they make the T-Rob hire official, and I'll feel a lot better when I see that. I don't really too much get wrapped up in what these dudes be typing, bro. The Chris Lowe, I don't even know who these dudes are. Just when they release it, I'll believe it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Greg Burns will, like I said, he like you said before, like, he will let you know. He will make an official statement.
That's why I'm sitting on the edge of my seat right now, because 3:00 Eastern is in 4 minutes. So I'm trying to see, 3:15 Eastern, we're going to have him up on the stand, make an announcement, or will there be a statement released, official statement released? Hey, Ty, you ready, bro? I see you in the back. Yeah. All right, y'all, we bringing Ty on. And I'm gonna slide out the way once again, because I like being the ear to the street guy. I ain't even gonna lie. I like being in the back, getting all the news. Y'all make sure y'all looking at this private chat. I love it, man, because people, it's a process that we've all kind of been on top of, as far as the type of mode you need to bring to this, the thought process you need to bring into it. And we've been very accurate with some of our takes, even down to this Kalen DeBoer. I'm telling you, a major factor in this hiring is the fact that he is so receptive to being mentored right now in this stage of his career. And why not take an opportunity to be mentored and literally guided in your first year and a half, 2 years, by the greatest coach of all time at one of the most winningest universities in college football? Why not? But yeah, that's why I'm gonna take it away. Ty, welcome to the panel. Welcome back. Brothers, I'll catch up with y'all in a few. I'll be in the back. Y'all just hit the phone or hit the private chat if y'all need information. I'll be able to populate for y'all.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ty, what do you think about Kalen DeBoer, us being on the cusp of hiring Kalen DeBoer as our head coach?
Ty.
My man. Happy to be here with you, gentlemen. I don't think it's any secret, right? Over the past 2 days here, I have let it be known that he and Lane were like 1A, 1B to me. Now, I had given Lane the edge because of the SEC experience, and that's the only question you could possibly have with Kalen DeBoer, is the lack of SEC experience and the lack of recruiting at this division and at this level. Coach Sean, I don't know if you've said it again, but if you haven't said it again, if I may, I'll say it for you, because you said something earlier today, a few hours ago even, that I think needs to be revisited and revisited a few times. You could sign the number 12 recruiting class in the nation, and that'd be the best recruiting class Kalen DeBoer has signed. That's a really good recruiting class. That's number 7 in the SEC.
It's a fact. It's a whole fact.
Top 10 classes. That's got to be what we push for here, right? Like, now, if we need to use the transfer portal to get a top 10 class year 1, cool. But total, we need top 10 classes. That has got to be the standard. It just has to. Now, I haven't heard anything about T-Rob, but y'all already know that would make me so happy if T-Rob was the defensive coordinator. I have been saying just do that for so many days, ever since Steele retired. I think DeBoer is a really interesting hire, guys. I've said this so many times. I'm sorry to beat a dead horse, and then after this, I'll pass it back to you. People wanted Dan Lanning. People wanted Steve Sarkisian, and I've seen so much aversion to DeBoer. He's 5-0 against those 2 coaches I just named.
Yeah. Yep. That's a fact.
Beaten Sark twice, beaten Lanning 3 times. He can coach. Guys, I'm really excited. Now, you guys said you were discussing Grubb. I must have just missed that. Is there any indication as to what could happen there?
No, we were discussing like who is he going to take with him for the most part, whether that was potentially going to be Grubb. Looking at some of his other kind of coaching staffs, like I said, like a Jamarcus Shepard, who is their passing game coordinator. Sure. You look at a Julius Brown, who's their, if T-Rob does become the guy, does he stay as a cornerback coach, or does he focus? Hey, I want to focus a little more on the X's and O's. I just don't want to focus on just personal development position. So maybe you could bring in a guy like a Julius Brown. I mean, Julius Brown, what he did with this Washington secondary was unreal, right? People may not be impressed, but guys, people have to understand, guys. Julius Brown was coaching that secondary when they finished 4th in the nation in pass defense. Now their rush defense was terrible, but their pass defense was one of the best in the nation, and a big part of that had to do with their secondary, pretty underrated secondary.
Jabbar Muhammad.
Oh my God, yeah, Jabbar Muhammad. That dude was a stud. Scott Huff is another name, part of their coaching staff. Remember, offensive line coach. You take a look at what he, again, formed the Joe Moore offensive line of the year award. So do you bring in a Scott Huff? And remember, our offensive line coach, 49 sacks allowed, guys, 49. So do you bring in a Scott Huff in there to try to work with these guys, a much more talented group that's comprised of 5- and 4-star talent? So I don't think that if you bring in Grubb, that's going to be the only guy he brings in. He'll probably bring in some more people. But Grubb would probably be the top name that I think a lot of Bama fans would like to try to get.
Yeah, for me, I'm I ain't trying to be pessimistic, bro. I'm happy we got I'm hoping we got a coach
that we can get.
Right?
Yeah, it's not confirmed.
Yeah, man. I'm reading it, but I'm hoping, but I just my concerns. I'm pessimistic by nature. Anyway, you guys know, that Coach J will tell you. I say it all the time. I'm pessimistic by nature when it comes to football. I just need more SEC guys on this staff, man. That's just me. I've seen so many great coaches, man, that were good coaches, man. Like, these guys were absolutely awesome. Awesome. I just need some SEC flavor on the week-to-week scale. I need some guys that understand what it's like to go to LSU on the road. I need some guys that's been there. I need some guys that understand what it's like to play those cowbells at Mississippi State, even though we don't, even though our schedule's a little different now. I need some guys to understand that going on the road in the SEC is extremely different than anywhere else. It's a lot of good football being played in every conference. Washington, those guys can compete, right? Michigan, Ohio State, Big Ten, those two teams can compete. But I think what separates our conference from the others is going on the road. Going on the road to places like Kentucky that you think will be easy is extremely difficult. So I'm hoping we keep at least some flavor or some mixture of SEC coaches on the defensive side of the ball that understand what it's like to compete in this conference. I'm hoping we do that.
So I have two things, gentlemen. First, I keep saying he's 5-0 against Dan Lanning and Steve Sarkisian, but if you really look at this, he's 7-0 against Dan Lanning, Steve Sarkisian, and Lincoln Riley.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
7-0. The other thing I wanted to say, per Caleb Odom's Instagram, apparently, he has a picture saying, "Let's work, coach," with Kalen DeBoer in Alabama gear. Just like an ESPN edit, right? Breaking.
I think Nick Kelly just showed a picture of Kalen DeBoer in Tuscaloosa.
Well, if that, Coach, question to you: if that's the case, does that quell some fears that already you have a player like Caleb Odom, who you and I have talked about being such an ace to this recruiting class, that he's instantly receptive and on social media being like, "Okay, yeah, let's work." Does that quell some of, because it makes me feel a little bit better, but I had to run it by you earlier. Am I just being an overly optimistic Alabama fan?
Go ahead, Coach Jay.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that when you take a look at this program and when you take a look at the future, what's going on, guys, there's going to be a lot of changes. There's going to be a lot of things, guys, where it's going to be completely different. Ty Sean, I don't know if you will agree with me about this. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Bama doesn't get if Bama doesn't get a top 5 recruiting class. I think that for this first year, knowing that everything, yep, it's going to sound upsetting. It's going to sound, but that's not DeBoer's strength. His strength is all about player development, and again, he's got to form a relationship with the parents. He's got to form relationships with these kids again. Like that's you're not going to get that job done year one. Brian Kelly couldn't, remember when Brian Kelly came from LSU, LSU was open to the wolves for every other school out there, because for the first time in a long time, even with Les Miles, even with not Gus Malzahn, even with Ed Orgeron, Nick Saban, that state was wrapped. You could put a fence around that state and you can keep those kids in the state. Now, Brian Kelly has ever since in year 2, year 3, he has now wrapped that fence back up, right? It's now fixed. But in year 1, you're talking about someone that came from that mostly coached in the East Coast, that coached at Indiana, all of a sudden came in year 1 in LSU and couldn't recruit that well. It didn't take until year 2 until he finally was able to get that track. So don't be surprised year 1 with Kalen DeBoer and the coaching staff that he's going to put in place, even with T-Rob, even if he does keep Freddie Roach or Mark Gillespie. Don't be surprised year 1 if Alabama does not have to our standards, a great recruiting class, and we have to focus on the transfer portal. It may not take until year 2 and year 3 that we may even get back to that pinnacle of getting a top 2 or top 3 recruiting class going on.
Interesting tweet by Travis Rear, guys. He says Kalen DeBoer's director of scouting at UW was Jarrett McElwain, former UA student assistant and son of former UA offensive coordinator Jim McElwain.
Yeah.
So maybe he can bring him as with him. That'd be someone who has an understanding of the Alabama landscape, even if it's his son. So interesting stuff, guys. Coach Sean, interested in hearing from you on that. What do you think about Caleb Odom coming out and kind of seeming like if this is the move, he's excited about it?
I'm excited about it. Anybody that has any ties to the university and understands the landscape of this thing we have over here in Tuscaloosa, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. That's kind of my point. The more people that you can bring in, the reason why I say that is I've seen some people in the chat. The reason why I say that, guys, is because several of these coaches that have been at different places, Damian Craig, I know him personally. Several of these guys personally, right? They've been to different stations and stops, and they'll tell you in the SEC it's completely different. Like it doesn't. You can't even, compare the two, right? So that's why I say the more people you can bring in to compete against, and that have ties with the SEC and ties with Alabama, especially. I mean, that's a plus. That is a plus, man. So I agree, Ty. I love hearing that, and I hope that works out. Definitely.
I'm just trying to be as realistic but optimistic at the same time as possible, right? So I am just refreshing Twitter every like 5 seconds. Just Gregory, I need you to make your announcement now.
Do it now, man, please. This coach, like I'm tripping. I'm thinking, man. Kalen DeBoer is like everywhere, man. I'm like, wait, is this Kalen DeBoer? Is that Kalen DeBoer? Is that Kalen DeBoer? I'm like, dude, no, that's a store owner, man. That's like someone that's working in. That's someone that's working at the local grocery store. That's someone that's working in. I'm like, man, please, man. I'm like, where's Kalen DeBoer? Who is this guy? Like, what clothes is he wearing tonight? I need to know if he's in Tuscaloosa.
Man. Something interesting I talked about earlier, for those of you that may not have seen, just some interesting little facts with Kalen DeBoer. Inherited Washington at 4-8. 2 years later in the national championship. The year after he got there, he took a team that was 4-8, went 11-2. If you're asking what impact he had on the offense, because that's his bread and butter, he took an offense that was ranked number 108 in the nation in scoring offense. And after 1 year of being there, the year after they went 4-8, it was a top 15 scoring offense in the nation. This dude affected change instantly. There, tripled their wins, and has beaten big name coaches. There might be growing pains. There will be growing pains. Let's be honest about it. There'll be growing pains. But from an X's and O's standpoint, guys, if this is the move, I am excited. I'm excited to see what he'll be able to do, how the university is able to put a supporting cast around him that puts him in a conducive place to success. Because we look at Sark. Sark's a great coach. There's no taking that away from him. Sark assembled a great staff. Kyle Flood, Jeff Banks, Bo Davis. I mean, you look at it, he had a lot of heavy hitters out there. Hopefully we can do the same for Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he does, guys. I'm excited to see what he does. And like I said, I know Bama fans are still trying to get on board. I've been trying to sell it. Hopefully I can hopefully have convinced some of you guys that to be right on the ride. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with Kalen DeBoer. And most importantly, who is he bringing in? Right? We can pretty much guess who he's going to do. Like I said before, I kind of miss some of my guys. Some of the guys, again, I would love to have Scott Huff. I wouldn't mind bringing in Scott Huff and bringing in a Jamarcus Shepard. Grubbs, the more I'm kind of like thinking about it, I think he's going to take the Washington head coaching job. I think that makes the most sense. They want to keep somebody from that DeBoer line. But overall wise, there are holes that even with Nick Saban that we kind of question. And to get guys that already are proven guys at that level, would not mind it at all.
Gregory?
Yeah, for me, like looking at the young man's stats on screen, 104 and 12 overall as a head coach. I looked at this earlier and I was amazed by it. I was amazed by his success he's had at different levels. Won 3 NAIA national titles, went 10-1 versus top 25 last season. See, all that's wonderful to me. That's the criteria you want if you want to get to Bama, right? I love that. But for me, it's just different, bro. Like I hear you, and I'm reading it, and I love it. Can't get no better than that, actually, right? With anyone, right?
Yeah.
But for me, it's just the week-to-week stuff, right? And
right,
it's the week-to-week grind of this conference, right? I think he'll be ready for it. Nick Saban wasn't ready for it until he was, right? He had to come in at some point in time and do what he did, and look what happened, right? So I think the young man's a great hire. I have my own pessimistic concerns and worries sometimes, and I figure if I worry more, then when it happens, I can be happy, right? I don't want to expect too much and then it don't happen, right? The grind of this conference is just what concerns me. I'm hoping, it's not playing Texas or playing, like Coach Jay and Ty said, he's beaten the people that counted. He's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-0 against those guys. It's the other games that concern me, right? It's the in our case for our schedule, it's the Kentuckys, it's the Wisconsin, which I'm not worried about Wisconsin, but it's the games on the schedule that you think we're gonna win that end up being way more difficult than we expected in this conference, right? It's the games that kind of sneak in between us and LSU that we always consider, we look over, that we end up being in a fight in the fourth quarter. Can we win those games now? It's those games that make the SEC different. Going on the road in these different venues, right? It's rubbing elbows in recruiting. It's the other things, not necessarily Coach DeBoer is winning. I have no concern with that at all. Look at that. I have zero concern about that young man and his coaching abilities. I just worry about the other stuff in the SEC, the stuff that wore Coach Saban down, the stuff that he was so frustrated with, the stuff that happens in NIL now, the collectives, all of these things outside of football that determine whether you have a good roster or not. I worry about the transfer portal out, transfer portal in, recruiting visits, parents. It's just all this other stuff that aids you or hurts you. It'll either make you Bama and Georgia, or it'll make you Ole Miss and Mississippi State. I worry about that. You know what I mean? So, I'll be positive. I think he's gonna do an extremely good job. But I'm hoping he understands the landscape of the SEC and get the ball rolling.
I think the biggest question with Kalen DeBoer, and a lot of people will make this comparison, is he Brian Harsin 2.0? That's the worst case scenario you can have, because Brian Harsin, another Pacific Northwest guy, went to Boise State, had a very, very good career, right? Won the Fiesta Bowl, which the Boise State, the Fiesta Bowl is the national championship. That's their national championship. It's the Fiesta Bowl. He took over the legacy for Chris Peterson. He did a tremendous job, had a tremendous winning record. You look at his win-loss ratio, it's ridiculous. But then he got to Auburn, and a lot of people were high on that hire. I was high on that hire, saying that, man, Auburn could be a serious contender, because this is a guy in Brian Harsin that's developed a lot of players from Boise State. You look at guys. I forgot their Leighton Vander Esch. You look at DeMarcus Lawrence. Like, you just look at somebody, Khalil Shakir, Jay Ajayi, like so many NFL caliber players that Brian Harsin was able to develop before he went to Auburn, and then he sucked at Auburn. He was not good at Auburn, guys. Like, he didn't know the recruiting landscape. He didn't know the region. That cost him big. Like, Auburn, before he went there, guys, with Gus Malzahn, they were averaging top 10, top 12 recruiting classes. Brian Harsin was averaging top 20, top 18 recruiting classes and could not get into the top 10. He got out recruited, lost the Bama landscape, lost the battle between him and Nick Saban, almost got him in 21, but just was not good enough. And they decided after, I think, 2 or 3 seasons to move on and obviously get with Hugh Freeze. So, and Hugh Freeze, yes, didn't get the job done against Alabama, had a terrible first start, but guess what? Auburn is 7th right now in recruiting. Why? Because Hugh Freeze knows the recruiting region. He knows the trail. He has a relationship with these parents that he's had for a long time. So we'll see what happens with the board. Like I said, I'm excited for this thing, but that's the worst case. That's the fear. Is he going to be Brian Harsin 2.0, or is Kalen DeBoer going to continue to do what he did at Washington? And that's our overall wise have good, great winning records at the University of Alabama.
Yo, what's up, fellas? Figure I gave you guys a blow. You guys want to pop off? And I'll be here for a little while. I'm feeling good. I know you guys have been on for a while, so
I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be back on like in a little bit.
Yeah, change of the guards. Change of the guards. All right, good work, fellas. Appreciate you guys being here.
I'll tap back.
All right, cool.
I'll be back on a little bit.
All right, man. Cool. Okay. We got Coach Jarek and Coach Sean subbing out, and we got Ty, myself. What's up? I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube, along with the coaches. I also got Ty Hayes from Around the Table Sports. We got Smoke in the back running the producer window. So we appreciate you, Smoke. You just move that a little bit to the right, like the proven winner. If you could just move that a little bit more. Okay, so there has not been an official announcement. Okay, however, major sources have said that Kalen DeBoer is expected to be the next head football coach at the University of Alabama. I mean, it's all over. 100%. So that's out there. The funny thing is remember what Greg Burns said. He's like, unless you hear it from me, don't believe it. So if you're still worried about it, you could believe in that. But it looks like all systems go for Caleb DeBoer. The more that I've sat back and thought about this, the more I feel good about this. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what I'm excited about, and then I'm going to tell you a couple things that I do have my concerns about that I think will be addressed immediately. Okay, I'm gonna start with the good things first. Number one, this guy wins. I mean, you look at the statistics, right? I'm a big factual guy, 1,000,000%. The dude has already won 104 games in a very short career at this level, right? 72-1 at home. Imagine playing in front of 100,000 fans, right? That's really exciting. The guy played it in some really big time games, and I think that there's some tweets out there that I really, really like. That he was 7-0. What is it, Ty? He's 7-0 against Sark,
Lincoln, Sark, and Dan Lanning, 7-0.
Basically, all the guys, you know, that you would love to have, you know, probably at Alabama besides one of them. I like that fact. Greg Byrne made a quick hire. I think this was monumental. As soon as you saw Isaiah Bond go into the portal, you had to do things immediately, because that is the impact. So I just ESPN Rittenberg just announcing that Washington has called a team meeting for 1:30 Pacific time. So there you go. You know, this is a monumental day for Alabama. And I just saw, I think it was Michael Casagrande said, everybody to the airport. I guess I could go to the Tuscaloosa airport if you guys wanted to see it, but there's going to be enough of that. There's going to be so many people. Usually you could do a lot more work from home. Plus I'm going to be streaming. So I do like the hire from the offensive standpoint. I've already showed you guys, and I'll bring up that graphic in a little bit about the offensive components coming in. And I really hope that Isaiah Bond talks with talks with Coach Saban, talks with Coach DeBoer about this, because Coach Saban is still there, right? As kind of a guide or a guidance counselor, if you will, what his support role, whatever he's going to call himself. He's going to, you know, talk to these players. And I hope he thinks about it, because you look at Washington's receivers and their schematics from this past year. And I think this means, I haven't seen this, but maybe it means that Alabama's going to have a new offensive coordinator as well. Because Coach Saban wanted the Washington OC before
and their wide receiver coach.
And their wide receiver coach, right? So I think that if I'm Isaiah Bond, I think about it, because this system, and it's no longer Alabama's offense. That was Coach Saban's whole philosophy. Coach Saban is not the coach anymore. It's going to be Kalen DeBoer's offense, Kalen DeBoer's defense, right? This is something new that we're going through. You got to get him the football. If I'm talking to Isaiah Bond, I'm just telling him, look, you're going to be the focal point of this offense. You, Justice Haynes, and Jalen Milroe. Those are the three people that we are going to get the football to. You are going to catch, this past year, what he caught, 46 balls. You're going to catch 85 passes, if not 100. We are going to do things. Okay, so Pete Thamel just said Kalen DeBoer has informed Washington officials he's taking the job at Alabama. So there you go. It's official.
Come on, Gregory, tweet it.
Right? So that is, Greg Byrne, we are waiting for you. So I do like that aspect, and I love it from the offensive component. I think you come in here. I'm curious to see how he works with quarterbacks. I know that they did a really great job with Michael Penix Jr. Someone's like, is he getting an 8th year? I don't know about that. Okay, here are my concerns that I think are valid, and I think these will be addressed with who you retain on your staff and really on the defensive side. Okay, so these are facts, and this is not on the stat sheet right here. Does anybody know inside the comment box where the Washington Huskies finished on the defensive side of the ball overall in college football?
Not good. Okay.
They finished number 94. Number 94 in the world of college football. Okay. People in Alabama have a very short leash for they don't, if you don't have a defense, you're going to get kicked out of here really quickly. So that is concerning. I love the big offense. And Jarek just hit me up with that. I got you, man. Yep. Saw it. Number 94. You got to have a defense here. You're going up against some great offensive minds that you balance your misdirections. That has to be a major issue that you take care of from the jump. And I think you do that by retaining Travaris Robinson. I think that that's the first thing that you do. And I don't know, I guess you guys were talking about maybe T-Rob being the DC. love it, or if that's already been, expressed, I love that. And I did see Caleb Downs. Didn't Caleb Downs, didn't he say, like, let's work, or was that Caleb Odom?
That was Caleb Odom that said,
Okay.
let's work. Caleb Downs apparently had an Instagram post, but I don't have an Instagram, so I can't check it.
What did Caleb Downs say? Was it positive or negative?
I have no idea.
Okay, so that's my concern, is the defensive side, because they did finish number 94 overall. Okay, you can take care of that. There's people over here that can help you out with that. Coach Saban can help you out with that, and that needs to be addressed. Okay, so it was negative? I don't like that. Okay, if you guys find it, we'll do some digging. Coach Smook, if you're in the back end, let's see if we can find that Caleb Downs. You don't have to play it because it might have highlights, but just tell me if it's positive or negative. Yeah, I saw that, Jonathan Hurst. You can't spell Kalen without spelling Lank. How about that? That's William Galloway on Twitter. The dude is a genius, absolute genius. Okay, no, it was positive. Smook is saying it's positive. Okay, well, that's good. It's not negative. It's positive. The other concern that I have, and I think this is valid as well, is coming down here to recruit in the Southeast. Never been here, not from here, doesn't have a lot of, ties to the Southeast. You fix that with building yourself a quality staff, guys who already know the territory, guys who are already dogs in recruiting. And you can do that as well. There's already guys on here, here at Alabama that know the lay of the land, that can recruit at a very high level. So, just to get it out there, Caleb Downs, yeah, here to stay, 100%. That would be the worst news with him headed out. So, Caleb Downs here, and love it. Those are kind of my concerns. So my initial take overall is I like to sleep on things. But I like it. I do like the hire. You kind of look at some of the other candidates or other people that were posted out there. Man, this is Alabama football. It's going to be tough and nobody can replace Nick Saban, but somebody has to keep the stability of the program. And you want a proven winner. The guy just was in the national championship game with a Pac-12 team. So this is not the Pac-12. We know that. The SEC is a different level, and this will provide a younger coach another opportunity to showcase his abilities. I think he was around the same age when Coach Saban was hired, right? Coach Saban was like in his early 50s. Is this guy even 50 years old?
No,
How old
he's
is he?
not 50.
He's not even 50 years old. So a younger coach coming in that I'm curious to see him punch at this weight. Ty, what were your thoughts, man? Share them with me. What are some other elements that you're kind of looking at when we look to Kalen DeBoer being the next head football coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide?
So my I won't say concerns, questions.
Yeah.
Are largely in line with you. And the area where I get the closest to saying concern, but it's not a concern, so I don't want to be, over dramatic, is recruiting. That's the major question. That's the best classification. That's the major question I have is recruiting in the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. Coach Sean made such a great point earlier when he was on with you, saying you could coach and get the number 12 recruiting class in the nation. And that's a good recruiting class. You're 7 or 6 in the SEC. That's where Alabama is standard. And I'm not saying that it's going to be number 1 recruiting classes like Nick Saban had. I think that's going to be tough to do in the modern era of college football. But you have to maintain top 10 recruiting classes. I think at the minimum, that is a must. I don't know that happens year 1 solely through high school. It might be a combination of high school and the transfer portal. But remember this, he has never been somewhere with the brand that is Alabama, with the resources that is Alabama, with the facilities that is Alabama, with the history that is Alabama. And if he is able to retain guys like T. Rob Roach, that'll be the best recruiters he's ever been around. So I think there's a lot of upsides to this. I always talk about how did he take Washington from where they were to the national championship? Washington was 4-8. Washington had an offense that was outside the top 100. Within 1 year, they were 11-2 and had an offense that was a top 15. Now, Kyle, you're 100% right. Defensively, something's got to be figured out. Only thing I would say is he didn't exactly inherit a defense that was great. right? And he's an offensive guy. So if you're going to move the needle somewhere, I'm not surprised when it's an offensive movement as opposed to a defensive one. Remember, people thought Jimmy Lake was going to be the answer when Washington was going through. They lost PK to Texas, and PK and Jimmy Lake were kind of co-defensive coordinators there. Jimmy Lake doing the secondary, PK kind of handling the front. When Jimmy Lake got there, they thought that was the answer. That defense was not very good. But that being said, Kyle, you hit the nail on the head. Bama has built itself on defense, and that must remain. I'm not saying that you have to have.
I mean, but you bring up a good point too by saying, okay, that's a different defense that he had. I mean, look, I have the defensive depth chart, kind of something that we've been talking about on the defensive side of the ball. And again, this doesn't account for guys that were added like LT Overton, Damani Jackson, those type of guys, or, kind of the young guys that we have in the secondary coming in. But I mean, here's kind of just a snapshot of the guys that he's immediately going to be able to work with that had significant snaps from the 2023 season. I mean, absolute ballers up at the top, the young freshman, Caleb Downs, Malachi Moore, he's returning, Trey Amos, monster. Look at that, those inside linebackers. I mean, that's the top tandem in America. So you're right. He has a completely different caliber of guys on the defense to work with. The Pac-12, I felt, has always been soft on defense. Not to say that he's going to carry that mantra in, because these guys are not soft. So, I mean, the quality on the defense is an immediate rise for him to be working with, right?
100%. There's no question about it. He didn't have... Kyle, I think Alabama has more 5-stars in the past 2 recruiting classes that they've recruited than Washington had on that entire roster.
Yeah.
I mean, we are talking about a guy who was beating quality head coaches off of his X's and O acumen. Now he inherits a top 5 roster in the nation. I'm excited. Now, the recruiting, the defense, that has got to come together. Make the right hires, and that will help in both aspects. But at the very least, I'm just waiting for Greg to finally tweet it. Interesting to know. I wanted to bring this up. Chris Lowe.
Okay.
Chris Lowe has tweeted out that Kalen DeBoer has agreed to a deal to replace Nick Saban as Alabama football's head coach, sources tell ESPN. And the only reason why I bring this up is something that I think is easily the most tangible. Yes, On3 has said it. Yeah. Josh Pate the other night was talking about how there's kind of one guy that has, and it's Chris Lowe with Bama. Yeah. If he's saying it, I take it as far to the bank and then pass it off to Greg. But I just need Gregory. If you're listening to me, I need a tweet. Just give me some smoke. Give me an elephant. I need the AD to tweet it to be real. That way it can finally become official.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for that tweet from Chris Lowe as well.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I got it right here. Yeah, Pate's right. I mean, and I've said this before too here on the show. Chris Lowe has the hotline to Coach Saban. It's one of the people that he trusts, and I'm sure when Kalen DeBoer gets to know everybody's guy. Yeah, Chris Lowe is a Sexton guy as well. So Sexton knows everybody. That's what we need to be friends with. Then we know everything. Here's the tweet from Chris Lowe, who's been, man, that story that he wrote about Saban, man, that was he's killing it, absolutely killing it. Here you go, right here. Here's that tweet out. Why don't you read it out, Ty?
Let's do it. Chris Lowe says, Kalen DeBoer has agreed to a deal to replace Nick Saban as Alabama football's head coach, sources tell ESPN. DeBoer led Washington to a Pac-12 title and the college football title game in his second season at UW. He's won 11 or more games in 7 of his 9 seasons as a head coach. And in the seasons he didn't, it's because he inherited programs that he genuinely had to rebuild. That to me is so impressive, is how he's been able to rebuild. Now, earlier Jance brought up a good concern, right as we were on here, Kyle, about like people saying, oh, well, he's Brian Harsin. Harsin could coach, but let's get one thing understood. In his 121 games, Brian Harsin was 85-36. In Kellen DeBoer's 116 games, he's 104-12 with multiple postseason wins, with multiple NAIA national championships, and having coached in a national championship. Brian Harsin was a good coach. I would contend DeBoer is better.
So David is saying, I guess I missed it. Smook is saying that Grubbs is staying and probably the head coach. So that means they retain probably Tommy Rees, right?
Maybe. I've also heard some smoke. I apologize, smoke. My word. I've also heard some smoke about Cliff Kingsbury possibly to Washington at the head coach position.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Wow, interesting. Okay. All right. So we still don't know kind of the staff that he's going to bring in, but it is exciting. I like it. I'm feeling good about the hire. I'm optimistic about it, and I'm happy that it happened at this point in time. And look, I think that if I'm Isaiah Bond, who I know has to make a lot of decisions about his personal career, I think you listen to the philosophy of DeBoer, and I think you look at the offense over the last couple of years. And I mean, if he buys into the system, man, stay here, man. Take your name out of the portal because if I'm him, I mean, this is an offense that could be really predicated around his overall abilities. 100%. I mean, I think that he could do monster things. I'm talking 80 receptions more. Who knows? You're talking Bolitnikov. I mean, he has that type of talent. I think him hitting the portal is too early. So who knows? Just because you entered doesn't mean you can exit the portal until you're like officially committed. That's my take on Isaiah Bond. Hopefully he thinks about it because this offense, I think, could really do a lot of work with his abilities. I mean, Isaiah Bond is an absolute baller.
Absolute baller. And listen, at worst case scenario, I'm going to play the worst case scenario in terms of Isaiah Bond, that he doesn't come back.
Mm-hmm.
I think this hire, once it becomes official, is big for every wide receiver who hasn't yet made up their mind. Like that to me is also huge. The fact that this could move the needle for all those other guys. You look like a Jalen Hale, a Kendrick Law. This could be huge for those guys.
Yeah, we got a super chat in here. This is there at the bottom.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes. Why don't you read that out, Ty? And I think it's got me through. Go ahead, read it out.
Danique Muhammad says, I was deployed all last year and your show got me through it. Can y'all talk a bit about DeBoer's coaching type? Man, thank you for your service.
Absolutely.
Kyle does the absolute best for Alabama content on YouTube. I mean, the absolute best. The work he puts in, everything, absolutely an example. So happy that he was able to get you through that, man. And thank you once again for your service. In terms of his coaching ability, he's offense through and through.
Yeah.
Chris Lowe also had a tweet that I think is interesting, talking about like understanding who he is as a person. And one of the things he was saying is like that he's very in tune with how modern college football operates. And that's what he thought, like speaking to people who know him, which I thought was really interesting. I'll read the tweet right now. Chris Lowe tweeted earlier at 2:23. He says, talking with someone who knows Kalen DeBoer well, he's what you want in a modern day coach, and that he understands the challenges of maximizing the talent of today's players and has the ability to get those players to buy in. Important qualities because coaching has changed. And that's true. We talked about the ever-changing landscape. Those qualities are big. Man, I think I just want this to become official. I have PTSD after Saban retired. I just needed
let's take a quick minute, just because we had a vet on. If you are a member of the United States military, you're here in this great country, or you're serving overseas, we appreciate you. Can you let us know if you're a vet, and we'll definitely give you some recognition. We appreciate you. We understand that freedom isn't free. So thank you very much for being here and enjoying the show. I know we've had a couple people call from overseas, and we appreciate you guys. So thank you so much. I mean, real respect, and we really appreciate you guys being here. As you guys know, Kalen DeBoer has been named the head football coach at the University of Alabama. I think you should be excited about it. What's up? Okay, we're going to give you a shout out right here. I think you should be excited about it for a lot of different reasons. I like the fact that Greg Brown was able to make a decision today, and there was a lot of people that said a decision would come today. Wow, look at we got a ton of vets on here. Hell yeah,
that's awesome.
Oh yeah, let's do a quick civilian salute. Let's do some shout outs right here. Ty, read these out. I'll pop them on the screen. You read them out.
Philip Sanders says 20-year retired veteran. That's
Oh yeah.
insane, Philip. What was your job, man? Like that's a career military. Interested in hearing about that, man. That's insane. Chant says active duty for 16 years. That's also wild. That's a career military. Mike says U.S. Navy. This is Mike in Austin. Mike, I'm from a hop, skip, and a jump down the road. Yes. I'm right up here in Dallas. Thank you for your service, Mike. Thank you for your service. T Technique says served 8 years in the United States Army. 11C hell from above. T, thank you so much. Thank you. That's incredible. An Air Force veteran, Tim. Thank you very much. I couldn't be an Air Force veteran. I have really bad flight anxiety, so I'm already very impressed. R1, our own Coach Smook, saying 9 years Army veteran, U.S. Army Infantry 11C. Coach, you already know we appreciate you for what you do here, but more than that, we appreciate you for who you are and what you did for the country. Mr. B205 says 3rd ACR vet, Fort Carson, Colorado. Thank you very much, man. Man, there are a ton of vets in here. This is really cool. Tame Chaos, 15-year U.S. Marine Corps officer, combat engineer. That's pretty cool. That's super cool. I not smart enough to be an engineer. Neo says Air Force vet, but only 4 years. Hey, that's more than I did, my man. That's more than I did. That's incredible. Rayborn Farm says USAF veteran. Hey, man, let me know what kind of farming you did. I grew up on a quarter horse ranch, so very familiar with the horse industry. David Agri says Army vet, 2nd Cav, Germany. That's super cool that you were stationed overseas. That's awesome. USAF vet, 6 years, says Morty. Once again, man, that's just super. 1993 to 2010, 2nd Cavalry Scout, 101st Airborne, 4 deployments, 2 Iraq, 2 Afghanistan. David Kendall, my man.
Yeah, this is David. This is my boy, David in Louisiana. Appreciate you. We're not going to stop. We're going to get all of them recognized.
David Grant, U.S. Army Sergeant. That's incredible, man. That's incredible. I said this yesterday. I think Kyle believes I'm illiterate, and he's continually trying to test whether or not I'm truly illiterate. And so far, I'm passing. Justin Adams says 5 years Navy. Appreciate all the fellow vets. Absolutely, man. This is incredible. C. Mitchell says U.S. Army, retired 22 years. Go Army. I bet you do root for the Army in all those Army Navy games. I bet that's a fun rivalry when you have a stake in it. Justin Summerlin, 6-year Army veteran, 101st, 82nd. Do we have anybody in here who's married to a vet as well? Do we have an Army Navy home rivalry? That would be fantastic. Eric Walden, he says, my son, 12-year Marine. Hey, that's incredible. Thank your son for us and you as well. I can't imagine the stresses and just everything that goes into that. That's awesome. Charles Morrell says 3rd Battalion, 12th Marines, 0811 Field Artillery. So you were out there shooting the big guns. Okay, I'd be deaf. Kenneth McBride says USAF Crew Chief, IOF Tour. That's just insane, man. Just insane. 6 years Army drone pilot. Roll Tide Roll, says Dylan. A drone pilot? See, that's once again, well above my pay grade, well above what I could do. Not that coordinated. I'd probably crash the drone. I'm not that good. So yeah, far better than I, Dylan. Thank you so much for your service, man. Plain says Army vet 4 years. Thank you very much, Plain. Max Ritchie, PO1 aboard Cold War nuclear submarine. Now that's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I had an uncle that was aboard a submarine in Vietnam. Rick says 22-year Air Force vet. Man, a lot of Air Force guys in here, and that's another career military.
We have our own platoon, man.
Yeah, hey, let me tell you what, if anything ever pops off, I know what chat I'm coming to. Kenny Grant, former Army sniper, now living in Germany with my active duty Army or nurse wife. That's awesome, Kenny. Where do you live in Germany? That's really, really cool. Got some friends over there through the horse industry.
Pretty incredible. We really appreciate you guys. We'll get to you guys again. I didn't realize that, 30%, 40% of the chat was, protecting this great country, or has in the past. We really appreciate you. Honestly, thank you so much. A civilian salute from us to you, supporting the channel, supporting the product. And we understand, honestly, there are civilians out there that really get it. We understand. And we're happy to just be able to do whatever we want every single day. I don't think people understand how much of a blessing that really is, right? Super chat in from King's family. I got this read this time. So I got Caleb Downs was leaving from this video. Usually Deuces means you're out. Please show me to view it positive, what he's saying. Also, DeBoer is an excellent hire. You know what? Deuces could also mean he is number 2. You know what I'm saying? So like a lot of people, inside the chat said it was a positive message. I appreciate the super chat, but he always does that. Like he always throws like the deuces sign because he is number 2. So I think that could be like an indicator. So I wouldn't read too much about it. Plus, there's a lot of people already that have a lot of scoop regarding like the transfer portal and would already, probably have put that out there. So for what I understand right now, Caleb Downs is, he's good. He's locked in. And a lot of these players are going to get to hear from Coach, Kalen DeBoer about his message where he's taking this program. I'm sure he's going to say, I understand who I'm taking the head job from and the responsibilities that come with that. And the players that are here, here at the University of Alabama that want to win to get to the ultimate level, that want to play in the NFL, that want to win a national championship. This guy's a winner. He's coming in. I'm really excited about it. Jeffrey with the super chat. Alabama made an amazing hire with DeBoer. He's an Urban Meyer coach-wise, but a better person. Urban Meyer. It seems like the continued positive praise has been really amazing to see about Kalen DeBoer. Like I was watching some of his press conferences just to kind of get ready to see what type of personality he has. It looks like a really, really likable guy. So I can't wait to see that first, the introductory press conference when they come and they talk and they field a couple questions. It's got to be super excited. I think he has a daughter who plays softball, and she was just committed to Washington. So I think, there's a pretty good softball program over here as well. What's up, Tracy? We see you inside the comment box. Yeah. New York Times just tweeted DeBoer as the next Bama coach. Yep. You're absolutely right. That's news that has gone across the world of the college football landscape. This is a big one, Ty. Army brat, a brother with a U.S. Marine, hoorah, and Roll Tide. Yeah, I think it's a damn good day to be an Alabama fan, because now what we know is, like with anything, like there needs to be closure from the retirement, and we need to know like the direction that we're moving forward. Thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate you. And I think now you can look to what DeBoer has done, at the NAIA level at Washington, and coming over to Alabama. Yeah, you can't fill the shoes of Coach Saban. Nobody can. But the outlook, I think, is very optimistic. And I think Greg Byrne did a great job. And who knows? It will never really know what goes down. And like I just saw, there was like leaked audio of Lane Kiffin turning down the job, but you couldn't see Lane Kiffin's face. It was just like audio. We'll never know. But what we do know is that this is a really good high. I think the overall pulse, people are happy about this, right? I think you would have probably seen more fallout from like a Mike Norvell, but this is really positive.
I think it's positive. Yeah, I think. Listen, Mike Norvell is a guy that we don't like how it ended at Florida State. No doubt about it. I tried my best earlier to play devil's advocate. Kyle asked me earlier to talk him off the ledge as it pertained to Mike Norvell if he was the guy, and I tried my best, and I am fairly good at that, right? Like it's what I used to do, and it didn't work. It didn't work. Y'all didn't buy it. He didn't buy it. I tried, and it's Mike Norvell. What I can say, he did turn around that roster, but Kalen DeBoer did it quicker.
You know what? You guys are talking about Ryan Williams inside the comment box as well. I'm another one of those. Is like you got to think. Oh shoot! Look who showed up. Ooh. Elizabeth Reed. What's up, Elizabeth? We appreciate you with the $100 super chat. Thank you so much. Roll Tide, everybody. My goodness. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're excited about this. Is positive. I'm serious. There's the sadness that comes with Coach Saban, but we have to turn the page. And you know what? I was thinking about it. I was going to finish my thought on Ryan Williams before I got that 100 spot, which we are appreciative of. Absolutely. But Ryan Williams needs to think about this schematics of the offense too. Seriously, can you imagine him and Isaiah Bond into this offense? Wow. Right? That could be one of the most deadly combos. Throw in Kendrick Law, Kobe Prentice, Emmanuel Henderson.
This is what I was so excited about, Kyle. This is what I asked you yesterday. if the guy was Kalen DeBoer, what would that mean for Ryan Williams specifically? Because there's no way you didn't, as a wide receiver, watch Rome Odunze or the rest of the wide receivers from that roster. I mean, goodness gracious, he was the guy, but the whole wide receiving core there was really impressive. And if he is to bring the wide receiver coach, that is going to be huge. Another big donation here. KillTack9 with the big 50. He says, thanks for keeping the fans in the loop with these lives. Roll Tide to the Army, to the Navy, have fun. To the Air Force, nice chair. To the Marines, high five. To Coast Guard, never mind. Listen, if you are military, that's KillTack's words, right? Thank you for your service, but KillTack, my man, thank you so much. I'm assuming Army, thank you for your service. Thank you for the donation, and thank you for tapping in with us and making the show what it is. Y'all's comments are massive. It helps keep the show going, and it helps the interaction. Absolutely huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, Ryan, I think he might be even 16 or 17 because he did reclassify. So, and he's young, even in that class, if he was in 2025. We appreciate the super chats. Thank you so much for getting in here. KillTack with the 50 spot, Elizabeth Reed with the 100 spot, and then Chad the Great. Saban said he'll keep an office at the facilities. Yeah. So if you haven't been here to Alabama, and I explained this yesterday, you have the field house where you've been seeing videos of everything that's going on. Like you saw Sexton going in, you saw Coach Saban coming out. That's the Malmore facility. But then you drive down and there's the actual stadium. From my understanding, Coach Saban, he has his office at the Malmore facility. That's like where he does all his stuff. That is already closed out. Like they cleaned it out. It's done. And he has a new office at the football stadium. And so he's going to be like, who knows what he's going to be. Some sort of support role, which I think is Ty and I talked about this all morning. And now I like it because when you look to the NIL space and kind of the business mind that he has, I like that. And it's good for the transition because he can talk to the players about, NIL deals from the business standpoint, and that NFL means, doesn't last forever, right? Not for long. That's what Coach Saban says in the NFL. That's why he's always pushing these guys to have other business ventures or get your college degree and even further that, because NFL, not for long in the NFL. And Coach Saban is excited about his career. That interview on YouTube was great. He said that he's just not going to wake up and watch Netflix. I love that part when he said that. And Reese Davis was like, I know where you could come to. So, yeah, a consultant, if you will. Exactly, right? DeBoer, like, can you imagine having Coach Saban as a consultant, right? That would be amazing. And having those players being able to have Goat's mind just right there is absolutely perfect. Ty, when we look to, on the defensive side, I already kind of brought this up about my concerns on the defense. Is there any other questions, not necessarily concerns, but other things that you're excited to kind of learn as the Kalen DeBoer story gets going? Holy cow, we got to read this out too.
Word, Janet Forsyth, thank you so much for the $99.99. Roll Tide and long live.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. It was kind of funny because when everybody was putting all the stuff on his statue, someone that I had an internship down here in Texas at Dave Campbell's Texas Football, and one of the great reporters there has gone on to CBS, and he's phenomenal at his job. But he tweeted, he's like, guys, he's not dead. Like he's still going to be around the program. Yeah. But yeah, that's Saban, man. Like that quantifies the impact he have. Absolutely. Long live the GOAT. And Kyle, before I dive into the defensive side of this, now that we can kind of take a step back, and as Alabama fans, for the first time since Wednesday, almost take that first easy breath, right? What great news is it to hear, or how great of a news is it to hear that Nick Saban confirmed to Reese Davis that he is in good health and Miss Terry is in good health? That was,
that was the best news out of everything, because as soon as people started saying that there was something, potentially wrong, Miss Terry would have that hits different. The retirement is part of the process, but you don't want it to be because of, something health related. And these are people who are really important to the community, specifically Miss Terry. People love Miss Terry because you know why? because she's been authentic and she's taken care of the community. People know that. So every single year for the last, I don't know, 18 years, whatever it's been, she has always given back to not only Habitat of Humanity through the Knicks Kids Foundation, but also taking care of local teachers. So it's been really important to her to take care of the community while Coach Saban's been doing his thing on the football field. They're that iconic couple that's been married, and you know, they're important to us. They're a fabric. They're part of this fabric here in Tuscaloosa, and I've learned that, you know, in my 7 years that I've lived here, that's you know, people respect them, and I've seen them driving around, and it's great to see. I liked it. You know, they go to church at the Catholic Church. They dip out early because clearly, you know, they're celebrities, but it's important. And I'm glad that they can kind of go to this next chapter, whatever it is for them, that they're healthy, that they have each other. And Coach Saban said it like this. He was like, look, is that right, Jimmy Baker? 3 years, 28? What? We haven't seen that. Tuscaloosa Airport is blocked off. Yeah, because we're expecting the airplane. Is it just gonna like land at some point? I was thinking about maybe
descend.
I was thinking about going to the airport, but I don't know. That's gonna be a zoo. I'm sure we're gonna see a lot of stuff on social media, anyways. But no, long story short, I was just really happy about the fact that Miss Terry, you know, is in good health. Same with Coach Saban, because you go into this next chapter, happy, healthy, accomplished. What more could you ask for?
Exactly. And that's one of the things he said, that he wanted to move into the next chapter of his life and still be able to do things and have the health and ability to do it. So I'm just super excited that there's now a movement. Let's talk about the defense, though, because that's where we started going before we kind of realized that we could take our first collective deep breath as Alabama fans since Wednesday. Defensively, this is the area where Alabama fans are going to have the most questions. That and recruiting, all questions well placed. To me, Kyle, and I've said this before, I hate to sound like a broken record, promoting T-Rob, that answers a lot of questions for me immediately. Hearing Lane Kiffin talk about like, oh, well, T-Rob was a guy that I thought was calling plays this year, and Alabama's defense shut down his top 15 offense. I think that would be a great move. And for everybody in chat worried about Caleb Downs, I don't think that Caleb Downs goes anywhere with T-Rob staying. Not anywhere. He would be there because he knows what he means to this team, quite frankly. I'm not even going to say the secondary, to the team. Another $1.99 donation. DeMarco Poole, thank you for the donation, my man. Let me go back up there and try and read what he had said.
I can add it to the screen. My bad. I took it off accidentally.
No, you're good, man. He said the Tide want Kalen. What happens to Tommy? Well, it's whatever Kalen decides. If he decides to take Ryan Grubb with him, which there are some reports that put Ryan Grubb as the next head coach at Washington, would be a really good hire for them. Grubb has been with DeBoer for a long time. That's the whole reason he didn't want to leave before. Now, that being said, he is at Washington. If DeBoer is to bring over Jamarcus Shepard, that's interesting, right? Like, what will happen with him? Would he just be a wide receiver coach? But at the end of the day, it's whatever DeBoer decides with Tommy Rees. I like Tommy Rees, but I would rather have Kalen DeBoer come over with the understanding that he's free to make his own offense than handcuff him and say, oh, you got to keep Tommy Rees.
But does that hurt the development of, what does that do for Jalen Milroe or this quarterback room?
That is another conversation, right?
I guess we kind of need to figure out who is the quarterback whisperer at Washington.
Yeah, I would imagine it's DeBoer, just considering whenever you go and look at his history, he has such an extensive history of coaching quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Everywhere he's been, he's featured as a quarterback coach. So I have a good feeling. My word, Crimson Blood with the 125. He says, Kyle's homework, get Ryan Williams and Isaiah Bond to come home. Crimson, I'm on it. I'll burn some stage. I'll hit the phone lines. I don't know anybody, but I'll just start calling whatever I can find. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much for tuning in, my man.
Appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Crimson Blood, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I think when you look to, I think each of these young men have a lot to think about. I mean, not only in the NIL space, but in the offensive schematics. I really, and I'm sure that these guys are going to talk with Kalen DeBoer before they make any, final decisions. And I think it'd be in best interest for them to stay because of this offense is going to be predicated around each of those guys. On the defensive side, like you were saying, Ty, earlier, if you really want to make Alabama fans, what would make them really, really happy right now? Now, if you really wanted to break the internet, you would somehow add Jeremy Pruitt to the defensive staff.
I know, but he'd be suspended for his first year.
No, I know, but like you would just have to have him as like a defensive analyst, something. You would just have to throw him a bone.
Good point. Good point.
But the happiest right now that you could do is add T-Rob and announce that. Like almost like in a, we're hiring this coach and then we're going to add him as the DC. But I mean, that's up to Kalen, right? And as we talked about, he's got to tighten up on the defensive side of the ball. And that's something that, we have a right to be concerned about when we follow Alabama football. The defense is of the highest standard. You look to Alabama's defenses last year, that was the one thing that was consistent. And if you're just joining us, Washington's defense last year was ranked number 94. But they still got to the national championship. Still, it's not going to cut it in the SEC. Not in the every single week grind. Think about the offensive minds in the SEC. You can't have that. You got to tighten up. But I like it overall. I'm happy about it, and I think this is a good hire. I don't know how I would have been. Would I be feeling this way if it was Mike Norvell? I don't know. I need to see like the press conference to get like the vibe. But everybody else seems pretty happy, so I'm being optimistic about this. Let's say out of like 1 out of 10, with 1 being the lowest, out of 10, what do you think, Ty, in terms of this hire?
For me personally, just using the totality of circumstances, I'm at about an 8, and the only reason I'm there is because I have questions about recruiting. I have questions about DC. If it's T-Rob announced, I'm right up there at a 9 or a 10, man. Mm-hmm. Like I'm real close, right? Like the difference between an 8 and a 10 it's very small. I'm pretty happy. I'm really happy. You know how high I've been on Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
You know that I've tried to present all the positives because I truly believe this is a really good hire, especially if a T-Rob gets it. David Kendall says, what if Saban comes back as defensive coach? That would be the most internet breaking thing.
That would break the internet
ever.
All right. Okay. Now for you, chat. Out of 1 through 10, with 10 being the highest of your most excited, like the best hire ever, 1 through 10 inside the chat about your excitement for Kalen DeBoer being the next head football coach at Alabama. Ty,
I'm at a 9. I'm at a 9.
Damn, you went to 9. Wow.
I'm at a 9. If he keeps T-Rob, I'm at a 10. I'm there. Mm-hmm. I'm there.
Mm-hmm. Another super chat in. Now with Saban gone, Kyle no, I don't know about that. Thank you for working on this hard time. You make Alabama fans better experience. Look, this is my job, just like you have your job. I'm really passionate about mine. I'm very grateful to be in this position, but I've also worked to be in this position. So it's kind of like, you see the benefits of the work that pay off. So I appreciate all you guys. And the one thing that I always try to do is treat every single person with respect. I think that people deserve to be treated that way. And I think that, kind of that comes off, when I talk to people, when you guys talk to me, and I appreciate that. Like, even in the chat, like if you don't agree with what I'm saying, that's cool, and you have every single right to have your opinion. And when you call into the show, that's the same thing. Like, just be real with me. Just talk to me about, you don't have to sugarcoat it, because everything isn't perfect at Alabama, right? Otherwise, they would have won the last 3 national titles, and they didn't. So you got to be able to get back to that level of greatness. And there's a lot on the line when you're the Alabama football coach. There's a lot on the line when you cover the Alabama Crimson Tide. And there's a lot of people in this market that do a really great job covering the team. I've seen them. There's a lot of great writers. There's a lot of great video content creators, all sort. Like, you guys know who's in this market. ESPN lives here. There's no other program that ESPN cares more about than Alabama football. Alabama football still drives everything. So there's a lot of pressure on the line when you cover Alabama football, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on Kalen DeBoer. I'm going to bring up Alabama's schedule in just a second. We're going to look at it. I think we got a new fan funder inside, and let's go ahead and highlight that. I think let's kind of scroll up. There's a bit. Oh, so let's read
Don
out.
Lucci,
So
new member. Thank you very much.
yeah, Don Lucci, what's up? If you're curious to become a fan funder of the YouTube channel, which really helps along with the super chats, go up to the top. There's a hyperlink if you're on your phone, and hit the join button. As low as $2.99 a month to support the channel. It'd be great if we can get 10% of 100,000 subscribers. And then Kyle is trying to convince himself that there won't be any drop next year. No, not necessarily. I mean, I think with all the components that you have coming back, I mean, this team is good. The one thing that I am scared about or worried about is the schedule. And, the Pac-12 is not the SEC. So let's go ahead and look at the Alabama football schedule. I'm going to bring that up. Football schedule. Have you had a chance to look at this schedule, Ty?
I looked at it a while ago. I haven't looked at it in quite some time.
Okay, it's gonna be fun to look at. We'll look at a couple different schools while we're on here. Okay, this is a nice weight rack.
Kiltac becoming a new member. Thank you very much, Kiltac.
Appreciate it. Yeah, and if you're on your computer, just go up to the top. It says join. All right, Ty, let's go. This is Alabama's schedule for this coming season, and I appreciate you guys giving your take on a lot of 9s, a lot of 10s that I've seen in terms of the excitement. 9s. Let's see. Yeah, Kiltac becoming a member, also with the super chat. Appreciate you so much for doing that. For me, I was going to say a 7. And that could change based on the press conference. And I want to be realistic with it. I don't think it was like a 10. I think a 7 is fair, honestly. I think that, kind of just the defense is what I am concerned about. That's the only thing. If he had checked all those boxes, it's going to be hard to check all the boxes. But for me, a 7. All right, so this is the schedule. All right, so, Ty, let's look at this. So we got Western Kentucky. You got South Florida. You got something coming for South Florida. You better beat the brakes off them from last year's scare. At Wisconsin. Okay, going up to Camp Randall. Then you're open. You have 2 weeks to prep for the Georgia Bulldogs. Okay. And then you have we take a trip up to Nashville, Vanderbilt, South Carolina. The third Saturday in October still remains, and you have a trip to Knoxville.
To Missouri after. That's a tough stretch, man. This is a very tough schedule.
Look at this stretch right here. This is a nice little look at this back end. Okay, so at Tennessee, Missouri, you're open. You have an extra week to prepare for a trip down to Baton Rouge to take on Brian Kelly, and now Bo Davis is over there as a defensive coordinator. All right, and then you have Mercer. You have 2 bye weeks this year.
Yep, and then Oklahoma after Mercer before Auburn.
Look at that.
So yeah, this is a very, very, very tough schedule. So for Alabama fans, I think it's important to remember this. Be patient.
Oof.
This is a young coach in terms of his Power 5 ability, but he is a brilliant coach, right? You don't end up turning around Washington like he did by luck. You wouldn't have had a better second year than you had a first year.
Yeah.
This is an adjustment. There's going to be an adjustment period, and that's perfectly fine, right? What I want to see is Alabama coming out and playing to a standard, right? Like maintaining a standard. I'm not saying that standard has to be Alabama's the betting favorite for the national championship this year. I know that was the standard under Nick Saban.
Mm-hmm.
But Nick Saban retired.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have to go to the Alabama standard, which guess what? Should be defined as success.
Mm-hmm.
I think Alabama will have a successful season next year, but let's be honest, very, very difficult. Some fun games, man. Some absolute fun games. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Absolutely can't wait.
Watch. Let's look at whose schedule should we bring up? There's a couple because like you're about to the SEC. I mean, just set themselves apart with, this new scheduling. I'm telling you, you want to see, let's go to Texas. Let's see. So we can click probably through Oklahoma to get there. Get out of here. Okay, this is Oklahoma's schedule. Not really concerned about Oklahoma. I just want to see Texas. All right. You got Sark in his new contract. All right, so here you go. This is a Texas schedule. So Colorado State, then a trip to Michigan to take on the champs at the Big House. That's week 2.
If I was a Texas fan, that'd be a bucket list game for me.
Oh, for sure. That game, that all eyes on that game for sure. You got San Antonio, the Roadrunners. Then you take on Louisiana Monroe, Mississippi State. Check this out. Oklahoma, then Georgia. And then you got your back end includes Florida, Arkansas, Kentucky, and then at Texas A&M. That's a tough schedule. Look at Florida's schedule. Whoever did these schedules, they do not like Florida. Check this out.
No, they don't.
Miami, Sanford, Texas A&M, at Mississippi State, Central Florida, at Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia. Look at this. look at this schedule. Georgia. Look at this. Let's see if I can zoom in. Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, at Florida State.
Yeah, they're trying to get Billy fired, and
that's crazy.
Mr. B205 became
a crazy schedule.
That's just absolutely ridiculous. And we were talking about this the other day, Kyle, on my channel. Like, when you look, there's 2 coaches in Florida this year that I think are really on the hot seat. It's Billy Napier and Mario Cristobal, and who lasts longer? Well, Billy Napier has a terrible schedule. I mean, terrible. Adam says, Ty, you keep rationalizing the hire and no addressing the concerns. Oh, I've addressed the concerns plenty of times. The fact that he didn't have a top defense. But once again, I've always been, from doing debate, doing moot court, I've had to do like objectivity, where I would argue for something and then have to argue against it. So I've kind of taken that approach to analyzing everything. So if I'm arguing against him, then I must then try and poke holes in my own analysis to complete and to create the most complete argument. And when I look at this, yeah, he hasn't had a great defense. He also didn't have great defensive talent. He inherited a program that was 4-8, instantly turned them around, won triple the amount of games they'd won before, and then was in a national championship within 2 years. The defense is a concern, but that's where I keep talking about, like, T-Rob. If you're able to retain T-Rob, that mitigates a lot of the concern for me. We already heard Lane Kiffin talk about T-Rob being a guy.
Yeah.
And they're in recruiting, no doubt about it. But once again, that's where T-Rob, Gillespie, Freddie Roach, what guys are you going to retain? And if you retain some of those guys, it mitigates my concerns in those areas. But Adam, to your point, there are concerns, and I hope I'm not being just a total sunshine pumper. I am really excited, genuinely. Kyle, you've heard me for the past 2 days now. I have been campaigning for this dude. I think he's really smart, but there are concerns. There are questions, and that's completely fair to have those questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this might be the best question that we've had.
That's
today.
The best question.
What does I think he probably stays in some Fred show.
We get him a Ferrari in every color of his choosing. That's what happened.
Yeah, I think that what does happen to him? Does he just sell off to? I think with Coach Saban not being like completely done, that he's going to be taken care of one way or the other. That his favorite spot to eat at is Chuck's Sushi. And so if you're in Tuscaloosa, if you've been here to Tuscaloosa, you know that Chuck's is the absolute spot. I would say it's the best place in Tuscaloosa to grab a meal. Kind of it's higher end for sure. I mean, you're going to spend, well over $100 for 2 people. But I've always seen him up there eat at the sushi bar. I've been there a couple times myself. I like it. But he's played such a huge role. I mean, if anybody could write a book we've talked about, I mean, it would certainly be him. And everything that he's done, here at the program, kind of behind the scenes. I always tell a funny story about, I don't know if you guys have heard this before, but one time Coach Cedric came in right to the media room, and we're all waiting for Coach Saban's post game. And he comes in and he's like, "Man, I'm late. I gotta go get Coach's meatloaf." And we're like, "What? Like his meatloaf?" It was like a Wednesday night, and he said that Coach Saban didn't know that like a certain restaurant closed, so he goes and he still just gets Coach Saban meatloaf, and Coach Saban like doesn't know the difference, you know. So it's just like those little stories, you know, about doing things for Saban. Who are you talking about? I'm talking about Cedric. Cedric is the man behind the scenes. Yeah, he's got the big bucks. But if you're just joining us, hit the thumbs up. Run the thumbs up on this video. Kalen DeBoer, the head football coach at the University of Alabama. We're still waiting on this like official announcement from Greg Byrne. I'm sure that he'll come out with some sort of statement. Can't wait to check it out and hear what he has to say. Roll Tide to you. Appreciate you being here very much inside the comment box. Ty, how you feeling, man? You good, man? You need a blow or anything like that?
No, I'm good to roll up until the wife comes home and I have to decide what we're doing for dinner.
Cool.
So yeah, I'm good to go until then, man. I'm excited. Just need Greg to tweet it out, and then I'll be able to just start throwing a party over here.
You know what? I've never been to Full Moon Barbecue here in Tuscaloosa. I drive by it all the time. It's right on McFarland, across from the Whataburger, which I've definitely been to. But no, I've not been to Full Moon, which is kind of crazy because I heard it is really good. There's if I'm getting barbecue, I'm probably going to like Dreamland down here, but whatever. Okay, so we've talked about kind of concerns. We've talked about roster management within Kalen DeBoer coming in. We've talked about recruiting. We don't know what's going to happen with how he's going to retool the coaching staff, right? That is probably something that we're going to talk about next. There's going to be so many high expectations, and rightfully so, from the jump. Like what people see during spring ball and how he handles spring ball. And this is another thing. What type of media access do you get with the new coach? I was thinking about this because with Saban, oh, shoot. Jeez, Elizabeth, it's on fire. Another honey spot. I don't know how I feel, but it's just weird to say hear anything other than Coach Saban, right? I know. I got you. I'm sure I'll eventually get excited about the new hire. Look, it's gonna take time for a lot of us. A lot of us are gonna have to go through like kind of like the stages of grief, and like once we get to that acceptance level, then I think we'll be good. I think we'll be happy what we see, depending on what we see in the springtime. I'm sure people are going to talk about the quarterback position with all the think about the 4 quarterbacks coming back: Jalen Milroe, Ty Simpson, Dylan Lonergan, Julian Sain. How many came out for Coach Saban's first day? It was 90,000, right? Was it the first day or the second one?
I think that was the first.
Was it the first or the second?
I think so.
Yeah. Whatever it was. I mean, there was like 90,000 because the last couple of A-days have been kind of dry. I mean, you need to get to A-day. It's free. You just walk into the stadium and sit wherever you want. I think that if you're out there and you're kind of just trying to get excited like Elizabeth, where does Super Chat go? You got to be excited. I mean, there's several different reasons, and a lot of this will be about, how he handles the offense, how he handles this first initial press conference, who he hires as his defensive coordinator. I think is very critical.
Huge.
That's probably the next biggest thing. Like, so when you first get here, I think your DC, like, who is it going to be, and have the players notified about that. And I think that's going to, because I don't think that I think it would kind of be maybe a little bit of a setback or off-putting if Alabama goes to a defensive coordinator search, right, Ty?
I agree. I think that needs to be solved
in-house
instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like, in your mind, do you think they retain Tommy Rees?
I probably not. I'm not going to lie to you. Because when I look at Tommy Rees's offense at Notre Dame, it's not exactly what DeBoer was running. You know what I mean? So like, it's one thing to come in and say, hey, we're going to hand you our offensive playbook that Alabama does. That's really like an amalgamation of several different offenses. That way, depending on the personnel, we can always find plays, right? As opposed to doing what DeBoer does, where he's an offensive powerhouse guy. I would think he would go with someone who's probably a bit more in line, but he could look at Tommy Rees and watch his film and be like, no, I think that us together could do some cool things. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know what will happen with Tommy Rees and all right, Smook, we see you, man. If you want to hop in here in a minute, that'd be cool. Ty, do you need to take a blow or anything? You're on until till mama gets home, right? Ty,
Yeah,
and
until the wife
right.
gets home, and then
Yeah,
we're
cool. Hey, Smook, we're cool for a few minutes, so just kind of stand by, and then we'll pipe you back on, man. Maybe we'll have you at this, here in a little while to pop back on. Had a couple more questions, kind of that I wanted to run through with Ty. Definitely run the thumbs up. I think have we hit 100,000 subscribers yet?
inexcusable if not. Downright dastardly if not. I'll create more adjectives. Just give me a second. I'm not that bright, but I'll think of them.
I think we're pretty close. We're like very close. What a cool. Oh, shoot. We're like 80. All right. I'm bring the analytics up on the screen. We're pretty close. Hey, fam, if you want to see us hit 100,000 subscribers, pop on in right now. This is the live subscriber count. I think I can show it. Okay, this is where
Hit
we're
that
at.
subscribe button. Ladies and gentlemen, the subscribe button is absolutely free. Cost you absolutely nothing. And it would help out Kyle a ton. Kyle does a lot of great work. He's gracious enough to let myself come on here. I'm an up-and-coming YouTuber. This guy is an industry professional who chose to go independent to give you content in the way he doesn't have to be here.
Look at those numbers climbing.
Let me because you're not going to brag on yourself, but I'll brag on it for a bit. This is someone who he could be with any of those big companies, right? Making content for them. Instead, he's choosing to do it his own way with the fan interaction because it allows him to do what he likes. And what he likes is what you guys love, this fan interaction. That subscribe button, absolutely free, doesn't cost you a thing. It helps a YouTuber who's grinding, but also giving a platform to guys like myself who are working in the industry, to guys like Smook, to guys like Sean, to guys like Coach Jay. Giving a platform to us, that's huge because now I'm in front of all of you. And how many people do we have live? 1,100, right? Like I get an opportunity to speak in front of all of you. Hit that subscribe button, guys. Truly deserving guy over here.
Yeah, this is what's up. I really appreciate it. It's amazing to see the channel, and how it's continued to grow. And I am just I'm really, appreciative of everybody that, is subscribing. It looks like we're probably going to do it here soon. So it means a lot to me that you guys would subscribe to the channel and for you guys believing in the content, honestly, because, just take a minute to kind of highlight the channel, and what a cool time in the channel's, history. We hit 100K when there is a new coach, right? You look to kind of like the new growth. We're turning to the year of, like 2024. I like the even year. You got a new coach coming in. That's why I'm positive. And I think, I think it's going to be a really good year coming up. I'm really excited about the new hire, to be honest, and everything that is going on with the channel and with Alabama football as well. We got just few more to go, man. This is crazy.
I'm not very good at math, but by my math, that's 38.
Yeah.
I'm probably wrong.
Man. Ty, when did you start following the channel, man?
Man, I've been following you for quite some time. Probably even before I started my channel. You, Josh Pate, guys like RJ Young were big inspirations for me starting and getting going because, I've told some people this. My background was not in sports at all. I graduated college during COVID. I did moot court at the University of North Texas, where I thought law school was completely in the cards. So much so that I went all in. I ended up placing top 10 in moot court nationals in undergrad and all this, but I started working in law firms, a huge law firm down here in DFW with some great attorneys, unbelievable staff there, but I realized it wasn't for me. And I kept seeing you, I kept seeing Pate, I kept seeing RJ Young, and everything was always positive, man. It's not that y'all were sunshine pumping, but you were telling stories about the human experience that lent itself to far more positivity than that of which I was experiencing. I was going through a time where my father was just killed in a car crash, and I was working in a personal injury firm. And the first firm, or the first case they give me, even though I wasn't an attorney, was, hey, someone died in a car crash. We need you to prove that because the wounds were this bad.
Oof.
And I was just going through my dad's car crash, and it was just a lot of negativity. And so that's why I'm very appreciative of you allowing me to come on, because you are someone that not only was a massive inspiration, but it really changed the way of what I viewed was possible in terms of jumping from all I ever knew was law to then coming into this thinking maybe it's a possibility. I got to give a shout out to you. I got to give a shout out to Josh Pate as well.
Yeah.
Pate has given me a lot of his time in the past, and he is a really good dude. But guys, what you see from Kyle, that's Kyle. Like the guy you think he is when you watch him, that's Kyle, right? Like that's the guy I've talked to on the phone. That's the guy that worked with me one time on Bleacher Report and said, "Hey, would you like to come on the channel and talk with me and go live?" And giving opportunities like that to young up and coming YouTubers, it does make a difference. So absolutely, I'm very, very gracious for the opportunity, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think when you look to the overall YouTube channel and kind of where it's at now, 20 subs away from 100,000. I mean, this is my message kind of like going forward in the mission statement of the YouTube channel. I think there's no shortcut to greatness. And this isn't the end point. It's not like we get to 100,000 subscribers and we stop. You look at, I have great respect for all the great content creators out there that are doing their thing. Ty, you included, to the king of college football, Josh Pate himself, to everybody who has a YouTube channel that has just hit that 1,000 K mark. Like, believe in yourself, be authentic, put in the work, stay consistent, and you're going to see good things come up from your game. Be good at your craft, but be authentic, because people can see through yourself. I mean, and they can recognize real, right? And there's no shortcut to greatness. That's why it's amazing. Like watching Coach Saban, I always talk about this. I was talking about this this morning. Consistency and performance, right? How can you do that? And can you show that on a daily basis? And there was a time last year that I went through some heavy stuff in my life. I did a lot of growing up last year, and to kind of, pull it together based on, I built myself back through mentorship, through other men, through working out, through believing myself. I had to take a step back and kind of reorganize my thoughts, my thought process, get back to myself. I am built for this, meaning I am built to be independent. I am built to work, in this space. And I love that you guys have continued to support the channel overall. You guys have seen it. And with the monumental news today coming with Kalen DeBoer being a new hire, like what better time to hit 100,000 subscribers? So hit that thumbs up button. We're so close to 100,000. You're seeing it live right here on the YouTube channel. There is there's a lot. What are we, 13 away, Ty? And when I kind of look to all the people that have helped lay the foundation, there's been a lot of people that have also been on this channel as well. I own the channel outright, and it's mine. And, it's really exciting to, hit that threshold. And I'm going to be proud about it. This is not the end point of getting to this point of 100,000 subscribers. I mean, there is much more to go. We got to continue to figure out a way to get the coaches more involved. We got to figure out a way to get Ty more involved, right? Yeah, definitely. Andrew Bone was on the channel. Mick Gillespie on the channel. We're going backwards a little bit. There we go. Back up.
Trolling. People trolling. I respect it, right? Like, as we're talking about it for the meme, I respect it. I did. Yeah. For the meme, I get it.
Yeah, it's but we're gonna get there. There's a lot of people and I cut my teeth back in New Mexico. I covered high school football, and it was great, and I loved it. And I started getting really good at making videos and kind of bringing the high school athletes to the forefront. And I got really good at that grind. And then I continued to elevate in that space. And then when I moved to Tuscaloosa now 7 years ago, look, Catch, what's up, man? Gonna be the 100,000 subscriber. Catch has seen me grow
Man,
from the
that's
ground
awesome.
up, man. Yeah, Catch has been here, man. I appreciate it. And Catch has been there to help that career blossom. I appreciate all you guys, man. It's crazy. Look, 6 of you guys. We're going back and forth. Looks like we're gonna get it here soon. Any minute. 7.
I think they all want to try and be number 100K.
Right? Yeah. Who wants to be 100? All right, we'll see it. Yeah. Hey, if you want to be a fan funder as well, go up to the top of this video and hit the hyperlink. And you can, as low as $2.99 a month, you can be a fan funder to this YouTube channel. Are we going to get there, Ty? Or is this going to be kind of a back and forth to 100,000?
No, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Because they don't know that we're more, or at least me, I'm more stubborn than they are. I'll sit here all night and stare.
All right, 5 more. Let's do this. Come on, let's get there. All right, Smook is a new member. What's up, Smook? Yeah, 9. All right, 3 more. Here we go. Yeah, get the bottles ready. All right, 3 more. Let's get it. Man, this is exciting. All right, here we go. Oh my goodness. 100,000. Let's go. Let's go. 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. My goodness, man. What a journey it's been. Man. Yeah, thank you, Ty. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody inside this YouTube channel. I can't believe it. 100,000 subscribers. My goodness, man. I am so appreciative of you guys for being here and for being a subscriber of YouTube, and for you guys to have a new football coach and Kalen DeBoer. I mean, what a positive note. I can't believe we hit 100,000. Look, everybody was just waiting to be 100,000 subscribers.
I told you that was it.
That was
it. They were unsubscribing for the meme,
sure.
which I appreciate.
Man.
I appreciate doing it for the meme, but I told you once it hit.
Yeah. There's so many people that I'm really grateful for. A lot of people in my corner. My son, who's been there, man. It's amazing. I'm really, really happy about it. And I worked hard, but this isn't the end goal, right? We need to build on top of this. We need to get back to what we've done to get to this point. And that's hard work. That's consistency and performance. That's not afraid to work, right? Reporting wherever you are, like busting out your camera and just being authentic. So
speaking of recording and reporting, I got some big news that Matt Zenich just tweeted out.
All right. Okay.
Washington All Pac-12 cornerback Jabbar Muhammad has entered the transfer portal.
Ooh. There we go.
That dude was locked down this year.
Yeah.
That dude was locked down. So it's interesting to see. I thought for sure, I thought he'd hit the NFL if he had the eligibility. That's going to be interesting to see where he ends up. Not saying it's Alabama, but we are keeping up with everything in relation to the news. And Jabbar Muhammad enters the transfer portal, a name to keep up with.
Who just hit that? I want to bring that up on Twitter.
Matt Zenitz.
All right, Zenitz. Oh, the transfer portal team. Of course. Yeah. Pushing it. I mean, he's another great guy who does. I mean, think about him. Like his job from like the time, the portal opens up, he can't sleep.
Man, there are so many great people in the industry. And they're spread around. It's crazy, right? Like, I don't care what you follow, whether you're Rivals, whether you're 247, whether you're on 3.
Yeah.
There are so many of these great people in this industry just spread around. And we, the fans, we're just very lucky to be able to have all these great people in this industry.
All right, let's I think we can get it here. Oh, we got another Superman.
He wants to play with this. Yeah, is his cousin Manny Muhammad VPC? Because if his cousin's Manny Muhammad, man, Texas would get a really just dynamic duo.
All right, tell us a little bit more. Where did it go? Here we go. Oh, here we go. What do you think, Ty, about this?
Well, listen, if VPC, if that is his cousin, it would make sense. Remember, Texas had a dangerous wide receiving unit this year. He was unworthy. And I was talking to one of the Texas creators, Nino's Sport Corner, unbelievable content over there. Has done some deep dives. I love Nino. He and I were on the phone talking, and he was saying that Jabbar Muhammad was so impressive to him in that Washington, Texas game because Worthy basically got shut down when Jabbar Muhammad was on him. They started going to A.D. Mitchell a bunch, and whenever that started working and he was eating, they were just like, okay, go Jabbar Muhammad, take care of that. And he took care of that too. They weren't even testing him most of the game. The guy is very talented. Whoever gets him is going to be very excited about the player they just got on their roster. Very talented.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we'll continue to watch kind of the trend because the transfer portal now opens up for Washington as well, just as it has for the Alabama Crimson Tide, right? But if you're just joining us, we just hit 100,000 subscribers. Todd, thanks to you, man, too. You've done a great job here, and Coach Jarek, who's been calling in from Jarek has been calling in, man, since I don't know, 5, 6 years ago, and then Coach Sean jumped on around kind of the same time. And then Coach Smook has been a new addition, man. But I just, really great to have those type of people, in the corner with you, and I believe in each of you guys. And you guys have done a lot of great work on the YouTube channel. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't without you for sure. Even streaming all day long. I mean, you guys, we come up with the content plan, we distribute it, and crushing it. So we got some a couple new super chats in that we're going to read out. Ty, can you take this one?
Yes, I can. Rams and Roses TV with the $9.99 says, hey, we don't eat crowns down here. Truly, we have loved watching Nick coach. Fell in love at the 08 blackout game till now. You guys rock. Love the show. Rotard roll from Mayport Naval Base, Jacksonville, Florida. Thank you for your service, Rams. We gave a shout out to all the veterans in here, active duty or otherwise. And glad you let us know that, man. Thank you for your service. Thank you for the donation. And thank you for tuning in and being part of the show that Kyle has created. It is the best for Alabama football content.
All right. Lou on here became a YouTube member. Lou, we appreciate you. Smook up in here as well became a YouTube member. Smook, man. Smook just the energy I get from Smook, comes with it for sure. And then we got Soapsco is he wants to play with his cousin in Texas. That's what the super chat was about. I think you read that out already, Ty.
That's a good looking out, VPC. That's a very good looking out. Something to watch. Thank you for that. Thank you for the $19.99 as well.
Yeah. Congrats on the 100K. No, absolutely, man. And the thing about it too is, when I was going to sleep last night, my son came and knocked on my door, and he was like, hey, I want to just tell you that I'm really proud of you about yesterday about streaming. And I was like, that's right, because that means a lot to me because I can see that he knows I'm working hard, and I hope that spills over, right? I love that mentorship. I love being a father. It's good stuff. Damani Jackson is that guy this year. What do you think about Damani Jackson coming over, Ty?
Well, it's a big reason why I really want T-Rob to remain, because Damani Jackson has a lot of ability. Let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, that Alex Grinch defense was bad. There's no way around it. I always try and be realistic yet optimistic. I'm going to give you the bright side of a situation while always remaining real. Alex Grinch hasn't put together a top-tier defense since the last time he was in the Pac-12 at Washington State. Didn't work at Ohio State. Didn't work at Oklahoma. Didn't work at USC. Damani Jackson has the ability, but he's going to have to be developed now if it's still T-Rob, what will be a very, very good defensive system. It's going to take some time, but he has all the ability you could want. Kyle, if I'm not mistaken, this was a dude who ran a 10-2 100-meter dash. Like, he can flat out fly. Rare athleticism, was a top 5 player in the nation per the 24/7 Sports composite coming out of high school. Very talented. That's why T-Rob me, baby. T-Rob me for the defensive coordinator.
Smook is saying that the starting free safety hit the portal as well. Is that right?
I have no idea about that. Yeah. I did think I saw another defensive back hit the portal. I did see that. I didn't know he was the starting free safety, though.
Yeah. I'm going to say too, Isaiah Bond comes back. I don't know. I'm just going to say he comes back unless Texas is just like, yo, this is here's an NIL package you just can't turn down.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah. So, but it looks like the free safety as well just hit. So, but you have pieces already here, Alabama on the defensive side, but it's never a bad idea to load up. And I'm sure that, players are going to want to come from Washington to play Alabama, come play in the SEC, right? Especially with Coach Saban and his, the Rolodex, how he can get you to the next level. I'm sure it's going to happen.
Well, speaking of, we're speaking of defense, but if I may, Kyle, I'd like to transition to the offensive coaching staff right now because Brody Smoot has a really interesting tweet that I'd like to discuss. He says an interesting stat to note is that Washington's offensive line allowed 12. You heard that right. 12 sacks during the 2023 season. The entire season. To put that into perspective, Alabama's offensive line allowed 47 sacks. I think it's safe to say that an emphasis will be made on the offensive line unit. Could DeBoer potentially part ways with offensive line coach Eric Wolford and bring in Washington offensive line coach Scott Huff? Now, I think I said Washington twice. Alabama offensive line coach Eric Wolford, Washington offensive line coach Scott Huff. Thoughts on that?
Man, I don't know. I mean, I look to Alabama's current coaching staff and the players on the rosters. That's going to be the interesting thing that we kind of track now is like, what's going to be like, who does he retain in a strategic fashion, right? I like Alabama's offensive line. You can find a tackle. You can find a center. How do you guys feel about Eric Wolford? I don't know. I mean, the next thing is like, what is his staff going to look like? Because you're like, okay, because Saban could rotate guys in and out. He was always going to be the constant. But I think taking over, you need to like load up on that staff. They need to be like A++ across the board. I don't know. Bring the center from Washington. How you feel, Ty, about Alabama's offensive line coach Eric Wolford? Have you had a chance to like think about it? From what I understand, like people like him, and I guess he's a pretty good recruiter.
I've had a lot of chances to think about Eric Wolford, Kyle, because I was over the moon when he was hired. I'm one of those guys where I go back and look at what you did the last place you came from. And he did a great job with the Kentucky offensive line. But so far, it has been a continuation of the offensive line he inherited. It's not the first year anymore. And he's recruited really well. So I can give credence to the year, right, 2020, where evals were notoriously hard to do. You couldn't in-person eval a high school recruit. We had some offensive line misses. That's fine. If you're going to miss in those years, because there's a principled explanation and reason as to why. The problem is, Kyle, is our offensive line will be better during stretches, but they're giving up 40+ sacks a year. This was a problem when Bryce was here during the national championship. Remember, that's why so many fans, when Alabama faced Georgia in the SEC championship game, didn't give Alabama a chance because they were like, oh, you can't keep Bryce upright all year. What are you going to do against the Georgia front? Well, we sped it up on them and we kept them off the field. How many more years are we going to give up that many sacks before something changes? I was high on Wolford when he was hired because what he did at Kentucky, he assembled the great blue wall, but it has not worked thus far at Alabama. And he has recruited really well. I mean, he is an ace recruiter. You look at the linemen he's brought in, excellent. But it's just tough when the best thing I can say is, hey, you recruited excellent when Nick Saban was on staff and Alabama was still getting number one classes before you came in. So I'm interested in offensive line for sure. I'm going to be watching that very closely.
Chris Lowe just kind of reconfirming what we already know, that he told his what's up, Jonathan? I appreciate you being here for the 100K fam. That he has told his staff that he is leaving for Alabama. Man, the day that we knew would come is a new head football coach. Richard is saying we need those big boys inside along with the 300-pound left tackle, not 365.
That's true.
Kind of, I like a bigger center. Right, like the prototypical type to me was like Landon Dickerson. I've been really vocal about this. I felt that the center was undersized this past year, and I feel that James Brockemeyer. I haven't seen like an updated like height and weight on him, but I felt like he was a little bit undersized as well. That's why I like T. Ferg, but then he hit the portal, and now Florida State's really excited about him. I would be too. I mean, Coach Saban at one point listed him and called him a starter here. So I'm sure they'll figure that out. DeBoer. Coming in, needing to replace that center in that right tackle position. But I think that the center needs to be a big boy. So that's kind of my take on the offensive line. I mean, and you like Caden Proctor, I think he played a little bit too heavy. What did he play at? Like was that 365?
Yeah, something like that. And for a kid that young, I think that's tough.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's tough. I say this all the time, man. I might not be a coach, but I can recognize some things, right? And one of the things I think we all need to recognize, it's not surprising when a freshman offensive lineman doesn't play. Mm-hmm. They might be going up against somebody that has been in a college strength and conditioning room. I mean, these days, they might have been in that college strength and conditioning room 8-9 years. They might be about to qualify for AARP out here, the way these players don't leave college football right now. Mm-hmm. Point being, you're taking an 18-year-old that hasn't been in a college strength and conditioning room for 6 months and placing him against a guy that's probably been there at least 2 to 3. Yeah. And that's a tough ask.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about Alabama's offensive line being big. I agree with you, Kyle. I like the size. My only problem with it was this. They kept saying, oh, Alabama's offensive line is bigger than the average NFL offensive line, and it's bigger than the biggest NFL offensive line. That was a red flag to me. Because the NFL has their pick of the litter. They could create an offensive line that was bigger than Alabama's, but there's probably a reason why they don't have offensive linemen that big. Whenever that came out, I was like, guys, the NFL, like there's billions of dollars here. They're not going to put themselves in a bad position. Like that might be an issue. There might be a reason why they don't have an offensive line that big because speed rush will kill you. And it did. It did. I think it'll be solved though.
Hey, Smook, you want to pop on? Smook, you want to pop on? I'm going to dip out for just a minute, Ty. You finish up here, and then I think we have either Jarek or Sean jumping up at 4, and I'll be right back. I'll be back in a little while. Man. And then, Ty, when those other guys get here, you just pop off because I know you got to bounce here in a little while.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna get ready for the night tip, and I'm gonna take you guys a call tonight. We're going heavy tonight. All in now on Bama Football with 100,000 subscribers right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Smook, you got it, man.
Congrats, Kyle. Once again, bro. I already went to Twitter and gave you your flowers, man. But before you go, I know we're gonna talk more, but congrats, man. I'm proud of you, bro.
Thank you, man. I'm proud of you too. Real recognized, real man. All right, man.
Already.
The job ain't finished.
It's just beginning. Just beginning. Y'all, I was over here. Y'all gotta excuse me, man. Let me compose myself. I was over here, like for real, just being thankful because you all don't know. Like y'all heard Ty talk about it. You don't get on this platform by accident. You don't get this type of following by accident. Your work and what you do has to line up with what the goals you're trying to reach. And let's be honest, man. Kyle's been doing this for a while. I didn't come out publicly, comment in chats and stuff. I wasn't a chat guy, like YouTube lives and stuff. I just wasn't a chat guy. I as you all see, I do get clapped back and, my energy always up over the roof. You get what I'm saying? But running into Kyle and guys like Ty, man, I'm learning this industry. I'm learning this whole lane of being a analyst, a fan analyst is what I created, the title I created for myself, a fan analyst. But at the end of the day, man, to be connected with guys such as Ty, Kyle, my brother Sean, Jarek, like all these guys, we've become like a brotherhood in a matter of months, man. I don't think people understand how much further past this camera it goes. Like we really be checking on each other, that type of thing. Like families, Ty was up here in Virginia for Christmas, And every chance we was trying to get together, man, it's like family pulling you this way, this issues. But we already said, man, the moment it happens, like when we get together, we know it's gonna be natural, man, because we passionate about doing things the right way, trying to do things the best way. And our work ethic kind of lines up the same. Our approaches are totally different on how we analyze things, but we clash and we make this vibe, man, like y'all see with the coaches. So shouts out to Kyle for bringing all this together on this platform, on this level, man. And I appreciate it, man. And he's a big part of the reason why I just hit 1K followers on Twitter today. Right after he hit 100K subs, I hit 1K followers on Twitter. And that to me, as him being my mentor and him making that accomplishment, it's just a testament. It's kind of like what Coach Saban did. You bring guys along and you create value for them, and you kind of try to guide them in the best way possible. That's what Kyle and Ty, man, Ty really gave me encouragement. We had a couple offline conversations, but yeah, man, congrats to Kyle. Bama Football on YouTube. Been rocking with Bama Football on YouTube for a while, man. A lot of you all probably know me from the TDA chat. Stephen A doing great things over there. But once I came over to Kyle, man, it was like it was hard to go and listen to anybody else because it's just pure interaction, and I love it. But yeah,
very lucky, man. The Alabama fan base has a lot of great content creators in the sphere, and Kyle, does as good of a job, if not. I said this yesterday, man. Usually you choose, do you want a lot of content or do you want really high quality content? Now I try and walk the line, right, of finding it, but I don't know that anybody walks it better than Kyle. The Venn diagram of quality and quantity will, in that intersection, that's where you find this channel right here. And so that's really cool. We got chat talking about Ryan Williams, and Smook, I'm going to let you take this one right here because you were telling me about Ryan Williams because you and I have talked. I saw someone earlier trying to say, and I forget who, this was hours earlier. They were trying to say, oh, Ryan Williams isn't that good. And I almost threw my hat across the room. I was like, whether he comes here or not, that dude is so disgusting. I would hate to be a defensive back even thinking about playing him. He's going to be for real. Talk to us about Ryan Williams.
Ryan Williams is definitely going to come back. I think he's still doing Ryan Williams like stuff. His whole recruiting process, we've been on Ryan Williams since I believe the 8th grade. I think as an 8th grader, when he enrolled as a freshman, he camped coming over. He camped at Bama going into his 9th grade year, and Alabama has been on Ryan Williams. Coach Saban has been on Ryan Williams since then. I understand. That's why I was telling y'all when the announcement was made. You can't help but understand some of these 16, 17. Ryan Williams is going to be 17, a 17-year-old college freshman. The whole year he's a freshman in college. Most guys are 17, turning 18, going into their freshman year. He's going to be 17. He won't be 18 till his sophomore year in college. He's young, man. He's not even going to his senior prom. You get what I'm saying? Like he's a kid, man. So and if you know his family, or if you read anything about how he is with his family, they're allowing him to, grow through this process and do what he feels is best for him. No outside influences are helping him make these decisions. This is pure Ryan Williams. So that talk of him not being good and giving, negative takes on his game because he decommitted, that's ludicrous to me. Like the commercial say, you can't tell me what's ludicrous. I'll tell you what's no, that's ludicrous. You know what I'm saying? Like
disgusting.
The kid's nasty, but the fact, you go look at his Twitter now. Go look at it now. It was definitely, and Isaiah Barnes too. Isaiah Barnes, I believe, is coming back. These kids were just as worried as some of the Bama Nation about their futures, and they're the ones putting the product on the field. We're just cheering. We're making these demands, and we don't even put in half the work. They're putting in the work. They're the ones doing it. So it's more than warranted for him to make the decision the way he did. And decommitting, he hadn't even signed to us yet. He's still not signing until February to wherever he's going. He's still reclassified. He's still entering college early. But I think it was a smart move. But go check out his social media right now. Go just go check out his social media now. Steve-O said Bond just tweeted he's out. I want to go see that. Cause I just seen him on what's his name timeline, giving little cryptic messages saying that, you know, we don't know what's going to happen. And anytime you see young, and that's why I'm saying y'all got to understand this day and age of college football is totally different from 5 years ago. Like 5 years ago, none of this was happening. This is something that we're all going to adjust to. So I'm liking the hire, turning the page, and this recruiting process. I think Kalen DeBoer is going to have a good enough counsel around him to help him devise this staff to keep guys like Ryan Williams in the program. Caleb Downs, you know, people were talking about Caleb Downs might be out of here. I haven't seen any. I don't understand. I just don't understand what kids are. What people are thinking when these kids are creating. Nobody faults Derrick Henry for wanting more money at Tennessee right now. You get what I'm saying? Nobody's faulting him. But and people say, yeah, he's a professional. Well, these college kids are required to be professionals too. And they have to go to class. And they have to maintain grades. So it's more on them. NFL players, they get to wake up, work out, go shoot a commercial. You know, college players wake up, work out, go to class, go shoot a commercial. Especially at Alabama. You saw, Jalen Milroe was on so many ads on Facebook. If you go down, if you're a Bama fan and you follow a lot of Bama content, y'all know the AI generates like things that you like to look at. It starts populating your page with certain advertisements. I go down my page during the season, man. After the I want to say the Ole Miss game, or no, the Texas A&M game. That's all you see is Jalen Milroe commercials, like the high class Debos. I don't know if y'all know what Debos are. The house shoes, the slippers. Them some comfy shoes, man. I don't know the exact brand name, but my uncle has a pair. I almost took them. You know, when we went to visit them for Christmas, because they nice. He diehard Bama fan. So anything Bama apparel wise, he gonna jump on the bandwagon and get it. Like it could be y'all and shout out to Bama Nation. But y'all remember the tennis shoes, the Alabama tennis shoes they had on the website? It was like for $99. They look like some fat chucks, but like they look like big bowling shoes. My uncle has those and he wears those out in public. And I'm a diehard Bama fan, but I'm not wearing those shoes, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So let me go check on this Isaiah Bonds news real quick, Ty. That's my take.
I just
on
went
Ryan
to his
Wilson.
Twitter and there's nothing there where he says he's out. In fact, on his Twitter at least, he still has his Alabama gear, description, wide receiver at Alabama football. Still pinned Gravedigger with the catch at Auburn. And his most recent tweet is love Coach Saban.
This has been, and this is, if a guy, when Christian Story entered the portal, literally, we knew that he was going to the portal because everything Alabama was removed before the announcement was made. And I think there's some type of clauses or something in as far as with their NIL name, image, and likeness, they have to do these type of things before, you know, they commit to another team or enter the portal. So until I see it myself, I got a friend right now that's back home in Georgia now. He's real close to that family. I'm gonna reach out to him once he gets off. He should be off here in about 30 minutes. I'm gonna reach out to him and see if they talking in town, out there in Beaufort and see what the word is, man. Because I don't think he's gone. I don't think he's gone. I think he comes back. He's going to be the premier wide receiver for us. He, Kendrick Law, Kobe Prentice. I think they're the triple headed monster with Jalen Hill coming right there as your unsung option. I mean, and then you got the young group of guys, Rico Scott, Ryan Williams, if he decides to come back. I mean, it's a bright future right now. Kalen DeBoer was a great hire, man. And I heard y'all talking about the rating 1 through 10. You know, what'd you give him, a solid 8 right now?
No, I'm a 9.
Okay.
You retain T-Rob, I'm a 10.
Yeah, and I was at a solid 8. Even with the only reason he's not a 9 for me is I want to see who the defensive coordinator hires, and it's not anything that he's done. It's about the decisions, the first initial decisions he's going to make coming into the program. Knowing you have to replace the wide receiver coach, you probably going to replace your OC. Are you going to bring your O-line coach? Who's going to be a quarterback coach?
Did you see Brady Smoot's tweet?
Yeah, I saw it.
talking about how they only allowed 12 sacks all year and we allowed 47. Listen, I think that's fair. The reason why I was at a 9, coach, is college football is changing. This is a younger coach who has had success with a roster not even close to as talented as the one he just inherited. We keep hearing, right? Like, what kept moving it for me is hearing Chris Lowe talk about people around the industry who are like, hey, this guy is really well liked by his players, by like other people in the industry. Like, this is a really good hire. I'm at a solid 9. If T-Rob is retired or retained, not retired. Goodness gracious, the too much retirement in 1 week.
Right.
If T-Rob is retained, I am at a 10, because I think that any concern you have, while still present, T-Rob knows the SEC landscape as well as anybody, coach. Having played in the SEC, having been a defensive coordinator in the SEC, having been a defensive backs coach in the SEC, this guy knows the SEC recruiting landscape as well as anybody and has been as successful as anybody. Promote him, and a lot of the fears are massively reduced in that aspect as well.
Jabbar Muhammad
entered the transfer portal. Yeah.
Is that the wide receiver?
No. Well, Roma Dunzier it declared for the draft.
Yeah,
earlier.
Draft.
Jabbar Muhammad is their defensive back that is an absolute lockdown.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking. I'm looking like I'm thinking about the game, and I'm like, Muhammad, why is that name? Why is that? And boom, as soon as you said defense, I'm like, okay, that's that corner. That's the corner, and he could slide in the star too. You know, talking about replacing guys on the back end of that defense, Trey Amos, Caleb Downs coming back. That's probably what you're most secure about, and what you're most you're sure about. There's 3 spots in that base defense, and I believe this scheme is going to stay. There's 3 spots in this base defense on that back end that are open for, whatever. And we all have our speculations of who the early favorites are. But Kalen DeBoer keeping T-Rob is going to be a big help. If he promotes T-Rob to defensive coordinator, that's going to be a big help in minimizing those discrepancies or those possible concerns, because he's familiar with this roster. This is T-Rob. This is T-Rob's recruiting classes here at the university right now. He's been an essential part of every recruiting class right now. All 4 classes that's on that campus right now. You want somebody there that knows this defense, that knows the system, that knows the players. Malachi Moore is coming back too. Yeah, so you guys are right. But what I'm hearing,
he's already expressed on social media excitement about the hire.
Exactly. Hey, y'all got to understand, Malachi Moore is a do-it-all player. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if T-Rob uses him as a outside linebacker, space player. And I ain't talking about like hugging the line, edge rushing. I'm talking about moving the overhang player down. You get what I'm saying? Right there on the same level as the linebackers. I wouldn't be surprised if we get more hybrid play from Malachi Moore and Caleb Downs this season. We saw it towards the end of last season, especially in our dime look. It's going to be an exciting transition, honestly, even with the growing pains. I think it's going to be an exciting transition. We're going to be able to see what this guy can possibly do, man. I'm telling you guys. He said maybe 4. Was DeBoer 3rd on Bama's hiring list? Nah, I think he was up there, top 3. I think he was definitely. I think he was in front of Kiffin. I think what I have been seeing, I knew he was in front of Kiffin. And we allow our own perspectives cloud what was realistically happening. You all know I wanted Dan Lanning and Lane Kiffin. Those were my 2 first choices. And then DeBoer was my number 3. So I'm not sure, man. I can't confirm more than not where he was. Ty, I don't know if you have any insight on it.
I have heard that Greg has been very high on Kalen DeBoer, and that they thought, and I heard this whenever the search opened up, there were reports from various people in the industry that were saying that they thought this would be a guy that Greg pursued really heavily.
And guys, I'm looking at Twitter now again. I still don't see nothing about Bonds. Hold on, y'all. My birds getting hype again. Ty, you gotta take it for a second. They hype.
No
Can
worries,
y'all hear them?
man, no worries.
Can y'all hear my birds?
They're excited about the hire, man. What can you do?
They are. They hype. I'm telling y'all, my birds. We was in this hotel for the Bama Michigan game, and I brought my birds and I set them right here. Y'all see the TV behind me. I set my birds right here, and they will sit on their little perch. And because of the crowd noise and stuff, I think that's what excites them. But they will stare at the TV the whole game. When commercials come on, they get to twerking. Tweet, tweet, tweet. You know, game come back on, they into it. So I think I got some Bama birds, y'all, some Bama budgies, y'all. So I appreciate it. Give me a second though, Ty. I'm gonna go check on them.
Man, no worries. Ladies and gentlemen, what a week we have had. What a week we've had. We've gone through a range of emotion, but right now, you can all start to collectively breathe deep. It's okay. You know, this is going to be a period of change. And I think that's the one thing we all need to keep at the forefront. Alabama has an incredibly talented roster, but Nick Saban is the GOAT, the greatest to ever do it. And I talked about this the other day with Kyle. I don't think it's particularly close with respect to Paul Bear Bryant. So there will be change. There will be adjustment. The question is, did you get a guy that has proved to be able to coach at a high level? The answer is yes. I've said it before. I'll say it again. He took over a roster that was 4-8 and went 11-2. He took over an offense that was rated number 108 in the nation in scoring offense and instantly turned them into a top 15 scoring offense. The guy can coach. He's young and he has known nothing but winning. Surround him with the right pieces. This is a great hire. And one of the things, Coach Smook, before I pass it back to you, I want to let this be known. This is a guy that Bama fans wanted Sark. Bama fans wanted Dan Lanning. And I think both of those would have been fantastic hires. I think they're both fantastic coaches. I think Texas is very lucky to have Steve Sarkisian staying. I think their future is bright with Sark. I have never hid my excitement for Texas under Steve Sarkisian. I think they got a guy. Excited to see how he mitigates some of the staff losses, but I think they got a guy. Hey. What's up?
No, go ahead.
I also think that whenever you look at Dan Lanning, he has a really bright future. Kalen DeBoer is 7-0 against Dan Lanning, Steve Sarkisian, and Lincoln Riley. He's beaten Steve Sarkisian twice. He's beaten Dan Lanning 3 times, and he's beaten Lincoln Riley twice. So, interesting stuff. And Chip Kelly.
That's what I was just about to say. Y'all got to understand, he's a young head coach. He's a young head coach. And I ain't talking about age. I'm talking about how long he's been a head coach. He's a young head coach on this level. The turnarounds that he's produced, Fresno State, we keep talking about Washington. Let's talk about Fresno State when he got that job. He went over there and nobody talks about it because it's a smaller program. They're not Power 5. You know, is Fresno Power 5? Are they in Pac? Were they in the Pac?
No, they're not.
They're in the Mountain West or something like that, right?
Yeah, they're Mountain West. And Sandman says, okay, yes, DeBoer beat Texas. It's worth noting Penix is a 6-year quarterback with 3 NFL wide receivers. Texas is losing 2 NFL wide receivers. They had multiple running backs that are NFL capable. The best interior defensive line duo in the nation. Kelvin Banks, probably going to be a top 2 round draft pick. Multiple other top 2 round draft picks. Quinn Ewers, who's not a first-round quarterback, or who's not a first-year quarterback anymore. He's been with Steve Sarkisian for a few years. So you're right. Kalen DeBoer had pieces. Let's not be disenfranchised into thinking Texas didn't. Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, Jatavian Sanders, they're all going to the NFL. Byron Murphy, Tavondre Sweat, NFL players. Brooks wasn't there. That hurts. I grant you that. Jonathan Brooks was a monster. Unfortunately, he didn't get to do it.
What was the linebacker's name? Hill?
Anthony Hill. He's a freshman. You said... Plus, we fumbled twice and had 11 penalties, and we're 12 yards away from winning that Sugar Bowl. Sure, but they won.
That's like Alabama saying we were 4 yards away, wide open hole on the left side from tying the game up against Michigan and taking it to another overtime. Like
twice, too.
He wins.
Like you are right, Sandman. It was a great game, and I think, like I said, I think Sark is an unbelievable coach, and that's why I think it's so good that he has beaten Sark. But it's not just like it happened this year. He beat him the year prior too. But that my argument isn't, bad Texas. My argument is Texas is really, really good. Sark is a really, really good coach. This guy is as well. And I agree, Sandman. I really wanted the rematch of Texas versus Bama.
Yeah.
But my point is because I think Texas is so good, because I think the roster was so good, and because I think Sark is such a good coach, I think it's really awesome that this is the hire Bama ended up with. That is no disrespect intended towards the Texas Longhorns because they were a phenomenal team this year.
I mean, Texas had their up and downs in their season too. Like if you look at how the season played out for both Alabama and Texas, similar things happen. You lose a game that you weren't expected to lose. People knew it was going to be a good game against Texas. They didn't expect us to lose the way we did against Texas with the penalties, the sacks, all of that.
Can you highlight Darwin's comment? Because I love this right here. I love this sort of interaction from fans, man. Real recognize real, and that's fair. Hey, when you preface it like this,
this right here?
No, Darwin Lemon, he says it's still too fresh for us not to hate DeBoer. Fair, man. That's fair. That's all
got
love,
you, bro.
Man. That's fair. That's very fair because I feel the same way about Michigan. It's fair. That's fair.
Especially and see this is why I'm telling you all this hire means so much for the state of Alabama football because you got to remember this ain't coming off of a national championship season. This ain't coming off of a losing season. This is literally a season where we were one game away with this roster that Coach Saban had to coach up. We were one game away from the national championship game again. And I don't think anybody expected Coach Saban to hang it up after losing the way that we lost. Not saying it was a bad loss offensive wise. We're not going to hide that. But to lose at that level on that stage, nobody expected Coach Saban to go out like this. But to turn around and still be implemented, like just look at the videos and the clips of Coach Saban showing up to the facility, leaving the facility, all the reports coming about him, having his hands still in the mix with selecting the next coach, mentoring, being an advisor, wherever his position is going to be with the program. My major upside for this is the fact that Saban is going to be there for a guy who's already a proven winner. So it's not a question of if he can drop the X's and O's. It's about handling all the outside noise. And I think having Coach Saban in your corner to guide you through that is going to be the difference in previous handovers. Like I said it earlier, Kirby Smart had probably the best setup as far as taking a head coaching job. He had a top 15 team as far as talent when the roster came out. When he got their roster turnover, I think they were still, right outside top 10 as far as recruiting, right in that mix in the top 10, top 15 in recruiting. He came in and made an immediate impact in recruiting. That was never a thing for Kirby to struggle with. But more so, he had talent on that roster. Kalen DeBoer is stepping into a similar type situation coming to Alabama. And even Kirby went to Georgia, and I think they went 8-4 the first season. I want to say that, chat. Y'all check me on that, 8-4. I think they went 8-4 the first season under Kirby. They had a lot of guys that, set out at the end of the season. That was that DeAndre Baker year, I want to believe, when they set out against Texas in that bowl game. But the setup is similar, and you see the success that Kirby Smart is having. I think under Saban's tutelage, man, Kalen DeBoer is going to be he's 3 years from now, there'll be a different tune being sung to Kalen DeBoer's when you say Kalen DeBoer's name, and it's going to come. It's going to come because of who he has right there behind him, Coach Saban. I'm telling you.
And David, I think, has a really good comment here. He says, anyone would be a downgrade. So what? This guy's a winner. I think this is a great comment because you can't hold him to the standard of Nick Saban. Nick Saban's the greatest college football coach of all time. Did a run that we may never ever see replicated. It's that special. You can't hold him to the Nick Saban standard. Now it's about implementing his own standard. And thus far, his standard has been pretty darn successful everywhere he's been. Right? So interesting to see.
Somebody just asked about a press conference. So it looks like the official announcement has been made, is ink, and is everything's been drawn up, I guess. I'm looking through because I haven't
seen Greg tweet anything.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything, but as far as the announcement, we're gonna see, man. I hope it would be, like I said, I told y'all earlier, 5 o'clock at the latest. We needed to know for sure. to have this announcement now, I mean, to have the confirmations and all the things come out saying that he's there, that's great and all, but I'm ready to hear the official. I'm ready for the official announcement. What happened? Oh. But I'm ready to hear the official announcement. I'm sorry, y'all. Sean, Jarek, y'all. I don't think Jay's back. I think Sean is back there. But yeah, guys, I think. Okay, there we go, Sean. I think this time next year, this postseason time next year, we'll be evaluating him, and there will be more pros than cons. I really do, and I think a key to that, and we're gonna keep circling this until it's announced. T-Rob has to be your defensive coordinator, man. He has to be your recruiting lead as far as your primary recruiter when getting out into the road and getting the talks, having those face-to-faces. You want T-Rob with Kalen DeBoer on that first initial recruiting class and showing him the ropes. Because I don't think Coach Saban is going to get that deep into that. I don't even think that's allotted anymore. I think it'll be like a perk to come to the campus and meet Coach Saban. You know how you can have former players there. I know Mark Ingram was a guy that would show up to when recruits were in town, especially with big running backs. I remember Derrick Henry coming home one year. I think it was the Trey Sanders year. Derrick Henry and Trey Sanders having that conversation. It's just the amount of access Kalen DeBoer has right now with Nick Saban still present. He's going to be an automatic plug into the NFL when it comes to talking about, getting guys to that level. It's a bright picture. It's a bright future for Kalen DeBoer if he handles this staff right. And we don't even know if he has the power, if he's going to get the same type of control that Nick Saban had. You get what I'm saying? Because Nick Saban didn't come in with the amount of power he's leaving with. He came in with a substantial amount more than previous head coaches. That was the first thing noticed, and that was made known. He wanted to have control of how his football program was going to be, ran. Him still being there, I don't think that's going to change much. It'll be a guided process, and I can't wait. Wookie Grimler asking if they're going to keep Tommy Rees. Appreciate the $2 super chat too, brother. Let's get Coach Sean in here because he had a real. You ready, Sean? Just let me know. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. All right, let's get him in here. Go to this layout here. I got to get the right layout up. I'm sorry, y'all. There you go. What's up, Ty? What you over there reading? You done got caught up in it.
Yeah, I'm just reading social media and stuff like that. Just down a little bit of a rabbit hole.
But Coach Sean, you think we keeping Tommy Rees with? And before you go, I did get some little reports that Grubbs might be the next head coach at Washington. There was some rumors out there saying that the wide receiver coach / passing game coordinator, what's the
Jamarcus Shepard
name? Yeah, Shepard from Washington. He's part of that staff that's coming over, and it's feeling like that there won't be any defensive coaches coming from Washington. But there is a few names out there in the carousel, coordinators, not coordinator wise, but position coach wise, that were former coordinators that will possibly be taking be getting a look at some positions at the University of Alabama. So, Coach Sean, you think we keeping Rees?
I don't know, man. If I had to just guess right now on the spot, I think they do because of Jalen Milroe, because of Ty. I think they do. When you're a new coach, especially coming to a place like Alabama, you want some kind of familiarity, or you want somebody on staff that was there, that was in the trenches with you, that was on the field. I think they do, even if Tommy is not of the same position. I think they keep him on staff. They'll pay him and keep him on staff. I mean, Tommy Rees is a young, bright mind, man. I mean, he's a young guy. He doesn't mind recruiting. He had his ups and downs, right? We all agree on that. I think you keep him in some fashion, right? So yeah, if I had to guess, I think they keep him. I could be wrong, but I think they would keep the OC if it's possible.
I don't think he's a OC next season. I think he's still on the staff. Maybe he gets laterally promoted or laterally transitioned to the pass game coordinator, with guidance from the guy that's coming over who was holding that position previously at Washington. So just to add to his arsenal, I think majority of us have always believed that Tommy Rees was more of a Band-Aid hire as far as the offensive coordinator position was anyways. Trying to create a little leeway for other staff, other offensive minds to look over at Bama and say, okay, they got Rees there. He doesn't possess what I possess, nor does the experience line up. It might be a job I can consider if they publicly announce that it's available, So Rees, like you said, bright young mind. He's younger than us. I think he's older, maybe older than Ty by 2 years.
He's older than me by 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, he's a young cat. People ask at my coach, like, is Rees, can he be considered a coach? I know he's had the job, but he's young, man, and we all know, we've watched the game for a while. Just because you're calling plays and stuff, it requires a mindset to be able to get schematically in depth with football and produce a high power offense. And we saw spurts where it seemed like he had the answers, and then we saw other times where he just looks like he lost his mind. So alleviate him of that pressure, man. Allow somebody else to come in, kind of mentor him, and if he finds an opportunity post that, more power to him. What's up, Jay? Back in the building. And shout out to everybody in the chat too, man, for sticking around. We still hovering around that 1K mark for live viewers. It's been a long day.
Let's get 1K likes.
Oh yeah, we almost up there too. I meant to say that earlier. Don't forget to run up the likes, run up the subscriptions. We hit 100K live on stream. I clipped it. I posted it. I was excited, man. I was over this month. I'm telling y'all, I love celebrating, people of like minds, when they're driving, and this is a team right here. Fellas, I mean, I don't even know where to go right now. I'm just waiting for this official announcement. I'm kind of like Ty right now. I'm kind of waiting. I'm tired of talking about
some questions. Let me ask you guys some questions. I'm tired of answering. Let me ask you guys some questions. To all of you guys, this is what I want to know. It doesn't matter the order. How do you guys feel about him on defense? Him coming on defense. I did my research on this guy just now, dating all the way back until Fresno State. How do you feel about him? And like you said, he's not bringing too many defensive staff members. But I'm saying philosophy-wise, how do you guys feel about Kalen DeBoer on the defensive side of the ball? Because we all know in the Pac-12, you can play offense, no defense, and still win games. In this conference, you're gonna have to stop somebody, or it's not gonna work out very well for you.
20 seconds. I think the T-Rob hire is the most important part. You keep T-Rob, you kind of secure yourself. That's your security blanket. And I think with Saban being there, having his hand still in the mix, I think that's part of the influence of how it's going to go. So it doesn't. I mean, he's not a defensive-minded coach. He's an offensive-minded coach. How much does he try to implement or try to dictate what happens on that side of the ball? I don't see it happening. He let the Washington D.C. do what he was doing, and I think at Bama is going to be more so of he doesn't get the choice to bother. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, he's not going to care. That's offensive minded coaches. Like a Mike McDaniel, like a Kyle Shanahan. Like these are guys that they primarily focus on the offensive side of the ball. That's their offensive say. They want to focus on the offensive line. Like that's what they want to care about. And for a defensive coordinator, this is a dream for them because it's kind of like, wow, so you're not going to have any say. I pretty much I have all the leverage. I have all the power. I can make the decisions for the positions. And for the positions for schematics, and like, wow, I finally have all that freedom. That's a dream for any coordinator. So, I mean, this is what he was everywhere that he was. Now, was his defenses great? No, his defenses weren't great. I mean, you look at this Washington defense, perfect example. They ranked 90th in rush defense. They were not a good rush defense team, but their pass defense ranked was 4th, right? So they had a 4th ranked defense. Their secondary was majorly improved. They have 2 dudes in the portal right now. Their safety and who was an all Pac-12, I think, honorary type player, and Jabbar Muhammad, who was an All-American corner, right? Those guys pretty much was able to kind of come and develop. And like I said, Kalen DeBoer, he doesn't really care. It's kind of like, you handle that side of the defense, I'm gonna handle the offense. That's when I'm gonna put my hand in the cookie jar. You handle the defense. I have all the faith and trust, and I'm not gonna get in your way. So that's what I like about Caleb DeBoer. That's pretty much what I like about offensive-minded coaches. Defensive-minded coaches feel like they want to put their hand in everything. And so that's kind of why college football, in a way, is starting to make that transition to more offensive guys compared to defensive guys. But Kalen DeBoer is a guy that, like I talked about a little earlier, he's all about the process. He's all about winning. That's all he cares about. He's all about winning, all about the process. And like I said, that can be a negative thing for some, because then you have to take into account recruiting. All he wants to do is win and develop. That's all he wants to do. Who wants to play for University of Alabama? I'll take on anybody. I don't care. It could be somebody working for Walmart. I'll take that person from Walmart, and I'll make that kid play right way above the ceiling. That's what he cares about. So we'll see what Kalen DeBoer was able to do, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But obviously, he is not. I don't think he's going to have a huge say at all in the defense. He's going to let the defensive coordinator, whoever that is, pretty much do what they need to do in order for them to succeed.
And I'm going to piggyback off of something. Yeah, I'm going to piggyback off of something Jance just said, because I think it's really interesting. That secondary for Washington was not bad. Their rush defense was abysmal, but their secondary was not bad. They were good against the pass. This is the reason why someone asked why T-Rob as opposed to someone else. Well, this question is exactly why T-Rob over someone else, because Nick Saban said something that interested me, guys, and that was him saying that he was more involved in the defense this year than he had previously been. And when I think of that, mixed when I think of what Lane Kiffin said about T-Rob, it makes me wonder, was Saban prepping T-Rob for defensive coordinator all year? Like, was that why he was so involved? Is because he was hands-on teaching somebody between he and Kevin Steele, bringing them up? And if that's the case, T-Rob staying is so brilliant because he could run his own defense, but the Bama players would already understand a lot of it. I know it's not going to be Saban's defense, because Saban is the only one that's going to run that outside of Kirby Smart, right? They understand it. But he will be able to put together a defense and relate it to the players that I think that transition would be so smooth. The only other thing I'll say, coaches, is that he's never had talent like this, ever. And interesting to note, Coach Sean, as I was looking earlier at some mock drafts, there's an edge for Washington that's projected as a first-round guy.
Yeah. That's Jay's boy.
So he's been able to get someone. I don't know how he was before they got there, right? I can't remember back when they were 4-8 with Jimmy Lake, but the fact that he's getting someone like that into the first round, the fact that Jabbar Muhammad played at such a elite level, it makes me wonder what will happen when he gets a really solid defensive coordinator and talent like Alabama's. That's exciting.
Facts.
Yeah, Trice may go top 10. He legit may be a top 10.
That's what I was just about to say. Piggyback on your initial point about the defensive side, though, man. If you think about it, philosophy-wise, he didn't change anything at Washington about the defense. They stuck with their 3-3-5. That's what they've been running forever. You get what I'm saying? T-Rob, the rumors that Lane Kiffin brought, and I gave my explanation on that rumor earlier. You know, when Lane Kiffin was saying that he went public, he said, you know, I think Coach T-Rob calling the defense over there. That ain't Kevin Steele. I know Kevin Steele. They just the more you move on into this process as far as coaching changes, you look back at all the things that were happening throughout the season, you got to believe that T-Rob is going to be the priority as far as retaining. And I don't think it comes with just a promotion like, all right, you're the new DC. I think it comes with a new contract. I think with this new era, I think this staff is going to have an opportunity to really establish themselves. And I don't think the window is very, very open. I don't think it's very wide open. I think it's 3-4 year window max. It won't be a 7-year deal or anything like that. It'll be like a 4-year window. And if you don't see major changes, I mean, and I ain't saying major changes because we're a 2-loss program this year. a game away from the national championship. So there isn't many changes that you're going to be able to see initially, but you're going to have to see the process work itself out. I'm ready to see some of the nuances of new defensive schematics. DB coverage. You saw a change in how guys played the ball from this year to last year. Like T-Rob being there has definitely been a very big staple. And you see how Saban allowed T-Rob to handle his DBs this year. I think that's a big difference than what we've seen last year. So you factor that in with, like we said, Washington's pass coverage, their pass defense, solid. You factor that in with T-Rob schematics, it's solid. I think we're set up for a pretty solid transition, guys.
No, I agree. I completely agree. Like I said, Kalen DeBoer, he does not care, guys. I'm gonna keep reiterating this. He does not. He's not gonna touch the defense. He's gonna leave that alone to T-Rob or whoever's gonna be the defensive coordinator. What his MO, what he is going to touch on, he's gonna coach on the offensive side of the ball. He's gonna coach on the quarterbacks. He's gonna coach on the receivers and how, and especially when it comes to play design. And this is what I'm saying. I'm hoping to see what kind of happens because, like I said, Ryan Grubbs looks like he's going to be the head coach for Washington potentially. Well, we're going to have to see what kind of holds on. But I do hope that we do bring on Jamarcus Shepard because Jamarcus Shepard, I was really impressed of Jamarcus Shepard with his resume working with the receivers and especially being the passing game coordinator. Right, like when you take a look at the small details of Coach DeBoer's coaching staff, it's pretty impressive. Like these guys are a unit. Like these guys move in unison when it comes to the philosophical means when it comes to coaching up the offense, making sure the quarterback is right, making sure the receivers are having the right particular game plans. I was impressed, and like I said, I keep watching that Texas game and even the first half of that Michigan game, how they were kind of able to spread Michigan's defense out, how they were able to kind of get the ball out quickly, and how these receivers were able to make plays. Some of those little intricacies they kept doing with their tight ends. Like everybody in that offense eats, and that's the one thing that and this is everywhere that DeBoer was. Even when he was in Indiana during that COVID year, when Michael Penix Jr., by the way, was a Heisman finalist. I think people kind of forget about that 2020 year when he was there. He was a Heisman finalist for like the first 5-6 weeks when Indiana went 6-2, I believe, that particular year. So DeBoer is going to get everyone involved, right? The Nyblacks, the Kendrick Laws, the Kobe Prentices, everyone, Jalen, the Jalen Hales, some of our freshman guys that could potentially come up, right? The Rico Scotts of the world, everyone is going to get involved in this offense, and that's something that Tommy Rees has struggled with right now, or something that at least with Jalen Merrill and Tommy Rees has struggled with, is to get the ball into some of our young playmakers because we've all pretty much said this. Can you imagine the amount of times, Isaiah Bond should have been a 1,000-yard receiver. Jermaine Burton could have been a 1,000-yard receiver. Amari Nyblack could have been easily a 500, 600-yard receiver. So Kendrick Law should have had at least 5 or 6, could have had 5 or 6 touchdowns. Like so many missed opportunities. And even though I thought the offensive scheme was improved compared to Bill O'Brien, it was not Washington as far as how they were able to kind of get this, as far as the X's and O's, right? The schematics, the play designs goes. It was nowhere near that level. So that's one thing that Kalen DeBoer, he is going to put his hand in the cookie jar. It's going to be filled with nothing but dough, and he's going to make sure that everything is right. He's going to make sure that offensive side of the ball is fixed. That is a huge part of DeBoer's success since he's been everywhere. Since he was at Sioux Falls, Eastern Michigan, Fresno State, and even at Washington. Everywhere that he's been, the one aspect that he makes sure gets fixed is that offense. And that's the one part that I am extremely excited about for next season.
If I may, guys, before I head out of here, I'm about to have to hop off here. Greg McElroy has a tweet that I wanted to expand upon and lightly talk about once again before I have to hop out. But he says from 2021 to 2023, which spans his 10 years as Fresno State head coach and Washington head coach, Kalen DeBoer has won 12 consecutive games against AP ranked opponents. That's tied for the fifth longest streak by any coach in the poll era. Most consecutive
12-2 against ranked opponents
versus AP ranked head coaches in the AP poll era since 1936. Number one, you have Nick Saban from 2015 to 2016 with 16 AP poll wins straight. Number two is Pete Carroll with 16 once again from 2002 to 2005. You have Barry Switzer after that with 15 from 1973 to 1975. Coming in at fourth place is Nick Saban, where it's 2019 to 2021. And then you have Kalen DeBoer. Very impressive company to be with in terms of that record. So this is a guy that everybody keeps saying it. All he does is win.
Hey, Court. I see Chad Anderson talk about Pastor Payne's post. I went publicly and I disagreed with him. He was saying that this wasn't the hire. I publicly went and disagreed with him, and even listening to what he was saying again, man, this just makes sense for the way that the game of college football is changing. A lot of older heads not going to like this. A lot of old school minds that are stuck in that past. This the Bama standard. There's a new standard now. The page is turning, and college football. That's why Kirby Smart and Georgia are still ahead of the game, man. They're not doing the traditional old school value stuff.
Crap.
You get what I'm saying? Like they have turned the page. They found the new page, the new level, and they're implementing it. They changed their recruiting style when Smart got to Georgia. They got very personal with recruiting. This is an opportunity for Alabama to have the same opportunity to do the same thing. Post Nick Saban, like if you go up from this, if Kalen DeBoer comes and gets us, one game away from the national championship, and we don't make it again, this is going to like a lot of old heads are going to have to, take their foot out their mouth because it just makes sense right now. You talking about what side of the ball did we struggle with for the past 3 years tremendously with consistency? The offensive side. Come on, man. It only makes sense. That's why Lane Kiffin, even though that would have been the perfect hire to some, he's doing his own thing at Ole Miss. And that money, the buyout, the money didn't make sense to try and go get Kiffin. And we talk about his history. It ain't even about the history. It's about looking at the pros and cons of outweighing and being able to turn the page. You're getting something fresh with Kalen DeBoer, and that's what I'm more excited about, man.
All right, guys, I got to hop out. My dog needs to go outside, and I need to start getting things ready. It has been an absolute treat to be here with you guys. The coaches are going to keep you all well taken care of. Thank you for tuning in today. I probably won't be back on this evening, barring just massive news, and then you'll see me again. But I'll see y'all next time. Guys, keep killing it.
All right, Ty. Take it easy, brother.
I will say this because no one's going to talk about this, man. Jimmy Sexton is the GOAT. That dude is the greatest agent I have ever seen in my entire life. Because not only is Kalen DeBoer going to get paid, not only is he going to get paid, but he was able to leverage 3 coaches to getting mega extensions because of the Alabama rumor. Like, have you ever seen something like this before? Have you ever seen 4 coaches get paid to that mega of extension because of a coaching rumor? Like, come on, man. That dude is the GOAT. That is the greatest agent of all guys. If you need an agent, that if you have like if you need to start a rumor about you trying to get a job, trying to get a more high paid job, you got to call up Jimmy Sexton. That
188 Sexton
is the greatest agent ever, man. Wow,
I'm telling you,
like that dude is awesome. But no, it's exciting.
I'm cheesing right now, man. I'm cheesing right now. This is big, Coach Jake. I mean, I can't see Coach Sean. I see you, man. He not sold on it, and that's Coach Sean. This is Coach Sean all the time, y'all. Just even when Bama doing great, this is Coach Sean. Y'all know this. But I'm telling you, man. I think the more we continue to dive into what this guy's going to, his philosophies, opening up that staff, seeing what he's going to do with that staff, I think that's the biggest part. This is only a small victory. This is big to Bama Nation, but as far as development program success going forward, this is a small step. We got to see how he gets in, and we'll know post spring game what type of locker room feel he has. Washington, man, you never saw any selfishness coming from that locker room, but that's a different breed of players you recruiting up there, man. You coming down here, you got to get in the hood, you got to get down in the trenches, you got to get in the mud, and you bringing some of them players straight to the campus. They ain't, some of them ain't had nothing good in their life. Now they getting NIL, they getting, $8,000 checks a week or whatever they getting them a week, whatever they making nowadays. it's like you're gonna have to be able to manage that, and having the right staff around you is going to be a intricate part of that. I'm excited to see it, man. I think there's a lot of build up now that they know it's him. I think there's a lot of anxiety being placed out there now. So we'll see, man. We'll see. And yeah, Byron, that's what I was going to say. We will know when he has to address this A-Day crowd, when he has to go out there and interact with that. We'll get a good vibe for what this coach is going to bring to the table, energy wise, player development wise. We'll get a very good idea of it. And even like Ty was saying, man, you usually wait for those press conferences, or Kyle was saying it earlier, you wait for those press conferences to see what type of vibe, they're speaking with, with their tone. Even what he wears, man. Let's see what color tie he has on. That tells you a lot about what these coaches are coming in. You saw when Lane went to Ole Miss, went Ole Miss full out, full out. So let's hope we are getting that same type of energy from Kalen DeBoer. I think we're gonna change his name to Caleb. I was laughing about that the other day. Yesterday, Sean, where you kept calling him Caleb. I said, look, we're gonna call him Caleb. Caleb DeBoer. I'm excited, y'all. I think this is a good hire. And that's out of respect to everybody's takes on it, man. It's just my personal opinion. I think it's a good hire for this transition period of Alabama football.
I want to speak to what Coach Jay said.
Yes.
Do you guys know I read where that guy you were speaking on, Sexton, he is the GOAT, bro, because I read where Mike Norvell nor Dan Lanning was never, ever even a part of the plan. Neither one of them.
Never. They didn't even get the call.
Yeah, they didn't even, neither one of them. I saw what Dan Lanning, Mike Norvell was nowhere. I saw the media reporting it, but the powers that be never had Mike Norvell on their radar at all. Right. And so Dan, to get these guys a raise like that just because of a rumor, that's crazy.
And we're talking about mega extensions. These dudes are getting paid close to $100 million.
Yeah.
I've never, and I can tell all the social media drops and content that was dropped of their announcements. I can tell you that's all Sexton. I think Sexton has said, you know what, drop it. We're going to use social media to our advantage to get you paid.
Guaranteed.
That is nuts, man. That is absolutely nuts. I do want to ask both of you guys a question because Washington did have a couple transfers. Jabbar Muhammad is in the portal. And then, of course, there's safety Michelle Powell, who's all Pac-12 kind of honorary type safety, 3 interceptions, 2.5 sacks. These are guys, big impactful players. They're both in the transfer portal literally as soon as he made that announcement. Now, Muhammad made his, of course, he made a statement. Want to thank, Coach DeBoer and the entire staff. Right? Kind of that, you know what players like to do as soon as they enter the portal.
The blanket statement.
Yeah, the blanket statements. Are there any chances that Bama can land both? Do you want to see the Bama kind of land at least one of these type of guys that you kind of, especially with the secondary with Jalen Key declaring, and then obviously with Terrion and Kool-Aid, of course, going into the NFL draft? Would you like to see both these guys potentially come here and transfer to Alabama?
What positions they play?
Jabari, Muhammad's a boundary corner, and then the other one's a free safety.
I mean, if they can play, I like to see any kid come here. Me personally, if they can play, I the more the merrier. Especially now with all these kids in the secondary leaving. I mean, if they can play, please come. Right? Yeah, I'm all for it.
I like that nickname right there, High Power TV, Coach Debo. We didn't get Dabo, we got Debo, y'all. I like it. I love it. Welcome, Coach Debo. Roll Tide Roll from High Power TV with the 199 super chat. To answer your question though, Jay, man, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, Muhammad's I will say this: Muhammad is an All-American. The dude is one of the best corners in the country. So it's boundary corners. Yeah, we'll see.
Damani Jackson came out of the same league and is at Bama right now. I mean, I think we're secure with Amos on the boundary. You still got young talent there. It's you got experience there with Kite. Hurley be coming into his is Jaleel Hurley coming into his second year or third year? Yep. Second year. Tony Mitchell's there for and he's been working at that free safety position. Caleb Downs is back. Malachi Moore is back. So I don't know, man. It wouldn't be a bad move for either one of them. It's always good to go somewhere like Alabama compete. I think there'll be a very strong presence of no favoritism coming into this offseason. That's one thing I am excited to see. Open competition for everything across the board. Even in retaining T-Rob, I think T-Rob, personnel-wise, he would have done a lot of things differently this season if he was the defensive coordinator. I think personnel rotation is going to be big. So I don't know, man. That defensive side is going to be, even though we had some guys leave, it's still a lot of talent still there. And we're going to see a lot of it coming ahead against in the A-Day game. We're going to see a lot of it. Somebody said they already starting the bench Milrow chance.
Me, I want to see him come because I don't know if Jahlil Hurley can play. I don't know if Dez Riggs can play. I don't know if Tony Mitchell can play. I know they're talented and spot duty. I don't know. I don't even know if Devontae Smith can play. I've seen him a few plays, but I don't know if they're going to I don't know if these guys are going to be it. I don't know. Right. So for me, the more the merrier, more competition, the better. Come on. Especially in that secondary, Jake leaving, Earl leaving, Christian leaving. Yeah, bring them through. If we have the room, yeah, bring them through.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course. And it'll be interesting because, like I said, because now that we have the coach, well, how many more players are going to enter the portal, right? How many more players are going to enter the portal? How many players are potentially going to decommit? Those are some things that we're going to see. But no, I don't mind having an All-American transfer. Now, he did play in the 3-3-5 defense, so it's a little bit different compared to the defense that we're kind of running. But no, trust me, I would not mind it at all. If he wants to come here, if we have an option, I think T-Rob can build a good relationship with him. That is something that is interesting. And I think with even more with Washington's going to have a lot of dudes that I think is going to enter the portal. That I know they did lose some decommitments that made their announcements because of the uncertainty of the program. There was supposed to be a players meeting, and I think once there was supposed to be a players meeting. So I'm not too sure if DeBoer addressed the players or not. So we'll see, because this, we've seen players follow DeBoer all the way to Washington succeed, and maybe the exact same thing can happen here. So we'll see what's going to go on with that. But it will be nice to have both these guys. Both these dudes are experienced. Both these dudes are veterans. Now, one of them, of course, Muhammad, he went from Oklahoma State to Washington, and this will be his third school transferring. But this would be his last year, I think, before going off to the league, if he does have a good year. So this would be if he does, decide to do a more of a one-off type of situation, and maybe that might not be the best because you want to develop young talent and keep them here for 2-3 years. But we're kind of in the business of portal. We're in the business of free agency. And, whatever it takes to win a national championship, listen, I'm down for it.
Isaiah Bond. It killing me about this Bond.
Yeah. It's aggravating at this point because we talked about it earlier. You want the kids to go and create value for themselves. You want them to do what's the best for them. But if Texas had some for a visit, and they saying he's down in College Station right now, whatever. But if Texas has him for a visit, you guys got to look at what's happening in recruiting right now, man. And with this transfer portal, if we can get some guys who's out of this portal, and Evan Stewart still hasn't committed, has he?
I think
he's at Oregon. Yeah. He went to Oregon.
He committed to Oregon?
Yeah.
Dang, I never saw that announcement. Y'all got to put me hip on that. I never saw it. Chad, y'all slacking, Chad. Y'all supposed to tag me in that. Y'all raggedy. But yeah, we got some upside, man. Losing Bonds are hurt. I think all of us said this. Caleb Downs was the key to me. You keep Downs here. I think you keep majority of that class. And Justice Haynes, yeah, on both sides of the ball. If I had to keep one on each side as far as the future being bright and staying bright, it's gonna be Justice Haynes and it's gonna be Caleb Downs. It's not Julian Saying. It ain't Ty Simpson. It ain't anybody else. It's those two. I'm proud. What I am proud to see is a lot of those older guys at Bama right now have been very quiet on social media. I think the meeting that they had to trust the process is definitely a mantra or a message being echoed throughout their locker room, throughout their campus. And this wasn't a bad hire, man. I don't. And so check this out. Also, this is what Corey Miller said on Twitter. And it was something that we said earlier today when we was first an hour and some change into the show. You secure T-Rob as the defensive coordinator. That's part of your recruiting battle. But you have to maintain the rest of the guys that's with him. There's a crew. Coach G, Robert Gillespie. You got Coach Baller that's in that crew, and Coach Freddie Roach. You get those guys, you keep them, give them a raise, man. I think we're getting DeBoer a little bit cheaper than what most was. It's crazy because he turned down twice as what he was making. I think they offered him 2 times or 3 times as much as he was making to stay at Washington. So, I mean, he wants to be here, and he secured the staff. You won't have any problems transitioning into the SEC, man. I think that staff around him will definitely protect him, get him, show him the ropes, and we're gonna see some good things, man. We're gonna see some good things from this kid, from this man.
Say this to I forgot where it was. Jacob Goolsby, I think his name was. Listen, man, you can't say F the kids, bro, because you're not in a position with these decisions. You a fan. I can't stand when fans do that, bro. You can't say F the young man because he don't want to be at your school, right?
Right.
That's the most ridiculous BS I've ever seen. Half you don't even know none of these players. None of them. They pass you in the street. They wouldn't even speak to you because they don't even know you. We can't say F the kids, bro, because they make a decision not to play for your little team, right? Let's not do that, man. If this young man want to go somewhere else, shout out to him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't hate on these young men because they make decisions for themselves. They have to. You have to be selfish, man. If the young man want to go somewhere else, shout out to Isaiah. We thank you for everything you've done for us. All right, Kendrick Law, it's on you. All right, Emmanuel Henderson, it's on you. All right, Jalen Hale, it's on you. Let's go. Right? Don't hate on the kids talking about some F them and all that because they want to play for your team. Come on, man. We got to stop doing that as fans, brother. These kids, they're in their own lane. Let them be in their lane, guys. Don't say F them, right? They want to go somewhere else. Okay, cool. Next man, step up. Let's go. Let's not be that fan base, man. Please.
Facts, man. And this is what we talked about earlier, Jay, about they don't understand. It would be, you'll be dumb. And I don't know what y'all do as far as, endeavors outside of your day-to-day to work, but it would be crazy, Sean. You work DOD contracts. You know how that pay scale fluctuates. Yeah. You would be a fool if Honeywell came to you and was like, man, we got a program manager position available for you. And you in Huntsville, it's in Mobile though. We're going to pay relocation. We're going to give you a $200K pay increase, and you're going to come in. You're going to get the perks. You will be a fool not to entertain that offer if it's legal and if it's within the rules of how you can transfer contracts with DOD contracts. You will be a fool not to at least entertain the offer, to go and look at the facilities, go and look at where your family could possibly live, give your family an opportunity to experience or enjoy that process or something new. This is all that these players are doing at the end of the day. They're some may be chasing the money, but it's something that they haven't done before. They don't get these experiences. So if college football is going to keep allowing them to do it, let's not fault them for doing it. It's not their fault. It's the powers to be, the people who make the decisions over them. It's their fault. They're the reason why this game has got to this point. It's not anything. I guarantee you, you go back and you look at how Jalen Hurts had to sit that year behind Tua. If transfer portal and NIL was a thing when Hurts and Tua was there, Hurts would have been out the portal after the first year when Tua, you get what I'm saying? When Tua came to the campus, Hurts would have, because people were at him. He wasn't ready to be a quarterback, this, that, and third. I believe, and I don't think that's his character, but those type of things would have been more realistic to happen. We would have lost a lot of players in the past. We talked about Ben Davis. We held on to Ben Davis for 6 years, man. And he was like the number 3 or 4 linebacker in his class when he came out. Come on, man. You guys can't fault these players.
No.
Hurts transferred for 1 year. I'm talking about the year he had to sit behind Tua. Dude, Mike G.
Shout out to
boy.
Slime R5 TV. Shout out to you, bro.
Yeah, my boy Odin Mason.
Yeah, we can't say they're not a team player just because they. In this day and age, that's ridiculous to say. That's ridiculous. I just watched Judkins transfer, and he was a starter. Like, what does that have to do with team? It's about you got to be selfish in nowadays. You have to look out for yourself, and unfortunately, you got to make decisions based off yourself nowadays. It's just what it is. Next man up. We got all these 5 stars, right? Let's go. Next man.
Yeah, and that's why I've been saying, man, you got to get the parameters. You got to put the restraints on this NIL and transfer portal. And I kind of like the idea that's been presented. And I think even Coach Saban was a fan of it. You get the 1 free transfer. You still could have the transfer if your head coach leaves. You still get that opportunity. But your second transfer, you have to sit that year. I feel like that would make guys really start to evaluate and take the process more seriously, because right now it's a free for all, man. It's a free for all. I could show up on campus in August and I'm out of here in December.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Blame the NCAA, man. Don't blame the players for taking advantage of the system. The system is broken, and the NCAA can't do nothing about it. Jimmy Sexton has more power than the NCAA. That's what we learned today.
You ain't heard nothing about clearinghouse in the past few years.
Exactly. Like the NCAA they have no power. The commissioners, the conferences, those are the ones that have the power. Those are the ones that pretty much run the show, not the NCAA. So until they can actually do something about it and add restrictions, these players are going to do whatever they want, and I don't blame them. They're taking advantage of it. They're getting their money's worth. For some players it works. For other players, it's not like it's perfect for these players either. Like for some players it works. For other players it hasn't worked. I've heard from certain scouts that transferring 4 or 5 times in a cycle, that it hurts their draft stock. It doesn't help them. It hurts the draft stock, because that means that, hey, if our team's not good, if our team's not really that good, how do we expect you to commit and fully buy into the team if you didn't buy into this particular program because something didn't go right for you, or maybe because you weren't starting here? So, for other players it works. For other players it kind of doesn't work. It's both sides to it, but the ultimate loser here is the NCAA, because they're not doing anything to kind of put stipulations or put measures in order to protect the business, and players are taking full advantage of it, and it is what it is.
Let me ask a question real quick, Coach Moot. Right here. Cody, you said, let's just admit we need to remove loyalty to the program. Okay, let me ask you something, Cody. Was USC loyal to the Pac-12? Was UCLA loyal to the Pac-12? Was Stanford loyal to the Pac-12? Was Oregon loyal to the Pac-12? Was Colorado loyal to the Big 12? You know what overrides loyalty? A couple of million, man. Like, we got to stop holding kids to a standard that we don't even hold adults to. What's wrong with y'all, man? You let coaches come in, sit on your couch, tell your child they recruit you, give them all this loyalty speech, right? Let the other job come calling that he really wanted. That coach gonna shoot the deuces, pat you on the back, and get the hell out of there, right?
We're experiencing it right now.
You don't even hold adults to this standard. How you gonna hold the kids to it? What's wrong with some of y'all, man?
Mm-hmm. A 16, 17-year-old. I was talking about Ryan Williams' decision. He's 16. This kid literally left high school a year early. He's not even he's not done developing as a young man. You get what I'm saying? And y'all
adults to it.
You trying to put him on this pedestal of he's playing football. He's having fun playing football, being a great football player. And now people are coming at him and saying, hey, we want to give you this much money to represent us for doing something that you like doing, that you love doing. Why are we mad at the kid for taking a look at his options? It just doesn't make sense. There is no such thing as Alabama has not paid. I can't,
look at this.
I can't record it verbatim, but you can't say that Alabama raised him.
This is what I be talking about.
Nah, see this
type. Nah, come on, man. Yeah, we're taking a little bit too far, guys.
Crazy.
Yeah,
nobody on that university would agree with you. Think about what I'm gonna say for a minute. Nobody in that locker room, the kids that actually play, they don't agree with nothing you saying. You a fan, bro, a fan. Them kids don't care about nothing you talking about.
We don't care about nothing. We don't even want to acknowledge that. Any more negativity towards players is gonna get you put in timeout. Because you can throw it at me. I'm an adult. I'm a grown man. These are still these are young kids, man. These are kids. Some of these kids that y'all are talking about, they're literally 18, 19 years old.
Calling him a B because what?
You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I got him out of his CG. Y'all know. And any mods in the chat, you got that blue over your name. You start seeing some of the disrespect in the chat. Y'all go ahead and quiet down. This is a positive community. This is a positive Alabama community right here. I will say that this chat is usually positive. We can talk trash and have disagreements and go back and forth with the jokes. It's fun. It's good. But when you start getting disrespectful like that, we won't stand for that. That's one thing we don't stand for. So yeah, I'm with it, man. But shout out to Barnes. If that's what he's gonna do, let him do it. And every other player. I'm glad Christian Story took an opportunity and went to Kentucky. That scheme, the way they play defense, that fits how Christian Story plays. We wonder why Christian Story wasn't starting against Michigan. He's more physical. There. He's more sound.
I'm sorry, Coach. Where that goes, Sully? You see Sully? That's what I'm talking about, Sully. I think that was it right there. That's what I'm talking about. Is that it? Yeah. As of now, Bond leaves. Alabama remaining wide receivers on scholarship 2024. Kendrick Law, Kobe Prentice, Jalen Hill, Manuel Henderson, Jaron Hamilton, Cole Adams, Amar Jefferson.
So much speed, man.
Let's go.
So much speed.
Let's go.
So much speed, y'all. Jalen Hill is probably your slowest receiver out of that group, bro. And y'all see how he can get
4 stars, more talented than Washington's receiving core, more talented.
Professionally certified hater, you right on the head with that one. In my opinion, keeping and promoting T-Rob to DC is equally as important as hiring Debo. I would love to bring Jamarcus Shepard and Scott Huff in as well. I think Huff is probably not coming, but Shepard is a serious talk right now. He has Southeastern ties too, so I don't know, man. This can be a blockbuster hire. It's not the flashy thing right now, but it could be a blockbuster hire. You talking about 2 years from now? If he maintains Alabama in the playoffs and contention for the SEC, well, we won't have conference championship games no more. I mean divisions, but he could win the SEC, man. It could be crazy, bro. He could secure it, be in the runner-up for the SEC this year. It could be great, man. It could be a great hire, and he has the potential to do it. He has the pieces to do it. He's not coming in rebuilding a roster. He's not restructuring a defensive scheme. Of course, I think there will be a change on the offensive side, and I don't think anybody minds that. I don't think it's a bad offense. We saw Penix grow in it. We saw the receivers grow in it. We saw the running back. He ran so tough for them. They used that run game. I think Johnson was I think Johnson averaged like 89 yards a game or something. Let me go look him up. Y'all go ahead, man. I'm about to go find some stats so we can talk some numbers.
No, when it comes to development, 3 receivers. Watch during draft day how many of those receivers are going to get drafted. A lot of dudes is going to get drafted from that receiving core. They're running. Dylan Johnson, he's potentially going to be drafted. Michael Penix is going to be drafted, potentially in the first round. The talent, there's no question about it, is there. So, look at all that. Look at all that receiving talent that we have. You can't tell me that if Kalen DeBoer can work with that receiving core, work with that amount of talent, and make those kids transition to the next level, that he can't do it with the receiving talent that we have here. And I think that's what a lot of people are forgetting with. We don't have Nick Saban. We don't have a defensive guru, but we have an offensive guru. And at this point of college football, if we got to go back to just having an explosive offense, then I'll take it.
Facts. All facts, man. I agree with that 1,000%, man.
Professors, this is literally what we said. If you want to see some things change, somebody gonna have to speak up. And Isaiah Barnes, he did it at the interviews during the playoffs. He was very, very straightforward, and it took Kyle reiterating that for me to understand. Like, you don't want Caleb Downs to be the next one talking about he going into the playoff. Into the transfer portal. You don't want Justice Haynes being the next one. You don't want Caleb Odoms, your top tight end recruit in that class, to start talking about possibly looking at the portal. I think Isaiah Barnes was a wake-up call, and I think Coach Saban probably echoed that, like, hey, I can't control these guys no more. I can't influence these guys as much as I've made my decision. I've done what's best for me and my family. If y'all want to alleviate the pain, take off, get some of that air out of the balloon, hey, let's go ahead and speed this process up. If this is the guy we're going to go get, let's go ahead and do it. Literally, Isaiah Barnes says he's in the portal. 4 hours later, what's happening? Announcement happening. We've been waiting for this for the past 48 plus hours, almost 72 hours. So I'm glad. Offensive line coach definitely would. I would like him to come over, but at the same time, this recruiting that what's his name has been doing for our O-line this past 2 years, I'm loving it. I just want to see the development aspect on a higher level. And Washington's O-line coach was definitely good.
If I can assume, and I'm assuming that as soon as Caleb signed his name to that contract, the first thing he's going to do is hop on the phone with Ryan Williams. I'm, pretty dadgum soon. I can assure you, right? The way this man loves to throw the ball and the way his offenses is, I'm pretty ecstatically sure he's going to hop on the phone with that young man, talk to him, and let him know everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right. I hope and I pray it's not the NCAA. I hope that the courts get involved and everybody who's paying these kids on inducements, I hope they ensue some severe penalties to that, right? It don't need to be to play. Yeah, I'm all for NIL. I played college ball, so did these guys. I don't come from a rich family, so I understand how it is to be broke as a joke in school, right? I'm all for NIL, meaning I'm all for committing to a university and making money through the university on my own face, right? I'm not for play. I'm not for I give you a bag of money, you come play for me. No, that's ridiculous. I think those need to be punished severely, right? We don't want this to turn into basketball. Basketball is so crazy, right? AAU and agents and all. We don't want college football to be like that, right? It's starting right now. So I'm hoping powers that be get involved as soon as possible, as soon as next year, and put some guardrails on this thing, man. Because right now it's
bad, bro. It's bad.
Yeah,
it's worse
crazy.
than the NFL because you got to think.
It's crazy.
A lot of these kids still going into college, legal guardians. You have legal guardians, but because of NIL, there's loopholes behind it. You got some kids like just disregarding family values, chasing a dollar, man. And that's not good. And I think that's what Coach Saban is starting. And I said this yesterday. I think that's part of his push, getting out of the coaching aspect, but staying connected, because I think, and I'm not talking about political government wise, I'm talking about political as far as the NCAA and NIL and all. I think he wants to start getting people of like mind to start getting these staffs together and having these conversations, because it seemed like it is the first year we didn't know what it was going to be, so everybody had to let it play out. But these last 2 years, man, it's been crazy. Transfer portal and NIL has been crazy, and I don't see college football lasting at keeping a quality level of product for the next 10 years at this rate. I don't even see it lasting past 5 years, man. You're going to have coaches literally leaving the college ranks because what they're dealing with in the college ranks, you can go deal with it in the NFL and get paid more and not have to be a babysitter to players. Because at the end of the day, these college coaches are some of these players' parents. You get what I'm saying? They trying to help them get to class on time. They set them up, making sure they go take advantage of the meal plans that they come in there with. Like, everything that they do is like on a schedule. So you can't treat them like professionals yet. They're still boxed in. They're still but definitely give them their value. There's no way Johnny Manziel shouldn't have came out of Texas A&M with legally possessing, $500,000 into his. You get what I'm saying? Legally,
everybody made money off of him, but him.
I think it was like $64 million his first season as a starter.
He's the reason why Kyle Field had that huge renovation. That dude built Kyle Field single-handedly because of the jersey sales that he sold, and didn't get nothing out of it.
I think it was like $17.2 million in jersey sales over his time span at Texas A&M. Imagine if NIL and transfer portal rules were available back then when Manziel was at A&M. You get what I'm saying? Like, he was a Texas kid. He wanted to go to UT. The reason why he ended up at Texas A&M is because UT didn't give him a look. So, I mean, and you talk about Texas money, that would have been a fun little trip for him. We all know Johnny was a party boy. That would have been a fun little process for him. But I think it would have turned him down the path a little bit faster. He had to sneak into it, and you saw what happened. So imagine if he had free access to it legally. without the parameters, without having somebody being able to construct it, construct these things around them. I think we definitely got to get a hold on it, man. And don't take nothing from the players. Just present a better way to give these opportunities and understand, let them know, hey, on the next level, you can't just pull out of a contract. You're going to have to pay money back.
I'll say this real quick, Coach Jay, if I can. Sandman said he's tired of this NIL. Saban got tired. It's not the NIL, Sandman. NIL is what he's for. He said it 1,000 times. I'm for NIL. It's a difference in play and NIL. I don't know how many more times we can say that. NIL is not a bad thing. Why? If you think NIL is bad, I can guarantee you this. I lay my life on the line. I can guarantee you this. I'm going to show you how money corrupts things. If you said to any of these businesses, it can go back how it used to be, Coach Jay. It can go back how it used to be, Coach Smoot. You play football, we pay for your education. That's it. Nobody makes no money off these athletes outside of what the scholarship signifies. Every business out there would not be with that. Nope. You know why? Because then they can't make no money that they've been making off your face. I can go put Coach Smoot's face on my business and make money off of him. I don't have to pay you anything because you're a college athlete. Nowhere else in the history of the United States is that free, man. You have to understand the difference in NIL and play. Coach Saban is with NIL. You come to the university, you sign with that university. Through the university, you can make your own money off your face. Now we can't put the school on probation for you getting money for autographs, for you getting money off the back of your jersey, for jersey sales. You can do that. But you cannot give a pot of money to a kid to come to your school. Coach Jay is one head coach. Coach Smook is another. Coach Jay, like, we'll give you 400,000. You come here. Coach Smook, like, oh, is that what they offered you? Well, you get 600,000. 650. That's what's going on, and that's the BS part of it. That's the BS part of it, guys. It's not the portal. It's not the NIL. The portal need to have some constraints, right? You can't just transfer any other year. I'm all for kids transferring. If they come to a university, something happens, they want to transfer one time. Cool. After that, you should be done. Under no circumstances can you transfer. Now, if you want to transfer and pay for your own way, so be it, right? I'm all for that. But you cannot just completely cut the kid off if everybody else is making money illegally off of the kid's name, image, or likeness.
Piggyback, bro. Literally. The fact that it lasted that long, in college football. College football, you talk about revenue as a whole. College football, collegiate football is, I think, the fourth highest as far as the way our economy works, as far as pulling in revenue. College football nationwide is the fourth most, I think they call it like leisure, or like outside of in-person entertainment. College football is, I think, number 3 or 4. I forget the little list we was reading a couple weeks ago, but you got to understand, when you put people in place that haven't been through that phase, it's kind of like a Air Force pilot that a drone pilot trying to come tell me, a U.S. Army infantryman, mortar platoon sergeant, to how to hang rounds and get my deflection and my range, all these things lined up on the map. It would be funny for them to come and try to tell me how to do my job. You get what I'm saying? And that's what's happening with NCAA. You got people that's making these decisions saying, okay, NIL, we're going to do it. But they never shook a player's hand. They've never went on a recruiting visit to see, if I gave this dude $200,000 right now, he might kill himself. You get what I'm saying? Like, he's going to go out there and do something he's not used. It's just, we don't have anything set in place. And I think that's what makes Coach Saban different from everybody else. There's mentorship program in place at Alabama when it comes to dealing with NIL. They have people come in and speak on the psychological aspect and the business aspect of NIL.
Yeah, I took a class on that. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So not everybody's doing that though. And you can see it. It's the universities that's seeing the most turnover, they don't have those programs available. So I hope we adapt when this with DeBoer and Coach Saban kind of guiding them. I hope there's more so of Coach Saban being able to get on that political side of that push, because I feel like he has the right influence, and not having to worry about game planning and recruiting and all that, it could kind of open it up for him to get a team around him to support that narrative. And you never know what could happen within the next, year or two. for the college football, but it does need to be saved from this current way of college football.
Ty said it's official. He said Greg just confirmed it.
Yep.
It's
Greg
official.
just tweeted.
Coach Jay, I want you to grab this one because I think they're confusing NIL with paper play. I want you to grab that one if you can.
What do you say? Let's see. Coach, I have a hard time believing Saban was cool with having to convince players to stay at Bama when they demanded more and more dollars via NIL. Oh, Jesus, man. Oh, boy.
Pay for play, man. It's not NIL.
It's not NIL. Name, image, and likeness is not pay for play, guys. It's not.
Greg Burr said the plane has left Seattle. All right, Greg, you almost was about to get jumped on earlier today playing around while you trying to make these little subliminal posters, and now you almost got Colin and y'all should have seen Colin Ty. Hey, we need an announcement right now. We need an announcement right now. I was ready, bro. I was ready for it too. But yeah, I can't wait, y'all. Can't wait. This is gonna be good. But pay for play. It gotta be.
Yeah.
Gotta put some police out there for this NIL stuff. What we got? Oh yeah, Kyle brought it up. The plane has left Seattle. Let me get this chat. It's coming off the screen so y'all can see that. Where is that? What is that restaurant? Is that in Seattle somewhere? See, that don't even look like a real picture though. Like, wow.
Looks like an art design.
Yeah, what's the cryptic message behind that picture?
No, that's I'll be back at 5:30. I'm just wrapping up stuff, but it's Archibald's. It's here. It's a barbecue spot.
Okay, yeah. I was about to say,
yeah.
I can't see it. Look all blurry on my side too.
I know you can't see the spot. Yeah, and Isaiah Bond was just projected text. I'm finishing up some stuff, and then I'm gonna relieve you guys here in just a second, man. And then I hit the call line. So give me like just a few more minutes, and then you guys dip out. Appreciate you guys.
For sure, man. For sure. Let me tell y'all, and this is gonna be my final statement because I forgot I had a meeting here at 6:30. Overall, this process definitely was overwhelming, unexpected. Saban's retirement was unexpected, but this is something that we knew was coming. Whether it was going to be 2 years from now, 5 years from now, Coach Saban. If you watch the interview, you could look at the passion in his eyes still during that interview with Reese Davis, man. And he cares. He cares about the University of Alabama. He knows that this university has done something for him that probably even at LSU, I don't think he would have experienced the same type of success, had the same type of impact. But then again, that's Coach Saban. I feel like anything he had done, he would have had success, But to do it at Alabama, behind a great name like Bear Bryant, to come in and kind of set yourself above that, take it to that level. You have to be excited about turning the page and seeing what the next phase of Alabama football is. Being an Alabama fan, it ain't about wins and losses, man. This Coach Saban has reestablished a standard here, and that's about creating an environment for these players to develop, supporting them, getting them out to whatever their goals is, where it's next level NFL. I talk to see so many player interviews and talk to players, that great fathers that's talking about how much Coach Saban impacted their life. So let's hope we can get that type of feel with DeBoer. Even coaches, man. Coaches, you've seen them revitalize careers. I think having Saban in that building, still sticking around and being able to guide him. He's already, like you said, Coach Jay, he did it with Chris Peterson. I think Kalen DeBoer is excited to be working and knowing Coach Saban is in his phone, he's Coach Saban probably gonna be on speed dial for my boy. So I appreciate that. I appreciate his willingness to be open about having a desire to work at the University of Alabama. That's a good thing. And I see positive days coming ahead. We're going to see some changes though, but I don't think it's going to affect us for the negative. And that's my last word on it. Roll Tide chat. Once again, appreciate y'all for supporting. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. I'm gonna head out because I'm gonna try to get set up for this meeting. But brothers, y'all already know how we do get down. Hit me up later once y'all get off here. Chat.
Oh yeah.
Y'all check it out. We're gonna have some content flowing through on all platforms. Kyle, you in the back. Appreciate you, brother. Much love, man. Always. And tell my boy Kaden, man, he could take my spot next show. He ready. But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all. Roll Tide, man. We out of here. Well, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'll catch up with y'all later.
All right, Coach. I hope we can have a show on this one day.
Oh, what's going on here?
Oh, we can have a whole show. I had to take a class on this and teach it to the parents here. I think people are confusing NIL with pay for play. NIL is contractual, right? It's not ruining college football.
Local endorsements.
Yeah, pay for play from collectives.
That's what you want.
Exactly, it's ruining college football. It's a totally different thing. But you know, it is what it is. I hope one day we can actually have an actual show on this, so I can break this down to the nuts and bolts, so the fans can understand it's a total difference in NIL, in name, image, likeness, and pay for play. Name, image, likeness is so. That's just like Kyle. Kyle got three beautiful children, right? If I'm at the University of Alabama, let's just say I own a forestry business that we sell plants and trees, right? I played for Alabama years ago, or one of my family members. I'm a booster. I'm in Tide Pride. I'm in the 21, and anything, Red Elephant Club, anything, whatever it is, right? I see, let's say one of Kyle's kids play for Alabama. They play basketball or football for Alabama, right? I don't even have to know, before this came out, I didn't even have to know Kyle. I could put his child's face on my business, just because if that some sort of way made my projections go up. If people came, got me more customers, got me more followers, anything, I could legally, without Kyle having to say a word, I could put his child's face on my business and profit from his child's face. Where in America do you guys think that is legal at? I bet you wouldn't put Kim Kardashian's face up there. Guess why you wouldn't? Because she would actually
sue the crap out of you. Your business is shut down.
Facts, Coach Jay. And the reasoning has always been for years and 50 years, well, you're a prep athlete, you get your scholarship. That was the reason. What they didn't tell you was all these business owners were making money outside of the scholarship off of athletes, whether it was golf courses, whether it was, and that's why the courts is like, nope, we don't want nothing to do with it. Nope, we don't want nothing to do with it. Our hands are off of it, because they know this has been going on forever. It's been going on forever. Well, now these kids have social media. They're not as clueless as we were back in the day. So now if I use Kyle's kid's face, guess what I have to do? Pay them. I cannot use their child's name, hit their image, or anything that even looks like them to profit on a business that has nothing to do with their football scholarship. Guys, that's NIL. For play is something totally different. And that's what Coach Saban speaks on. We got to have some guardrails. Kids with agents. You got one agent going to Coach Saban. Well, Coach Saban, if you want Ryan Williams, it's going to cost you $175. You got another agent. Well, if you want Ryan Williams over here at Texas A&M, it's going to cost you $250. That's not NIL, guys. That's pay for play, and that's supposed to be against the rules, supposedly.
Yep. And another perfect example is something that we've been dying for 11 years, NCAA. We want the NCAA football game back. Why? Because we want to use NIL. Facts. Why? Because EA Sports, which is a video game company, the largest video game sports company on planet Earth, profited off of the athletes. And the athletes didn't get paid. Why did the athletes sue? I forgot the names, but the athletes sued.
Ed O'Bannon.
They sued EA Sports. Why? Because they used their name. They didn't use their name, but they used their likeness. They used their skin color, right? It was too similar to how it actually was.
Looked like the player, yeah.
It looked exactly like the player. It had the jersey number. The only difference was that they didn't have the name. It was like fake generated names in order for them to kind of do it. But the likeness and the jersey number was even the equipment, like how they have like the shoulder sleeves and the calf sleeves and the back sleeves. Everything was right, exactly how they was before. So right there, that's something they're profiting off of the name, image, and likeness. So these players can sue, and they did get paid. They went up. They got a mega lawsuit, and we haven't had an NCAA game in 11 years because of this. Yep. Now, what EA Sports has done, confirmed, is that they're now paying players to appear on the video game. It's a contract. Every player has to sign a contract in order for them to use their name, image, and likeness in order for them to be on the game, because both parties are going to profit. Now, the players are not going to get millions.
Right.
They're going to get paid, I think, like what, $500? I think it was like 500 or 1,000.
It's a collective
player that actually does
amount.
It's a collective deal, right? EA Sports will make billions. They're going to make hundreds of millions, if not $1 billion off
in a day. As soon as that game come out,
right? That it's about to be the biggest pre-order sale for a sports game ever. I can guarantee you that, because we've been waiting for 11 years. But both parties will generate off of each other. They're going to profit off of each other. That's name, image, and likeness.
Yep. And remember, I got an AJ McCarron jersey, guys, that says McCarron on it. A couple of years after that, they took the last names off of the jerseys. This is why. Can you imagine being broke with $17 in your pocket, walking down University Boulevard, seeing a bookstore with your jersey hanging in the window? I want every fan to think about this. Your jersey is hanging in the window. You got $17 in your pocket. The guy that's selling your jersey has made $350 in a day off your jersey. He don't even speak to you when you walk by a store. He's selling your jersey. The people that are buying your jersey for you, right? And the guy that's selling your jersey won't even talk to you. You're broke. He got the money off selling your jersey. Where is that legal, people? Where? Just the truth.
Yeah, we got to do something a lot more in this, because I think people they're going to confuse on that. But Professional Certified Hater with the $5 super chat, he says, my favorite recruiting classes were Saban's first couple. Just a bunch of guys that were willing to do anything it took. Those kids were hungry for real. Yeah, those kids were real.
It's a fact.
And like I said, Coach Sean, he used to coach some of those kids. He can tell you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had a couple of Rob Ezel. Shout out to William Ming. Shout out to Alfred McCullough. They all tell you. Shout out to those guys. So, yeah, it's just different. What we got here, Coach Jay?
Let's see. We got Ricky with the $10 super chat. He said, just knowing Nick Saban is somewhere in the background in a supporting role. Oh, where'd he go? Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. He says, just knowing's, let's see, in a background, a supporting role makes this hire even better. I have no worries at all. Ready for next season. Roll Tide.
Shout out to Ricky.
Shout out to Ricky. I completely agree. Completely agree. Nick Saban, like I said, he's not going to go anywhere. He's going to be the advisor. And speaking of NIL, what did Saban talk about? He said he was going to, one of the things that he wants to do was either, number one, he wants to, be on a cover television, ESPN Game Day, or he was going to work with the NCAA and try to handle the NIL situation, try to suggest if he possibly can, because the NCAA wants Nick Saban to be a part of that big role.
Right.
They want him to be there because he's been. And here's the thing: this is what people kind of confuse Nick Saban for. They think that he's against NIL. Nick Saban has been one of the biggest advocates, or has been one of the first spokesperson when it comes to advocating for NIL for almost 20 years. He's been advocating it for years. The one thing that Nick Saban wants to do is that he wants to we got to keep it in place. We do got to keep it living in order, because we are confusing NIL with pay for play.
It's a fact.
And knowing how the NCAA is, because the NCAA doesn't really care, or they just don't really have the power to really try to interrupt these programs. We're confusing it with the two, and somehow, some way, the situation is kind of coming to how, an NIL contract can end up being the bridge gap for a high school recruit coming to a particular program. And the most dangerous thing about it is the fact how, we're trying to offer kids a lot more NIL deals, and they never get those NIL deals. It's like a trap.
Never get them. Facts.
It's like a trap. It's like what happened with the situation with Texas A&M
and Florida.
Kids were promised, like, hey, if you come here, we have businesses, we have particular businesses here that's willing to use your name, image, and likeness, so we can profit, so we both can try to profit off of each other. And they end up going to the program saying, okay, well, where can I sign the dotted line? And they never get it. Never get it.
That's a whole fact. That's
the problem.
It's right. I mean, Odin Macy said NIL is basically a loophole for pay for play. I mean, Odin, that's correct. I mean, people are using NIL as pay for play, and it's not supposed to be that. It's not supposed to be drop a bag off to come to my university, drop a bag off to leave your university to come to ours. All facts. Chris Lowe, at 9 p.m. tonight, team meeting has been called tonight for the Bama players. Let's get it going. That's what I like to hear. Get the team meetings going. Let's get it going. I hope Coach DeBoer hops on the phone with every recruit to let them know, calm down, guys. I understand the GOAT is not here, but he's with me. He's with me. Stay. Don't leave me. Let's get this Bama thing going back the way it's supposed to go. And close these haters' mouths. It's still lank, even now.
Yep. And I'm hoping, I don't know if it's going to be either today or potentially like latest tomorrow. I would like to see DeBoer speak. I would like to see that press conference. Just knowing his attitude and just kind of knowing his mannerism. Again, he's a laid back type of. He's the opposite for Nick Saban. We understand that, but just hear him speak. I think overall wise, I think he's going to put a lot of confidence, or maybe not for a lot of Bama fans, depending how it kind of goes. But we'll see. I'm very excited to see what he's like on the mic and just overall just showing his overall mannerisms. But no, these players, I don't know if DeBoer, because DeBoer is on the plane now, I'm guessing. So he'll arrive.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see how the players feel out DeBoer, right? You just said it before. DeBoer is, again, it would be one of the sweetest things if one of the first things that DeBoer do is call up Ryan Williams and say, listen, bro, I'm not Tommy Rees. Tommy Rees might be on the staff, but trust me, we're not. Trust me, Tommy Rees is not going to be the only person that's going to work with you. I'm going to work with you personally. I got the coaching staff that's really going to develop you. If you don't believe me, look at my track record.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, Alabama, the last couple of years, the last 2-3 years has not been that good offensively. Look at my track record with every place I've been with every receiver. Ask Rome. I'll call Rome for you, and Rome will tell you what he's going. And Rome will tell you exactly how I treat my receivers. So that would be a really dope thing if he contacted Ryan Williams. But that's one of the things I'm just super excited about is how he's going to fix up this offense, because it needs a fix. It needs a fix up. And if Jalen Miro, and that's another question right before I think we kind of get out of here.
Open it up. I know what you're about to say, Coach. I know what you're about to say.
Will Jalen Miro be the starting quarterback next year? I think that is a very important question to ask. So chat, please let me know whether if it's a Y for yes or N for no. Will Jalen Miro be the starting quarterback? Because when Kalen DeBoer is there, Jalen Miro's not his guy. Nor is Ty Simpson or Julian Sayin or Dylan Lonergan. So knowing how this offense is and knowing how he wants to try to get everything going, will Jalen Miro fit his scheme? That's a very important question to ask. Will he be the quarterback next year for Alabama?
That's super chat, Jay.
Let's see. Dontario Moore within a 199 super chat. He says, I'm excited about the hire, fellas. Good show. Yeah, we appreciate you. We appreciate you so much, man.
Facts.
We appreciate you, brother. No, it's I'm all excited, but I think now that everything is starting to sink in and it's official and Greg Burns has kind of come out, all of a sudden, a lot of the things that we kind of have to kind of talk about, like serious questions have to be asked. And number one, it's our coaching staff. Who will he bring from Washington? And I think number two is, will Jalen Miro be the guy? Because now, will he be the guy? And how does Jalen Miro feel? How does he feel? Because, Nick Saban was, can you imagine how much time it took in order to convince Saban to be the guy? Because remember, Ty Buckner came from the transfer portal in part because Ty Buckner can handle the offense.
Mm-hmm.
So, can you imagine having to restart that relationship where you might not even be the guy? A serious question that's we're gonna see. We're gonna find out about.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Kyle? How are you?
And I'm really proud of you guys, man. You guys done a really good job, man. I mean, honestly, I really appreciate you guys, stepping up to the plate today and talking about this monumental moment in Alabama football history. I think sometimes we get caught up in like the quick news, right? Boom, 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 boom. But if we step back and we look, like, we're covering history today. Like, this is a major, major changing of the guards. Like, this type of stuff happens often at other programs, and it's monumental news. Like here, like this is historic because you have the greatest college football of all time who is stepping aside for the next football coach. And we're covering history today. Like this is historic stuff. So you guys have done a really great job over the last 2 days for sure. Piping on and, contributing with the content. I mean, just great stuff. I believe in each of you, along with Coach Smook and, of course, Ty. So, round of applause from me to you, man, because you definitely I get the notoriety on like the 100 subs and stuff like that. But, there's a lot of people that on the back end that have also contributed. I think of the guys who, helped on the channel in its infancy stages. Of course, I've been, behind the operations of it, but You know, there was a time where we had Andrew Bone on here. There was a time where we had Mick Gillespie on here. You know, Tony Tsoukalis has been on here. Clint Lamb was on here. Jimmy Stein was on here. And all those guys, you know, continue to be in the craft and continue to, you know, make a living off covering Alabama football. It's good stuff, man. I you know, respect a lot of those guys who are out there doing the grind. I mean, everybody's working overtime right now to provide the coverage that you guys deserve, because this is Alabama football. So, but you specifically, man, I'm proud of you guys, and good stuff, man. I think I'm gonna open up the call-in line for people now to call in and voice their opinions this evening. So I'll be around. You know, if you guys get the, you know, if you guys need to dip back one more time, man, you know where to find me. Any closing thoughts from Coach Sean and Coach Jared?
I would just close with, we have the coach. You know, let's give him an opportunity. Let's get behind him. The GOAT is still at Bama. It may not be the head coach, but anytime we can have Coach Saban within arm's length reach, I feel good about it. So roll tide to everybody. I appreciate everybody tapping in. Thank you for supporting us. And I think I speak for all of us when we say you guys make this channel. We appreciate you. Thank you to Kyle for allowing us to come on. And I'm just super appreciative for everything, man. And roll tide to everyone.
For sure. Jared?
Yeah, I'm excited about the future, guys. You know, this is a new chapter. This is DeBoer's team, and this is something that I didn't think I was going to see ever, but that time has now come, and I'm excited to see, you know, the direction where everything kind of goes. And man, it's a wild day, man, but it's great to be an Alabama fan. You know, I mean, you saw, I mean, I don't know if we ever talked about this, but you saw these European news sources, sports sources like Sky News covering Alabama football while we're down. Every single time. These guys, I mean, Europe, they don't care about, they care about the wrong sport, right? The wrong football, right? They don't care about American football, but whenever an Alabama's down, for some weird reason, they want to start. This is when they need to cover it. How the dynasty's dead. How we can't recover. How Nick Saban, for the most part, is, you know, again, as great as Nick Saban is, how will they bounce back? I'm like, what are y'all doing covering out? What are you doing covering us? You got NFL games, but yet we're the only American football source you want to try to cover. You know, so it is what it is, guys. People, you know, it's Alabama versus the world, and like I said, we're unified. We're here. We had almost 3,000 people the last couple of days, and it's our time. It's our time to kind of show the world that, like, listen, we're not going anywhere. So I'm extremely excited about the future. This next week is going to be absolutely insane. And man, thank you guys so much for supporting all of us, because we would not be here without you guys. You know, like I said, I was calling into these shows almost all the time. Coach Sean, Coach Moot was about to do the same.
Yes, sir.
Started my YouTube channel because of Kyle Henderson, and I was able to get connections, and I was able to even get, you know, a lot of opportunities because of Kyle. Working with working with a lot of the Buffalo media sources and fan base. So you know,
I knew from the minute that you called, the second that I heard your delivery and the schematics of how you broke it down, that I wanted you to be on the show in some capacity, whether it was just calling, and now we have an elevated position for you. And I've been watching your other videos that you've been doing, your reactions. I support it. You're doing a really great job. And the reason is I get right back to it. Is like the authenticity. Like, be yourself. You don't need to put on no special mask when you step on. You know, be you, and everybody can see that. So, Jarek, you're doing a really good job, man. I believe in your product, and you're doing a great job, man. From the minute I heard your delivery, I knew we had to get you back in. I'll never forget the 716 area code tapping on in. Now you just popping right on the channel, man.
Yes, man. So I'm excited. I'm super excited, and man, yeah, the next couple weeks, whew, yeah, we're gonna be on.
This isn't the end. So rest up, and yeah, now we're gonna have to start looking at the work schedules, because people used to you being on here, both of you guys, everybody. So we're gonna the schedule of shifts I sent out today. That's not the last time.
Yep. That's all I got, guys. That's all I got, and cool. Yeah, you will catch me on very, 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 very soon. So.
Do you think, Jack? All right, Coach Sean, Coach Jack, I'll catch up with you guys soon, man.
All right, man,
guys.
Appreciate you.
See you guys, man. What's up? Those are my guys, man. Those guys do a hell of a job. What's up, fam? I appreciate you guys being here. now part of the 100,000 sub club right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Can I get just a roll tide inside the comment box? You feeling good on this fine Friday, January 12th, 2024. What a day it's been. My goodness. It's like you got the new Alabama football coach in Chris Lowe. Man, this dude has just been eating up he's just providing the scoop all day long. I think Coach Saban is just like, he found his new career, breaking scoop to Chris Lowe. I think Coach Saban should get on Twitter and just start providing the news, right? Just cut out the middleman, Coach. You know this is where it's coming from. Man, look at all those roll tides inside the comment box. Yeah, Chris Lowe is him. Yeah, just posted up in the office, in the new office, getting all the scoop in, right? Man, Jimmy's like, I've been here for 9 hours, man. Hell yeah, we appreciate the support. All right, so a lot to go over because Alabama has a new football coach, and as you could see, two things. So Greg Byrne said that the plane has left Seattle. So we are tracking the plane. Let's see if we can get some footage maybe of the plane landing and him getting out and people up at the gate, doing their thing. And then a players meeting has been called for 9 p.m. Central Time, a team meeting for tonight. And I think that's really important. And clearly that is when they will be able to meet Kalen DeBoer and be able to hear from him and what he has to say to the team. That first message from the jump is certainly important. I think you set the foundation of what is going to be the game plan from day one. Where do we go? We get to work tomorrow, January 13th. This is the plan that we have put in place. I'm going to be here at the same time that Coach Saban has. You know what? I'm going to get here at 6:30. Coach Saban used to get here at 7 because you need to be able to build that respect with the players. They need to be able to see that you could work at that level. Those 12-hour days, I hope you're ready for them, Kalen, because Coach Saban, man, like he put in the work 100%. I always saw him. He would get to the office at 7 and then he would cruise home at 7. He's having his lunches there at the field house. I mean, everybody, like, it's not like you're not just saying like he puts in the work. He really did, like 12-hour days. That was something that he even said in the interview, was that it was tougher for him to do as he aged. And I get it. I mean, 72 years old, working 12-hour days, I get it. That's a lot. I mean, it's hard for somebody to do that on a regular basis. And that's what made Coach Saban different. We go back to the phone lines. I got to fix my settings real quick. First call. I'm going to put the call in line at the bottom of the screen. So, look, I want to get your take, your reaction on the new Alabama football coach hire. I want to talk with you. So open dialogue. Call line is open. 205-850-1994. I'm not going anywhere. I'm chilling. I'm posted. And let's start with the 832. We'll start it right now. Hey, welcome on in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hello, Kyle. This is Mike in Austin.
Mike, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a good evening. Alabama has their coach. It seems like a lot of anxiety has been taken off. Feels good. So anyways, welcome to the show, man. And give me your thoughts on Alabama's new head football coach.
Kyle, I think it's an excellent hire. Excellent hire, and probably one of the best hires of all the candidates that we heard in these past 5 days. This guy probably turned out to be the best hire of all of them. And now keep in mind where we were just 48 hours ago. Nick Saban turned through the towel in and retired just 48 hours ago. And now we have this new coach, this Kalen DeBoer. And to be honest with you, I didn't even know who this dude. I didn't know much about this dude because he's a Pac-10, Pac-12 guy. Well, in reality, Southeastern Conference football fans will only pay attention to the Pac-12 when it's big games, when it's playoff games, when it's bowl games. Maybe in Washington, Oregon. That's when you pay attention. But I really didn't know much about this dude. But now that today, when I've been studying this guy and reading about this guy, this guy is an outstanding coach. He's an outstanding coach. Just like what y'all talked about, like what the coaches talked about, what you talked about. Well, when he coached Sioux Falls, he was 67-3. Dude, 67-3. That is awesome.
Yeah.
And during the COVID years, when he was at Fresno State during the COVID, he went 12-6, and then at Washington he went 25-3. I mean, and then he won the Pac-12 Coach of the Year 2 years in a row, and then he won the AP Coach of the Year, I believe, this year. So this guy's resume is top notch, man.
Yeah.
So, but honestly, man, I didn't know much about this guy because being an Alabama football fan, a Southeastern Conference football fan, let's be honest, the Pac-12's on the back burner. Let's be honest. We couldn't tell you a whole lot about it because, but I'm already passed out by the time their football games are coming on. But now that I know this guy, though, know the history of this guy, this is probably the best hire that we could have gotten. And I think the future is very, very bright for Alabama football. It's a great hire, Kyle.
Look at the all these awards. I mean, you just rattled off a couple of them, but this is pretty impressive for somebody who's not even 50 years of age, right? You look at all these Coach of the Year awards. My goodness, he's been racking up these awards since 2006. It's pretty impressive. And you see he was the Walter Camp Coach of the Year this past year, Home Depot Coach of the Year, beat out Coach Saban for that award. Same with the Eddie Robinson, AP Coach of the Year. Just basically the hands-down Coach of the Year in 2023. Also took Washington to the national title. So, wow. I mean, that is an extensive list of awards. And you're right. I think you bring up a really good point because here in the SEC, the Pac-12 to us is kind of Pac-12 after dark, or unless they're playing in like a playoff game or, it's a conference championship game of some sort. But to really, see what he was able to do with Washington, I think is really impressive. Before Washington is impressive. And now he has the opportunity to come here to prove himself at the next level here at the SEC and take over the program. And I think it's really, really important from the jump that not only he makes a good first impression with the players, but also I think he sets some time aside to specifically sit down with Isaiah Bond. This is somebody who this is a really big deal. Okay. And I know that he has been forecasted to go to Texas, and who knows what type of NIL deal that Texas has set in store for Isaiah Bond. I don't know if Alabama can match that. Hopefully they can in some fashion, but you talk with him and you tell him that you're going to design this offense around him, really, right? You have your quarterback coming back, but Isaiah Bond, I think, is the type of wide receiver, if used well enough, which I think DeBoer can do. He's the type of guy that could potentially haul in 100 receptions based off the play schematics. So I think it's important that you meet with him, you meet with the players, you be straightforward with your message, and you're like, look, I'm not replacing Coach Saban because he can't be replaced, but this is my program. This is what we're going to go forward with. Here's the process of my plan, and you show up to work and you get going tomorrow on January 13th, and you retain these players the best that you can, and you get to work immediately.
That's right. That's what he has to do from this point. He has to retain the roster. But here's what gets me about Isaiah Bond, and then the high school guy that also decommitted from Alabama. I don't remember his name. Ryan
Williams.
Also decommitted.
Yep.
There you go. Well, here's the deal. Right, they transferred it and decommitted before they even knew who the new coach was. Yeah. They never even assessed the new situation. They just said, "Get me the heck out of here." Mm-hmm. Here's how I look at it, Kyle. There's a lot of discussion on this with the coaches before you got back. The coaches talked a lot about this. It was kind of a hot issue for them a little bit, which I agree. Here's the deal. These are kids. Yes, they're kids because we're older dudes now, but they're not little kids. These guys are playing football at the same age I was in the military. Okay, so these are big kids that can own up to their decision, their responsibility. They're not little kids. A lot of them chasing money, but they have the right to go and leave. They have the right to go to the transfer portal. They have the right to go get NIL. Mm-hmm. I have the right to say good riddance. If you don't want to play for Alabama, there's the door. I have that right. Now, Bama's been great about not having opt-outs. I mean, see, this is the thing. This is Bama football. If you don't want to be here, if you'd rather be at Mississippi State, you'd rather be at Oregon, you'd rather be at Michigan State, wherever, go for it, guys. But I have the right to say you can chase the money, which is what they're doing, but also, which is basically a lot of what they're doing, because if they want to chase an NFL career, they need to stay at Alabama, stay put where they're at. But this is the deal. The NIL separately might be good. I understand. The transfer portal separately might be good. But when you mix the two, when you mix the NIL with the transfer portal and with modern day social media, you can contact people, and then you can say, look, if you can come here in Texas and play, then you get this much money. Just go in the transfer portal. We already have this company lined up that's going to pay you this money. It is a recipe for disaster. So like I say, these kids, and these are big kids now, they have the right to transfer. I have the right to say adios. I hope we run over you. I don't wish you any injury. I don't wish you no ill will, but I dang sure ain't wishing you luck either. So that's just how I kind of look at that, Kyle. But like I say, this I honestly I didn't know much about this DeBoer dude, because I'm an SEC football fan. You're right, man. It's Pac-12 after dark. It's an excellent hire. It's in record time. It's the best hire of the offseason, in my opinion. And the features, just look at this dude's resume. O'Brien's 104-12. I mean, this dude's resume is the best it gets. So I'm very excited about the hire, Kyle. I think it's going to be pretty awesome future for Bama.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the more and more I think about it, and I'm not trying to sunshine pump here, because I just think that it is a really good hire for Alabama. And the more I think about it, and the more I look at the accolades, it's just like you have to come in here. Yeah, he does have the credentials for sure, but I think you just have to figure out your defensive plan. I think that it would be slam dunk. People will go crazy if we learn the role of Travaris Robinson, right? So you solidify that, and I think the players are happy with that, and I think you set the plan there going forward. We talked about the recruiting and how vital that is. Of course, you have to build a team around you, and I want to see what he does from kind of the staffing standpoint. Any final thought while I have you on the line regarding the hire of Kalen DeBoer?
No, it's an excellent hire, but one final thought is this, Kyle, and I'll let you go. Recruiting has changed. I mean, up until about 3 or 4 years ago, recruiting was the name of the game. And I really think that's what made Saban great, was his ability to create a roster and recruit the best players and have top recruiting classes. Now, that was up until a couple years ago. The transfer portal has changed that big time. Yes, recruiting is still very important. You got to have a good roster. But if you don't recruit on the front end, you can transfer portal happen on the back end. So, yeah, it's very, very important, but not as important as it was now with the transfer portal, that you can bring people in a lot like, Ole Miss and these other schools do it. But still, it's very, very important. I'm looking forward to the press conference as well. I'm looking forward to like you say, what the coach, just how he talks and what he's gotten to say and how excited he is. But I think it's an awesome hire. The future is bright for all Bama fans. Roll Tide, brother. Hey, and congrats on the 100,000 subscribers, man. Congrats, dude. And one thing, real quick, Kyle, let you go real quick. During the off season, man, I think that's when your show can really definitely step up and still grow. This is why, because during the off season, all the big stations, ESPN, CBS, they quit talking about college football so much. So you'll be the go-to guy for information, quick breaking information, such like that. So I think the off season is a good time for you still to grow your channel as well. But okay, man, you take care, dude. Roll Tide.
All right, take it easy, Mike. All right, Mike out in Austin. I appreciate the call. And we hit 100,000 subscribers today. Really good feeling, but not as good a feeling, I'm sure, for Kalen DeBoer and his family about, landing this position. Can you imagine like his family and everything that they're excited about on that airplane right now? There's probably, a few hundred people waiting to welcome him. That's going to be amazing to see. I mean, this is historic. We haven't seen, a changing of the guard in quite some time. My goodness, like way back then. I mean, I never thought I would be here covering Alabama football. All right, we go back to the phone lines, and the plane is coming from Seattle to Tuscaloosa. It's a little bit of a plane ride. 205, you're up. Let's do it. Welcome on in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Yo, this is Rico calling from Birmingham, Alabama.
What's up, man? I appreciate you. I appreciate you joining in, man. I hope you've had a really good day, and I'm curious to get your thoughts, man. What'd you say your name was? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Rico.
What's up, Rico? Appreciate you, man. Good to meet you, man. Go ahead, man. Welcome on in.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. I'm just. I was kind of bummed when I heard about Coach Saban, but I remained optimistic. And just I'm gonna be honest, I was on the Lane train too.
Mm-hmm.
But the more I heard about Kalen DeBoer, I'm like, yeah. I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that.
Yeah.
Because one thing I can honestly say, you're looking at Coach DeBoer's, just looking at his stats, it is eerily similar to Coach Saban's stats when he entered Alabama.
Yep, that's what people have been saying. Yep.
And I'm telling you, I'm just excited. It's just excited. This guy wins wherever he goes. That excites me too. But the difference is he's a quarterback whisperer. He's a quarterback whisperer. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know if Jalen Milroe's going to be the guy when he gets in. I hope he is. But what he can do with Jalen Milroe is going to be epic.
Yeah,
I believe.
Yeah, I think it was like Jake Crane, someone who has another really large YouTube channel, said that it was like Jalen Milroe's system within Kalen DeBoer was like oil and water. Saying that it just basically doesn't mesh. I don't know. I'm going to hold off to see, kind of wait to see what we see in the springtime, and see how he does develop, his quarterbacks, because that quarterback room is just, the talent. This is the most loaded quarterback room, I would say, in the country. Jalen, Ty, Dylan Lonergan, Julian Sain, right? Those are some absolute ballers that are only going to develop further under now quarterback whisper. And I guess a quarterback whisper. We're going to see, because Alabama did lose Alex Mortensen. So the role that he played, a lot of people don't know this, but he was the guy who was really like the quarterback developer. And he developed He came here. He was before, I think he came he was here for a long time before going to UAB. And he developed, Mac, Jalen Hurts, Tua, Bryce, like all of those guys. And Alabama hasn't had one of those guys in the fold since. So having somebody that can specifically focus on the quarterbacks and kind of elevate that, certainly needed. And Kalen DeBoer coming in, has a huge quarterback room to work with and all of those weapons. And as I was saying with Mike and Austin, the first guy that I feel he needs to meet with is Isaiah Bond, just kind of man to man. And I think Isaiah Bond would really appreciate that, just to kind of, set the stage. This is the game plan. This is the process. This is where we go from here. And this is what the offense is looking like. And from the defensive side, look, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Washington's off defense was, 94 in the country. That is not going to fly here. That will piss people off. You cannot score. People do not want to see 56 points on the board and 42 points on the board on the other side. They don't want that. That is not going to fly. That will drive people mad. That'll drive him out, honestly. Defense has to be a staple of Alabama. But then again, it's not Coach Saban's program anymore, but it's just that's what people are accustomed to for the last, however many years under Saban.
I would be happy if the scoreboard is just reading 52-20.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah.
50 points. That's good for me.
Mm-hmm.
But the best case scenario, 52-10 or 52-0.
Mm-hmm.
Best case scenario.
And with that said, you know what? Washington, look, they allowed 192 yards of rushing in the first quarter against Michigan.
Oh, wow.
That was in the title game. Yeah, that was scary. Not a lot of people are talking about that. They did make adjustments in the national title game, which I did like. And the credit to them, because they did, because I thought that Michigan was going to run for like 700 yards in that game. There's some tricky offensive coordinators in this conference, and the Pac-12 is not the SEC. We ran over the schedule earlier. That's a gauntlet of a schedule, not only for Alabama, but for all of the teams in the SEC. And he's going to deal with a big one, when Georgia comes to town. You got Kirby Smart coming to Tuscaloosa. Talk about a gigantic stage to take on Kirby. My goodness, everybody's eyeballs are going to be in on that game, seeing how he does. So yeah, that schedule is brutal. And yeah, there is a team meeting at 9 p.m. Central Time, and the plane is on its way, and should be here in Tuscaloosa. I haven't seen anybody tweet out the time. Usually they like flight track, but I'm sure we'll figure that soon. What else you got, Rico?
Oh, I just wanted you to know that when Coach Saban first arrived, I told everybody that would listen. Yes, before Coach got here, he never had an undefeated season. I said, this is about to change. Mm-hmm. He's going to have some undefeated season. And I believe that Coach DeBoer will have some undefeated seasons himself.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
And I'm just telling you, let him get acclimated.
Yeah.
Let him get acclimated to the landscape. Mm-hmm. I believe he can come here, and the same people that he beat at Washington, he can still beat with Alabama, more so.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And those are going to be, and when you kind of look to the landscape of college football, and what you mean by that, was it Lincoln Riley, Steve Sarkisian, and Dan Lanning? Like, those are the next guys on the come up, right? Like, those are the next, coaches in line, along with Kirby, along with Mike Norvell. But being able to be, have a winning record against Steve Sarkisian, right? Because they beat them twice. Dan Lanning, he beat them twice. Lincoln Riley. I mean, those are some incredible coaches, and he's been able to beat those guys. I went and watched one of DeBoer's press conferences, and in the comment box, it said that it was a Utah fan, and they were like, man, this guy is the next coach rising. I'm serious. That was like the first comment that I saw, and he was like, this guy, all he does is win anywhere he goes. And if you look at, his bio, I mean, shoot, he does. He's a winner. So coming in, it's just, the SEC is different, and he's ready for it. He's coming in with a loaded group, has to win over the roster, has to have a good spring, has to maintain that continuity and deal with whatever pressures come in with, being behind Coach Saban. And if he can muster that into, positive spring and have a really good interaction with, the fans, because the fans are going to be so curious for A-Day, right? What does he do? And you don't see anything from A-Day from like a schematic standpoint, but still, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, because under Saban, you only heard from Coach Saban. Are we going to get to be able to talk to the offense and defensive coordinator during press conferences? And that's the case that a lot of college football has. You get to talk to the OC, the DC, other coaches. Here at Alabama, we've only been able to watch and hear from Coach Saban. So I'm kind of curious to that from the media standpoint. Anything else, Rico, while I have you on?
Yeah, I just got to believe that Coach Saban having the control that he had and having a say-so in picking his successor, I got to believe that he saw a bit of himself in Coach DeBoer.
Wow.
I got to believe he saw a bit of himself.
Yeah.
And what he's all he's accomplished. Mm-hmm. And that kind of everything.
Yeah.
As far as how Greg Byrne approached the search.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
But
all right, Rico.
Congrats again,
yeah,
Kyle, for the 1,000 subscribers.
Yep.
I was watching what happened.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'm just, hey, you've been doing a good job. I appreciate you, brother.
All right, man. Take it easy, Rico. Call in anytime. Roll Tide to you, man. All right, that was Rico calling in. We got an 843. You're coming up next. Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here today, streaming for this is our 10th hour of streaming. Appreciate you guys being here. And the coaches did such a great job. And we got, all the super chats, and new members in here. We got Josh Miller, who became a new fan funder. How to become a fan funder, just hit the hyperlink. If you're on your phone, there's a hyperlink as low as $2.99 per month to support the channel. Trying to get 10% of those 100,000 subscribers. And then Ricky also became a fan funder as well. So thank you very much. We got a $2 super chat from Kofi. I appreciate that. And then another super chat, the $2. We need Coach Pruitt as a defensive coordinator. I think there's still a couple things that make that a sticky situation. I know a lot of people would be happy if Jeremy Pruitt came over to Alabama, maybe sometime in the future. I don't think right now. I think what is realistic is to have Travarius Robinson named as a defensive coordinator. Maybe we'll know that tomorrow. And I heard that there could be a press conference set for tomorrow, which is Saturday, January 13th. So we'll keep you posted on that. And if there is a press conference, we will bring that live to our YouTube channel right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We go back to the phone lines with the 843. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Warren Broomer from South Carolina, North Myrtle Beach, where everything is sunny and beachy. How you doing, Kyle?
What's up, man? I appreciate you. First time caller. Welcome to the show, man. Please feel at home, man. Welcome on in.
Hey, I always enjoy your show. I listen and just listening to the news. I'm glad we have a coach. I'm not 100% excited about the pick. I heard the callers saying they're ecstatic. We're so blessed. We're so wonderful to have Kalen DeBoer, and he is a winner. Someone said, well, he's at the same place that when we got Nick Saban. I said, well, that's not accurate, because when we got Nick Saban, he had won a national championship when we got Nick Saban. Did you forget? He was at LSU. You didn't know your history. No, he had won one before he got to Alabama. So you're not correct. I'm optimistic. I want Kellen to do well because I'm an Alabama fan. I don't want us to go out there and look stupid. I think he was the best person available. I understood that he had a $70 million contract that he didn't sign. Understand that when Nick made his announcement of retirement, that there was already rumored that they were telling the players that they had a coach and they would give a 48-hour notice so they could stop the bleeding of letting those 4- and 5-star recruits leave. And I definitely understand that. You got to hold the guys together.
Yeah.
My concerns is, you got a West Coast guy that's going to come down in SEC country and try to sell the program. That's a big concern for me. I know he's a winner. Resumes don't really mean nothing to me. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be the guy in the room that's not excited. I'm really sorry, guys. But man,
I think look,
I was on the lane train. I was on the lane train.
Yeah, me too. I was on the lane. I was on the lane train.
Look.
Go ahead.
I want, and he is. Look, I watched the championship game. His offense destroyed Texas. He is a good offensive coordinator. His defense stunk. Just period. Okay, don't bring that guy, whoever he is. Please don't do it. If that guy comes to Tuscaloosa, we're in trouble. Okay, that ain't gonna work. But I'm all in because Kellen's on. I'm all in. I'm going to scream his name until Jesus comes back, right? Until they decide to pick somebody else. But he's what we have. I'm on board. I'm going to cheer him on. But Lane Kiffin is who I wanted. And that's kind of how I felt about it. Because I thought he knew the culture. I thought he understood how to recruit. I understood how to drive the train. He didn't fear standing in Nick Saban's shadow. He could take the hard shots because it's a different culture. I didn't know if this guy, Kalen DeBoer, could understand that. And that's one of the challenges when you come to Tuscaloosa. You have to understand the culture. You really do have to understand the culture. Mm. And you have to understand the culture of SEC. I don't know if Kellen does.
Yeah.
And the recruiting, I heard one guy on there saying, well, he can go and recruit. I don't know. Look, I've got a grandson who's a very talented athlete, and he's in the process right now. I mean, he is extreme, and you'll hear about him soon. Trust me, I'm not blowing smoke up you right now. Mm-hmm. You need to understand the recruiting culture right now. And these college coaches and the recruiters, you need to understand what they are spitting. If you don't know it, trust me, it does not work. Mm. Okay? And I'm a third generation of recruiting. I was recruited, okay? And let me tell you, I'm old school. I've got a letter on my desk dated 1974 from University of Alabama. It doesn't even say, it's by Bear Bryant. It says the athletic department is by Coach Bryant. That's old. I didn't go to Alabama. I wanted to, I didn't. That's old school. And I'm third generation. So my grandson, who's a very talented athlete.
All right, man. I got to wrap it up here, but I get your point. I'm gonna answer you on the other line.
Anyway,
I'm gonna answer you on the other line. But I appreciate you calling in. With your dialogue, and I'll catch up with you next time, man. I appreciate you calling in. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Appreciate you guys calling in to the show. 205-850-1994. I think what our last caller was getting at is on the Lane train, right? Like, because I'm on the Lane train too. And I think, like, for people on the Lane train, like, getting Kalen in is someone who, like, I asked everybody today, out of a scale of like 1 to 10, what was your excitement? Ty said, I think he went to a 9. I went to a 7. And kind of, what our previous call was talking about was like the defense just is really important to me. Yeah, offensive schematics really matter, but like the defense, you have to come over here and really hit it out the park. And I think that having the number 94 defense at the end of the country, at the end of the season, that really freaked me out. And the way that thank goodness they were able to make some adjustments in the national title game. Otherwise, Michigan would have ran for like 500 yards, 600 yards in that game. I think there was a large people that wanted Lane Kiffin to come. So now you have Kalen DeBoer coming in, and he is, and just like our last caller was saying too, which I appreciate, is like, look, because I can totally understand, like, the SEC culture is different, and I didn't understand that either. Even covering football, like, I came here, I was completely overwhelmed for at least 2 years, right? So unless you come here and you have some experience in the SEC culture, going in, recruiting, whatever it is, you're going to be completely overwhelmed, 1,000,000%. All right, we go to our next caller at 256. Yeah, I appreciate you being patient. Thanks for calling in. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is AJ from Athens, Alabama.
What's up, AJ? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome on into the show.
Pretty good, man. I think we've done pretty good with this hire. I think it's a pretty solid hire. I'm just worried. Do you think he's going to get rid of Tommy Rees?
That's a damn good question. I No, I don't. Because I think that I don't know. It sounds like Grubbs could be in the running for the head coaching spot at Washington. And I think that what does that do for the offense that you have right now, right? With the guys that have already kind of developed some continuity. I think that you keep Tommy for the year, because then you lose your DC, you lose your OC, you lose your head coach. It's a complete revamp. If you keep Tommy and you elevate Travaris Robinson, that's some good stability that you have to work with. Both those guys are young. I don't really know how Tommy is in terms of the recruiting, but I know T-Rob does a hell of a job. So I think he does keep him, but I don't know. That's not like I'm speculating on that. What do you think? Do you think he keeps him or he goes another direction?
I mean, I'm torn. I've never been a big Tommy Rees fan. I mean,
yeah.
He progressed throughout the season. I was just kind of getting another opinion. I don't really know with him what he's going to do. I do think we need to promote T-Rob, though, the defense coordinator.
Yeah.
I think that would be the smart decision, best decision we can make right now. And I really just want to say, man, on the scale thing, I think I'm at about an 8 also. If we can I'm just worried about the recruiting, him down here in the South trying to recruit. I think he'll dive into it pretty good, though, especially with everybody he's got around him. I think he'll do pretty good. I guess the biggest first test would be Georgia. That'll let us see really how well he's going to hold up and be able to play with the big dogs, I guess you'd say.
Let me ask Chat. Hey, Chat, inside the comment box, do you think that Alabama, that Kalen should keep Tommy Rees as the Alabama offensive coordinator? Yes or no? Let me know inside the chat. Look, I think that Tommy Rees had inconsistencies with his schematics of the offense. Clearly, so the whole offense was like up and down from the offensive line, quarterback, to his play calling. There was not a lot of fluidity. At times there was, and then it was kind of up and down. Seems like people are even split inside the chat box. I wish we had a poll to ask people. Yeah, if Grubb comes, man, because that's the guy Saban wanted in the first place. But I don't think he's going to come, especially if he gets that, if he gets a Washington job, then, you have to either get a new OC or you have to stick with Tommy Rees. I like the stability. If he comes back, give him another shot. I mean, he was only here for a year. So I don't know. I'll have to look onto that. I could do that on my phone, I guess, Philip. What else you got, AJ?
That was just pretty much it. I'm just curious to see how the season goes. I think we all need to show up as much as we can for A-Day and show support. And I think we've got a good hire, and I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, me too, man. I appreciate the optimism, man, and I'll call in again anytime, man. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Roll Tide.
All right, we'll talk to you, man. All right, we got a 256 at 804-404 and a 205. We'll do actually the 205. We'll do the 256 and then we'll do the 205. All right, 256. Let's go. Yeah, I appreciate you being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is Jeff from Huntsville, Alabama.
Jeff, what's up, man? Good evening. I appreciate you calling in from Huntsville. Welcome to the show, man. Take it away.
Well, I'm ecstatic over Kalen coming. I'm pretty excited. He's going to have a high-flying offense like I think Lane Kiffin did, but better. I think he brings that element to the offense that we needed and we were missing. But there was a big tweet or whatever on Instagram from Caleb Downs saying that he's the biggest and hit up the deuces like he's leaving.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if Caleb Downs is the next one out.
So we talked about this earlier today. I don't think so. I think Caleb Downs is, so sometimes he's done this a lot. Like he puts up deuces, like he's number 2. So I think that was kind of a way that, and people saw that as like he was leaving, like peace out, right? Because I could see it being meaning 2 different things. But usually there's people who are connected that put people in the transfer portal, and I know there was smoke with him like following players from Ohio State. There's a lot of these players follow each other on Instagram, so I don't even follow that. I think that Caleb Downs is sticking with Alabama. And of course, if that was to happen, it would be monumental news. Same thing with the Isaiah Bond news. Like, that is huge. That is gigantic news. And hopefully Kalen can talk with him one-on-one. And yeah, me too. I think he pops back in. I'm optimistic about that, because you look to Washington's overall philosophy. I mean, all of those wide receivers were ballers, and I'm telling you, some of them, are high quality guys, just like Isaiah Bond. But I think with a player like Isaiah Bond, man, he could be utilized in a lot of different ways, and I'd be, ecstatic if he comes back. So hopefully he could think about it and pop back into the transfer portal. And who knows? I don't know, this whole thing with Brian Williams decommitting and committing, all this stuff is it's really drama filled. But the guy, you can't deny the guy's an absolute baller. So who knows about that? And I don't think there's anything to read into Caleb Downs. And of course, if there is, then we'll bring it right here to the channel.
This Kalen DeBoer, though, his record's like 124-12 as a college football coach. That's like insane. And I think he keeps Tommy Rees for one season and sees where that goes. And if he doesn't meet his quality, I think he lets him go.
Yeah.
I think he comes to him man-to-man and says, you get one season to show something. You had one season here. Let's see if you can keep it going, but brings his offense with him.
Yeah, I think so. I think Jarvis is saying inside the comment box, didn't Washington have 3 1,000-yard wide receivers? I think so. I'm going to look that up right now and bring it to the screen. I think they did. Because Michael Penix threw for a million yards.
They used a running back a lot too in the screen game. That's what I'm good with. Justin Haynes.
Oh yeah, Justin
Haynes.
Yeah.
When he's going to be a beast next year.
Oh yeah, okay, I'm bringing up the yards.
He could have came back into a better situation, I think. And then Michael Penix is a redshirt senior, which I don't think he's made his decision yet where he's going to go. Maybe he enters the transfer portal and comes to Bama.
Could you imagine that? That would be crazy.
If Michael Penix Jr. comes to Alabama, I would put him an early odds-on favorite to win the Heisman.
Man.
And if Isaiah Bond would stay, it'd be insane.
Help me out inside chat. As Michael Penix announced, can this guy really? I think with the season
he was a redshirt senior.
He has to go to the NFL. The guy was an absolute phenom.
He has a fifth year eligibility left.
He didn't play like that in the title game because Michigan's defensive front they were crazy. He's going to the NFL though. That's my prediction. Hoops Talk saying I don't know. Yeah, no, he's gone. I think he's gone for sure. What else you got, Jeff?
No, that was about it.
Well, I appreciate you, man. I hope you've had a really good day, and I want to kind of continue to absorb this too, because it's like the changing of the guards. There's Saban. And now there's Kalen, is just taking over.
I like the feeling of not knowing. I don't like the feeling of certainty. I like the uncertainty. Like to be able to go to Saturdays and just actually, are we going to win? It was good knowing that we're going to win every Saturday, but now we just got that. Are we going to do it?
Yeah. Man, there's going to be, because, we looked at the schedule today. So you have I think you have South Florida, you have Western Kentucky to open up, and then you have South Florida. And then you go on the road to Wisconsin. And then you come back and you have an open week, and then you have Georgia. That's the first SEC game is Georgia. You imagine that game? I think the hotel rooms in this city, I might even rent my house out on Airbnb. It's like everybody is.
Yeah.
So anyways, that schedule is daunting for sure. All right, man. But I appreciate you being here, man, and call in again next time.
Take it easy.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Who just committed to Oklahoma? Who was that? I didn't see it. I'm just getting here. Is Julian saying leaving? No, not that I know of. Nah. The only significant news that we had in terms of players leaving was Isaiah Bond. who is just into the transfer portal, and now people are forecasting him to Texas, but we don't know. He hasn't made like an official decision. So hopefully he gets to talk to Kalen DeBoer tonight and kind of have some one-on-one time and understand where he'd be used in that system. We'll do this. I think I said a 205. Do a 205 and then an 804 up next. 205, let's go. Hey, how's it going? You're on the line. Hey, could you turn your volume down in the background?
Sure. Is that better?
Yeah, just turn it all the way.
Is that better?
I think so. Just turn it down because I can still hear the background noise.
Oh, okay.
I'm hearing I'm hearing the weather forecast.
Weather?
Yeah, someone was talking about I think it was the news.
Is that better?
Hell yeah, that's perfect, man. What's your name? What's your name and where you calling from?
I have my earbuds in. My name's Nick. I'm from Birmingham, Alabama.
All right, what's up, Nick?
And,
appreciate you.
Well, I really like the hire. I was hoping for him or Lane Kiffin, just because Lane knows the SEC. And next year is going to be so hard because there's no East and West anymore. It's the two best teams play. And we got a big schedule. Like I said, Georgia's our first SEC team. And he's got the talent right now. And now, I don't believe Michael Penix is coming to Alabama. I believe Jalen Milroe will start. I'm on the Jalen Milroe train because
love it.
I believe he's gonna improve. But I like Julian Say. I think he's going to be the future. But Justice Haynes and Jen Miller will have a two-headed, running back room, and I mean we're deep. So I expect us to have a good season. I don't know about going undefeated in the SEC or in college football anymore because I got that kind of, out. But how you feeling about it? Did you feel like this was the best hire for them, or were you looking for somebody else who thought better, or what?
Well, I was my first pick was Lane Kiffin. And then because I knew some of these other options were just unrealistic. And I think it's funny that they got to make their own, like, I'm staying video. Who knows about all that, like, on social media. But the more that we dove into Kalen DeBoer and understood, how he's had some early success in his career, I think he is ready to compete at the SEC now. There's a difference between being ready and actually doing it. It's going to be it would have been challenging for Coach Saban this coming year. This next year of college football, all the SEC schedules are absolutely loaded, right? So, and just like you said, there's no longer no SEC East and West. It's just number one and number two. Can you imagine the pressure for all these coaches, specifically Kalen, to make number one or number two in the SEC? Like, that's the standard. That's what people are used to here at Alabama, right? And Coach Saban has never had to deal with that. He's just had to deal with winning the West, which is challenging in itself. Now you're saying you got to be number one and number two to make the SEC title. And of course, there's going to be some at-large bids that can make the playoffs. This is going to be an ultra challenging year for any coach in the SEC. Any coach.
Any coach.
Any coach.
And we're playing Oklahoma right before Auburn.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, man. So, and look, I'm with you. I'm on the Jalen Milroe train too. I've explained why. You look at how many snaps that he had this past season, and you look to the development. Maybe Kalen comes in and continues to develop him and Tommy Rees, and they have more fluidity. It's now going to be Kalen's system in terms of what he adds, offensive wrinkles. He's won it everywhere he's gone. Now he has the ultra talent going against high competition. So I want to see the only problems that I have, or the only questions really, is the defense. Like, I've never respected any Pac-12 defense. And the fact that they were number 94, I don't like that, because in my mindset, the foundation of Alabama has always been a defense that was consistent, that hit hard, and would just knock your teeth out.
Right. And I agree with you. I think T-Rob would be a great defensive coordinator for us. he definitely can recruit, like the other guy was saying. I'd like to see him come in, but yeah, I mean, we got to have a good defense because we can't just try to go head to head with people like we was doing back when Bryce Young was here and everything, and just try to outscore them. We want to keep the numbers low and us go. You know, this year every game was intense because Alabama it's like they get ahead and then they let them creep back in and then they pull away right at the end or about the last play of the game. So I was nervous but I like that. I like them good games like that. But
yeah.
Anyway, I ain't gonna keep you. I know you got some more people to get to. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. I love the show, man. I love your insight on everything. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide to you as well. 1 second, guys. I got to take this phone call. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, that was someone talking to me about the plane landing in. So no, I appreciate it. I had to mute it because I'm locked in. No, so Kalen DeBoer's flight is coming in. So I'm gonna see if I could have somebody go to the airport to film when he comes in. He's like walking on in. So we're trying to figure all that stuff out right now. So we're trying to work on the timing. So that's what that was about. All right, we go back to the phone lines with the 804. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle. My name is Adam. I'm in Richmond, Virginia. How are you tonight?
I appreciate you. Adam from Virginia. Appreciate you. Okay, man. Welcome on in and make yourself at home.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. So, first of all, get the obvious thing out of the way. Kudos to you for doing this these last few days.
Yeah.
I grew up in Tuscaloosa,
cool.
Actually, and I live in Richmond, Virginia now. My wife's from here, but yeah, I think for a lot of us fans, it's a big moment. I mean, this is something you'll remember. I'm 42 years old. This is something I'll remember probably forever. And so, just the fact that you've dedicated so much of your time and your guest, Smook and gang. So I wanted to thank you personally for that. And it's meant a lot to us fans. But I want to get that out of the way. But I had a couple of comments, and then maybe I could end my call by asking your opinion, and I had a question. But like a lot of people, I was kind of disappointed in the handoff. I was really hoping it could have been an offensive, defensive coordinator, somebody internal hire. I read Joel Klatt's article and just, hoping it could have been Sark, but that Texas job came up. So I get it. It was pretty impractical to kind of have a coach in waiting with how much attrition the staff's had. So I get that. I was a little disappointed in Bama, though. I was quite frankly hoping the messaging would have been better. I wasn't hoping the first time I'd see Coach Saban would be with Reese Davis. I wanted it to be at the podium and, you in the background asking some parting ways questions. And I had hoped after that Brandon Miller public relations debacle we had last year with the basketball team, we could have had a little bit better PR response than we did. But that's water under the bridge, I guess.
Well, no, let's stop right there because I look, that's a really, really good point because he always talked about his appreciation for the media. And there's a lot of people that, make their livelihood covering the team, asking them questions that live in Tuscaloosa, right? So I felt that it would have been, and he doesn't know anybody anything, but there's this thing called money. right? And you don't think that ESPN paid him to give an exclusive interview, right? Like, I mean, I would have thought that he would have came out and, you know, given an opportunity for everybody to ask some questions. But, you know, it's unfortunate because I was like, is there going to be a final press conference? They said no, but then they give it to Reese Davis. You know, I mean, I get it in that aspect. And now ESPN has been breaking every single thing. That's part of it. They're bigger. They have the most money and whatever. So I would have thought there would have been some closing, you know, press conference, but it is what it is. And we move past that. But anyways, go ahead, Adam.
Sure. To your point, maybe that'll still come. I doubt it. But, you know, I think about, I'll try to watch all of his press conferences, and I know they're 10 or 11 minutes. And I think about all the people that are in Tuscaloosa all day that just kind of sit on standby ready for that 10 or 11 minutes. And they've been doing it for, you know, 10 or 17 years. So I kind of felt, I had hoped that he would have at least kind of told them goodbye. But, yeah, I'm with you there. Another comment I had for you was that I heard Peyton Manning say one time that, you know, you got two elevators in your career, right? One's your brain, one's your body, one's going up, one's going down. And you kind of hit your flow when they're sort of at the same interval. I guess what I was kind of hoping for Coach would be, you know, he talks about the stresses of recruiting and going to bed at 2 and getting up at 6. I had really hoped that when somebody got that experience in their life that, you know, their level of wisdom would allow them to kind of delegate more tasks to, quite honestly, make their job less stressful. But I didn't get the impression. I don't coach, but I didn't get the impression that's possible in his world. But he kind of leading up to my question for you here. You know, do you remember when he said that he's not really good at coaching kids that aren't super talented? I wouldn't call that like an off-color comment, but it did kind of catch my attention. And that leads me to my other point, all these people that are kind of disappointed in Lane Kiffin. I'm personally happy that it didn't happen. You know, if I were to tell you that Roy Williams and Bobby Knight have two things in common, they both won 3 national titles, you'd probably say, well, that's cool. But, you know, one of them has punched players and thrown chairs on the court. But so Lane Kiffin and DeBoer have never won titles, but I just get totally different vibes off them, but I just hope everybody thinks it's going to be a good fit. And that kind of leads me into my question for you, just from what you've gathered in your time covering Alabama. You know, people are talking about Kalen not knowing the South and how to recruit and this, that, and the other, but I got to remind people, you know, somehow a Gene Chizik, you know, won with 5 senior linemen and a Cam Newton transfer. He won a national title. He's not from the South. Somehow Lane Kiffin took us to the wire. It took probably a top 10 play in Bama history of Cody blocking a kick for us to beat them 12-10 at home. But what was that, Lane Kiffin's first year at Tennessee? He didn't know it. He didn't know the South. He was a West Coast kid. So I guess my question to you would be, I mean, do you think it was a good pick to kind of choose the safe pick of somebody who's got a proven track record in less terms of like their potential coaching talent? And my greater question to you from what you've seen is, do you think that recruits dictate kind of how you do things, or do you get to be driving your process and you dictate recruits? That's kind of my question to you.
Well, I think that NIL has changed the complete landscape, right? Because now these players want to see, you know, money on the table, and it might not be specific players, but it's like the handlers behind them and the parents too, because the parents know how much money that these young men are now worth right from the jump. There's no longer like wait a couple years and then go to the NFL draft. There's like you can get paid automatically. So you have these handlers that are behind the scenes, almost like, you know, agents or whatever, that are controlling a lot of the recruiting. So recruiting has certainly changed. It's certainly still important for these coaches to go in-house to make their appearances and to meet the coaches, but the complete landscape has changed. So not only are you trying to manage your roster from the NIL space of your own team, but what can you do with the players that are also coming in, and how can you recruit them? And I think we're seeing that right now with the top-end prospect in Ryan Williams, right? Going back and forth. I guarantee you there's a lot of money on the table. He was just at Texas A&M just tonight. Imagine those type of offers that he's getting. You know, could we say he's all about the money? Probably. I mean, what type of money is the number one wide receiver going to get? I mean, this wasn't the case, you know, at least like really on paper a couple years ago. And now it's like these athletes are millionaires from the jump. So I think it is going to be a challenge for any coach coming in to have to deal with that. And I think that was also why Coach Saban said it was grueling. He used this word, grueling. I keep thinking about that, grueling. Think about him having the defensive responsibilities that he had. Think about him dealing with roster management. I bet his December was just, I bet it was so stressful. That a lot of it takes away from the coaching, because when you're a defensive coach or offensive coach, imagine all the film you have to watch, all the breakdowns that you have to do, right? The different patterns that you're looking for within each offense, if you're a defensive coach, and vice versa on the offense. And then you get, okay, I have to allot this time. Then I have to allot this time to have my door open to meet with guys who are going to potentially enter the portal. Then I have to go on a helicopter to go visit with this particular prospect, and I have to talk to their parents about NIL. It's exhausting just thinking about it. So Kalen's about to go into that world. All of these coaches are in it. He's young, he's healthy, he can do that, but it's hard to do that when you're 72 years old. No matter your accomplishments in life, it's just there's only so much time in the day. Your body needs rest. And to perform at the ultimate level, Coach Saban said that he could no longer do that. And that's called integrity. Understanding when it's time to step away. That says a lot, because Coach Saban, he has a lot of drive. The drive doesn't change as you get older. It's just like you have to understand your capabilities. And I really respect him for having the courage to be like, you know what? My body can no longer do this at the highest level. And as hard as it is for me to step away, I have to. So that's kind of, the way I see that.
Right. Well, and maybe as a parting statement, and again, thank you for doing all this. It really means a lot to us fans. I like Saban said, I really don't know what the answer is, Kyle. I really wish I did. I feel like the fans have some culpability here. I feel like to a certain extent we've created this monster. I think Saban, what did he set the salary record like 4 or 5 times during his tenure? And us as fans, we said these cliche things like, oh, we don't rebuild, we just reload. And we got all these NFL draft picks, and I don't see Saban or Byrne or Mal Moore or anybody saying, no, you know what, we're not going to put a whole wall up in the building about all these first-round NFL draft picks we've had, and that they've made a collective $2 billion in the NFL on payroll. So, I mean, to some extent, we've created this monster, and I don't know as fans how to take responsibility for it. I don't know how you unscramble the egg.
Yeah.
But I can agree with probably your sentiment that the product's not the same. And look, I don't expect some kid to come to Alabama and want to stay there 4 or 5 years because he grew up loving the Tide like I did. I don't expect that. But man, it's gone so far in the other direction so fast that I think a lot of us are really scratching our heads. But I appreciate you giving us a forum to talk about it and brainstorm, and all the best to you and your endeavors. Okay.
All right, man. Take it easy. Thanks for calling in. All right. See ya. All right, we got a 404. We'll take it right next. This is the official photo that is coming from the University of Alabama, and it looks like we got a statement in too. I'll read that out in just a minute. Let me get that, and then I'll get to my next caller. But there is a statement that has just been posted. Let me get to that as well. 1 second. All this is happening at once. Give me 1 second. Literally, nothing stops. We just keep going. It was a call from Nick. All right, 1 second. Here's a statement from Coach Kalen DeBoer. All right, 1 second. All right, I'll read this out. Where's Todd to read this out? Okay, I'm gonna bring this full screen and minimize the bottom. All right, here we go. This is just in from Coach Kalen DeBoer. This is his opening comments here. And let me see if I want to make sure I got this as well. 1 second before I read this out. All right. Okay. So this is what Kalen says. I have always had an incredible respect for Alabama football and its commitment to excellence. The tradition-rich history of this program is unmatched across the landscape of college athletics, and I look forward to continuing that moving forward. Following Coach Saban is an honor. He has been the standard for college football, and his success has been unprecedented. I would have not left Washington for just any school. The chance to lead the football program at the University of Alabama is the opportunity of a lifetime. My family and I feel truly blessed and look forward to becoming a part of the Tuscaloosa community. That's important right there. I want to thank Director of Athletics Greg Byrne, President Stuart Bell, Chancellor Fitz St. John, and the University of Alabama System Board and Trustees for their belief in me to lead this program. So that is just in, actually, I just got this, looks like I just got the statement as well. Guess I got it a little bit late. But it basically talks kind of about his career. It's kind of the SID sent this out from the University of Alabama. Felt it's a good comment overall and a good first statement. And can't wait to see him up at the podium. And when we do have, how about a Saban clone instead? And when we do have an actual press conference, we will bring that too. I think someone said it's going to be tomorrow. Things move fast, honestly. Like there's no like we're going to get to this Monday. Like people want it now. So I would assume that like he's going to get in tonight at 7:30. I don't even know if he'll make any comments. Maybe he will. I'm sure he'll be asked from reporters, but there's probably going to be some dramatic footage of him kind of going through the people. I'm just remember what I remember when Saban got off the plane. This hasn't happened in a really long time. And so we'll try to get someone out there to cover Coach DeBoer landing. So that's the statement in, and I appreciate it. Am I going to be streaming tomorrow? Probably. I mean, this might be my life now. It's just I might just be streaming all day, every day. All right. We go back to the phone lines, 404. Hey, good evening. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, this is Al. Man, I am tired. I know you are. Last 2 days has been a marathon, ain't it? Yeah.
Man, it's been a long time. Mike Coleman saying going to hold a press conference tonight around 9:30, 10 p.m. Oh my goodness.
You gonna cover it? Are you gonna cover it?
Hell yeah, we're gonna cover everything. I'm gonna try to teleport to the Mount Moore, cover everything. Yeah, we can't stop.
There you go. I'm telling you, there's so much to talk about, but I'll be respectful of time here. But I just love this the coordination that the coaches did, with Ty. I was in the DM and the coach, we DM each other all the time, and looking at the schedule you put together, it's pretty incredible, man. To help the fan base experience this with these guys, and I really like the way the coaches, when they got on there and the fans were being disrespectful, how they kind of made it pretty clear that this channel is about positivity. You know what I'm saying? It's about the right kind of stuff here. Mm-hmm. Instead of those, under the belt, derogatory comments, they kind of set the table straight. So I appreciate them for upholding the standard that your channel does every day for us. We appreciate you guys a lot,
Yeah, no, thank you so much, man. Those guys do a really good job. I really appreciate, what they bring to the table, their delivery. I mean, each of them different in their sense. I look to them as like Smook is like my point guard. You got Sean is like down low. Jarek is like very versatile. He can play a point guard if needed, or he can be an analyst. And then you have Ty, who's like a leadoff hitter. So I like the lineup with that. I mean, because each of those guys different in their craft, but I think make up a really good team. And I like to have them like kind of 2x2. So no, I appreciate the feedback on those guys doing a great job. Anyways, man, Kalen DeBoer is in, man. So what's your thoughts? I mean, where do we start? There's a lot to dive into, but go ahead, man. It's your show.
Yeah. Well, one thing, I trust the process, really. And I'm not just trying to, be funny here. I trust the process because, we have some quality people at Alabama running this program, and there's an absolute vision for the program. Okay, I just know that Coach Saban, being who he is, and having the ear of Greg Byrne, they had a plan in motion, a contingency plan when Coach retired. But also, more importantly, I like to point out this: Saban has always been ahead of the curve, and I predict that, and I think I said it in chat 3 times,
that his role now is going to be to build a new process that's probably going to be a model for other teams to emulate on how we deal with professional college athletes. And I think Saban is going to try to tee Alabama up to absolutely take some of the workload off of the head coach of football so that you can have like a quote unquote GM, so to speak, to handle all of this stuff that is now so on college football coaches to keep them performing at a high level. So I applaud Coach D for coming in and wanting to become part of the Bama standard. Not that Coach is going to tell him how to run the thing. It's just that when you come to Alabama, Alabama has a way of getting to you in a way, like they say, the mud gets between your toes. Because I'm from Tuscaloosa, born and raised, and I came through Bear Bryant. I saw when he left and the whole transition. I was there when Saban came in, and the same people were saying, I was reading an article just now on AL.com about the coaches and the high school coaches in the state saying, well, this guy better know that he's coming to the South and this, that, and the other. Well, how about this? Sound like Coach Sean now. How about this? Nick Saban came from Michigan State to LSU. Okay? Had no experience in the South whatsoever. Won at LSU. Okay? I tell you another guy, Urban Meyer, came from Utah and ran through the SEC. Okay? So winning knows winning, and it translates. I don't care if it's Pee Wee, T-ball, all the way up to the pro game. And I think Coach Saban and Coach Byrne have absolutely teed this guy up for success. All he has to do is be himself, be authentic, okay, and come in and just do what he does. He's inheriting a mature football team this year. Let's get this right. He's inheriting a mature football team that's hungry. Okay, so I think he's going to put together a great staff. So I can go on about Coach D, but I think that, there are a lot of, people wanted Lane and this and that. But I think for this transition, I think he's a good hire. He's a solid hire. I think he's a solid. But look at this guy is 2-0 against SEC Dan Lanning. Okay, since he can't beat an SEC team, he's 2-0 against Sark. Okay, I mean, oh, by the way, and he didn't have a team of 5 stars, so he understands how to build a team. So I think that it's going to bode well in this environment for him to come here with a stacked roster and build a team with some guys who want to buy into what he's doing. And I think we're setting up good. I think for the first SEC game against Georgia, they hadn't seen his offense.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like
and you're going to have 2 weeks because Alabama has a bye week before that. And Hattie May, I know Coach DeBoer just released a statement. Here's that statement. Again, I see if I'll put it full screen so you guys can read it. I just read it out a little bit ago, but here's that statement. I'll put it full screen. What else you got, Al?
Well, on the comical side, I love you put Archibald up there. I love that picture. Been there a million times, man. And you talked about my boy Cedric.
Oh yeah. What is he? What is Cedric going to do now?
Well, I'm telling you, Cedric. I talked with Cedric. We was at a wedding celebration with our family back this summer, and we talked for about an hour. And Cedric's been there over several coaches. You see what I'm saying? So the way it sets up, I won't put his stuff out there like that, but Cedric is his choice, so to speak. I would leave it at that. It would be his choice because he's been there for 30 years probably. He's gone through a lot of coaches, at Alabama. Okay. So I think he's in a place where he's going to do what he chooses to do. Okay. Now, Cedric can put it out there when he wants to. I won't. But I did say I did have a long conversation with him this past summer at a function we were all at with the family. So
I got so tomorrow. Hold on now. So tomorrow we have the press conference will be at 1 p.m. Central Time. That will be the introductory press conference we will stream that right here on our YouTube channel for Coach DeBoer. So it'll be at 1 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. That will be the press conference. Tonight, he's getting in on an airplane. I'm sure he's just going to get off and, fight off, 100, 200 different photographers, and we'll see what we can get.
Yeah, right.
I don't know how it'll go. We're going to have literally like a phone out there. I don't expect it to be award-winning footage. So, and it might be through a fence. So just viewer discretion is advised. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what's happening, Seriously, we haven't done this. I don't even think you had, were there even iPhones in 2006 or whenever Coach Saban came?
No.
Was there? I think there was, right? Or were we using the flip?
Hey, I would say this though. I know I want to be respectful of time, but I'm gonna tell you what. This spring, the competition is gonna be fierce.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, man. Our team is gonna be I'm getting so pumped here now, man. Our team is gonna be so pumped. I think Link is just gonna go to a whole nother level now, especially with the core of these dudes that we got coming back with Book and Malachi, and we got a core team come back, and J. Rob, man, and we got some leaders on our squad, and I'm telling you what, these guys will not go away. I promise you. And I think the guy's going to benefit most from Kalen DeBoer coming in is Tommy Rees, because he's going to add some structure to what he's doing with game planning and seeing the game at a whole nother level. He got much more experience than Rees on the offensive side of the game. I think Rees brings a lot to the table, so I think we will be formidable offensively. That's just my prediction.
Yeah, the first iPhone was in 2007. But a lot of people were rocking with the Razor. You know what? I used to rock with, I had remember the Nokia, the phone that you could play Snake on?
Nokia, yep.
Man, that phone that was unbreakable. You had to charge it once a week, the battery life. But then like, remember the T9 texting? Man, crazy. Now it's just.
I had a Razor. I think it was a Motorola, I think.
Yeah, and remember that battery life on it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'd be on the golf course. I could talk all day.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. The Razor, it just fit right in your pocket, man. Like you were like, I can't even feel it. It was a Razor.
It did.
Yeah.
Shoot. You're taking me back, man. Come on.
Yeah, that Nokia was legit.
Yep. But hey, man, I do appreciate you for being patient with me and let me come on to the show, and all of us really. You're such a gentleman, and I'm so glad that you got a chance to go out and spend time with your family, man, in New Mexico.
Oh yeah,
and do that and connect. Man, I bet you that was a blast. So I was really thinking about you guys when you guys were out there, man. And that's a good thing, man. I appreciate you 100%, Kyle.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I appreciate 100%. You too, man. Yeah, Proverbs every day, man. I don't forget that.
Every day, brother. Every day.
All right, man. Take it easy, Al. All right, man. Late.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide to you, man.
Yeah.
Car Conversations, a BlackBerry. I had a BlackBerry too. And so I remember the BlackBerries were for more professionals, right? People had to check their email. I always saw people with the BlackBerries as kind of someone who was a little bit more established in their life. And the Razor was for a businessman, and the Nokia was for somebody who was in college or coming out of high school. That's how I saw those phones. I'm sure you got that. Yeah, that Nokia, that 3310. Whew, man, and Snake. There were some people that could have it running the whole screen. Now I get it, man. I appreciate it. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Now part of the 100,000 subscriber club. Right here on YouTube. My goodness, what an incredible day. You have Kalen DeBoer. So tomorrow, you have the press conference at 1 p.m. and Cadillac Williams be the running back coach. That'd be crazy. We have Robert Gillespie here. You have to replace your wide receivers coach. I would assume that DeBoer wants to bring him his wide receiver coach, who did a great job with those wide receivers at Washington. Still need to figure out who he's going to add from the overall staff. 1 second. Sorry, I had to sneeze. I felt like I was coming down with something this week, like earlier, but then I got in like 2 really good workouts in the morning, and I've been just killing it. Been feeling really good. Got in the remember, I'll get to my next calls in just a second. Got a 334-904, 256, and a 504. I don't know why I'm caught up on this, but remember the Nextel phones? Remember, like, people would be like beeping around. They were basically like walkie-talkies. That's exactly what they were. Yeah, the Nextel phones. Man, shoot. I just turned 40, so I remember all that stuff. All right, we go back to the phone lines with the 334. Now, I appreciate you calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hi, Kyle. This is Rick from Montgomery.
Hey, what's up, Rick? Welcome to the show. I hope you're having a good evening. Welcome to the show, man, and take it away.
Well, listen, I just want to echo what your concerns that you had earlier about the defensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
After watching the national championship game, Washington had a good back four. Their front seven is what really hurt them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking that DeBoer has had a second Christmas here coming to Alabama with the dudes we got on defense.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think about that?
Yeah, I like that because this defense that he's walking into, you have to figure out who's going to be your outside linebackers. I think I have a defensive depth chart somewhere on here, or guys who played a significant role this last year. It's pretty impressive. So it's an upgrade when you automatically walk in. Can you imagine walking in the door and you're like, who are you, young man? My name's Caleb Downs. Remember what Kevin Steele said about Caleb Downs? He said that when he first showed up, that him and Kevin Steele and Caleb Downs got there on the first day, and he didn't know that he was a freshman. He was like, I didn't know he was a freshman at all. Then you have Malachi Moore. Yeah, Trey Amos. And I keep saying this, I didn't realize that he played in 340 snaps. That's crazy. It
didn't seem like it, did it?
Right? It really didn't. Chris in New Jersey, no news on T-Rob as of yet. Yeah, these are all confirmed returners so far. I mean, none of these guys fit the portal. We haven't heard anything about any of these guys other than the fact that they're returning. So things could change within the next 30 days. As you know, the portal's open, but haven't heard a thing on these guys. And these are the guys who played close to 100 snaps. Like I threw on Q Robinson because he's your outside linebacker. So, Rick, as we're talking about the defense, you come in, look at that defensive front, and then add in LT Overton, right, from Texas A&M.
Right.
So Tim Keenan, Tim Smith, Taheem Otis, Jameer Latham, all those guys, LT Overton. There's three very, very, very good running outside linebackers, Keon Keeley, Jan Pierre, and Quay Russo. So one of those guys certainly going to step up. The interior linebackers, I think those guys are going to be the best tandem in the country. Need to figure out if Damani Jackson can play at this level or if it's going to be Des Ricks. Just like Coach Al was saying inside the comment box, there's going to be a hell of a battle for some of these spots, right, on the defensive side. You also have Devontae Smith coming back, who was sidelined because of an injury. A lot of ballers in that secondary that are ready to cut their teeth. So he's walking in with the star-studded defense for sure.
And well, the other thing that really struck me was if you watch Penix, when Michigan was putting the rush on him, he would get that ball out to those backs so quickly. And that was something that we really did not do this year. You know, we waited for those wide receivers to come open, and that resulted in a lot of the sacks.
Mm-hmm.
Our running backs can catch the ball. All they got to do is short pass to them and let them run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, someone in the comments box just said
one last thing.
Well, hold on 1 second, Rick. Somebody just said that Jake Pope just committed to Georgia. Oh yeah. I just
figures.
Right. I mean, it makes sense and good for him.
He's from Georgia.
Yeah, he's from Georgia. Played at Buford. Absolute baller. He's one of the guys I felt that should have stuck around. But who knows? But yeah, this is Jake Pope just right here. 5 minutes ago, Jake Pope committed to Georgia. Wow, he's good. I like Jake Pope. Rick, your thoughts? I mean, do you remember? You clearly know Jake Pope.
Oh yeah, and I never understood why he didn't get on the field. That guy's a bumper.
He is. Remember when he laid the wood on Jermaine Burton, right? That was a shocker.
Almost knocked him out.
Pretty much. Yeah, he did.
But listen, the last thing I got for you, I know you got people on the line, is the people that probably hate the transfer portal the worst are assistant coaches. These guys pour their heart into their recruiting, the blood, sweat, and tears, the hours they spend to recruit these guys, and then they're 1 year and then they leave. So I really feel for the assistant coaches that have to do all the in-home recruiting.
For sure. I mean, it's a nonstop grind for the coaches that are doing the recruiting on the assistants. And now that's why I don't never get like these young men, you know, for their all-star games for the next 3 to 4 years, I'll be at wherever. No. It's like for the next year. All right. For the next 2 years.
Right.
This is just free agency. So that's kind of the world that we live in. And that's how it's going to be. And I mean, I'm thinking about all the effort that you have to put into recruiting
all the time.
How much time? Oh my goodness. That would probably be one of the things if you're an assistant coach, just like having to that's grueling, is dealing with the kids and having to keep up with them, the new trends, every single thing. And then to have a kid either decommit at the end or transfer out, man, it's tough. But coaches, you know, I mean, it's just, we're in the Wild Wild West, like Jarvis said. Anything else, Rick, while I got you on the line?
Yep. No, sir, and congratulations on your 100,000 subscribers, and keep up the good work, buddy.
Absolutely, man. Take it easy. All right. Thanks, Rick.
Thanks.
All right. Rick calling in from Montgomery. We got a 904, 256, and a 504. 1 second. I need to take care of something. I need somebody a text message. Yeah, that's Pope to Georgia, if you're just joining us. That was some breaking news. And then we're still waiting to see what happens with Isaiah Bond, who hit the transfer portal as well. Yeah, it's been a lot of moving parts today, for sure, 100%. Got the statement in from Coach. There was also, I think I had another graphic. This is kind of like just the roster movement. I'll get to my next call in just a second. We're still tracking this airplane that's flying in. I post this graphic from time to time throughout the day just to kind of show you. Look at all this roster movement, right? Crazy. Braswell, Turner, Dalcourt, everybody on the left. It's like a lot of names to read. I need Ty. All the guys transferring. I need to update Jake Pope transferring to Georgia. He's in the middle. I added Isaiah Bond there in the middle. Coaches on the move. Nick Saban up at the top right. Retirement. Man. Kevin Steele, retirement. Coleman Hutzler. It's going to be the DC at Mississippi State. Holman Wiggins going to Texas A&M. Tamani Jackson coming in. LT Overton coming in. Nyquil Bentrade coming in. He's a tackle from Texas A&M. Coaches in so far. I need to update that because you have a new head football coach. Oof. There's a lot to keep track of. My goodness. Just a crazy list. All right. But the biggest news of the day was not my 100K subs. No. Job's not finished there. But this, Alabama has a new head football coach. And this is, everybody was reporting about this. Every single major news site. That's how, I mean, you know the brand here at Alabama. I'm going to take my next caller. It's a 904. Appreciate you being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is Edward from Jacksonville, Florida. How you doing, Kyle?
Good to talk to you, Edward. I appreciate you being here, man. Welcome on in.
You look like you're a little worn out, man.
You know what? I'm a little, I don't really feel tired. I do feel hungry. So I might have a slice of pizza. I got a pizza from my kids, so I might I might take like a 5-minute and go like have some pizza and use the restroom in just a minute. But other than that, I'm like a high energy type person. So not really tired. And you know what? Ever since I've been doing, because I've been working out hard, I sleep really well, and that's like a key element. I think to life is, if you sleep well. So, but anyways, welcome on in, Edward. I appreciate you calling on in from Jacksonville, man. Take it away.
Well, I got so much stuff going on in my mind. Let me say, first of all, I'm thinking about DeBoer. He's like in the middle of his little Zoom negotiations, whatever they did. I guess they did it over Zoom. They're working stuff out. And he's like looking at film of Alabama. And he looks at that schedule, right? That schedule, which is, every time I look at that schedule, I cringe. I mean, our schedule for next year. And the guy just grabs it. I'm thinking, one thing we know about this guy, above all else, whether he turns out to be a great coach or not, is that guy, I don't know if I can say this on YouTube without demonetizing you, but he has balls,
Mm-hmm.
This guy's got balls, because to follow a Saban, is bad enough. Not bad enough, but it's a daunting enough thing. But then when you got to go in and play that kind of a schedule,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean, with a team you haven't even taken control of yet. This guy's fearless, I can tell. He's probably ambitious, but he's also fearless. He has a lot of self-confidence to put himself in this position,
You got
That's
to.
the first thing
You really
about
have
this
to,
guy.
because think about there's not a lot of people that can just step in and have the courage to take over for Coach Saban. The expectations. You have to. You can't not have that self-awareness about who the greatest is. You're taking over for
Right.
Michael Jordan, for Tiger Woods. Like, that is the club that Coach Saban's in. And you can't replace those guys. But this is what you can do. If you're Kalen DeBoer, this is what you can do. This is what you can control. You can control your work ethic, and you can control, you start there. And you start with the firm message, and you show consistency in performance. Seriously, we talk about that all the time. If you can show up and be the first guy there, he's got to be able to be the first guy there and be the last person to leave for the entire season. 100%. There's no sleeping in. There's no days off. Like, this is grind. You go to church on Sunday, you get right back to the quarterback club, and you meet with the quarterbacks. You have your time off, which is June. That's the 1 month that you get to kind of go over everything. But July, that start of SEC Media Day, you get into the college football submarine, and you do not come out of it until you have won the college football national championship. Period. That's it. No days off. That's the level, and that's what people are accustomed to, and they know that Coach Saban doesn't take days off. That's not even in it. He retired, and he was the first guy back at the Mel Moore.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So
that's crazy.
Right? That's what he did.
The other thing,
You would have thought, like, okay, you retire, you maybe see him at North River Yacht Club, maybe hitting some golf balls or something like that. No. He was like back at work the next day. Who does that? Who retires and then goes back to work the next day at like 7? Coach Saban. That's that dog mentality that he loves. That's crazy if you think about it.
And you know what he's about to do? They've got a complete infrastructure built around recruiting down there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They've got a system of evaluating talent and all kinds of stuff, and all kinds of staff and stuff. And Saban's going to stick around to teach. Literally, I think to some degree, he's just going to let the guy know, we got this covered. This is how you do it as far as recruiting goes. And of course, Saban's got his own way when he's in home visiting, but this guy, I think he's gonna kind of help this guy understand how to keep that recruiting machine going.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna fulfill every stereotype of Alabama fans when I say that I feel like honestly, if we could keep the defense, the roster intact, and we could keep the defense like it was this year, that this guy comes in with his, because he's an offensive savant. You know, people talk about the coordinator over there, but it's his offense. This guy's offense, and he is gonna. You combine that with our defense the way it was this year, and we're looking at another championship. I'm telling you, there's not going to be any waiting for a rebuilding with this guy. Yeah. If we keep our roster intact, that's my feeling. And of course, I'm sure it's probably ridiculous, but I really feel like no. I mean, hey, if this offense was rough this year, man, there's talent and there's skill, but there was a lot of inconsistency and a lot of, it's like a rough running engine. And this guy's I don't think his offense is gonna look like that at all. I think we're gonna have a schematic advantage over everybody we play offensively. That's my opinion, and I could be wrong, but so I'm very excited. I'm very happy with the hire. I don't worry about the cultural thing. I mean, we were winning championships with coaches from the North. I mean, people don't even know. We've had a few coaches from the North or the West or whatever, and second national championship we ever won was a guy that went to Notre Dame and was from Indiana, was the coach, Frank Thomas. So, I mean, that has nothing to do with anything. Yeah. And every place is the same when you're pulling in $10 million a year or whatever. I don't know what have we heard anything about what?
No, that's a really good question. Somebody's going to somebody is gonna scoop that soon. I don't know. What do you think it's going to be?
Well, it's public information at some point.
Yeah, I just I'm curious to see what do you guys think inside chat? What it's going to be? I don't know.
The counter offer was 7-something from Washington, and I think he's probably north of that. I mean, Kiffin makes 8.2, so I think it's going to be in the neighborhood of 8. Something like that. I could be wrong.
You think like 8.5 or even? I mean, is he getting 9? What is Mike Norvell is getting? What 10? I think he's getting.
I have no idea what.
I'm gonna say. I think I'm gonna say 10. Right, 10 seems to be. Philip is saying 11. Easily. Dang, Jarvis is saying Herb Bama spent $100 million for him. I don't know. Right? This is crazy.
I don't know. I mean, if it's long enough, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 10 years. What does the contract look like? Yeah, I don't know. That's
I don't
gonna.
know, but I hope there's a big buyout because the only thing I worry about with this guy. The only thing I worry about with this guy is he's obviously very ambitious. I worry about the NFL, so I hope they have a big fat buyout for him. Saban never would accept a
Holy
buyout.
crap!
He's never had a buyout.
Jesus. Yeah.
And he stayed for 14 years? What was it, 15, 17 years with no buyout? Okay. And this guy, I hope they laid a big fat buyout on him. But last thing, a little trivia thing, because I was wondering, I think that when he gets down and sees the facilities, he's going to be stunned. I mean, I hope he will be and being very impressed. That and the whole operation, which is NFL-esque. Look, I'm here in Jacksonville. Our facilities in Tuscaloosa are better than what the Jaguars have by far.
Yeah.
In terms of weight room and everything else. And but he has been here before because I didn't think he'd been here before. But he was here in 2017. He was at the stadium because he was the offensive coordinator for Fresno State. Okay, I did not know that. I saw it somewhere and I checked it. It was 2017. But last thing, and I'll go. Okay, Saban. I love Saban. When Saban got here, he was such a tight ass, and my feeling was, this guy is a ruthless SOB initially, but B's a winner, and I want to win, and I'm happy he's here. But he softened, especially after that tornado, and I think at that point he started to become a part of the community. And now he's real tight. He has a love for the school and for the city, and that I saw that development over time. And he's a really good guy. I think Saban is a really good human being, but I think he was just so driven and such a hard ass. It was hard to see initially.
Yeah.
But he really is, and I'm so happy that he and his wife apparently are healthy because of all the stuff that was going around. But I will say this about him, and he's the best that there's ever been. But Saban was not as good of a coach in the last 4 or 5 years as he was in the first 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And he went through a lot of adjustments because of the changing, how the game changed. But there's stuff he put up with in the last few years that he would never have put up with in the first few years. You know, I mean, some just kind of inconsistencies that kept cropping up that he would have gone completely ballistic over. But he was a little more philosophical, and that comes with age. And it's just nothing we can do about that. We do mellow out as we get older.
Yeah.
And he's mellowed out. He's just not as hard-nosed as he was. Mm-hmm. And you can see it sometimes on the field. But he still was the best ever. But there's life cycles in athletes too, you know, and coaches. And, you know, you watch a boxer, you always know when his prime is. You always know when he's slowing down. He may still be great. He's the same guy. But he at one point in history, he was at his best, and it wasn't quite the same. He still might be the best in the world, but it's just not the same, you know. And Saban slowed down, and finally it got to him because he started noticing it. You know what I'm saying? He started noticing where he was a little bit lacking in reacting to things and whatnot. And he's such a perfectionist, I don't think he could deal with it. Because I truly think he blames that Rose Bowl on himself. I really do. I think when it comes down to it, he thinks they should have won that game.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So I'll shut up. But
appreciate you calling in, Edward. Thank you so much. And I'll be on. You know where to find me, man. Call in again, and we'll catch up. There's a lot to go over. Appreciate you, man.
All right, man. Thanks.
See ya. All right, fam. On the call line, I'm gonna take a quick pause. I got Coach Smook coming in. Smook, give me a thumbs up to give me a blow. You good to come in, Coach? All right, and we have to first of all thank Janet with the $100 spot. Let's go! I haven't gotten a thing done today, Kyle, because I can't quit watching. Excellent reporting. Thank you so much. Way to go all day, man. Thanks for the dedication and the incoming Bama news. Congrats on 100K and Roll Tide. Anyways, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to step out. I'm going to sub in Coach Smook, and I'll catch up with you guys here in a little while. And it looks like we have some footage, that, as promised, through the fence. Smook, can you, I'm sure, Smook, you know how to do everything. Smook, you are muted. Smook, you're muted. Hold on.
You got me now? Mic check.
Yep.
Okay. Welcome in, everybody. If you're just now tuning in, it's yours truly, Coach Smook, Bama Football on YouTube, Bama Coaches. Y'all already know the news has been out. We've been celebrating. I've been in and out, been able to jump in and out. But as you can see, we have actual live footage of the airport. I don't know if you all heard the news, but the plane is supposed to be landing here in the next 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. So was it Eastern Standard Time or Central Standard Time? If it's Eastern, it'll be here in the next 20 minutes, but I'm pretty sure Taylor wouldn't be out there for an hour unless, you know. But welcome in. We got Coach Sean in the back too, man. Kyle, did you want to bring Sean on too? You know, I don't like to do this solo thing, bro. I'm be scared. I'm just playing. But yeah.
Yeah. If you could just have the three person, I don't know, just do your thing. But I want people to be able to see the bring Coach in, but I want people to be able to see the footage.
Okay, I got you. So we'll bring that in like this. I could actually do it like this. Kyle, let me know what you think about this and just switch it up like that. Then bring Sean on here like that. All right, I see. All right, welcome in, Coach. How you feeling, brother?
What's up with you, Coach? How you doing, brother? I'm good.
I'm good, man. I'm good. Am I lagging? Am I coming in choppy for you?
No, I hear you
Okay.
just fine.
All right.
Just
We
fine.
back at it, y'all. It's been a full day. Like I said, I've been in and out of the stream, kind of following with some of the phone calls, some very good phone calls. Seeing the super chats. We definitely appreciate y'all. If you're just tuning in and you haven't already, we're sitting at right over 1,100 likes, I think, on the stream. And we're still going steady today. So if you haven't already, go ahead and like the stream. We got the heart reactions down there. If you're on Facebook, I think we're still up on Facebook too. We're having trouble streaming on Facebook. Now Facebook is down. So just continue to come in and show support. But as you all are looking at the live footage, we're waiting for the plane to land with Kalen DeBoer. It's Kalen DeBoer, right? Coach, aka Coach Debo. I think that's the name that's getting picked up right now amongst the fan base. I mean, just being away for like an hour and a half, 2 hours now, you can see the mood of the fan base already changing. The more you find out about Coach DeBoer. I was just even watching the video that TC the Goat Latia just posted on Twitter of the guys, the Washington players reacting to their coach college football highlights. You know, 2-time all-conference receiver at I think it was South Dakota State or one of those schools up there. And you watch the film, man, he had skill, you know what I'm saying? Big old tank. They kept calling him a tank, and he was very physical. So, and you've seen that in the players, that physical mentality, especially on the running back room. Johnson, that running back at Washington, was a physical specimen when running the ball. Their wide receivers run physical. Tight ends are very physical in the blocking scheme and in the passing game. So that's a good mentality to kind of bring forward coming over, being an offensive-minded coach. You know, we gave Tommy Rees a lot of credit about his foundational values and his toughness. You know, that's what people highlighted about him. I think this is the next step up. I'm excited though, Coach Sean. I really am. Been seeing the reactions change. Like everybody's reactions is changing right now. The more you learn about them, I mean, it's starting to feel better by the moment. You see the vehicles out there, as y'all can see, the trucks are there waiting to pick them up. I can't wait to see. I wish I could be down there to help Taylor and be at the other side on campus, so I could be there when they arrive and see if Saban gonna be at the door waiting to greet them. You know, that type of thing. Like that's what I'm ready to see. That type of stuff, man. That's when I'm gonna be like ready for this page. The page is already turned. Let's get to work, man. I'm ready for it.
So he's supposed to come in tonight, like in a minute or whatever.
That's what we watching right now. Okay. His plane's supposed to land at 8:30. I didn't know if it was 8:30 Eastern or Central Standard Time. It looked like it's going to be Eastern, so 7:30 Central. Yep, yeah, that's what we watching right now. Taylor out there. I hope it ain't too cold, Taylor. If it's too cold, knock the camera up and down. If it's cold out there.
That's crazy.
She putting in work. You gonna get a bonus, Taylor. I'm gonna make sure Kyle cook up something good, you know. For y'all that don't know, Taylor's a part of the team now. I think he said their relationship. Yeah, they that's his girlfriend. They in a good relationship, you know. She's been supporting him, being a part of the team, doing all the graphics, all the fire graphics y'all been seeing. The ones that don't look tacky, the tacky ones are mine. The fire ones are Taylor. So big shout out to Taylor and what she's been doing for the team. Especially early signing day, she was going crazy. I was like, man, I just need to show up when they tell me to show up now because she got it, you know. So yeah, man, I'm excited, bro. What about you? Like since you've been on, since last you've been on, I know you've been going doing your homework because that's Sean. What's your feels now that the more you look at it, man?
I mean, I'm behind him. I'm behind him. You know, no matter what, he's the coach here. I give him all praise, all love. You know, I'm on to him now. You know, he's hired, so I'm totally behind him. You know, I hope he really get in and ingratiate himself in the roster, and you know, get these kids some confidence that the job will get done. I'm pretty sure Coach Saban has put his spin on it, or we would have probably had way more transfers than we've already had. You can definitely tell Coach Saban has been involved with this. You know, for kids to as many as we had to stay on the roster that could have left, right? So you got to give them much love and much respect for that. But no, I'm all on the DeBoer train right now, man. He's the coach here, so I'm on board, right? I wish there was more people out there to welcome him, you know what I mean? But I understand it's probably freezing out there right now. But yeah, let's move on to Coach DeBoer, and I'm sure we'll hear his name quite a bit, and it'll roll off our tongues quite easily, in the future. The young man has a great past, great football background. Nothing bad you can say about him. You know what I mean? So I'm ready for it. Surround himself with a great staff, and I think he'll be just fine. Let all the haters and all the opposing fan bases take their shots now. But the future, Bama will be back. We'll be back. Thank you, muted.
8:27. I'm sorry. 8:27 is the official landing time. Taylor's in the back office typing. She's out there with the reporters, everybody that was, privy to the information. And you can see them on camera. These are the official. Some of the same people you see at the Coach Saban interviews after every game. These are some of those same outlets out there trying to get shots of this plane landing. It's going to be a monumental moment for Alabama football, because this is like the last bits of the steps of actually handing over the changing of the guard. You get what I'm saying? Like, it still hasn't. I think we're still kind of trying to take it all in that Coach Saban is actually retiring and that we're about to have a new head coach. But I don't think it's going to really hit Alabama Nation until that announcement, that official press conference. Seeing another coach. You mean last time that somebody had to represent Alabama as a head coach was COVID year when we suited up against Ole Miss, I believe. Was that the Ole Miss game?
No, I think that was Auburn.
Auburn game, yeah, Auburn game.
Yeah,
what's his name? Had to coach the
Sark.
Yeah, Sark had to coach the Iron Bowl. Yeah. So, and that was just for one game, and it was weird seeing him do the post game, and still they had Coach Saban come on the post game press conference and give his reaction as if he was the one there coaching the game. So, this is going to be different. I think we're headed in the right direction. On a positive note, this team, I think the players are kind of. I'm looking at some of the responses on social media, the few responses that I have seen, and I think they're receptive to it. I've seen a lot of recruits excited about this hire. Class of 24 and class of 25 recruits very vocal about Alabama possibly making the right decision. They like it, so it's good feels around it. But I'm ready for that first sign of adversity. I'm ready to see how he reacts to that, kind of like Saban did, experience adversity early in his tenure here at Alabama, and how he handles it. Ready to see how he figures out this coaching staff situation. This is an interesting time to be an Alabama fan, and more than being a fan, really appreciate what Coach Saban did during his time here.
I want to give a big shout out to the Washington fans because these guys were all over social media praising the coach. I didn't see any bad responses. I actually even saw Washington fans telling the Bama fans how good this guy was. And I've seen some opposing SEC fans, of course, taking their shots as it is. But the Washington fans were correcting them. Like, you guys have no clue. This guy's going to come in and do some things for Alabama that you guys have no clue of. And I that made me feel real good about it. Want to give a lot of respect to the Washington fans, the Husky fans. Classy bunch, right? And they didn't have any negative things to say. They understand it's just about business. This guy loves his players, right? But an opportunity to come to the SEC and down south and coach at the University of Alabama is just one of those things. Like I said, it's only a few jobs that you just really can't say no to, right? Texas, Ohio State, Alabama, Notre Dame, maybe. If these schools come to get you, you almost, unless you're at one of those schools, you have to really, really, really jump at those chances, right? Those chances can catapult your career like no other college universities can. Georgia, LSU, these are very, very, very high profile universities. And you know, it is what it is. Coach Al, what's up? Al Sanders, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, no,
Shout out
I
to Al.
see
Me and
you.
Al talked in the DM. Shout out to Al, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
we reloading. We reloading, and you know, I'm happy about it.
Facts. Me too, man. I think it's one of those things where and you were naming schools like this could be it could be a Florida situation, or it could be a Georgia situation, you know. And when I say that, you remember Florida, it's been in shambles for about 8-9 years now, like legit in shambles. 8 or 9 seasons. They've shown sparks during that time. They've had talent, you know, with Kyle Pitts and that group of guys as of recent, but even that team, as far as morale and what they were doing, it just was not there, you know, post Urban Meyer. Now we got a similar situation here at Alabama, post Saban. How does the younger coach, with, you know, all the positives, all the upside looking for him, how does he handle the pressure of filling those shoes and moving, keeping this train moving along like we were talking about earlier? And somebody in the chat just said, I started the comment. Let me, to create a talking point as far as recruiting in the team. Nick Smith was saying that Debo is stepping into a way better situation than most coaches would be able to step into. And we're just talking about just the talent that he has on the roster, but the access that he's going to have because of the position he's in now at the University of Alabama. I mean, just that alone gets you into certain talks into certain rooms that most other coaches in the nation won't be able to get in without, you know, somebody else vouching for you. And I think Coach Saban's stamp of approval is a big thing. Like you said, some things you just don't turn down. Some things you don't want to miss to have on your resume in life in general. So this is one of those things for Kalen DeBoer, and I see positive things happening. And I see an immediate impact with the portal too. I think a lot of portal guys are going to look at this as an opportunity to come to Alabama and get a fair look and with some new eyes, making a decision. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be continue to be an interesting offseason. I'm glad Coach Saban didn't wait, 3-4 weeks after the season ended. I'm glad it got here in this moment. Because another 2 weeks, you're back into that window of getting ready for off-season prep, getting guys back on schedule. Like it's about to be February, and spring practice starts in March. I want to say March, and the spring game would be like April 21st, somewhere between the 14th and the 21st, somewhere like that. So what we got going on? We got movement, Taylor. We got walking, Taylor. Where's she at? Yeah, this at the airport. Oh, she gonna tell us. So what I'm gonna do is, while she's walking, we could pull it off for a second. Let me see. I'm gonna keep a close eye on her. I think she's going inside. You about to get an inside look? About to catch him getting his bags? Okay. Look, I think she's trying to plug the phone. She's probably gonna have to charge the phone for a little bit. But yeah, so we're in a good time, Bama Nation. I don't think we're in a bad spot. I wouldn't necessarily call this a home run hire. I wouldn't necessarily call it that, but this was definitely one of the most solid. If you had to go somewhere and get a guy that with as much upside, you want to go with this guy. We talked about it earlier. I said I give it on a 1 to 10. How happy I am or satisfied I am with this. I gave it a solid 8 right now, because I'm waiting for and I really was more so towards the 7.8, 7.5 area, but you can get an 8 because now we're seeing the type of lineage you bring with you, the history you bring with you. Let's see what type of decisions you make. T-Rob got to be your first decision. That got to be the first thing you're vocal about as far as your staff. Keeping T-Rob there and promote him to defensive coordinator. That's got to be your first big move with the staff. What about you, Sean? What you thinking?
I think the staff is extremely important, because I think that's Billy Napier's problem right now. Billy Napier's a good coach, man. He was our wide receiver coach back in 2015-16 when we had that all-star staff. Billy Napier's a very, very good coach, man. Facts, Al Sanders, facts. But I think his staff is not very good at Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to surround yourself with great staff, man. You have to surround yourself with great staff in this conference. And Billy came in, And I don't think he has a great staff with him, right? I think Dan Mullen had a good staff, but Dan Mullen tried to do too much. Dan Mullen didn't like to recruit. So I think in those situations are classic examples of not getting the core team, right? You got to have the X's and O's, you got to have the staff, and you got to have the head man. And so we'll see. His staff is extremely important, and I'm anxious to see which guys he keeps and which guys he doesn't.
All right, y'all. So Taylor's done moved. Taylor, they done gave Taylor and the media access to move up to the balcony. I can just imagine how cold it is right there. Oh my God. That wind is probably blowing a little bit, but she's doing an awesome job. I can't wait for this plane to land, man. This is an exciting moment, man. We didn't get this type of access when Coach Saban landed in Tuscaloosa. We saw the clips on. Everybody had to wait for it on ESPN, YouTube, and all that was not a big thing. Like reporting like this was not a thing. So this is a moment in history for us as Bama fans, or just as college football people in general. This is different, y'all. And we've been the channel's been live for almost half the day, and still, bringing you the content. Like the plan was to take a break and then come back, and hopefully this would be happening. But clearly, it's moving faster than what we expected, and I'm happy, man. Like, and I see my boy AJ in the chat. What's up, bro, man? Glad to have you in the. Everybody knows AJ. Did you call in earlier, AJ? I don't know, man. I couldn't. I was in and out of the stream. But I know you got your take on this hire, man. I would love to dialogue about it. You know how we do. And yeah, I gave it a solid 8, man. Not a weak 8. It built up to 8. It was like a 7.7. Then I was like, yeah. And I'm just looking at offensive production. Everywhere he's been has been an offensive turnaround. I mean, complete turnaround for teams. They didn't get better. They literally turned around to be better. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't like he had assets to work with. Even bringing Penix in from Indiana was a big thing for him, a key thing for him to be able to land that type of talent and take him to Washington with him and have that type of success and production that he had. It speaks volumes of what this guy can do. And like, we can look at the numbers and it'll tell you that he's a winner. You got to be able to coach on. I don't care what level you coach on. You got to be able to coach to win games. And there's innate when your winning percentage is in that 70-80% or after 100 games, you're doing something right, man. You're doing something right, especially at the collegiate level. It just continues to line up what we were saying earlier. The flashy hires, yes, they would be nice. We would naturally be more comfortable with the pretty hire, but this one right here makes sense right now for the direction that this program and the way of college football is going. NIL, transfer portal. I mean, this makes sense right now. It makes sense. You want a guy with a fresh mind. One caller called in. I don't know if you heard it, Sean. He was saying the fact that Coach Saban was disciplined minded enough to say, "All right, man, I'm not as sharp as I used to be. I'm missing something." And I'm 100% with him. I think Coach Saban took more of the blame on that game. We try to blame the O-line. We try to blame offensive play calling, but I think Coach Saban took more blame because it used to be moments in the past where Coach Saban would just, we not running that. Run the ball. You didn't see a lot of that the past 2 or 3 years. You get what I'm saying? The one game he did do it, Ole Miss game, you saw how it played out for us in that game. So, man, I'm excited, man. That skyline looked kind of nice, though. You see the lighting in the back? The dark purple with the...
Shout out to young Nathaniel, my former player. Love you too, little homie. 16 years old, future baller. I appreciate you showing up, man. Thank you. Shout out to CM777. I appreciate you as well. For me, I don't know. James Richardson, shout out to you too, brother. Shout out
I was just about to say, you. I know you ain't gonna skip over our boy, man. That's how.
I didn't see him. I didn't see him. My bad, James. If I see you, brother, I'm gonna shout you out off top, man. Hey. You already know. Go Georgia. Shout out to the dogs. You guys got a good one in Jake Pope, man. I was real salty we lost him, bro. He should step right into you guys' lineup, being the position that he play. For me, I'm just anxious for him to address the team. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be tomorrow before he do it. Obviously, a Friday night. The guy's probably out, so I'm very, very anxious for him to address the team and get their reports And let's do it. I talked to Coach Jay earlier about it. If it's a new coach, he's probably gonna want to come in and open everything up. Open it up, wipe the slate clean, all positions, quarterback included. Let's go out and let's
do it
and see who fits what we want to do. And I'm all for that. Competition always breeds better. We used to say that competition always breeds better. So I'm excited as well. I'm happy about it, and hopefully everything works out for the best.
Right, man. I was about to say we got action. Got the red. What that was, a GMC pulling up. That thing look nice. That look like a 2022. That GMC Sierra, that fully loaded one.
I couldn't
That thing
tell.
bad, boy. That thing bad. What is that, Taylor? That's the GMC. Oh, that look like that might be a Dodge Ram top. There wasn't no Dodge Ram front though. I love my pickup trucks. You think Bond will come back since DeBoer is great at getting the best out of his receivers? Benjamin Tinker with the $4.99 super chat. I don't know. Because now with a wide receiver coach coming in, I think he's more so on taking the guys that's there right now and developing like he's done everywhere else. You get what I'm saying? And whoever wants to commit there at this point in time, if you're going to take your chances somewhere else and explore your options, by all means, go ahead. We've seen him develop less talented rosters. And let's not act like it's 5 or 6, talent boomers in the SEC, y'all. It's still a top heavy league. You see sparks and people, different teams looking like they're trending up, but that's every year with the SEC. One year it was Kentucky. Everybody thought Kentucky was going to be the next, team to take over the East. No, they end up dropping 6 or 7 games the next season. Missouri was at the top of the East for a time earlier, 2014, 15, I think that time frame. Oh, there goes the plane. It looks like, yep, coming down the runway. Kalen DeBoer, y'all, is in Tuscaloosa. Yeah, I can hear it. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. Nah, you good, Taylor? Leave it on. Leave it on, Taylor. Yeah, we good. Good audio here. Good audio. I just turned it down on this side. You good, sis? Yeah, y'all. Y'all seen the plane is coming down the little runway doing this little, y'all know when it land, they don't come straight on and stop. You gotta go drive on the little course.
Is that him?
Yeah, that was him. That was the jet. This the I think this is the
check the private.
Yeah. Let me see. I hope y'all don't hate me for saying it, but I did fear Lane Tiffin coming. I feared what drama could have started. You can't clown like that when you have so much talent that can portal. I understand too, Odin. But from a coaching standpoint, Lane Kiffin was definitely the home run hit, bro. Like schematically, and he wasn't gonna mess with T-Rob. I think that's our biggest question right now with Coach DeBoer. Is he gonna promote T-Rob and let him be his defensive coordinator? He's like we've been talking about it all day. He's an offensive minded coach. She said she don't think that's him. It's cool.
Yeah, so
yeah. Cause it would have had the little I couldn't really see the jet. I think it would have had the Alabama thing on it, wouldn't it? The little
shout out to Josh Prosen. Facts, Josh.
Texting. Somebody just text. Oh, that's my guy. One of our longtime listeners / watchers, man. Toby, text me and tell me what war were you in? Youngster, my boy Toby, he's a veteran, man. Longtime follower of the channel. Watches every show. And I've been privileged to be able to have a good relationship with him. It's different. This industry is different when you actually care about what you do, man. You start making relationships, developing relationships, business relationships, or just finding associates that you never would have thought you ran into. I ran into a dentist, man. She's an Alabama fan, and I lost a tooth. I know y'all be seeing my missing tooth. I lost a tooth in a motorcycle accident about 3 years ago, babe, or 2 years. 2 years now. That motorcycle accident. And she was like, Coach Smook, you blowing up, man. I'm gonna have to help you get get your grill fixed. I was like, hey, anything can help right now. You know, I'm and people laugh at the joke, but I'm serious, man. I'm a networking type guy. I'm all about my business, and I love meeting good people or people who, you know, have a good mindset about what they want to do. So being in on this platform has definitely opened that up. You know, even connected with Sean on this level. We used to always chop it up in chats that we was in, but connecting with him on this level is different, man. We really bringing a punch. My boy from Toby from Leeds, Alabama. There we go.
Yeah.
Appreciate you for tuning in, Toby. Yeah, Toby and he don't ever be he's not gonna be in the chat typing, but he gonna text me. I remember when we lost to Texas, they need to fire this person. I was like, Toby, you gotta calm down, man. He old school too. Toby, real old school. He don't cut no corners. He tell it like it is, how he see it, and that's what it's gonna be. And I love it, man. I love it. So but this is good, y'all. Ole Miss only lost to Bama and UGA this year. Ole Miss is trending up right now. But that also happened with Kentucky. That's why I was saying, like, you can't just base it off of 1 year. Kirby Smart is getting the respect he's getting because of consistency. You know what I'm saying? It's consistency. Same thing. Who's the coach at Sam Pittman? Isn't that the coach at Arkansas?
Yeah.
You remember they had like a 2 seasons since he's been there where he's went like 6-0 to start the season or 5-0. And like everybody's so quick to start turning these pages. Like longevity, sustainability, consistency, all of those things need to be considered before we start saying somebody's out of the picture or in the picture. Or you get what I'm saying? Like time is the teller of all. Coach Saban has allowed time to tell it all. Kirby Smart is allowing time to tell it all. Let's see how this thing turns out for Coach Debo, man. I'm excited. That's the Bama State Trooper SUV right now.
Looks like the way they park is something. It's something's got to do with motorcade. Something got to do with picking them up or where they're parked. I would assume so.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be nice, man. It's gonna be a different. Like I'm ready to see all the reactions from the full fan base, guys. He didn't land yet. Hilton Carroll. He didn't land yet.
Taylor said yes. It's a motorcade. Yeah, you can tell the way they park.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, that's gonna be crazy, bro. I can't wait. I'm ready to see this. I want the pictures of Saban shaking his hand. I want to see what I'm ready for the press conference. I don't know, man, because you gotta think he about to go find the house now. They probably got him straight already with that, you know, that because stuff moved that fast with these contracts and these negotiations. Like we're gonna start seeing the news, you know, within the next 24 hours. I guarantee you, so much stuff is gonna come out regarding Alabama football, Coach Debo, coaches coming over. I did want to talk about something. Let me find that star comment I just had. They said rank the top 5 coaches now that Coach Saban is retired. Right now, top 5 in college football. Go, because I can't do it.
Top 5: Kirby, Sark, Jim Harbaugh, and probably that's 3. Ryan Day, maybe. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, he's a good coach, but he hadn't won the big game in a while, right?
Right.
Definitely Kirby, Sark, Jim Harbaugh, of course, and any other the last 2. I mean, it could be one of many, right? You could stick a couple of coaches in those last 2 slots. It all depends on what you say best is. If you're talking about consistently best, Lane is consistently best. He wins 10 games all the time at a place that shouldn't ever win 10 games. Ryan Day, you know, he's successful. Kalen DeBoer is successful. So it all depends on what you classify as best. I think Sark, Jim Harbaugh, and Kirby right now is easily at least 3 of your best coaches out there in the jobs that they do. The last 2, take your pick.
Right. I'm looking at the updated current coaches of college football list right now. Kalen DeBoer's name has been added. It's weird. You talk about he's part of this list now. They talking about the year he signed, first season, 2024. That's crazy. Like we haven't had to see that next to Alabama for a while. But if I had to go top 5, I can't do a top 5. I know if I had 3 right now, as far as I could do 5. I could do 5 right now. And I ain't talking about overtime. I'm talking about going into this next season based off what I seen last season. That's how I could make it easier on myself that way. Right now, Kirby Smart, number 1. Definitely Saban disciple. And you see what he's done, 2 back-to-back national championships in dominant fashion when he did win those, and was literally a drive and a half away maybe from taking Alabama, keeping us out of the playoffs and putting himself back in that position with as much roster turnover as he had on that defensive side. A first-year starting quarterback in Carson Beck, like that's tremendous for what he was able to do this year and the most recent years. But this year, definitely good coach job about him. Number 2, I'm gonna probably slide the coach over at and this is a tough one because it ain't based off of what he's done with the records. I think it's just the impact he's had for that culture. The Arizona coach.
You put him in number 2?
Not number 2. I'm saying in top 5.
Sark?
In top 5. Nah, not Sark, bro. Yeah. Come on, Kiffin.
Yeah, that's what
I'm still going in order. I'm supposed to be going in order. My fault. Because I was agreeing with your top 3. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like basically.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I just expounded on Kirby, but yeah. Kirby, Lane. I give Jim number 3. Jim Harbaugh number 3.
They were playoffs 3 years in a row.
Yeah, and he's turned it around in recruiting too. He's definitely turning around in recruiting.
He beat Ohio State with 3 years in a row.
Oh, this looking like we getting some action. Taylor B has look. I can't hear, so it's like any movement of the camera, or people walking the camera, I kind of freeze up. So you got Kirby, Lane, Jim.
Sark.
I give Sark. I put Sark at 4, and number 5. I like I said, I like what the coach at Arizona is doing, man. I don't think we've got to see, I don't think we've got to see what he's fully capable of yet. And of course he's at Arizona.
I'll tell you another good coach. Now he hadn't done. I'm gonna tell you something, man. The coach that Texas A&M just hired away from Duke. Didn't he come from Duke? That guy's a good coach, man.
Yeah,
That's
he's solid too. He's solid too. Texas A&M. Mike Elko.
Elko's solid. He's very solid.
Duke doesn't have any type of football recruiting tie, and literally, I think 2 years ago had him compete for the ACC title, ACC title. In the runnings going into week 12, week 11. I think he had him up there with that. So, him coming to and see this is the perfect time for a guy like Kalen DeBoer to come in. Look at the new coaches that's been added to the SEC this year, or look at the young coaches that's in the SEC. Like we got some young tenure coaches that's starting to fill up the SEC. Napier just got here in 22. Freeze is back at Auburn, so you kind of lose the edge on there with his connections to the SEC. But Pittman just got here in 2020. Levy just got the Mississippi State job this year. Drinkwitz just got here in 2020. Venables and the Sooners, they're coming over. He just got to Oklahoma in 22. Kiffin just took Ole Miss in 20. Like we're only 4 years into most of these coaches' tenures, other than Kirby and I want to say Kentucky's coach Stoops. Stoops has been there longer. Yeah, Kirby and Stoops. Longest tenures right now in the SEC.
How you doing, Kelvin? For me, I keep saying Drinkwitz. I would have to see Drinkwitz do that another year. This is his really the only year I've seen him do anything. I would have to put him up there. I need to see him do this at least another year. And Dabo, I need to see him do this without the coordinator. Since he lost his coordinators, Clemson hasn't like they hadn't been a factor at all. So, you know,
I never gave Dabo his credit in it beginning because he had Brent Venables over there, and that Brent Venables defense, man, even back in 2009, 2010-ish, when he was made got slid into the official defensive coordinator play calling role over at Clemson. Brent Venables really what created the culture at Clemson, and you could see that. You like as soon as he left, you see that immediately following that next season, the culture changed, bro.
That's a fact. That's a good point.
But to your point with Drinkwitz, I think his record right now in the SEC, he won SEC Coach of the Year.
Yeah,
that's he's 40-22 overall. I'm trying to see what his record is at Missouri. So he's 28-21. He's hovering above that 5.